Burgess Obanon's Superhero Saga, an Archetype Novel Volume 1. Prologue. On July 25, 1994, for reasons unknown, skies all over the world shone bright gold for 7 minutes. This event is known as the Golden Sky. 18 years later, after a unanimous vote in UK Parliament, the Pied Piper's Return ACT has been put into effect. Now, teenagers aged 17 to 19 are being forcefully evacuated from their homes in the name of public safety, in response to an unprecedented global crisis. Public refusal of this governmental act has led to loss of life on both sides. 1. Black bench. "I'm not going," said my friend. He was sitting on the cold, black bench where we often came to hang out late at night. It was another one of those times. Just us, the cold night air, empty roads, and rows of houses with the curtains drawn and the lights off. "What do you mean you're not going?" I said. "Everybody our age has to go. It's some kind of trap." "Trust me," said my friend. "If teenagers are blowing up all over the country, the last thing they should do is group them all together. They said they've found a way to stop people from exploding." I said, "Didn't you see the news?" "I've been watching it, yeah," said my friend. I couldn't see his face because he was sitting at the far end of the black bench. "So what's the alternative?" I said. "Go on the run? It's the law now. Everybody has to go whether they like it or not." "So why are we talking about it then?" said my friend. "It sounds like you've made your mind up on going." "I'm not. I'll go on the run if I have to. No way I'm letting them group me up like that." "And what if you blow up?" I said. "What if you die because you didn't do the right thing? If they have a way to stop us from dying, we should do it." "Maybe," said my friend. "I could agree with you if this weren't the government rolling out this scheme and if they actually gave me a choice in the matter. But because it's compulsory, because they've removed my right to say no, it just doesn't feel right. Something's wrong." "Like what?" I said. "What could the government possibly have to gain from this?" My friend sighed, and we both fell into silence. Then, after a few moments, he said, "I don't know. Look, we don't even really know if people are blowing up." "Oh yeah," I said, "because it's so easy to fake footage of teenagers blowing up all over the world." "Maybe it is," said my friend. "Do you know anyone personally who has died from blowing up?" "You know I don't," I said. "But that doesn't mean we shouldn't take precautions." "Look," said my friend, "it's like telling me I'm sick, but I'm not. I have to trust my own eyes and ears and do what makes sense to me. In no way does being evacuated by government forces to who knows where sound to me like the solution to this blowing up problem. Maybe if I saw someone blow up with my own eyes, I would see this whole thing differently, but until I do, I'm just going to do what is logical and makes sense to me. And that's not putting a single ounce of trust in the government." "You're being an idiot," I said. "A super idiot. And you're making me responsible for you if you blow up." And this conversation was the only conversation you might have entertained where you might possibly have changed your mind. If, like you say, there's some big evil government scheme going on, then shouldn't we face that together, man? "I could say the same thing to you," said my friend. "Come with me. We can hide out somewhere and wait until this all blows over. Could be fun." I shook my head and said, "You're crazy, man. I don't have more than £300 in my bank account. And I've got to think about Mum and Dad and how worried they would be if I just disappeared. Even if I left a note, they would be worried sick." "So," said my friend, standing up fully from the black bench, "you're telling me you're going to trust the government over me? Your best friend? Do you really think I would ask you to do anything if I thought it would be the wrong thing to do?" "Whatever," I said. "I know you, man. You're not going to run away. We're both going to get evacuated." "I won't," he said with that stubbornness that, at times, made me think he was the most resilient and strong-minded person I knew. We spent the rest of the night walking the quiet streets, talking about other things. School, TV, movies, whatever we could think of to avoid bringing up the evacuation topic again. My friend disappeared without a trace a week before the Pied Piper's return evacuation forces reached Stochester. I'd made my choice and he'd made his. Only time would tell which of us had made the right decision. 2. Knock, knock. Although we had a doorbell, there came a hard series of thuds at the front door. I had spent most of the night on the sofa in the living room with all the lights off whilst watching old episodes of Rough Rover on TV, and had been in the midst of my fourth outing to the kitchen to make myself yet another cup of tea. Here already? I thought with a sudden stabbing sensation in my chest. I heard Mum's small thumping footsteps before she came quickly into view in the narrow hallway. Her hair was disheveled, her face puffy, and she was hastily fastening her pink bathrobe at the front. "Burgess," she mumbled. Her small hand grabbed a fistful of my gray long-sleeved shirt tightly. "It's the Pied Piper people, Mum," I said. The fist at the door grew even more aggressive. "We're here for Burgess O'Bannon for his safety." It was a woman's voice, middle-aged. I tried to move past Mum to the door, but she stood firm to keep me where I was. Although I preferred not to, I moved her aside despite her best efforts to hold on to me. The smell of fresh, wet night air, concrete, and car emissions followed in the wake of me unlatching and opening the front door. There were 2 Pied Piper officers in all-black uniforms at the door. Standing closest was a short and stocky middle-aged woman. The second, a towering man. Both their faces were bathed in darkness because their backs were to the streetlights. The sound of commotion on the streets reached the hallway. Piper officers had reached other doors and were ushering teenagers into large black vans lined along the main street. "Burgess O'Bannon?" said the female Pied Piper officer. "Yes," I said meekly. "You've got 1 minute to put on your shoes and grab a coat, then you're coming with us." "Is your mother home?" "I'm here," Mum said. I felt her hand clinging to the back of my shirt. The female officer's tone softened just a little. "Your son will stay here with me. Go grab his coat and shoes and his ID. Either his passport or something like a driving license will do." "Does he have to go?" said Mum, being polite and as defiant as she dared. "He's not sick or anything." "It's the law," said the officer. "I know this is difficult, but it's the best thing for your son. He'll be back as soon as the crisis is over. Come on, Mrs. O'Bannon, we don't have much time." "Okay," said Mum. Mum hurried off. The cold breeze from outside snuck around the officers and made my PJ bottoms billow. "Could I just put some underwear on?" I said. The female officer's patience had worn out. "No," she said. "What you're wearing is fine. Be a brave boy for your mum." Mum returned with my big puffy gray coat, my worn trainers, and my identification documents in hand. I could tell Mum wanted to cry, but she was putting on a strong face until I was gone. After mumbling thank you to Mum, I shrugged on my coat. Mum had stashed and zipped up the identification documents into the right coat pocket. It felt like it took me a long time to slip on my trainers with the 2 Pied Piper officers watching my every move in silence. I tied the laces as quickly as I could despite how much my hands were trembling. Throughout all this, I could sense the Pied Piper officers' growing impatience. I stood up and hugged Mum. She held me so tightly I thought she might refuse to let me go. Further down the hallway, I thought I could see the doors to both my siblings' rooms ajar. Gary, my older brother, was 2 years too old for the evacuation. Susan, my little sister, was too young for the evacuation by 3 years. I decided to try for a brave face, because the last thing I wanted was for Mum to be worried sick about me. "It's okay, Mum," I said. "I'll be back before you know it." And then the female Pied Piper officer grabbed me by the elbow with a firmness that I didn't like, and I was marched out into the cold night air. I hadn't even been able to manage a backwards glance at Mum at the doorway before I was pushed into the back of a large black van. It wasn't an immediate send-off. Over the course of about 10 minutes, more teenagers close to my age were piled inside. Most of the concerned faces were either black or Pakistani, since the part of Stowchester Mum had moved us to, that being Ripperley, was heavily non-white, and the few that were white were Polish, but I was the only white face in the back of the van. I was glad to have my big puffy coat, which Dad, who no longer lived with Mum, had brought me last Christmas, because it was getting seriously cold. The seats in the back of the van were on either side, with a space in the middle. The van jerked forward. Then, after what felt like it had turned a corner, it eased into a steady series of stops and starts. An hour into the drive, I sat, lurched forward with my head just above my knees. Nausea started to set in from the swaying and jolting of the van in progress. The inside of the van had heated up enough from all the bodies inside so as not to be painfully cold, but it was far from warm. I could only ask myself one question over and over again. Had I made the right decision agreeing to be evacuated? 3. Depot. The furthest I had ever been from home was Disneyland, Paris, France. Second to that was the Brecon Beacons in Wales. Besides that, my life had been a series of weekend trips and summer stays at a caravan park a few hours' drive from home. Sitting cold and wishing to be home in my nice warm bed, I tried to picture this whole experience in a more positive light. Hadn't the kids that were evacuated during the first Pied Piper operation back in World War II experienced an adventure too? I didn't know where the final location was set to be, but more than likely, it was going to be somewhere to stay for a few weeks or months, somewhere safe and comfortable. Maybe an old couple would host a few of us teenagers, happy to have company after their own kids had flown the coop and moved away. Or, better yet, maybe we would be sent to a kind of camp, given activities to do between a routine of sleeping and eating together in a cafeteria, and sharing stories and playing games in our bunk beds. Maybe where I would end up would be a place by the sea. The news didn't give away much about where all the teenagers were being evacuated to. They did, however, let slip the detail that the places would be somewhere remote. This made sense because, realistically, there would be little point in taking teenagers from a congested city only to put them in someplace equally low on room. If we were going to be put in someplace remote, that also meant we would be closer to nature. Possibly a little village or a seaside town. The more I set my mind on being someplace closer to nature, a place of old trees and foaming rivers and huge lakes, the less grim being stuck in the back of the cold van among other shivering teenagers seemed. I'd lost track of time after falling in and out of sleep. My neck ached, and my butt felt numb. With a sudden jolt, the van came to a stop. The sound of commotion, as if the van had parked us within a bustling festival, came on all of a sudden. The doors to the back of the van opened, and harsh white daylight poured in, bringing with it clean, brisk, and much to my relief, fresh air. "Everyone out, we're running late," said the female Pied Piper officer who had been the one to take me from my home. The other teenagers took off their seat belts and shimmied their way out of the van. I was the last to get out. My trainers stepped down on gravel. My legs were shaky but firm, thankful to be put to use after so long in the same stiff sitting position. I leaned back, satisfyingly popping my spine a few times. My eyes adjusted to the daylight. We were away from London, that much I could tell at a glance. The open air had a remote quality to it, as if we were not too far from a motorway. Hundreds of teenagers were in the midst of being filed off in different directions by Pied Piper officers. We were at some kind of depot. There were coaches, dozens of them, some leaving, some entering, others parked off to the side. Ahead of me, to my right, teenagers were being filed into a large coach. Seeing this made my heart swell a little bit with excitement. Coaches were a much nicer mode of transport than black vans. Far less ominous, too. On the coach, I could try for a good few hours of sleep. There would be a toilet on board, too. I nodded to myself, thinking, yeah, maybe this isn't going to be so bad after all. "Everyone, listen up," said the female Pied Piper officer. "You all have your identification with you. You'll each need to go to the check-in station over there." She gestured to a large pavilion where teenagers were walking in one big line as if playing a human game of snake. "Once you've checked in, you'll be told where to go next." I wondered if any of the teenagers might offer some kind of objection. None did. Loosely, we moved as a group to the check-in spot, joining the back of the already enormous queue. I hugged myself for warmth and looked around at the controlled chaos everywhere. There were all kinds of teenagers. Tall ones, short ones, fat, skinny, black, white, Asian. Seeing so many young faces in one place, lined up, looking both bored and angsty, made me think of school trips I had taken. I joined the back of the huge snaking queue. For a few minutes, I could think of little else but being back home in my bed again. My migraine was getting worse, my eyes were heavier, and everything around me seemed to be that much more irritable. 2 lines deep into the queue, it was easier to lose myself in the rhythm of it all. The queue also provided protection from the brisk late morning chill. Reaching the front of the queue meant having my picture taken in one of several booths. The booths were arranged beneath a large pavilion, and high-visibility wearing officials, mostly middle-aged women or retirement-aged men, were the ones handling this process, showing the teenagers where to stand and go to have their pictures taken while their identification was checked. Something told me that getting my picture taken, being officially a part of the Pied Piper's return evacuation, meant there was no going back. I felt myself snigger and shake my head. I felt a sudden weight on my shoulder, which caused me to flinch and almost gasp in fright. "Do you smoke?" said the person standing behind me. Having already eased their hand away from my shoulder, I looked up at this person and saw they were head and shoulders taller than me. I felt newly gross and unwashed from being stuffed in the van and outside in the elements in nothing but my PJs for so long. The person had looked at me with suspicion that eased into one of concern. I honestly couldn't tell if I was looking at a girl or a boy. They had a buzz cut, blue eyes, and a very androgynous face that was more feminine than it was masculine, with no facial hair as an easy giveaway to the sex of the person I was looking at. Their coat provided only a slight hint. It was long, puffy, and black, something I would expect a girl to be comfortable wearing but not a guy. "Sorry," I said, my brain feeling emptied out of thoughts. "Do you have a lighter?" said the person. They held up a closed fist and an unlit cigarette peeking from between two of their fingers. "Oh, no, I don't smoke," I said. The person smiled. There was a lot of charisma in the smile, too, like someone who knew they could be charming just by a simple expression. "Smoking's bad for you," they said, putting the unlit cigarette into their mouth. I wasn't sure if they were trying to come across as a little bit too cool for school or if it was effortless. I turned back around. Finally, it was my turn to have my identification checked and my photo taken. A gray-haired old man took my documents and handed them off to his colleague, who was sitting at the table, and then ushered me forward towards the makeshift photo booth. "Stand still, look into the camera, no smiling," said the old man. I did as I was asked. I heard a clunking noise, or thought I heard one, then was ushered out of the booth. Away from the queue, I felt like a child lost in a supermarket. "Go to Zone A and wait for your name to be called," said another official, who I hadn't noticed until they spoke. It was another middle-aged lady in a high-visibility jacket. She spoke in a tone that left little room for debate. I tried for an enthusiastic, and perhaps a little passive-aggressive nod and headed towards Zone A. For a familiar face. It started to rain in drizzling sheets. There was some cover in Zone A for those of us lumped together there, but not enough for everyone. Since I had been one of the last of the large group to join Zone A, I was left exposed to the rain the most. I shook my head again, chiding myself for having let myself be evacuated without putting up a fight. "But you could be making the most sensible decision," I told myself again. "What if you blow up and get not just yourself but others around you killed? How would you feel then? Is running away and trying to be free really worth that kind of risk?" This line of thinking occurred to me over and over again, because there wasn't much else to do except to continue standing in the rain and wait. When enough time had passed for me to have quite a fierce migraine and for me to be sick of the same thoughts milling about inside my skull, I forced myself to pay attention to the large potholes in the ground all around me. It was nice watching the rain fall into the little puddles and the frequent splashes caused by everyone else coming and going. About half an hour later, I saw a familiar face. It belonged to someone thin, tall, with hair so blonde it almost looked bleached. "Alex," I said. He recognized me. There wasn't any particular enthusiasm from him, however, not that I expected any. He nodded at me but didn't say anything more than that. A fresh bout of anxiety welled up in me. This was Alex Landley, someone whom I had been in the same year group as ever since we were first years at Loams Park Secondary School. Alex had been popular at school, the girls loved him, and he got excellent grades. Three things that were the exact opposite for me. When I was in year 9, my third year of secondary school, I had managed to be nearly friendless. This meant roaming the playground with not much to do and no friends to hang out with. The level of friendlessness was such that I would wander around the main break concrete playground, entertaining myself by keeping to the painted basketball court lines on the concrete. My mistake back then was spending the first 2 years of secondary school hanging around with my brother and his friends, all of whom barely tolerated me as it was. When my brother graduated from Loams Park, that meant I hadn't forged those initial friendships like I had wanted and needed to. My secondary school experience, as far as friendships were concerned, mainly consisted of being barely tolerated by already established friendship groups, despite my best efforts to ingratiate myself. In an effort to make friends outside of school, I had joined the Boy Scouts, which at that time was called Beavers. There, I had forged a not particularly close friendship with a boy called Arthur Tunhouse. Arthur liked rugby and aspired one day to join the military. Neither of those things interested me at all, but having a friend did. At Arthur's invitation, I had agreed to join up with the local rugby team. I was terrible at it mainly because I had no aptitude or enthusiasm for sports, especially rugby. I was small and scrawny, and I was never chosen to play any games by the coach. The only reason I stuck out playing rugby for a period of 2 years, despite the boys in the team also giving me a cold shoulder as far as camaraderie went, was because of the car rides to and from the games with my dad. I hardly got to spend any time with my dad, particularly because I cared very little for his great passion in life, which was football. All of this to say that one time at school, I had spotted Arthur and his 2 best friends, Alex and Tom, walking across the playground during lunch break. Alex had never given me the time of day friendship-wise, and neither had Tom, but at this point, I had no reason to suspect they couldn't potentially be friends with me. Not having anyone to hang out with during the lunch break myself, I walked up to the 3 of them, and I said, "Hey, guys, how's it going?" Tom had been the one to answer, "Not good." Naturally, I said, "Why's that?" Then he said, "Because you're here." Alex and Arthur had both sniggered at this, and all 3 of them carried on across the playground. Tom's comment and Alex and Arthur's sniggering faces remained stuck in my brain since then, being the kind of memory one thinks about when trying to fall asleep at night. Seeing Alex in front of me at the depot brought back a wave of anxiety all of a sudden that I wasn't expecting to feel. I turned away from Alex, understanding well enough that despite us both being part of the evacuation, despite us both being in the same zone at this depot, and despite us both being familiar faces in a sea of strangers, he still had no interest in even an idle conversation. Alex's indifference bothered me far more than it should. Within moments of him noticing me, and carrying on his way with complete indifference, the anxiety I felt boiled into a scowl that wouldn't leave my face for a good while after. A coach pulled up in front of Zone A. A Pied Piper official, this one wearing one of the dark body-armored uniforms and not a high-visibility jacket, stood at the entrance to the coach once it was parked. The Pied Piper officer began to call out names from a clipboard. The teenagers whose names were called shuffled towards the coach, had their IDs checked, then went up the steps and into the coach proper. "Alex Landley," said the Pied Piper officer. Alex, hands in his PJ pockets, walked quickly to the coach at the sound of his name. I watched him board and go through the coach with the others. Several names later, mine was called. Burgess O'Bannon. The scowl finally left my face and was replaced by tepid concern. I moved towards the coach and approached the Pied Piper officer, calling out the names. He was a tall man, African, with an uncompromising look. I handed over my ID, which he checked and then handed back to me. "Go to the first open seat you can find at the back," said the officer. I did my best to do as the officer asked and not to slip on the wet coach steps. And then, at last, I felt a rush of warmth once inside. The inner coach aisle was slippery thanks to the wet shoes of the other teenagers. I spotted Alex, who was already sitting next to someone. He'd gotten a seat by the rain-spattered window and had the same discontented look on his face. The next available seat on the coach was on my left. I sat by the window, thankful to be sitting again. I felt the person sit next to me before I saw them. They were bigger than me at least. The smell of cigarettes joined them. It was that person, boy or girl, I still couldn't tell, the one who had asked me if I had a lighter and if I smoked. "You again," they said playfully, but also in a way that made me think they were pretty tired too. "Hi," I muttered. The person shifted in their seat a little as if unable to find a comfortable position. That made sense given there wasn't much in the way of legroom, and their legs were pretty long. They turned to face me. "Could we swap?" they said. "Please?" I looked from them to the window beside me. A part of me really didn't want to give up the objectively better window seat, because I didn't want to miss out on the views. "Sure," I mumbled. "Thanks," said the person. We spent an awkward moment figuring out how to change positions, They had to move out to the aisle, then I did too. Then they moved to the window seat. I pined for that seat for a moment before sitting in the aisle seat. "Where you from?" they asked, smiling a little. There was a boyishness to their face, but there was also enough femininity in it, particularly to the fullness of their lips and their eyelashes, that threw doubt into figuring out the sex of the person I was looking at. "Stowchester," I said, originally. "Me too," they said. "Whereabouts?" "Loam's Park." "Ah, yeah," said the person. "That's close to me. I'm from Larkston." I had heard of Larkston and Larkston School and College over the years, but had never been there. If Loam's were a normal public secondary school and college, then Larkston was the rougher, not-so-nice backup school for many parents to send their children to. "Oh yeah," I mumbled. I realized then I had missed 2 opportunities to learn this person's name. I considered asking their name, but they seemed to be too busy themselves with taking their long, black, puffy coat off. Underneath the coat, they were wearing a large gray hoodie and sweatpants. The shape of their body, even after this, did little to tell me if they were male or female. Though again, my mind seemed to skew more towards thinking they were female because their body, though tall, had a feminine slenderness, rather than an obvious masculine broadness. Their voice, too, was much more on the feminine side, but in my sleep-deprived state, I still had my doubts. My gaze lifted to their face and, to my horror, they must have been watching me watch them the entire time they had taken off their coat. "Sorry," I mumbled, then faced towards the back of the seat in front of me. Further ahead of the aisle, I could see that the last of the teenagers had boarded the coach. The coach doors squeaked shut, and then the coach lifted a little and the engine started rumbling. "What's happening?" someone on the coach shouted out. The African Pied Piper officer who had checked my ID before getting onto the coach was standing near the driver. "We are heading off in a few minutes," said the Pied Piper officer. "Everyone must remain in their seats. You must raise your hand and wait for permission if you want to use the toilet. This will be a long drive, so we suggest you rest. Food and drink will be provided for you shortly once we have left here." Someone else on the coach must have raised their hand. "Yes," said the Pied Piper officer. Another teenager on the coach spoke up. This time it was a girl. "Where are we going?" "To a safe location," said the Pied Piper officer. "We cannot say more than this at this time." I expected more of a commotion from the teenagers on the coach, but everyone remained silent. Minutes later, the coach eased out of the depot. Then, just like that, the depot was behind us and we were on the motorway. "Look," said the person sitting beside me. Their finger was against the glass. I looked to where it pointed, sitting up a little, and saw there were what looked like Pied Piper officers on motorbikes and one of the black vans which had brought me to the depot. The 2 motorbikes and the black van stayed behind the coach for the next 10 minutes, hardly moving from the rear position. Other teenagers on the coach noticed and watched the vehicles following us, but they, like me, soon lost interest. The person beside me shifted uncomfortably in their seat. I wondered why they had wanted a window seat, given that the legroom was far worse. They used their puffy coat as a makeshift pillow and raised their legs up onto the edge of their seat. They continued to look out the window, but I could see they were quickly on their way to falling asleep. I didn't notice when I finally fell asleep. When I came to, my head fell forward, and I jerked awake. Someone to my left had nudged my elbow. One of the Pied Piper officers, a man around 30 years of age with slicked back black hair, had a large black bag in his right hand and a smaller white bag in his left. Without waiting, the officer handed me a bag filled with items. He then looked to the person beside me who was still asleep. He considered them for a moment but then seemed to decide not to bother. "Wait," I said. They probably want something too." I cringed at what I had just said. Not knowing what sex the person was beside me wasn't some big mystery to me, but it did make me feel like a Class A twat declaring my obliviousness to the officer and any of the others around us that may have been watching. Across the aisle, Alex Lanley was sniggering, which I had to force myself to ignore in order to give my full attention to the Pied Piper officer who didn't seem to care about what I said, and simply handed me a second, identical white plastic bag, then moved on. "It's she," said the person next to me. I felt my heart sink. I looked at the person, and she looked genuinely unimpressed and more than a little annoyed. "Sorry," I mumbled. and handed over her plastic bag. "Thanks," she said. She took one look at the inside of the bag, then let it stay on her lap, promptly letting herself go back to sleep. It was still daylight beyond the window. Maybe I had slept an hour or so, but without a watch or anything else to tell the time, it was hard to tell. I looked into the plastic bag. There was a tuna and sweet corn sandwich, a small bag of crisps, a little bag of fruit, and a small bottle of water. I decided I wasn't quite hungry enough yet to start on any of the items in the bag. What I did need, however, was to pee. I raised my hand and waited to be seen by one of the Pied Piper officers. 5. Choke. The trip to the lavatory on the coach was like a tiny vacation. After doing my business, I sat for a few minutes just enjoying the reprieve from being around so many unfamiliar faces. It was easy for me to feel exhausted from being around other people. Being evacuated already felt like one unending conveyor belt of new faces and very little opportunity for some time alone. Although I had napped, I still very much wanted to get more sleep. I got up from the seat, pulled my PJ bottoms up, and then washed my hands. In front of me was a small mirror. For a moment, I took in my reflection. My blue eyes, short brown hair, and round face. 18 years old, but looking around 14 since I'd always had a baby face, and a voice not far off that, too. I looked away from my reflection as if disappointed by it and made my way back to my seat. A murmured conversation had started among the teenagers aboard the coach. This made it feel more like a field trip than an evacuation. I took my seat beside the girl with very short-cut hair. She was looking out the window and eating half of her tuna and sweet corn sandwich, and I noticed her slipping something into her sweatpants pocket, but I couldn't see what it was. My confusion over what sex she was must have ticked her off because she didn't acknowledge my presence after I sat down. The coach journey continued on. I couldn't hear any of the other conversations going on around me beyond murmuring, so I just let the motion of the coach ease me off to sleep again. When I woke up the second time, it was much later in the day, around late afternoon. Ominous gray clouds loomed without any breaks in the sky overhead, making it feel later in the day than it was. The coach eased into a parking space at a service station, gave one final jerk, then came to a complete stop. The African Pied Piper officer stood up at the front of the coach and blew a whistle to get everyone's attention. "Listen up," he said. "We are stopping here for petrol. If you want to get out to stretch your legs for 10 minutes, do so. But you cannot be more than 5 meters away from the coach. Do not try to go anywhere because there will be serious repercussions." Starting from the front row, everyone filed off the coach. I didn't particularly feel like stretching my legs, but it seemed easier just to go with the flow. It started to spit rain just as I stepped off the last coach step onto the parking lot concrete. I could see a sign for fast food places, a coffee shop, a pizza restaurant, and a shop to buy books and other small items. Without any money on me, it wasn't as if I could buy anything anyway. Some of the teenagers continued their conversations outside. I considered standing beside the girl with the close-shaved head, but she had already walked off a few paces. Somehow, she must have found someone to give her a lighter, because she had one in her hands and was lighting a cigarette. She took a drag, and I could see the visible relief she received from the nicotine hit. I'd never smoked in my life. Once my dad had left one of his cigarettes still lit in an ashtray, and I had touched the lit end. The pain of that moment had stuck with me for years and, maybe, had made me have a small aversion to smoking. That, and probably because people who smoked typically started because of peer pressure. I didn't have friends to peer pressure me into smoking, so I was never tempted to start. It was then that I was surprised to see a small fox peeking out at me from a nearby bush just beyond the parking lot. Nobody else seemed to have noticed it. Its coat was dark and shabby, and the fox looked like it was in need of a good meal. Just looking at the fox made me smile. I dug inside my food bag, which I had brought with me off the coach, unwrapped the sandwich from its plastic wrapping, and pinched a chunk of bread from it. I chucked the bread chunk over to the fox. To my delight, it took the piece and slinked off. I became aware of the commotion behind me a few seconds later than everyone else. Someone screamed, and others started calling for help. I turned to see a throng of teenagers crowded around someone nearby. "Officer, help!" One of the teenage girls cried out. The African Pied Piper officer, as well as the Pied Piper officer with the slicked back black hair, hurried over to the group. "Move!" the African Pied Piper officer shouted, pushing teenagers out of the way. It was the shaved-head girl. She was on her hands and knees with her hand at her throat. She was choking on something. My stomach lurched at the sight of her agonized face, trying and failing to breathe. Something caught my attention to my right, and I flinched hard. 3 teenagers, 2 boys and a girl, were disappearing into a nearby bush. The last of them to go through, one of the boys, a black boy, looked back and met my gaze. Locking eyes with him almost made me want to call out, if only to acknowledge that I could see him. As if sensing that I might give away what they were doing, the boy put a finger to his lips in a shoe gesture. I stayed utterly still just in case any movement of mine might give the 3 teenagers away. The boy turned and followed the other 2 into the bush and, presumably, to the other side, which was out of sight of the Pied Piper officers. The sound of strained breathing drew my attention back to the shaved-head girl. She was gasping for air now, but rapidly getting a hold of herself. The African Pied Piper officer had his hand slapping her back as if that might be the key to helping her breathe. There was a wad of what looked like a mound of saliva and bread on the floor, presumably what the shaved-head girl had been choking on. The panic passed. The shaved-head girl seemed bashful about causing a scene and had hand-waved off a few attempts by other teenagers to ask how she was. "Everyone," said the African Pied Piper officer a few minutes later, "when I call your name, get back onto the coach." Names were called out one after the other, and each teenager returned to their seat on the coach. That is, until the 11th name was called. Fumi Adesanya. No answer. No movement. The African Pied Piper officer called the name again. After the 3rd attempt, he reached for his walkie-talkie and started speaking into it like it had insulted his good name. "Mice missing," he said. "Mice missing." In less than a minute, the convoy, the black van, and the 2 Pied Piper officers on motorbikes set off from the parking lot with sirens wailing. The rest of the names were called out, and everyone was accounted for save for Ashley Cherry and Jade Beatty. What glimmer of niceness there might have been from the Pied Piper officers was replaced by an almost authoritarian order for everyone to get back onto the coach. I hurried up the wet steps, being careful not to slip. When I was finally back in my seat, it came as a small relief. The shaved-head girl was already in hers. She looked calmer, the red that was in her face gone. She was looking out the window. More Pied Piper officers, as well as regular police officers, were showing up in vehicles. What I had thought might be a short delay continued for another hour. The spitting rain before had become torrential, falling so thick and heavy I could hardly see the police vehicles which surrounded the coach and the dozen or more officers busily going about their duties. It was oddly nice seeing the red and blue lights against the rain-spattered window. A part of me was afraid that I might get in trouble because I hadn't called out the teenagers whom I had seen making a getaway. My stomach felt tight from the anticipation that at any moment I could be in some serious trouble. I heard a sigh to my right. The shaved-head girl had taken off her trainers. For someone who had almost choked to death, she seemed oddly at ease with herself. She looked at me, smirked a little, then looked away. 6. Trekking. The coach departed the service station without the 3 teenagers who had run off. About 10 minutes after the coach left the service station, I looked to see the shaved-head girl sitting with her knees brought up to her chest, gazing out of the window. The torrential rain had died down and was spitting again. We had reached a large bridge, and day had passed into early evening, with the last few moments of sunset counting down. We hadn't spoken at all since the incident on the coach earlier. Somehow, I had managed to fight the urge to ask her about it, even though it was all I could think about. The shaved-head girl looked from the window and then to me. I flinched, feeling caught out again for gazing in her direction. "It's the Severn Bridge," she said. "We're crossing over to South Wales." "Oh, cool," I mumbled. "I've been to Wales before. I did pony trekking. Well, actually, it was horse riding, but it was called pony trekking when I signed up to do it." Shaved-head girl smirked. "Pony trekking," she said, making a posh voice that actually made her sound feminine and not androgynously gruff for a moment. "How fancy." "It really wasn't," I said. "It was just a week-long camping trip in year 10. I only went because my friends, at the time, were going, and they invited me along." Did you enjoy it? She asked. Yeah, I said, nodding. It felt pretty cool riding a horse along the paths and hills. Felt like I was in a fantasy movie or something. Or a western. I love horses, said the shaved head girl. Never had a chance to ride one, though. One of the boys that ran away, I said, asking the question as if on autopilot. Fumi, I think his name was. Did he give you that lighter you used earlier? Shaved head girl became panicked. Sure, she said. We'll talk about it later, okay? I nodded and felt guilty for saying what was probably obvious out loud. I was never very subtle when it came to asking people questions. I tried to change the subject back. So, I said, have you gone on holiday much before? Nope, said shaved head girl. Too busy looking after my mum. It was then that she studied my reaction for a moment. I think she could see I was genuinely listening and concerned about what she had just said. She's got depression and other issues, said shaved head girl. And my younger brother gets into trouble a lot. Dad comes and goes, so it's really been up to me to keep things going. So no time for holidays. I'm sorry to hear that, I said. Are they going to be all right without you? Shaved head girl looked as if she were trying to hide how genuinely stressed she was. Who knows? She said. Mum's doing better than she was last year, but now I'm not with her. I don't know if she'll manage. I just wish I could call her to check in, but they won't let us have our phones. What about you? Me? I said. What about your family? Oh, I live with my mum, brother, and sister. Mum takes care of anything. My brother is working at a store in London, and my sister is still in school. We see my dad every few weeks when he's free. Shaved head girl studied me some more, but kept her thoughts to herself. She made an effort to change the tone of the conversation, forcing a smile and resting her head against her closed fist. So, she said, what do you think about this stuff? Do you think we're going to blow up like the others? I don't know, I said. But I think it's safer to go along with what the government wants than to risk blowing up randomly one day. I thought about my friend again, then decided not to bring him up. It stung to think that my one, true, closest friend wasn't going on this journey with me. I shook my head, spasming a little, as if my head were an etch-a-sketch and shaking it was the way to get rid of the intrusive thought. I said, changing what I intended to say, I think people who are okay just risking not going along with this evacuation are being really dumb. If any one of us could potentially blow up at a moment's notice, then we should go someplace where we're not a danger to other people. You sound like you're coping, said shaved head girl. Coping? I said. Yeah, like you don't sound convinced by your own argument. Do you really think it's safer to put us all together in one place? It's not, I said. But I don't know. I guess I just don't want to go against what the government is telling me to do. Is that so bad? Shaved head girl shrugged. What about you? I said. Why are you coming along? Shaved head girl gave the question some thought. I'll tell you, but it's going to make me sound like a terrible person, she said. She could likely see that my face was somewhere between stoic and attentively listening. Well, she said, leaning in a little, I just really needed an excuse to get away from my family for a while. She smirked and held eye contact with me, and I could see tears welling up in her eyes a little bit. The moment broke, and she eased back, wiping at the corner of her eyes with her fingertips and looking out the window. The sun finally set as we cleared the Severn Bridge. 7 meter. It was early evening when we arrived at our next destination. Shaved head girl's face lit up with wonder, and she audibly gasped and pressed her face closer to the window. I eased forward, being mindful of not getting too close to her, because I didn't want to feel like or be seen as a creep or anything like that, and looked outside the window too. Although I didn't gasp, it was hard not to feel a nostalgic sense of wonder. We were crossing an old stone bridge on our way towards a picturesque little village. From a distance, there was plenty of green grass and shaggy trees, but also wispy fog which lingered mysteriously over cobblestone roads and tiny houses and cottages. A sign came and went, telling us exactly where we were. Lintern Village. Before we could enter the village proper, the coach stopped before a barbed wire fence that went on as far as I could see in the dark in both directions. wrapping around the village. There were dozens of Pied Piper officers, some in front of the fence, more behind. For some reason, things felt different here. The initial excitement of seeing Lintern Village gave way to a sense of there being something wrong. Maybe I had expected a warm welcome, something like people in the village waving us in as if we were at the end of some marathon. But there weren't any normal people, just teenagers and Pied Piper officers. The coach doors rattled open, and a Pied Piper officer trudged up the steps to speak with the driver. I kept watch from my seat. After a brief exchange, the Pied Piper officer who had just boarded stepped off again. The African Pied Piper officer stood up and blew his whistle. "Everyone," he said, "stick with the person you are sitting with. The first row will leave, and then the rows behind will follow. Listen very carefully. Do not leave the sight of the officers under any circumstances. Your life will be in danger if you do. The Pied Piper officers here are sanctioned to use lethal force if necessary. If you try to leave without permission, then you are putting your life and the lives of everyone here at risk. We are here to make sure you are safe and protected. So please listen to us and do as you're told. Cooperate with us, and everything will be okay." Everyone in the coach was deathly silent at hearing this. This was the first time we had heard about actual serious repercussions if we were to try and leave of our own accord. Just hearing the African Pied Piper officer say what I feared might be true made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I could almost hear my friend saying "told you so" in my mind. I looked out the window again for another look at the Pied Piper officers. They had guns. Some were holding them, others had them slung. Others just had handguns holstered at their hips. These Pied Piper officers weren't middle-aged ladies or old men. Most that I could see that were well lit by floodlights were at least 30 years old, none older than 50. They all had that grizzled look that military or police officers have. The types no one in their right mind would want to mess with. A large hand gripped my wrist firmly. It was Shaved Head Girl's. "Hey," she said. She looked at me and I looked back. She didn't try to tell me it was all going to be fine, because she was likely thinking the same thing as I was. She was just doing a much better job of keeping herself together. Her grounded confidence infected me just a little bit, and I calmed down. I nodded and she let go of my hand. 2 by 2 we filed off the coach. Maybe the only ounce of good luck I had so far was getting grouped with Shaved Head Girl. I still didn't know her name. I was awful at finding out people's names and remembering them, and it had also been long enough that it would seem rude and weird of me to ask her what it was. I led the way down the coach aisle, being careful not to slip on the wet floor. I stepped off the coach steps and followed the teenagers in front of me to the barricade ahead. It was spitting rain again, and the night air was wet and brisk. Felt good to be on my feet again. The Pied Piper officer I approached at the barricade asked me for my IDs, so I handed them over. This time, however, the Pied Piper officer didn't give them back. I lingered for a moment as if the officer was mistaken. "Keep moving," he said, in a way that left no room for debate. Like a frightened little mouse, I followed the flow of the teenagers in front. I approached a Pied Piper officer who was standing at a cobblestone street corner. The same road was steep, and many of the houses, cottages, and shops were above my eye line due to the sharp incline. The Pied Piper officer put a gloved hand into a transparent box and took out what looked to me to be a wristwatch-like object, like something a child might wear. "Hold out your wrist," he said. I did as I was asked, and he placed the watch thing on my wrist. I continued on and saw that there were 3 simple LED lights on the device: green, orange, and red. The teenagers ahead of me had been ordered to line up in a straight line along the street. The line had become 10 teenagers long, with them standing side by side, so I was ushered by another officer to be the first of a new row. The other teenagers looked at the devices on their wrists, which were also blinking. After a few moments, Shaved Head Girl joined my side. She looked at me as if I might have an answer for what we were wearing, but I didn't have a clue. Over the next few minutes, we stood in the ever-increasing cold night whilst the remaining teenagers added to the lines. From behind me, I heard a sudden beep, then another, then another. Everyone's wrist device beeped once. I was so on edge that I flinched and audibly gasped when my device beeped, even though I had anticipated it doing so. The orange LED light was the only one lit on my device. I looked at shaved-head girl's device, and hers was also orange. I looked over my shoulder at the teenagers behind me. All of theirs were green. My stomach clenched. Looking around, I could see mostly little green LED lights with only a sparse few being orange. Another Pied Piper officer blew their whistle and spoke into a megaphone. "If your meter has an orange light, form a line quickly over here." I hurried to it, having a genuine sense of urgency for the first time since starting the evacuation. Shaved-head girl led the way over. I looked around and spotted Alex Landley. His meter was orange too. His face, which was normally quite pale, looked even paler. Like me, he was terrified. There were about 50 of us teenagers who had boarded the coach. I had counted before, but wasn't exactly sure of the final number, minus the 3 that had run away. There were 12 of us in the orange light group. If red meant bad, then orange most likely meant halfway bad. Did that mean our group was far more likely to blow up than the green light ones, I wondered. A Pied Piper officer checked our devices and, after making sure that our lights were in fact orange, blew his whistle. "Follow me," he said, and he led the way up the steep main road of Lintern Village. I thought I was ready for the march, but within a few strides of going up the steep hill road, my legs started to ache. My back too. I just wanted to be at home with all the comforts that came with it. I craved a cup of tea, a bar of chocolate, and a nice, hot, warm bath, then bed. Shaved-head girl managed the steep road climb better than I did. Alex Landley, of course, seemed to hardly notice the incline. This made sense because he was, at school at least, one of the most promising long-distance marathon runners in the entire country, as well as one of the best cyclists. His build was thin, but wiry and packed with muscle, perfect for an athlete. Despite how inadequate I felt about being a couch potato, I at least didn't have the look of stark fear that Alex had on his face. I felt a twinge of sympathy for him. Sure, I didn't like him, but that didn't mean I wanted him to go through something like this. Nobody deserved this kind of crap. "You okay?" I said, trying against how I felt about Alex to show him some support. "Go away," said Alex, not spitefully, but in a simple matter-of-fact way that said he simply had no time to entertain talking to me. I found myself scowling again. "Fine," I thought, "deal with it on your own then." Rubik's Cube. We continued up the steep main road until we reached an intersection. The Pied Piper officer leading the way crossed ahead of us, then gestured for us to follow him. Despite the burning in my legs and lower back, and the way my heart was thumping in my chest, I did my best to keep up with everyone else. My long-sleeved shirt under the puffy coat, and my PJ bottoms felt gross on me because a layer of sweat had built up and had started to smell. The bottom hem of my PJ bottoms was also soaked from dragging on the wet concrete. It had been too late to keep them dry by the time I felt the wetness against my ankles and the extra weight pulling at every step I took. Instead of continuing up the steep main road, we went left, heading across and along another street. I breathed a tempered sigh of relief, thankful at least that the climb upward wasn't ongoing. Alex Landley was handling the hurried walk just fine, though he was still looking like he wanted to be anywhere else. Shaved-head girl lagged behind just a little to my right. She kept a good pace but coughed often, which I put down to her being a smoker and likely not someone who got much exercise. "Are you okay?" I said, getting a bit closer to her. She coughed again and made a little wave at me, then a thumbs up. "Yeah," she said, rasping a little. "You." "Not too bad," I said, huffing out the words between quick breaths. Shaved-head girl smiled, looking down at me tiredly. "This is really crap, isn't it?" she said. "Yeah," I said. Just then, I noticed my shoelace wasn't tied on my right shoe. I sighed, stopped, and squatted down. The others continued past me, filling my periphery for a moment before continuing on several more steps. I noticed the meter device on my wrist was still orange, holding steady on whatever ominous thing it must have been picking up about me. Ahead, the street looked oddly nice, the orange glow of the streetlights catching in shiny streaks on the wet pavement and the cobblestone road. With the group just ahead of me, moving like a mass of shadows in the evening dark, it felt as if I were looking at a painting of the moment I was experiencing. I heard the rattle of something metal before the Pied Piper officer's question. He was standing behind me, and for the first time in my life, I knew what it was like to have a real gun pointed at me. "What are you doing away from your group?" said the Pied Piper officer in a cold voice. I tried to speak, but I simply couldn't find the words to explain myself. It was a miracle I hadn't evacuated my bladder the instant I felt the cold tip of the officer's gun touch the back of my head. My hands wouldn't work. I hadn't finished tying my shoelace yet. "Hurry it up," said the officer. Last warning. The loud clapping of shoes on concrete drew my frantic attention ahead of me. Shaved head girl came to a breathless stop. "What are you doing?" she shouted. Not to me, but the Pied Piper officer. "Go back to the group," said the officer coldly. "Now." Shaved head girl extended her hand for me to take, and I took it, abandoning any thought of tying my shoelace. Heck, if losing both my shoes meant getting away from the Pied Piper officer and his gun, then I was ready to leave them behind. Together, Shaved Head Girl and I jogged back to the group, who had seen everything, and as one, we all continued onwards, none of us daring to stop for anything. "You okay?" said Shaved Head Girl beside me. She let go of my hand. "Why, yeah," I stammered breathlessly. I had started to shiver all over, trembling from fear as well as the cold. The rest of the walk continued on for another 10 minutes before we came to our next stop. I had to be jostled by Shaved Head Girl to become aware of my surroundings again, because I had fallen into a terrified stupor. The Pied Piper officer who was leading our group had come to a stop outside a very odd, modern, and ugly building. The lights within the building beamed out into the dark like a spaceship. I shielded my eyes, which were strained to adjust to the new level of brightness. The Pied Piper officer exchanged a brief conversation with the officers standing at the entrance of the building. I looked up and saw that this modern building was nothing like the quaint little homes and shops in the rest of Lintern. It was all pointed edges and odd angles, as if the building were a silver Rubik's Cube twisted out of its square shape. "In," said the Pied Piper officer who had led our group to the building. We all promptly followed inside. A dozen Pied Piper officers were standing in the foyer at intervals, having every inch of the foyer in sight between them. In the confined air-conditioned space, I felt all the more aware of the current state I was in. Smelling gross from all the sweat, it occurred to me I hadn't brushed my teeth in a while, too. "Keep moving," said a new Pied Piper officer. It was getting impossible to keep up with the sheer number of them. We were moved beyond the foyer, past turnstiles, going even deeper into the brightly lit, highly modern and spacious building. A narrow hallway came next, which we followed down until we came to a mid-sized room that was lined with tables and Pied Piper officers in non-military style uniforms, which were simple one-piece all-black overalls and boots, waiting to carry out their duties. Somewhat to my relief, this duty was handing out a change of clothes. "Tiffany Becker," said a female Pied Piper officer, holding a set of white clothing in plastic wrapping. A bit to my surprise, it was Shaved Head Girl who stepped forward, taking the package, solving that little mystery of what her name was. Tiffany ventured off to the female changing room when she received her set of clothing. Alex Lanley's name was called next. He stepped up and took his set of clothing, then continued to the male changing room. "Burgess O'Bannon." "Yes," I said, eager to get out of my sweaty clothing. I hurried through to the male changing room. Inside, several of the other teenage boys were already stripping down, some heading to separate shower stalls. As tired as I was, and as much as I yearned for sleep and to lie my head down, what I needed most of all was a good hot shower. I was so out of it and done with all the stresses that had happened since being evacuated from my home, I hardly cared about my own sense of modesty. I stripped out of my clothes and hurried into a shower stall. The next few minutes of hot water cascading over me were pure bliss. Luckily, it seemed the meter device was waterproof, including the strap. The package I received included white overalls and simple white plimsolls, as well as a thin towel that made easy work of clearing up the wet all over my body. I dried off as quickly as I could and changed into the overalls. They were a nice fit, clearly meant for someone just my size. "Get a move on," said a male Pied Piper officer's voice on a speaker that reverberated throughout the changing room. "Give me a damn minute," I thought, but I begrudgingly did as I was told because I wasn't eager to have another gun pointed at me anytime soon. I carefully picked up my puffy gray coat, shoes, and clothes, doing my best not to stain the white overalls in the process, with the intent to take them with me to the next step of whatever this process was. However, a Pied Piper officer at the exit of the changing room gestured to a large hamper already filled with lots of discarded clothes, from coats to pajamas and shoes. I had no choice but to dump my clothing along with the rest. With this done, the Pied Piper officer let me pass. I doubted I would see those items of clothing again, including the puffy gray coat my dad had gotten me for Christmas. I came out of the male changing room and was ushered by another Pied Piper officer to stand in the corner of the room. A new group of teenagers with orange-lit meter devices was being let in, and they were about to go through the same process our group had just gone through. I checked my meter device again. It was still orange. Tiffany emerged from the girls' changing room, and for the first time I could really believe that she was a girl, and not just a girly-looking boy. Her overalls and shoes were identical to mine, but bigger, of course, to accommodate her stature. Without her long, puffy black coat, I could at least see now that she had long legs and hips wider than what would suit a boy. She caught sight of me and stood by my side. "Are you okay?" she said. "That bastard looked like he was really going to shoot you." "I'm okay," I lied, then said, "Do you think he would have if I didn't move?" "Did you see his face?" said Tiffany. "It almost looked like he wanted to do it." My legs felt like jelly. "This way," said a Pied Piper officer after everyone in our group was accounted for. We passed through another door, walked down a long corridor, and finally came to a large set of double doors. The Pied Piper officer leading the way opened the doors, and we stepped through. I gasped at what I saw inside. 9. Treadmill torment. There were at least 100 treadmills in the huge, low-ceiling space. Dozens were lined up against the walls, then more lined up at intervals in long rows. Just over half of the treadmills were already in use, with teenagers in white overalls and plimsolls either walking, jogging, or sprinting. Although the room had the feeling of being air-conditioned, there was also a heavy odor of sweat. A cacophony of whimpers, hampered breathing, and even crying hit our group like a wave. The Pied Piper officer leading our group led us to the left of the huge space. It was like entering a war zone, with each row of treadmills being its own trench. I noticed a girl jogging, with tears in her eyes, makeup running in black lines down her cheeks. She looked exhausted, her hair a frizzy mess. She paid no notice to us. Her meter, showing orange, was blinking, and then we moved past that poor girl, seeing numerous more jogging or sprinting in the same state of distress. Was this going to be us soon? What was the logic behind this madness? "Find a treadmill and wait for the induction to start," said the Pied Piper officer who had led our group in. We did as we were told. I found a treadmill at the corner of the huge room, which was closest to the tall glass windows. Beyond the glass panes, I could see Lintern Village lit up like the beautiful fairy tale locale it was. I could make out more teenagers being led by Pied Piper officers down below, along the streetlight-bathed streets. "Do you think this is a fitness test?" said Tiffany, drawing my attention away from the window. She had taken the treadmill to my right. "Maybe," I mumbled. "Do you think you'll be okay?" Tiffany nodded. "Yeah," she said, but I could see the apprehension in her eyes. I looked to my left and saw Alex Lanley had taken up the treadmill on that side. He, out of everyone here, looked to be the most composed. I felt a pang of jealousy hit me, a familiar feeling that was nice and nostalgic compared to my already overstimulated mind. In comparison to Alex, as far as exercise was concerned, at the very least I was an amoeba. Zilch. Nothing. I could hardly run for 10 seconds without getting a stitch. I had played rugby for 2 years and had never scored a try outside of practice. Never in my life had I won a sporting event worth anything. Never accomplished anything of the sort to make my dad proud. A small tablet-sized screen situated over the treadmill buttons lit up in front of me. A glance to my left and right showed that everyone had their own screen to look at on their treadmill, too. White text over black appeared on the screen, matching the words that were spoken by a woman's voice. "You are here because your meter device has detected you are at risk of spontaneous combustion dash," said the voice. One of the girls, several treadmills down to my right, broke into tears at hearing this. The voice continued unabated. "The meter device on your wrist detects how close your body is to reaching a spontaneous combustion state. If the device shows green, you are safe and will not spontaneously combust. If the device shows orange, you are not safe and pose a threat to yourself and those around you. If your device shows orange and starts to blink repeatedly, you are in danger of reaching a critical state. If your device turns red, you are extremely likely to spontaneously combust. I took a moment to look down, staring at the steady orange light showing on my meter again. My stomach lurched, and yet again my legs felt like they might collapse from under me. The voice continued, "Our research has shown that an effective means of preventing spontaneous combustion is physical exertion. Therefore, you have been brought to Lintern's gym to exert yourself until your meter reading turns green. You do not need to exert yourself if you do not wish to. However, if your meter turns red, you will be escorted off the premises to a remote zone, where you will stay until you either spontaneously combust or your meter returns to green. If you wish to no longer exert yourself on the treadmill, you may raise your hand, and an officer will escort you to the remote zone. Thank you for your cooperation in this difficult time. If you would like to play this recording again, then please press play again on your tablet device." The tablet device blinked off. For a moment, our group stood in stunned silence. The sounds of the misery and many plimsolls hitting the treadmill mats continued all around us. I heard a beep to my left. Alex Lanley had pressed the start button on his treadmill and had started a slow walk. No, I thought, I'm not ready for this. I'm not ready for this. I can't do this. There's no way I can do this. I'm going to die. I'm going to blow up. I pressed the start button before I could let the panic take hold of me even more. It came as a small relief to feel the mat slowly moving beneath me. Each step I took felt as if I had forgotten how to walk. Beep. Tiffany had pressed start on her treadmill. Several steps later, she was keeping pace with Alex and me. "This is okay," she said, smiling but with eyes that said she was under a lot of internal stress. "This means we can do something about this. We just have to exert ourselves. We'll be fine." I let out a real, honest laugh that I hadn't meant to sound derisive, but it did. "Yeah," I said, forcing myself to agree. "If not for my sake, then for hers. We just need to walk." "Burgess," said Tiffany, the whites of her eyes increasing as she looked at my wrist. I looked down and saw that my meter, while still showing orange, had started to rapidly blink. 10. Treadmill Torment 2. I forced myself to do several minutes of walking on the treadmill as a warm-up. The aching fear throughout my body demanded I start jogging right away, to exert myself faster, but I knew if I did that, then I would quickly burn out. Step woo, step woo, step woo. I tried to let the rhythmic hitting of my plimsolls on the mat ease me into a steady motion. It didn't work. I wasn't built for this. I wasn't built for exercise at all. I wanted to cry and lie down. The clean feeling I enjoyed after the shower had been replaced with a grimy, sweaty feeling again. Someone within the Pied Piper organization really hadn't thought through this torment because the overalls trapped in the sweat trying to escape my body, and the plimsolls offered little in the way of cushion for my feet. Step woo, step woo, step woo. I checked my meter every few seconds, hoping that each time the little flashing LED had become a steady orange glow, or better yet, had changed to green. The flashing wasn't going anywhere, and just looking at it gave me a migraine. Once I felt warmed up and borderline feverish, I pressed an upward arrow key on the treadmill and increased the speed until the rolling mat beneath me demanded I move at a jogging pace. I'm gonna die, I thought over and over again because my body was already starting to cramp up, demanding that I stop and take a breather despite it not even being 10 minutes since I started. Tiffany was faring well at a walking pace, her long legs making easy work of striding briskly on the rolling treadmill mat. I had hoped to catch her attention, to meet her gaze, to steal a moment of support from her. I needed it badly, but she had her eyes closed with her head facing towards the ceiling. Alex Lanley was continuing at a walking pace, his face stoic and focused. Walking briskly up the steep main road to even get to Lintern's gym had been an ordeal in and of itself that had made my legs burn and cramp up. If anything, that had been the warm-up. To be jogging on top of all that after being sat cramped in a black van, then later on the coach for hours and hours only to be stuck on a treadmill was the worst kind of torture imaginable. Chuk chuk. Chuk chuk. 10 minutes passed on the treadmill. Come on, I thought, looking down at the still blinking meter on my wrist. "Change, you little bastard. Change. Change." A scream tore through the air from somewhere behind me, followed by rapid gasps for air and crying. I didn't dare turn around for fear of losing my rhythm and falling off the treadmill. In the reflection of the window in front of me, I thought I saw a glimpse of a girl being picked up off the floor by Pied Piper officers, and maybe her meter device shining a steady red, but it happened so fast I couldn't be sure that was what I saw. I did, however, hear the last sobbing cries of the girl before she was escorted out of the room. Not the way our group had come in, but ahead towards a different set of doors. I lost my footing for a moment and tripped. I gripped onto the edges of the treadmill, my sweaty palms touching the cool, unyielding gray plastic. I let my arms take the weight of my body for a few moments, selfishly taking a brief reprieve before fear of blowing up and my meter turning red, forcing me to start jogging again. Chuk chuk, chuk chuk. For about 20 seconds, I must have been able to ignore what my body was experiencing. My breathing had quickened to huffing breaths, and sweat had started to build into droplets around my temples. A pain in my lower back demanded my attention. I glanced over to Alex Landley. He was still walking, taking it easy. It didn't seem fair that he wasn't having to jog the way I was jogging. A small part of me was thankful he wasn't made to start matching my pace because I knew he would make my efforts seem pathetic in comparison. I looked away from him and stared down at my plimsolls, watching the white blurs moving up and down, the movement of the treadmill mat looking like the road before a fast-moving car. I felt dizzy. I needed water. The realization that I didn't have any water to drink made my eyes go wide like a hungry shark. This time I dared to look around. I couldn't see any sign of a water dispenser anywhere, but my view was very limited, and the room was huge, so that didn't mean much. I raised my hand and looked around for a Pied Piper officer. After about a minute, a Pied Piper officer walked by. He had a machine gun in his grip. "What?" he said indignantly. "I need water," I said between hampered breaths. "No water," said the Pied Piper officer. "Not until you leave here with a green light." Several audible gasps followed. Others in our group had been listening. Teenagers who were already aware of this revelation, lined up on other treadmills, continued struggling. My mouth felt suddenly dry. At some point, I noticed Tiffany saying my name. "Burgess," she said, shouting it. I looked at her with what I imagined to be a red-faced and gormless expression. "Slow down," said Tiffany. "You're exerting yourself enough. Take it easy." I looked down at my meter. It was still blinking. "I can't," I said, wiping sweat away from my brow using the back of my right forearm. "You can dash," Tiffany said, but she stopped what she was saying. She had noticed her own meter. It had started blinking orange, too. Reflexively, she reached forward and pressed the treadmill button to increase her speed until she reached a jogging pace. My stomach ached with the onset of the worst stitch I had ever felt. "Arg!" came a sudden cry. I glanced out of the corner of my eyes and saw that Alex Landley's meter had also just started to blink orange. He hadn't even started to sweat yet. He reached forward and also turned his treadmill speed up until he too had to start jogging. 11. Treadmill Torment 3. By the end of the first hour, I felt like some odious sweat monster because my body was slick with all the built-up sweat contained within the white overalls. Bit by bit, the rest of the room around me mattered less. All I could focus on was my own breathing, my body screaming for me to stop jogging, and my meter device, which continued to blink with nightmarish consistency. Chuk chuk. Chuk chuk. I would give up soon. The fact that I had managed over an hour of consistent jogging despite how cramped and in pain my body in itself was a miracle. The smell of sweat was incredibly thick in the air. More teenagers were being brought in to fill up all of the empty treadmills and the ones that had become vacant. I couldn't keep track with my eyes, but I could at least hear the difference between more treadmills and more footfalls filling the air. More teenagers breathing hampered breaths. More crying. More cries for help and home. The Pied Piper's slow and heavy boots thumped up and down the aisles, as if mocking the pace the rest of us were forced to maintain. Chuk chuk. Chuk chuk. By the 2-hour mark, the sound of hampered breathing to my left drew my attention to Alex Landley. He had been jogging for at least an hour and a half and had worked up a major sweat. He ran gracefully, like the athlete he was, seeming to sail along with every nimble stride. Dude's like a gazelle, I thought to myself, fighting a smirk I really didn't have the wherewithal to keep. Chuk chuk. Chuk chuk. There was no way I could keep going. No way at all. The wall, as athletes called it, was close. I was breathing so hard, as if I had been dunked into ice-cold water, and yet somehow my body hadn't accepted it was over yet. It must have been all the jogging, all the stress, the dehydration, and all the insanity that had led up to me being in the state I was in, because I got a very stupid idea. "Hey, Alex!" I shouted, sweat dripping from my head in large droplets as I turned just a little to look at him more. Alex looked at me, his face red and his eyes narrowed in a mix of fierce concentration, disgust, and bewilderment. "Tich think why you?" I began, barely able to get the words out. "See can K keep you up?" Although I knew it was likely suicide at this point, I didn't care. If I was going to blow up soon, then why not have some fun before my demise? I reached forward and pressed the up arrow key on my treadmill until the speeding mat forced me into a complete sprint. I regretted it as soon as I started. My whole body sank away from the treadmill buttons. Dune, 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 a full mad sprint. I wanted to bellow out with mad laughter, but I didn't have an ounce of energy to spare except to keep sprinting forward. How many seconds did I have left until I collapsed? 1, 2, definitely no more than 3. Dune, 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 dune. I kept going. My whole body felt like it was going to explode. How I was able to keep one foot in front of the other at this speed without tripping, I had no idea. Then, all of a sudden, the treadmill started to slow down. I snapped out of my madness, my eyes smarting on the body next to me. Tiffany was off her treadmill and was standing on the edge of mine, her hand pressing down the arrow key to make my treadmill slow down. "Have you lost your mind?" she whisper-shouted between huge sucks of air. She looked over her shoulder and hurried back to her treadmill, breaking out into a jog again. What had I done? What was I thinking? My frantic eyes searched for a Pied Piper officer, and I saw one casually walking in our direction. Had he seen Tiffany leave her treadmill? What would he have done if he did? I turned my attention back to my treadmill. I pushed the buttons and entered into a jogging pace again. Chuk chuk. Chuk chuk. Another 30 minutes passed. How was I still moving? How hadn't I fallen over yet? With a great deal of agony in my stiff neck, I glanced over at Alex Landley. He was still jogging, but his eyes were fixed on me, staring in angry disbelief. I could almost see what I had done from his point of view. There was Burgess, that loser from school that nobody liked. The boy who was always last or second to last during physical education classes, running laps around the AstroTurf football pitch, or doing the beep test in the gym. How was Burgess still going? How had he sprinted like a mad idiot and still managed to stay upright on the treadmill? Maybe he was thinking those things, or maybe not. Couldn't tell. But what surprised me was how it wasn't over yet. And I was still able to think things through, still breathing, still holding on. I looked down at my meter device and saw the same blinking orange light. Please, I thought, please change back. I can't take any more. Chuk chuk. Chuk chuk. The second hour of consistent treadmill jogging passed into a third. I was shinier than a polished trophy, red and glistening like a wet tomato, soaked through like a kitchen towel. But more than anything, I was still moving, still in motion. Chuk chuk. Chuk chuk. Tiffany looked just about as bad as I felt. She held her stomach, her face bright red and scrunched with pain, her legs both moving at a jogging pace but stiffly as if riddled with cramps. For a moment, I forgot about myself and felt strangely proud of her, though I hardly knew her at all. "K keep G going," I said, spittle spraying a bit from my mouth from how out of it and clumsy I was. Tiffany, slowly, wincing with one eye closed, smiled and gave me a thumbs up. "B. Burgess?" came a voice. It was strained and in need of hydration. It was Alex Landley's. I did a double take, looking at him as if he had just been blown to smithereens. "How are you, still going?" he said, just barely. "I don't know," I said in hampered breaths. Alex Landley looked away from me and kept jogging. His meter continued to blink orange. This was when I started to suspect there was more going on with the treadmill torment than I had first considered, because in what world was I faring better than Alex Lanley at long-distance jogging? 12. Treadmill torment 4. 3 more hours had passed, making 6 in total. Teenagers in the room were dropping like flies. Every few minutes, the sound of a hard thud or a similar pained collapse broke the rhythmic hitting of plimsolls on mats, haggard breathing, and the cries and whimpers of those who were desperate for it all to be over. In the reflection of the large window in front of me, I could make out Pied Piper officers picking people up off the ground and carrying them out of the room, presumably to the remote zone. One boy who had collapsed had struggled in their grip. His meter had turned red, and the officers weren't going to let him stay. It came as a relief to me that their first option wasn't just to shoot the boy point blank while he lay helpless on the ground. I checked my meter again. It was still blinking orange. The cramping in my body was so bad that I simply had no explanation for how I was able to keep going. The plimsolls chafed my feet so badly that every step made me want to cry out in pain. In a fit of rage, I kicked them off, almost tripping over in the process. It felt better to have my bare feet pounding the ever-moving treadmill mat beneath me. I glanced over at Tiffany. She, like me, was sweating profusely and had already abandoned her plimsolls as well. I hadn't seen her do it, but I could see her pair rested atop the treadmill screen in front of her. Mine were discarded in the gap between her treadmill and mine. Tiffany was managing okay. She coughed often, but somehow she maintained a consistent light jog that made it look as if she were merely looping the same jogging motion over and over again. Several beeps to my left drew my attention to Alex Lanley. He was slowing his treadmill down to a walking pace. He was hobbling, his right leg seeming to cramp on him badly. His meter was still blinking orange. Panting, his face bright red and clearly in agony, Alex wiped the sweat from his brow, causing droplets to run down his wrist and forearm. Bit by bit over the next few minutes, Alex slowed down even more until he finally pressed the stop button on his treadmill and sat down. I didn't have the energy or moisture in me to form a coherent question in my mind, let alone to ask Alex why he was stopping. Then again, it was clear why he was. He couldn't run anymore. One of the most promising marathon runners in the country had just called it quits. Before me, Alex's arms and legs were trembling. He kept his head bowed, facing the floor. For the first time since I had known him, Alex Lanley looked utterly defeated. His meter turned red. He looked at his meter and looked away as if he were just checking the time. "Alex," I said, whispering as loudly as I dared. "Get up." I wanted to urge him on more, but I just couldn't in the state I was in. Alex looked up at me, and I could see the raw terror in his eyes. It was as if he wasn't looking at me but was already contemplating what lay in his future, given he couldn't continue any longer. A Pied Piper officer came to a stop before Alex. "Come with me," said the officer coldly. Alex muttered something, but neither the officer nor I could hear it. "Get up," said the officer. "Now." "I can't," said Alex, his words barely louder than a whisper. The Pied Piper officer reached down and grabbed Alex's arm, hoisting him to his feet and keeping him there. Alex began to whimper and then to cry. It was an awful, exhausted kind of crying, as if he were on the tail end of having an all-night panic attack. Another Pied Piper officer joined the first, taking Alex's other arm. Together, both Pied Piper officers escorted Alex out of the room, heading out of the doors which, presumably, led to the remote zone. Chuk-chuk, chuk-chuk, I kept jogging. It was a matter of minutes before Alex's spot at the treadmill was replaced by a fresh, new teenager, a heavy-set black boy. He, like us, watched the short instruction video on his monitor and then started his very own treadmill nightmare. "Burgess," said Tiffany breathlessly. I looked at her and found her smiling, her face bright red and shiny slick. "You're," she said, still jogging, still huffing away, fighting to breathe. It took her another few seconds to get out the next word. "Doing?" And then, again, a few more seconds later, she said, "Amazonji." "You?" I said, needing time to get the word out myself. "Too." Chuk-chuk, chuk-chuk. A scary truth was starting to dawn on me. The evidence was mounting, but I needed to continue to experience it to be sure. 2 more hours passed in the room. Dozens more teenagers either collapsed or quit. More Pied Piper officers led these teenagers away. A lucky few had their meters turn green and were able to leave the way we had entered the treadmill room. I thought I spotted a handful of these, but it was hard to be sure without being able to see it clearly, and not just the tiny fraction of the room I could see in the tall glass window reflection. The black boy beside me flagged hard at the end of the second hour. He quit, huffing and sweating, gladly accepting his meter turning red a few minutes later rather than face another second on the treadmill. The nightmare continued for me. Somehow I was still able to keep going. Never in my life had I wanted to taste just the smallest sip of water. Another teenager replaced the black boy who was escorted out. Suddenly, there came the distant sound of an explosion. The room shuddered, and the lights faltered for an instant, temporarily bathing everyone in darkness before the light returned. Several teenagers behind me let out fresh, horrified screams. I let out a pathetic little scream of fright myself, but barely had the lung power to reach the volume the others achieved. I hated the implication that the explosion suggested. Someone might have just spontaneously combusted, and it wasn't unlikely whoever it was had been Alex Landley. The thought that he might have just kicked the bucket didn't bring me an ounce of satisfaction. If anything, a part of me wished that I could have done something, anything, to help him. He was at the mercy of what we were all going through. He was a human being with friends and family who were all likely worried sick and wishing for him to return home safely. It didn't matter what personal grudge I had against Alex, because he was, at the end of the day, someone who needed help. It was then I thought, next time someone needs my help, even if I really don't like them, I'll do more than just leave them to their fate. 13. Sunburnt. Sometime later, the first light of day stabbed at my eyes. I hadn't been asleep, but I hadn't been fully awake either. I had been stuck in a trance-like state in an endless jogging nightmare. The further I made it, the longer the track ahead of me became. I opened my eyes and saw the sun was rising over Lintern Village. Chuk-chuk. Chuk-chuk. I looked down. My bare feet were still jogging at the bare minimum pace. I checked the treadmill timer, and it read 11 hours and 55 minutes. I wanted to laugh at the number. There was no way it was real. The treadmill to the left of me was vacant, and to my right, Tiffany was still jogging on her treadmill. She had her head bowed forward and her eyes closed. As far as I could tell, she was jogging in her sleep. She looked awful, and her skin was bright red all over. I looked at my own skin. Too was bright red, as if sunburned. The redness of my skin looked all the more stark against the white overalls. Even my feet, which were a blur moving up and down beneath me, looked sunburnt. A figure to my right entered my periphery. It was yet another Pied Piper officer standing in the aisle close to Tiffany and me. He reached forward with a gloved hand and pressed the stop button on my treadmill. The jogging speed of the mat eased to a walking pace. The relief this gave my beyond exhausted legs was immense. My legs felt like 2 giant turkey legs, swollen and chafing, though to look at them, they didn't seem much different, other than looking red beneath the white overall fabric. At last, the treadmill came to a stop. I looked at my meter device. It was showing a joyous, beautiful, amazing, steady green. I must have been dreaming because the Pied Piper officer who had turned off the treadmill held up a bottle of water for me to take. I trembled where I stood, my whole body in a state of shock. I took the bottle from the officer, uncapped it, and drank. Never in my entire life had I appreciated a drink of water more. The cool, wet, smooth, utterly quenching taste of the water tasted better than anything I had ever tasted before. I tried to pace myself to sip and not drink too fast, but I simply couldn't. Within seconds, I drank the entire contents of the bottle until it was empty. I wanted to thank the Pied Piper officer, but my mouth felt swollen. I tipped over the plastic bottle and let the last drop fall onto my sunburnt-looking hand. I couldn't feel the water droplet when it landed on my hand. "Wait here," said the Pied Piper officer. He woke Tiffany and stopped her treadmill, too. As he had done for me, he rewarded her with a bottle of water. Tiffany guzzled the water down without stopping for breath. When she was finished, she had the sense of self to look around, noticing the time of day, and, to her relief and mine, her meter device was showing green too. We both shot each other acknowledging looks, but neither of us could muster words. "Come with me," said the Pied Piper officer. At this point, we were well trained in doing what the Pied Piper officers told us to do. We kept pace with him, the pair of us hobbling almost comically in his wake. I walked with one eye closed, the exhaustion making me feel like some lumbering zombie. Before we left the way we came, I stole a glance back at the other teenagers. The room was still full of them. Some had just begun, others were well aware of the torment they were experiencing and were going to continue to experience. But I wondered how many of them could do what Tiffany and I had done. How many could last close to 12 consecutive hours on the treadmill? The Pied Piper officer led us to another set of changing rooms. This time, the foyer was empty. It looked similar to the one we had used before, but it wasn't the same. "Shower and get changed," said the Pied Piper officer. "You'll be able to eat, drink, and rest once you're done." As good as the idea of rest, eating, and drinking sounded, none of that truly registered as something I wanted. It wasn't that I didn't care. I just didn't have the emotion inside of me to feel anything about it. The Pied Piper officer had given us each new packets of overalls and plimsolls to wear, though the new ones were blue instead of white. The towels, however, were still white. I hobbled into the shower and washed myself. I couldn't tell if it felt good or particularly hot or cold, because my whole body simply felt numb to it all. After the shower, I toweled off, noticing I could hardly feel the softness of the towel on my numb skin. Dried and dressed, I rejoined Tiffany, and the Pied Piper officer led us out of Lintern's gym. I was thankful to be away from the ugly, ultramodern building. We exited out a side entrance, coming out to a very narrow alley. 2 new Pied Piper officers took us under their charge, and the one who had brought us down to the alley went back into Lintern's gym. It must have been raining because the alleyway was beautifully wet, and the air was fresh and cool. Overhead, the sliver of sky I could see was mostly blue with just hints of clouds. I felt much better now that my thirst had been quenched because I had taken advantage of taking a shower by showering and guzzling water at the same time. What remained, however, was a ravenous hunger. My stomach had a nasty, acidic kind of burn eating away inside of it, and the mere thought of eating something made my whole stomach ache. The Pied Piper officers led the way down the alleyway, the ugly silver monstrosity that was Lintern's gym to our left, and a quaint little brick-built building to our right. Once out onto the street proper, we could see there were yet more groups of teenagers being marched up and down roads. The Pied Piper's operation was still in full swing. How many had been lucky enough to have green lights and had avoided the treadmill torment so far? How many were on their way there right now? The Pied Piper officers led Tiffany and me to a parked car. One opened the door for us and told us to get in. We did, Tiffany first, then me. Although it had been nice breathing in the cool morning air, the overalls did very little to protect from the cold. Mentally fighting the cold on top of everything else I felt was just too exhausting. So slipping into the inside of a nice warm car was very welcome. The driver, another officer, didn't wait for us to put on our seat belts. He set off, leaving us to fumble in the back while putting them on. Tiffany looked a bit cramped in the back seat, but she hardly seemed to care about that. We had both given an audible sigh of relief at sitting down. I wanted to talk to her about what we had just been through, but I just couldn't work up the effort to start a conversation just yet. The Pied Piper officer drove several streets away from Lintern's gym, and more shops and little homes passed by. The car eased to a stop outside a white building. We were ushered out of the car, and once out I could see that the white building was 3 floors high. "This is where you'll be staying," said the Pied Piper officer. "Consider yourselves lucky," he said. "You're getting the VIP treatment." Tiffany and I shared a look and then entered the white building. Inside, it was much more obvious where we were. It was a bed and breakfast. It was as old-fashioned and as quaint as a little old lady obsessed with doilies. While standing in the foyer area, I spotted 2 teenagers sitting at a dining table beyond a nearby doorway. They were also wearing blue overalls and looked to be helping themselves to a continental breakfast. The glimpse of these teenagers was only momentary, because we were ushered up a very narrow and very steep set of stairs. "This is your room," said the Pied Piper officer to Tiffany, gesturing to the white door at the end of the narrow hallway. "And this is yours," said the officer, gesturing to the one next to it. The officer gestured for us to go to our rooms. I had no intention of kicking up a fuss, so I headed into mine. Tiffany entered hers. I anticipated her giving a backward glance at me, but she didn't. Inside my room, with the Pied Piper officer gone and the door closed, what I saw made me want to burst into tears. There was a double bed, and a little side table with a kettle and complimentary tea bags, a little fridge, and also on the table there was a small bag filled with snacks, crisps, chocolate bars, a muffin, and a packet of noodles. I didn't waste any more time. I stripped from my clothes and then got into bed, feeling the smooth, pillowy sheets enveloping me. 14. Smoke. I woke up to find my pillow soaked with drool. It was dark outside the window, with just the vague orange glow of the streetlights as any source of light. My body still felt heavy, like all it wanted to do was stay prone on the bed for the rest of eternity. I moved about in bed and found that the feeling of numbness had gone. The bedsheets were cool for brief moments as I moved my arms and legs around. After about half an hour of lying in the dark, just enjoying all of the comfort, the anxieties of my situation propelled me to get up and get dressed in the overalls again. There was simply too much to compute. So much had happened. The more I thought about everything that had happened to me, the more questions came to mind. I turned my attention to the bag of snacks that I had noticed before going to bed. I helped myself to them, forgoing the noodles for the time being to avoid having to heat them. I made quick work of the chocolates, leaving several discarded wrappers on the table. Not satiated from the sugar high just yet, I got to work on the pack of biscuits. I was never much of an eater, more of a snacker throughout the day, so it came as something of a surprise to me that I was able to sit and eat every single biscuit with hardly a break in eating. I did all this in the dark, savoring the mental massage which came from being alone in the dark with my own thoughts. Seeing a never-ending sea of faces in the last 48 hours or so had drained my inner battery to its lowest level. My head throbbed with a migraine that wanted to remind me that I regained my inner peace from being alone, not from spending endless hours with strangers. I checked my meter, still green. I wondered how I would feel to see it turn orange again. Just the idea of that made me feel sick. I pushed the possibility from my mind and focused my attention on making myself a hot cup of tea and a bowl of noodles. There was a mug and a bowl in one of the drawers at the desk, as well as a box of tea bags. It struck me that this was likely all a holdover from the bed and breakfast's daily operation, and the Pied Piper officers had merely not bothered to remove these complimentary items. It seemed unlikely to me, knowing how the officers had gone about their duties with cold efficiency, that they would bother to do something nice like provide snacks and complimentary tea bags. Unless they had a reason to be nice to me now. I felt a sense of pride at having accomplished nearly 12 straight hours of jogging on the treadmill. Thankfully, the redness had gone, and I was back to my peachy-skinned self. Even that seemed odd. I hadn't had the inner emotion to care about how sunburnt my skin had looked because of the exhaustion. How could anyone, especially me, be fine after going through what I had just been through? I sipped my cup of tea, which tasted glorious, though there wasn't any milk to make it even better. Cup of tea in hand, I did some squats to test out my legs, which felt fine and no different from what I was used to. I finished the cup of tea and started on the noodles. The packet came with 3 different extra oils, which I mixed in with the noodles. They too tasted incredible, a tad spicy, but a welcome blow to my insatiable appetite. I was thankful there was also a selection of cheap plastic cutlery to use in the room. It wasn't exactly a prison cell, at least. There came a sudden knocking. I got up and moved to the door, looking into the peephole. Nobody was in the hallway. The knocking came again, and this time I realized it was located on the wall. I moved closer to the wall and put my ear against it. "Hello," I said. "Hey," said Tiffany's muffled voice. "Are you okay?" "Yeah," I said. "You?" "I'm all right," she said. "Can we talk?" "You mean, in person?" I said. "Yeah," she said. "I can come to you." "Won't we get in trouble?" I said. "We're already in trouble," she said. "I won't tell if you won't." I considered the offer. Did I really want to tempt the Pied Piper officers like this? The last time I hadn't done what I was told. I had discovered what it was like to have a gun pointed at the back of my head. Just the thought of that made my stomach tie up in knots. The anxiety came on so bad, and all of a sudden, I felt a stitch take hold in my gut. I held my stomach, wincing. "Berg?" she said. "You there?" "Why, yeah," I said, trying to talk despite the pain of the stitch. "I'll come to you." "Okay," said Tiffany. I took several deep breaths to try to calm myself down. Breaking the rules was not a good idea. Making the Pied Piper officers mad was also not a good idea. But I had followed their commands every step of the way, and that had meant going through that treadmill hell, so following everything they said to the letter wasn't exactly a way to avoid trouble. I slipped on my plimsolls and opened my door as quietly as I could. I turned the handle of the door to make sure it wouldn't lock me out, closed it, then continued down the hallway to Tiffany's door. I didn't have to knock because she opened it as soon as I got there. She looked down on me, looked about the hallway behind me, then closed the door once I was in. I felt a little bit like I had been invited to a slumber party. Knowing it was against the Pied Piper officers' rules for us to be doing this made it that little bit more fun too. Tiffany's room was a bit of a mess. She'd helped herself to the food and drinks in her room, and her bed was unmade. She moved past me and sat on the bed. I sat in the chair by the desk. She had a dim lamp on the desk, which provided just a little bit of light for us to see each other better. Tiffany, like me, was no longer looking sunburnt. "I'm glad you're okay," she said. "I can't believe the crap they just put us through." "Yeah," I said, matching her whispering tone. "Did you see how long we were running for?" "My treadmill said almost 12 hours, said Tiffany. "How is that possible?" I shook my head. "I really don't know. Did you see what happened to Alex?" Tiffany looked confused. "The boy with the whitish spiky hair?" I said. "He was on my left at the start." "Oh yeah," said Tiffany. "Do you know him?" "We went to school together," I said. "But we weren't friends. He got taken away." "His meter turned red," said Tiffany. After a long pause, she said, "Do you remember that explosion?" The whole building shook. "Yeah," I said. "Which means maybe someone blew up?" Tiffany nodded. She ran a hand over her shaved head of hair and sighed. "I just want to go home," she said. "I hate this." And then, after thinking for a few moments, she said, "This might sound crazy, but maybe we should do a run for it?" "Run away now?" I said. "We wouldn't get very far." "We might," she said. "I just don't know if I want to stay here any longer. What if they make us go through with all that treadmill crap again? I don't think I could handle it a second time." "Yeah," I said. "Me neither." "But..." "What?" she said. "The thing is," I said, "I think there might be more to this than just trying to stop us from blowing up. I think the Pied Piper officers are trying to test us." Tiffany nodded. "Yeah," she said. "That treadmill crap felt like a test. Did you see the cameras?" I flinched. "Cameras?" I said. "No. There were a ton," she said. "Every corner of the room. I don't think there was a moment in the gym where we weren't being recorded. And it wasn't just a few cameras, but lots. I'm surprised you didn't notice them." I was a bit preoccupied with everyone screaming and crying and everything else, I said defensively. "Yeah," said Tiffany, looking a bit guilty. "Sorry." "It's fine," I said. "But maybe they were recording us to make sure they would know right away if our meters turned red." "But why do all the running in the first place?" said Tiffany. "Do you really buy that it was to stop ourselves from blowing up?" "What else would it be for?" I said. "I know I said they were testing us. Like maybe they're looking to see the best ways to stop people from blowing up. And we're the guinea pigs." "Maybe," said Tiffany. "But I still think there's something more going on here. Like, what the heck is up with that officer pointing his gun at you? He was going to shoot you." I felt the stitch take hold of my gut again. I winced. "Berg, you okay?" said Tiffany. "What's wrong?" Just a stitch," I said, rasping. "I think it's stress-related. Do you want some water?" No, I said. "I'm fine." Tiffany kept a look of worry on her face. "So," I said, "we're agreed that there's more to this whole thing than just keeping us all from blowing up?" Tiffany nodded. "Yeah," she said. It might have something to do with how we absolutely aced that treadmill crap. I grinned, trying to ignore the pain in my gut. We did, didn't we? I said. Tiffany started chewing her fingernail. I noticed the tips of her fingers looked a little raw. You know, I said, sitting forward a little, there is another possibility we might not have considered. Which is, said Tiffany. Maybe, I said, we're becoming superhuman. You mean like superpowers and stuff? Said Tiffany. I shrugged. Maybe. I'm just saying that there's no way we should have been able to do what we did yesterday. Something extraordinary is going on. The most obvious explanation is that we've got some kind of latent, superhuman abilities. Nah, said Tiffany. That sounds like a load of crap. No offense. There's probably another explanation we're not thinking about. Probably, I said, but it's the only one that makes any kind of sense to me right now. Tiffany continued to chew her fingernail. I had to look away because the edge of her nail had started to bleed pretty badly. Sorry, she said. I get like this if I don't smoke. It's fine, I said. After several moments of silence, I said, do you really want to try and run away? You helped those 3 on the coach run away, right? Tiffany dropped her hand to her knee and looked a little proud of herself. Yeah, she said, smirking. One of the boys asked me to create a distraction. He traded me his lighter. I figured. I said, pretty cool of you. Why, thank you, said Tiffany, putting a hand to her chest and acting bashful. Look, she said, I think what we need to do is stick together. I know you a little better now, and I think the best chance of us getting out of this okay is if we look out for each other. At least until this craziness is over. I'll do whatever you want to do. If you want to run away now, then we can run. If you want to stay and see what other crazy crap they make us do, then we'll deal with that too. Together. If you want. I felt tears stinging in my eyes. Of course, we can stick together, I said. Though it feels like you've been the one looking out for me this whole time. I haven't been much help to you so far. You have, she said. Just having you around has made this way easier to deal with. Seeing you trying so hard on the treadmill motivated me to keep going. There's no way I could do any of this on my own. I felt a strange urge to hold her hand, but managed to shove the idea aside in favor of sitting in silence until the urge went away. I think we should stay, I said. I really want to see what comes next. If we leave now, then we'll be on the run. There's a good chance we might even get shot. I don't want to risk that right now. But, Berg, said Tiffany, leaning forward. Are you sure? Because things may get way worse if we stick around. I don't know, I said. I really don't know what the right thing to do is. But I guess I would feel cheated somehow if I didn't see what the Pied Piper pricks had in store for us next. What if I'm right? What if we have superpowers and they're sort of trying to sieve out the non-powered people from the powered ones? But why wouldn't they tell us that's what they're doing? I don't know, I said. I took a deep breath. I think we should stay, I said, for now. If things get worse, then we can figure out a way of getting out of this. Okay? Okay, said Tiffany. She smiled uneasily. Before I could realize what she was doing, Tiffany stood up and gave me a hug which lasted several seconds. After easing away and sitting back down, she said, Okay, I think you'd better head back. I don't know about you, but I want to get some more sleep. Good idea, I said. I got up and headed to the door. Good night, I said. She said, good night. Back. And then I left and returned to my room. 15. The offer. I woke up with a serious need to pee. After I had gotten out of bed and was mid-pee, there came a sudden knock at the door. I finished up as quickly as I could, put the top half of my blue overalls back on, then hurried to the door. I peered into the peephole, expecting to see another Pied Piper officer standing in the hallway, but instead, there was a smartly dressed young woman with long dark hair and a pretty face. I opened the door quickly. Hello, I said. My eyes were fuzzy with sleep and my throat raspy. I hadn't given much thought to how disheveled I must have looked before opening the door. The young woman looked me over and seemed neither particularly mean nor friendly. Mr. O'Bannon, she said in an American accent like the type I'd heard many times watching movies. My name is Abigail Hoffman. We have a meeting scheduled. We do, I said. I don't remember any dash. I scheduled it, she said, cutting me off. Mind if we talk in private? She waited a moment, letting the question hang in the air. I looked down at her, wondering if it was proper to let a very pretty woman, who looked maybe 6 or 7 years older than me, into my room. She made her way inside after I moved out of the way. She was quite short and, I had to admit, looked very nice in the smart black heels she was wearing. Abigail turned around to face me, and I made an effort to inspect the wall to my left so as not to give off the impression I had just been ogling her. Mind if I sit down? She said, gesturing to the desk chair. Sure, I said. Abigail sat down and put her hands neatly on her lap. I could tell she was a prim and proper type by the way she sat with her back perfectly straight. In comparison, I felt like a bit of a slob standing in the blue overalls, shoeless in front of her. I moved over to the bed and sat down, ignoring the messed-up bed covers. After a moment of silence, Abigail said, I understand you went through a lot yesterday. That's a bit of an understatement, I said. Well, Mr. O'Bannon, mind if I call you Burgess? Sure. Well, Burgess, I'm here because I would like your help with something. She paused, her pretty hazel eyes studying me. Okay? I said. I didn't know whether to feel bashful around her or to be bluntly arrogant. The latter seemed more appropriate considering the way I had been treated since the evacuation began. Abigail continued, I work for a specific division of Pied Piper, namely the research division. Our division created the meter device you're wearing. Isn't it great? I looked at the device on my wrist. It was showing a steady green light. How does it work? I said. That's confidential information, said Abigail. Burgess, she said. Do you know what you managed in Lintern's gym on the treadmill, jogging at 6 miles per hour for nearly 12 hours straight? Do you understand how impressive that is? I didn't know what to say. What I did feel, however, was a sudden swell of inner pride. I tried to keep the thrill of being told how impressive I was from showing on my face. What you did, said Abigail, plucking at the hem of her knee-length pencil skirt with her manicured fingers, isn't normal. Do you agree? I don't know, I said. You're not in trouble, said Abigail. The whole reason everyone has been evacuated to Lintern Village and elsewhere across Britain. The whole reason the whole global initiative to evacuate those at risk of spontaneous combustion is because something truly abnormal is taking place. Everything that is happening is entirely unprecedented. Because of this, we are trying to figure out what is causing the spontaneous combustion to happen. She paused to make sure I was following, which I was, so she continued. Our research division had to find any way they could to prevent at-risk teenagers like yourself from spontaneously combusting. They discovered physical exertion brought the danger level down to a safe level. But what about those that turn red? I said. Running on the treadmill didn't help them much. I was thinking about Alex Landley and all the other teenagers who had given up or collapsed under the strain of so much running. It is a major issue, said Abigail. She looked genuinely remorseful. Even the exertion on the treadmill or any other exercise is proving not to be enough to bring the danger down to a safe degree in the long term. We have lost a lot of youths because we don't know a more effective means of stopping the spontaneous combustion. Which is why someone like yourself could be the piece of the puzzle we need to figure out how to beat this thing. Me? I said. Yes, Burgess, said Abigail. There appears to be a connection between the energy built up inside of you that puts you at risk of spontaneously combusting and how you manage to accomplish a feat most trained athletes couldn't match. You know? I said. I was thinking something similar, like, maybe my body was converting that pent-up energy so I didn't tire out on the treadmill. Perhaps, said Abigail excitedly. That could very well be the reason. The issue is we don't know for sure. What needs to happen is more research so we can learn what it is that makes you so special. Would you be opposed to the idea of helping us learn more about your abilities? My mind felt like it had been wiped clean when Abigail had said I was special. Could I really be? Maybe on some egotistical level, I had always wondered if there was something particularly special about me. but every facet of my life before had proved that I was mediocre at everything I did. But things seem to be changing. But I'm not sure what it is you're asking of me, I said. Right, said Abigail. Let me explain. I would like to make you an offer, which you are free to refuse if you wish. The Pied Piper Research Division would like to invite you to stay at a private research facility where we will do everything we can, within reason, to learn more about your abilities. But all I did was run for a long time on the treadmill? I said. That's not all, said Abigail. Your body at the end of those 12 hours was in a state of shock which should have killed you. Yet somehow, in the last few hours, your body has recovered. That is an exceptional healing ability. I didn't like being told I should have died under normal conditions, but it did make sense. I had been on the brink of so much pain and exhaustion after finishing up on the treadmill. So much so that I had really wondered how I was able to even breathe and walk. And, said Abigail, if you choose to work with us, we will pay you a salary of £2,000 a week for every week you stay with us. I liked the sound of that. It wasn't exactly a fortune, but it was far and away more money than I would be able to make on my own in the next few years. Money, however, wasn't going to sway my decision, since there were far more important things to worry about. I can't do anything unless I can tell my parents where I am and what I'm doing, I said. Of course, said Abigail. You'll be in regular contact with your family at the facility. Abigail looked around the little bed and breakfast room. But that wouldn't be the case here. You may have noticed the Pied Piper officers here are a little rough. You can expect far better treatment and freedom at the facility. For how long? I said. For as long as you're willing to work with us and for as long as we feel it is still beneficial for us to learn more about your abilities, said Abigail. You're not going to make me join a superhero team, are you? I said jokingly. Abigail smirked. We're not planning on it, but you never know. This does seem like something out of a comic book, doesn't it? I have a rather huge comic book collection myself. I tried to imagine someone as pretty as Abigail spending hours reading comic books, and found that doing so was more a feat of imagination than belief. Where is this facility? I said, trying to put the conversation back on track. In Europe, said Abigail. That's as much as I can say at this time. And if I don't want to do this? I said. Then, said Abigail, you'll stay here, not at this bed and breakfast, but at some smaller, less comfortable place in Lintern Village. The whole village has been evacuated of its original populace to house the at-risk youths. You'll be staying here until such a time as the government deems it safe for everyone to return home, but we have no indication of when, if ever, that might be. The choice seemed pretty simple to me. Go and get paid and be a part of something that sounded like it was straight from a comic book, or stay and wait for everything to blow over. I need to think about this first, I said. Of course, said Abigail. But I will need an answer within the next 3 hours. After that, the offer will be rescinded. If you wish to get in contact with me, you can ask one of the officers to get in touch. Okay, I said. Thank you. Abigail stood and offered me her hand to shake, which I did. Pleasure, she said, and I showed her to the door. I closed the door but continued to look through the peephole. Abigail took one step over, took a moment to collect herself, then knocked at Tiffany's door. A few moments later, Tiffany answered the door. Abigail introduced herself just like she had done with me, and then entered Tiffany's room. 16. Elevator. I considered listening in on Abigail and Tiffany's conversation. To do so would have been as easy as putting my ear against the wall. I moved over to the wall and heard the briefest sliver of conversation. I would like to make you an offer, said Abigail. I stopped listening after that. As much as I wanted to know what was being said between them, it ultimately wasn't any of my business, and I figured it would be a breach of trust between Tiffany and me. Small things like this mattered, right? When their conversation was over, I made sure to catch a glimpse of Abigail leaving down the hallway. She headed down the narrow steps and, as far as I could hear, out of the bed and breakfast. I knocked on the wall, and Tiffany's muffled voice came back a moment later. Berg? She said. I'm here, I said. Can I come over? She said. Sure, I said. Tiffany left her room and made her way over to mine. At first, I had assumed the Pied Piper security would have had us under enough scrutiny to make little trips between rooms like this impossible, but there wasn't any officer on our floor to worry about, for the time being at least. I opened the door for Tiffany and stepped aside to let her in. She seemed energetic and, I noticed, she smelled of smoke. "Did she make you an offer too?" I said. "Yeah," said Tiffany. $2,000 a week, stay at a private facility, help them learn more about whatever weird thing is going on with us. I hesitated to say what I was about to say next. "So," I said, "do you want to go for it?" "Yeah," said Tiffany. She sniffled and wiped her nose with her sleeve. By the look in her eyes, her mind appeared to be racing 100 miles a minute. "Are you okay?" I said. "Yeah," she said. "It's just a lot to take in, you know? $2,000 a week is a lot of money. That's $104,000 a year. My family doesn't have any money. Berg, this could change our lives." "Yeah," I said. "But what if it's too good to be true?" Tiffany shook her head. Her nervous energy wasn't getting any better. She stood with her hands on her hips and breathed quickly. "What have we got to lose?" she said. "It beats staying here, not making any money." "Why? You don't want to do it?" I looked at my feet. "I don't know," I said. "I don't know what to do." "I say we do it," said Tiffany, stepping closer to me and putting a hand on my shoulder. I looked up into her eyes, and she had hers fixed on mine. "We've got something they want," she said, smiling. "Why shouldn't we take advantage of that?" I thought about my friend and knew what he would say. As if the ghost of my friend were speaking in the room with us, I let what he would say come out of my mouth. "Because we don't have any real reason to trust them," I said. "Are we supposed to just believe that they won't do anything evil to us once we're at their facility?" "Like what?" said Tiffany, drawing her hand back. "Maybe they'll dissect us," I said. Run messed up experiments on us." Tiffany rolled her eyes and moved over to the bed and sat down. "They just want to learn more about what makes us so special," she said. Tiffany patted the bed, gesturing for me to sit next to her. I resisted the urge to do what she wanted and could tell my reluctance was upsetting her a little. "Berg," she said. I relented. I moved over to her side and sat down on the bed. I tried to think things through. Before, when Abigail had made her offer to me, I had immediately wanted to accept. The fact that I was talking to a very attractive woman who looked great in a pencil skirt and heels probably had something to do with it. After thinking it through, however, there seemed to be way too many what-ifs for my liking. My meter device was still green. Again, a fresh bout of nasty stitches tightened up in my gut. Just the thought of having to go through that treadmill ordeal again brought on a flood of anxiety. "Okay," said Tiffany. "Consider this. What if our meters go orange and we have to use the treadmills again? And what if we go through all that again only for our meters to turn red? And then we blow up?" "We don't know if that will happen," I said. "Okay," said Tiffany. "That's the problem. We don't know enough about what is happening to us and everyone else. If we don't go and work with this research division, then maybe days or weeks from now, we'll be helpless when our meters turn red, and we have no way to go back to green." I buried my face in my hands and sighed. This was getting stressful. If I were an orphan with no family to worry about, then perhaps it would have been an easy decision. But I had to think of my mom, dad, and my brother and sister. I also had to think about my friend. What would they want me to do? Would they want me to go to the facility or to stay in Lintern? Tiffany put her hand on my shoulder again. "Berg," she said, "I'll do what you want to do, but I think we should do this. I don't think I have the guts to do it on my own, though. Please, will you come with me?" Tiffany's question hung in the quiet of the room for several moments. Yet again, I had found myself at an impasse. Yet again, I thought about my friend and what he would think of everything that had happened so far. It had been my decision not to run away that brought me to share this moment with Tiffany. It had become that much harder to get off the elevator that seemed to continue propelling us forward. If I didn't get off now, how far would it take us? I thought about my friend and how I already felt like I had let him down by not going on the run with him when he asked. And again, watching Alex Landley exhaust himself on the treadmill, only for him to be escorted away by the Pied Piper officers. For all I knew, Alex Lanley was dead. I didn't like him, but that hardly mattered. He was still someone who had needed my help, and I hadn't found a way to. Here I was again, this time with Tiffany as the one in need of my help. "Okay," I said quietly, "let's do it." "Thank you," said Tiffany. She wrapped her arms around and held me in a tight embrace. It felt nice to be hugged, but I still felt somewhat detached from my decision. Now that I had agreed to go with Tiffany, the elevator was going to keep carrying us forward, for better or worse. 17. Croissant. Tiffany left to return to her room briefly whilst I put on my plimsolls. We then met up outside in the narrow hallway and made our way down the narrow flight of stairs to the ground floor. A Pied Piper officer was standing at the entrance, machine gun in his hands, looking to the street outside. He took notice of us approaching him. For a moment, I feared he might raise his gun at us, but he simply looked over at us casually. "Excuse me," I said. "We would like to talk with Abigail?" The officer reached into his pocket and retrieved a smartphone. He searched through a list of contacts, called the number, and then put his phone to his ear. "Burgess O'Bannon and Tiffany Becker would like to speak with you," he said. "Okay." He put his phone on loudspeaker and held it out for us to speak into. I could feel Tiffany looming behind me. She had her arms folded, and she was leaning on me, her tall stature making me the perfect height for her to do so. "You guys there?" said Abigail, her voice coming through tinny. "Yes," I said. "We're here. So you guys want to move ahead with this thing?" she said. "Yes," I said. "Yes," said Tiffany, leaning on me a bit more to better speak into the phone. That's great, said Abigail. "I'll have a car come pick you up, then we'll head to the landing zone." "Landing zone," I mumbled. "See you soon," said Abigail, and she hung up. The officer pocketed his phone. I moved out from under Tiffany and faced her. "Does she mean catch a plane or something?" I said. "You haven't seen the helicopter coming and going?" said an unfamiliar voice. A teenage girl, mixed race, with long frizzy hair, also dressed in blue overalls and plimsolls, walked a little closer to us. She seemed to have an air of confidence about her. Though not as tall as Tiffany, she was taller than average for a girl, and she was also quite pretty. "No, I didn't notice," I said. "It uses Lintern's gym's roof as a landing zone," said the girl. "Every day, a handful of us blues get taken away. I'm guessing you two were offered the same deal." "Yeah," I said. Tiffany nodded a little bit. Now she, like me, was more on guard. "I saw you both yesterday evening," she said. "You both were looking pretty red." "Yeah," I said, forcing a smile and rubbing the back of my head nervously. "Did you experience anything similar?" "I ran my butt off on the treadmill," said the girl. "I was jogging for 10 straight hours." "You?" "Nearly 12, said Tiffany. "Oh my gosh," said the girl. "That's rough. No wonder you both looked done when you came in." "That's not the highest I've heard, though." "No," I said. "Nah," said the girl. She gestured over her shoulder to the doorway. There was a tall, muscled, black boy sitting back in a chair with his feet up on the table. He looked like he was taking a nap. "Blaine ran. Not jogged. Ran for 14 hours, said the girl. "He's on another level." By the look of the guy, I hadn't much reason to doubt he'd managed such a feat. There was something vaguely familiar about him, like I had seen him before, but I couldn't recall where. "I'm Michaela, by the way," said the girl. Tiffany and I introduced ourselves, and each shook Michaela's hand. During this time, the Pied Piper officer, who had let us use his phone, turned around to face back out to the street again. "Have you had breakfast?" said Michaela. "We've got some left if you want some." "That'd be nice," I said. "Thank you," said Tiffany. Michaela led the way across the foyer and into the back room. It was a lounge area mixed with a dining area. The right side was all glass looking out to a small garden. On the table was an assorted continental breakfast. Half the table, however, was taken up by Bland's long legs. Our presence entering the room must have woken him because he drew his legs back, sighed, and then sat forward and rubbed at his eyes. "Time to leave yet?" he said. "Soon," said Michaela. "They're bringing a car to come pick us all up." "Have you both been here long?" said Tiffany. 2 days, said Blaine. "We've been waiting for our turn to take a flight out of here." Whilst Tiffany helped herself to a croissant, I couldn't help but stare at Blaine. He seemed really familiar. Blaine sighed and got to his feet. He was head and shoulders taller than me and was clearly an athlete of some kind. He had the body that would take a lot of time and dedication to sculpt. His blue overalls seemed strained, trying to keep his bulk contained. Sudden bootsteps drew our attention to the doorway. It was the same Pied Piper officer from before. "Time to go," he said. I grabbed 2 croissants for myself and followed Blaine and Michaela out of the room, with Tiffany close following behind me while she stuffed her croissant into her mouth. The 4 of us left the bed and breakfast and walked a few paces towards an expensive-looking car that was waiting for us in the middle of the road. We got into the back. The car was spacious enough inside. Tiffany and I sat at the back, and Blaine and Michaela sat in front. Both Tiffany and I made quick work of the croissants, making sure not a single crumb went to waste. The act of stuffing our faces together in the back seat made us both grin stupidly at each other. But then I saw something that wiped the smile from my face. The car came to a stop at the end of the road. A few cars were coming and going, leading to brief traffic. At this time, I was able to see a familiar face walking among a group being led by a Pied Piper officer. It was Alex Landley. I leaned over Tiffany, pressing my face close to the window. "What are you, Dash?" Tiffany started to say, her mouth still a little stuffed. "It's Alex," I said, pointing to him. He likely couldn't see us because the car windows were tinted. I spotted his meter. It was showing green. Then the car eased on, and I couldn't see Alex Landley anymore. I sat back in my seat, feeling a little nauseous after the car had just made a quick turn to enter onto the next road. "I'm glad he's all right," I said. "I thought he might have blown up." "Well, that's good news," said Tiffany. "I guess he'll be staying here," I said. I fixed my attention forward and spotted the back of Bland's head. His hair was a short afro, neatly kept. Even from behind, his shoulders looked intimidatingly broad. I gasped, realizing where I recognized Blaine from. Tiffany caught my sudden look of surprise, and I waved away her questioning look. "What?" she said, leaning closer to me. "I'll tell you later," I whispered back. "Okay," she said, looking both a little skeptical and amused. The car came to a stop outside a place I'd hoped never to see again, Lintern's gym. We were ordered out, so we exited the car and stood on the pavement. On the steep road we were on, I was taken aback all over again by the sheer scale of the operation taking place in the village. Down the road were several groups of about 6 to 7 teenagers, each led by a Pied Piper officer. It made me feel sick to think that some of them were going to experience the treadmill torment we had already experienced. "Burgess," said Tiffany. She and the others were heading into Lintern's gym through the main entrance. "Sorry," I muttered, and I hurried in after them. Teen. Flight. Upon newly entering Lintern's gym through the main entrance, I noticed all of the fresh-faced and worried teenagers with orange-lit meters being led deeper into the building, all of whom likely had no idea the hell they were about to experience. Some of them took notice of us, since we stood out thanks to our blue overalls. I didn't know whether to feel like a VIP or a freak show. Maybe Tiffany, Michaela, Blaine, and I had become a mix of both those things. The Pied Piper officer in charge of our small group led us to an elevator. He thumbed the button, and the elevator door opened. He waited for us all to make our way inside before entering himself. Thankfully, the elevator interior was spacious, leaving plenty of room for me and the others. Even so, I couldn't help but feel stuck with the small group I was with. I felt an urge to make small talk, but none of the others were talking or looked like they were interested in doing so. I remained silent, not wanting to draw unnecessary attention to myself. It also didn't help that I felt socially exhausted. No amount of sleep could fix the need I had to spend at least a day or 2 on my own with my thoughts. Until that time came, I would feel like my bandwidth for socializing and thinking in general was already beyond its normal limit. The elevator door pinged and opened on the top floor of Lintern's gym. This floor was incredibly busy, not with teenagers, but with Pied Piper officials hurrying about their work. At a glance, I could see some officials surveying the progress of the teenagers downstairs on the treadmills, showing readings of heart rates, body temperature, and so on. I felt a kind of disgust at what these officials were doing. They had seen the torment I had gone through, and what hundreds of others were going through. Somebody has to keep track of everything, my more logical, detached inner voice told me. Sure, I thought, but that doesn't excuse them from willingly watching people go through hell. The Pied Piper officer led us along the left side of the large open space, bringing us down a hallway. It became something of an obstacle course to avoid the officials who were busily coming and going. At last, the Pied Piper officer opened a glass door and waited for us to enter. The officer didn't enter the room with us. Instead, he closed the door and left. When the glass door closed, all the noise from outside became heavily muffled. Abigail Hoffman was sitting at the end of a long conference table, with 4 folders set out in front of her. She stood up and smiled, welcoming us all and shaking our hands. "We don't have much time, so I'll get right to it," she said. She gestured to the folders on the table. "There is a contract for each of you. I suggest you take your time reading the contract closely to avoid any misunderstandings." "I'm not signing anything until I talk to my dad," said Blaine. He spoke with the kind of stoic confidence I could only dream of. "Of course," said Abigail. She held up a smartphone. "If you would like to speak with your family or management, then now is the time to do so. You'll need to take the call in here since none of you has permission to be anywhere else in this building. So, who would like to go first?" Blaine held his hand out for the smartphone, and Abigail placed the phone into his palm. 10 minutes, she said. "No more than that. When you're done, pass the phone to the next person. I'll go grab myself a coffee." Abigail politely excused herself, leaving the room and heading down the hallway. Within moments, I could no longer spot her among the hustle and bustle going on outside. Blaine dialed a number and wandered off to the corner of the office, taking a seat. "Yo," he said once whoever it was on the other end picked up. "Yeah, it's me. Yeah, nah, I'm all right. I'm good. Look. Listen. There's something I got to ask you about." Out of politeness, the rest of us stopped listening to the conversation. As one, we turned our attention to the window looking out below. My stomach clenched with a nasty pang of dread at what I saw. Teenagers, exhausted, most limping, were being led by armed Pied Piper officers through the forest below. I looked up a little more to see denser forestation above which prevented a clear view of what was going on. But I could easily guess where the teenagers were being led to. "The remote zone's up there," I muttered. "It's disgusting," said Tiffany. "But what else can they do?" I shrugged, feeling the look of disgust on my face tighten. I spotted Michaela dancing in the window reflection and turned to look at her. She was pretty good at dancing and seemed to be lost in her own world, doing it silently. I got the idea right away that she likely welcomed the attention, but also didn't care what I thought about her deciding now as the time to try out some dance moves. She muttered some song lyrics under her breath, which to me sounded like they were from some kind of rap video. I was about to force myself to look away when Tiffany started to join Michaela in the low-volume rapping and on-the-spot dancing. Both girls egged each other on, their enthusiasm infecting the other. I forced myself to look away. People handle stress differently, I guessed. There came a sudden boom. Ahead, the dense forestation shivered from a concussive blast. I tried to spot any sign of a golden light, but it must have been too far away. That nasty feeling in my gut gripped twice as hard as before, to the point I nearly fell to one knee. I held my stomach, my face tightening from the pain. Someone's son or daughter had just blown up. The 4 of us, including Blaine, who peeled his attention away from the conversation he was having on the phone, felt Lintern's gym rattle from the residual blast. I moved over to a seat and sat down. Tiffany and Michaela stopped goofing around. "Berg, you all right?" said Tiffany, pulling up a seat opposite mine. "Just a stitch," I muttered. "Do you want some water?" she said. "Maybe we can get you something?" I shook my head. "It's fine," I said. "Leave it, please." Thankfully, Tiffany listened. She started chewing the skin around her nails again whilst she waited for her turn to use the phone. When Blaine was finished, he handed over the phone to Michaela. She spoke on the phone with her grandmother for 10 minutes. Michaela spoke loudly on the phone, so it was hard to ignore what was being said. In short, Michaela and her grandmother agreed that $2,000 a week, and the increased safety of being right where the most up-to-date research on this whole crisis was being done seemed worth signing up for. Tiffany took her turn after Michaela. Her turn, however, was brief since she tried 2 different numbers with neither picking up. Frustrated, almost chucking the phone across the room, Tiffany handed me the phone for my turn. I felt very stupid for not knowing the numbers for any member of my family. Not even the home phone, since we had moved from my childhood home in Loams Park to a small flat in Ripperley, and I hadn't memorized the new home number yet. I put the smartphone on the table. Shortly after, Abigail returned with a piping hot cup of coffee in hand. "You guys had a chance to make your calls?" she said. "I couldn't remember any numbers," I said. "Oh," said Abigail. "We'll sort that out later. We're short on time, so I guess you'll need to come to your own decision, Burgess." I gave a tired but understanding nod. "I have a question," said Blaine. "Go for it," said Abigail before taking a sip of her coffee. "You know who I am," he said. "I do," said Abigail. "So you know how famous I am right now," he said. He was telling rather than asking. "Sure," said Abigail. "So," said Blaine, "I don't think $2,000 a week is going to cut it." "Oh, I see," said Abigail. "That's just the initial payment. As things develop, we may increase the payment to match your level of value to our research. Just think of the current payment as a starter offer. The contracts cover a 3-month basis. After that, you'll be at liberty to renegotiate." Blaine gave a slow nod, seemingly satisfied with Abigail's answer. I looked at the folders on the table and saw the one with my name written in Sharpie on it. I reached over and grabbed it. Rather than being a dense set of legal papers, there were maybe fewer than 10 pages in total. "These contracts are more of a formality at this stage. Just between us, anything you sign right now is more of a gesture of goodwill. If I can be real with you for a moment, I want you to consider this. Let's say you're unhappy with how things go at the research facility. And let's say, hypothetically, you take issue with something we do and decide to take legal action. Do any of you have the funds or connections to take on the government and Pied Piper's legal team?" "I know some good lawyers," said Blaine. "Great," said Abigail. "What about the rest of you?" "They'll join me in a class action, you get me?" said Blaine. Abigail smiled in a way that made me think she was impressed with Blaine, rather than upset. "That's great to hear," she said. "Then I guess that little point of mine falls flat." Blaine sat back in his seat, looking too cool for school. It made sense given his background. I was looking forward to explaining the little I knew to Tiffany later. The 4 of us spent the next 10 minutes reading through the contract. As Abigail said, the contract stated we would be agreeing to 3 months of voluntary stay and assistance at Pied Piper's Research Division's facility, for which we would receive £2,000 per week, to be paid on a weekly basis. "Okay," said Abigail after checking her phone. "The flight is due to leave in the next 10 minutes. If you're going to sign, now's the time." I raised my hand. Abigail must have found this funny because she smiled and gestured for me to speak up. "If we don't stay the full 3-month period, do we still get paid?" I said. "It'll be on a weekly basis as far as payment is concerned," said Abigail. "So rest easy with that." "Okay," I said. "Thank you." After this, the 4 of us signed the contracts. Once we were done, Abigail scooped them up. "Thank you, everyone," she said. "Now hold on to your butts because we are getting out of here." Abigail led the way out of the office. We had to walk briskly in order to keep up. Abigail led us to an exit door. The mayhem all around us sank away, replaced by the narrow confines of a steep set of stairs leading upward. I was the last out of the 5 of us to make it to the door. A burst of light followed, and cold open air and brisk wind which whipped at our overalls. We were on the roof of Lintern's gym, and before us was a helicopter with its rotor already gearing up to fly. "Let's go! Let's go!" said Abigail, ducking low and shouting over the sound of the spinning rotor. We hurried aboard the helicopter and took our seats. I couldn't get my seatbelt on quickly enough. My hands, numbed from the cold air in just a few seconds, tried to get the seatbelt buckled as quickly as they could. The sound of the helicopter rotors continued to climb to ever more unpleasant heights. We were each given headphones to wear to better handle the noise. Was this really my life right now? Was I really someone who might have superhuman abilities about to be flown via helicopter to a secret government facility? 2 Pied Piper officers boarded the helicopter along with Abigail and the 4 of us. They closed the door behind them, greatly muffling the sound of the spinning rotors. Less than a minute later, the helicopter lifted off the ground. My stomach lurched, and a giddy feeling took hold of me. My heart raced. Lintern's gym rapidly fell away along with the picturesque little village and all its beautiful greenery. The helicopter climbed higher and higher. My ears popped from the change in altitude. I looked at Tiffany, who gave me a sheepish look back. She was doing her best to handle the continuing craziness of it all. Michaela had her face to the window, looking like a child simply in awe of what she was experiencing. Blaine, ever the stoic, moodily glanced out of the window with almost bored indifference. My gaze landed on Abigail. She looked back at me calmly. "Can everyone hear me?" she said. We could hear her voice in our headphones. We all mumbled affirmatives, except for the Pied Piper officers who simply sat and listened. "Because we're heading to a top-secret facility, we'll need the 4 of you to put on masks in the next few minutes. It won't be too long a journey." The Pied Piper officers handed out little face masks, which we each took. Blaine in particular seemed to take offense at this. I wondered if he would kick up a fuss about it, but he seemed to think better of doing so. I thought about my mother then, and how much greater the distance was growing between us. 19. Disco. I had anticipated a much longer flight than what we got. By the time we landed, it felt like we had been in the air for somewhere between 30 and 45 minutes. We spent the majority of this time wearing eye masks, which left very little space for me to see out of. The best I could manage to see with them was a small sliver of light from the bottom. "We're going to get out in a minute," said Abigail, her voice reaching us through the headphones we were wearing. "Keep your eye masks on until you're told to take them off. When the door opens, keep your head down and follow the lead of the officer guiding you. We're almost there, guys. You should all be really proud of yourselves. This takes a lot of guts." The helicopter began to descend towards the ground. "Just remember," I thought to myself, "you're an idiot who doesn't know anything, so don't go making rash judgments about this situation." I nodded, trying to agree with myself. The nasty stitch in my gut had lessened to a dull ache instead of the incredible pain it had started as. The landing of the helicopter wiped my mind clean of thoughts for a moment. Moments later, the door slid open. "Seatbelts off," said Abigail. I fumbled getting mine open. A fresh blast of cold air propelled by the helicopter rotors made me wish I were wearing more than just overalls. A gloved hand gripped my arm before I was done with my seatbelt. The grip was very firm, clearly belonging to an adult male. Someone else in the helicopter undid my seatbelt for me, and then I was pulled out of my seat. I fell to one knee on the way out, feeling soft, mildewed grass for a moment before being lifted to my feet. I kept my head low as the helicopter blades continued to whir and slow above my head. "All you'd need to do is jump to cut your head clean off," my dark inner thoughts reminded me. The man guiding me pulled me forward. I found my footing and kept up with whoever it was. I tried looking at the sliver of light in the eye mask, but the most I could make out was green grass. Wherever we were was somewhere remote with very crisp, clean air, perhaps even more crisp than the air had been at Lintern Village. The helicopter noise died down and was quickly replaced by a lot of hustle and bustle. The loud beeping of a machine, perhaps a forklift or truck backing up, filled the air. Engine noise and workmanlike chatter were soon everywhere around me. Had they brought us to a construction site or something? The soft grass underfoot changed to hard concrete. I could just make out the clapping steps of the others behind me. Joined with the lighter plimsoll footsteps were many more heavy bootsteps. The brisk wind lessened a little bit, and the person guiding me brought me to a hard stop. "For mice and one executive to be brought down to level 3, said the person holding me. It was a gruff man's voice. There was a beep, the kind that reminded me of using an Oyster card for public transport, and then I was pulled forward again. A loud, heavy metallic grinding sound occurred in front of me. After a moment, I was brought further forward. The clanging of metal grating beneath my feet, mixed with a certain springy suspension, told me I was likely brought into some kind of elevator. As unnerved as I was, it was nice to be away from the cold and into a place that was a little less than lukewarm instead. The footsteps of Tiffany, Michaela, Blaine, and Abigail, hers being noticeably the clack of high heels, filled the space around me. There came a sudden ding and then a return of the heavy metallic grinding. Presumably, the elevator doors we had just passed beyond had just shut again. "Masks off," said Abigail, sounding a little flustered. The hand that had pulled me along eased off. I reached up and took the eye mask off. My eyes felt heavy and smarted from seeing the bright fluorescent light inside the large elevator we were in. I spotted the others. Tiffany, Blaine, and Michaela were all wincing against the bright light. The elevator we were in felt old and dirty, as if it belonged to the entrance to a mineshaft. It had been a Pied Piper officer, dressed in full military-style gear with a machine gun slung over one shoulder, who had been the one to guide me forward. He, out of the few that must have helped the others hurry from the helicopter to the elevator, was the only one who had stayed with us rather than remain above. The elevator began to descend. I looked at the buttons to see that there were 6 floors to choose from. Abigail reached forward and tapped the number 2 button. "It's been great meeting you guys," she said, "but I've got lots of work to catch up on. I'll be in touch with you guys soon." "Wait, you're leaving already?" said Michaela, voicing a question we were all thinking. "I'm sorry," said Abigail. "I would have liked to have time to show you all around, but there's so much that needs to get done. Part of my job is making sure everyone's stay here is optimal. So don't worry, it won't be long before you see me again." The elevator came to a shuddering stop, and the doors opened. Ahead, we could see a checkpoint of armed Pied Piper officers. Abigail looked back, forcing a smile and waving us goodbye, and then raised her arms just in time for a Pied Piper officer to run a metal detector over her person. The elevator door shut again and, after a moment, we continued down. "I wonder how deep this goes," I said, looking at the others. My voice was raspy and strained and much quieter than I intended. Tiffany's lips firmed up as she looked at me and hugged herself for warmth. The elevator continued going down, down, down. I took a glance upward and noticed a camera trained on us. I hadn't noticed the cameras in Lintern's gym, so I was determined to account for the ones that were going to be at this facility. With every second the elevator continued to descend, I felt my anxiety get worse. Just how far down does this elevator go? Hell, maybe? I thought morbidly. The elevator came to a stop, finally, and after a loud ping shuttered slowly open. Like with level 2, we could see a checkpoint ahead and not much else. The Pied Piper officer led us out of the elevator. He pressed an ID card hanging from a zip cord on his belt onto a reader held by one of the officers standing at the checkpoint. He stepped aside, and the 4 of us had metal detectors waved over every inch of us. The metal detector screeched when it reached Michaela. "What metal have you got on you?" said the Pied Piper officer with the metal detector. Michaela stuck out her tongue, showing a stud piercing there. "I've got a piercing on my tongue and my stomach," she said. "Remove them," said the Pied Piper officer. "Will I get them back?" said Michaela. "Yes," said the Pied Piper officer. Whilst the rest of us stepped through, Michaela went through the hassle of removing her tongue and belly button piercings. We all looked away whilst she removed her piercings to give her some privacy. When she was finished, she passed through the checkpoint and then had to go through the process of putting her piercings back, again with us waiting and not looking in her direction to give her the privacy she needed. On the other side of the checkpoint, a tall, bearded man who looked to be in his late 20s to mid-30s was standing waiting for us. He was dressed in a black polo shirt and black khakis. There was something about his gelled-back brown hair and chubby face that made me immediately think of school teachers I had known. That and his friendly smile. "How's it going, guys?" he said in an Australian accent. "Afternoon," he said, shaking my hand. "Afternoon," he said each time he shook the other's hand, too. "I'm Michael, but you guys can call me Mike," he said, gesturing enthusiastically to himself with both thumbs. "I'm one of the officials in charge of making sure your stay here goes smoothly. If you have any problems, then you can bring them to me, and I'll do my best to get them sorted." He looked at me, "You must be Burgess," he said. "Yeah," I said, forcing a smile. Mike made a finger gun gesture and declared the names of each person he pointed at. "We've got Michaela, we've got Tiffany, and we've got Blaine." None of us seemed to know how to respond to Mike's friendly enthusiasm. "Right?" he said. "I've got your IDs here. Make sure you look after them because you're going to need them a lot." Mike reached into his pockets and pulled out 4 plastic IDs. He handed them over. I looked at mine and saw it had the photo that had been taken when I was at the coach depot. The ID also had my name, age, and the evacuation point I had been brought from, Lintern Village. The ID had a little clip, which made it easy to fix onto the front of my overalls on the left side. The others did the same. "Okie dokie," said Mike. "I'm sure you're all pretty tired and could do with a bit of a rest. Maybe something to eat. Heck, maybe even a bathroom break and a shower, am I right?" He paused as if he had just told a joke. We all stood silently, and a moment later, like an animatronic that had returned to life after a pause, Mike continued with what sounded like a practice spiel. "This level will be your new home during your stay here," he said. "There are 20 blocks, which are like dorm rooms, where you'll stay in groups of 5. He gestured behind himself, though there was just a large set of steel doors behind him for us to see. "On the left are the A blocks, that's where the female living quarters are. On the right are the male blocks, you get the idea." Mike checked a note he had written on his hand in pen. "Tiffany and Michaela, you'll be joining block A10, and Burgess and Blaine, you'll be in B9. Mike dropped his hand and forced another friendly smile. "So I'll give you guys a squiz around, and then you'll have the rest of the day to settle yourselves in." I raised my hand. Mike, as Abigail had done, looked a little amused that I was polite enough to raise my hand to ask a question. "Can we make phone calls down here?" I asked. No," said Mike, gripping his belt like a cowboy. "You'll need special permission to do that. Ask me about that tomorrow sometime. Things are a bit busy today." Michaela raised her hand. "Yes," said Mike. "So can we leave whenever we want?" said Michaela, gesturing over her shoulder to the checkpoint and the elevator beyond, which had since closed. No," said Mike. "You'll need special permission, but that's mainly just a procedure here for everyone's safety. If you decide you no longer wish to stay here, we'll need to figure out a way to return you to your original evacuation area, and that can take a few days to free up the time and space. We would prefer to handle any issues you're having here rather than burden our already extremely busy personnel with one of our valued mice leaving the facility." "Mice?" said Blaine. "What are you calling us mice for?" I could sense the sudden tension and hostility from Blaine. Mike grinned and shrugged. "Oh, it's just a shorthand term passed on to us from the government. You know the story of the Pied Piper? Well, I think the original story had the Pied Piper lead away rats instead of mice. Rats probably sounded a little harsh, so mice seemed to be the nicer option. Don't you think?" "Whatever, man," said Blaine, clearly having had enough of Mike already. "Any other questions, guys, before we cruise on?" None of us spoke up. "Too easy, said Mike. "Alrighty, away we go." Mike spun round and moved like he was enjoying a silent disco towards the steel doors. He tapped his ID card, and the doors slid open. 20. Maze. A sudden dark mood took hold of me. I wasn't aware of it right away, but Tiffany's concerned look in my direction made me realize how grumpy I must have looked. It felt as if there were pressure building inside my head and the rest of my body. I wasn't sure what it was I needed. Sugar? Caffeine? Water? Mike led us through and to the right of a long white corridor. The walls on either side were narrow, barely allowing for 3 people at the most to stand side by side. The ceiling too seemed low, the likes of Blaine, Tiffany, and Mike being able to reach up and touch it if they stood on their tiptoes. Tiffany kept pace with me. I tried my best to focus my attention on my surroundings. The complex that was level 3 was like a maze. There were signs at intervals showing where we were. B1, B2, B3, and that would have been useful if the living quarter blocks were spaced directly beside one another. Instead, the corridor forked left and right, not displaying clearly which living quarter it went to next. We took a left and found B4, then a right to come to B6. I looked around for any sign of B5, but we continued onwards. Very quickly, the corridors became swamped with teenagers in blue overalls. Some walked down the way we had just come, others following behind us or hurrying ahead. There were no doors to the living quarters we passed, meaning we had an open look inside. The living spaces were minimalist, with 2 bunk beds and a 5th bed built onto the wall. The mattresses looked thin, and the singular pillows about as thick as a bar of soap. The blankets looked cheap, as if they might provide only the most basic warmth. Everything was either gray or the same drab white. The teenagers in the living quarters we passed sat around lazily, some talking to each other, others either resting or just sitting alone with their thoughts. All of a sudden, a body a little taller than mine shouldered into me, causing me to stagger back. A thin but wiry-muscled mixed-race boy looked over his shoulder. The boy kissed his teeth. I could see in his eyes that he was the type who would delight in a fight. "Excuse me," I said sharply. The boy stopped in his tracks, his eyes screwing with silent fury. He swore at me, and then, the next thing I knew, he brought an open hand hard into my face. It happened so fast I could only look at him in surprise, the fresh sting of the slap wiping all thoughts from my head. The boy bit his tongue and looked at me as if challenging me to speak up again, because surely there was a ready supply of slaps, or worse, ready to be delivered. After a moment of inaction from me, the boy shoved me hard against the wall. Pain climbed up my back. Other teenagers had stopped and were looking at him and me, though none were willing to involve themselves. I even caught a few fascinated, amused looks from teenagers excited at the possibility of a fight breaking out. The boy continued on his way, walking with swagger. The other teenagers who had witnessed what had just happened continued on their way, some giving me looks and others ignoring me entirely. I put a hand to my cheek, feeling the warmth there and the fuzzy stinging pain. Ahead, Mike, Tiffany, Blaine, and Michaela were nowhere to be seen. For a moment, I wondered if I might cry. It seemed like a good time for it. Feeling raw and unsettled, which already had its teeth in me, I walked at a brisk pace in the direction I had last seen Mike lead the others in our group. I turned right and found the B8 living quarters. I was about to continue onwards when I felt a hand tug on my right elbow. I jerked around, ready to defend myself if I had to. "I'm sorry," said a boy with sandy blonde hair that reached down to his chest and upper back. He was very thin, perhaps unhealthily so. He raised his hands as if in surrender. "What?" I said, having about as much niceness in me as a dog that had been left in a car on a hot day. "Sorry," said the boy again. "I need help with something." "Don't worry, sorry to bother you, man." The boy seemed to think better of asking whatever he was going to ask of me and started to move awkwardly back into the B8 living quarters. "Wait," I said, forcing myself to be friendly. "What did you want?" "Well," said the boy, hugging himself and doing a little squat as he spoke, "I was wondering if you could spare a minute to be a judge for us?" He gestured into the living quarters. There was a chubby Indian boy inside with a bowl haircut, who raised a polite hand of hello in my direction. "What do you want me to judge?" I said. Other teenagers walked by us in the corridor. The long-haired boy tentatively tapped my shoulder to move me further into B8. I moved in, stepping outside of the throng of teenagers coming and going in the corridor. "Well," he said, grinning a little, "has anyone told you the thing yet?" I shook my head. "No," I said. "What thing?" The boy looked very happy to tell me what he was about to say. He leaned in a little bit and raised a hand to his cheek as if about to tell me a very big secret. "People down here," he said. "Some of us have superpowers." I winced but couldn't help but smirk. "Right?" I said, disbelievingly. "Great, great," said the long-haired boy. "You are the perfect judge for this. See the cup on the table." The long-haired boy walked me further into the living quarters. There was a small coffee table in the middle of the room, around which were the uncomfortable-looking beds that were like the others I had seen. On the coffee table was a simple polystyrene cup filled with water. "That," said the long-haired boy, "is normal room-temperature water. Stick your hand in and see." I shook my head a little. I wasn't about to put my hand into a cup filled with some mysterious substance, even if it did look like water. The long-haired boy stuck his finger into the cup. "See," he said, "totally fine." He held his hand out for me to shake. "I'm Jay, by the way." "Burgess," I said. I shook his hand. I looked at the other boy. "I'm Amar," he said, without a hint of an Indian accent. He offered his hand to me and I shook it. I turned my attention to the cup and put my finger in it. Just like Jay had said, it was normal, room temperature water. I wiped the water on my finger on my overalls. "So what do you want me to judge?" I said. Jay looked giddy with a level of excitement that, to me, bordered on cringe. "Okay," he said, "so watch this." Jay put 2 fingers into the cup. For several moments, he simply stood there concentrating. He squatted down, keeping his hand in the cup. I watched both Jay and the cup intently, trying to see what it was he was trying to demonstrate. "Okay," he said, taking his fingers out. "Now put your finger in there again." I gave both Jay and Amar questioning looks before deciding to do as Jay asked. I put my finger into the cup and immediately felt how cold the water had become. Whilst not freezing, it was cold enough that I felt the urge to yank my finger out. I resisted the urge and held it there for a few more seconds before taking my finger out slowly. "It's cold?" I said. "Yes," said Jay, bobbing on the spot effeminately. "I did that just by putting my fingers in there and willing the water to be cold." "That's it," I said. "You just willed it?" "Aha," said Jay. "That's as cold as I can get the water right now. I'm trying to get it colder." "Was that what you wanted me to judge?" I said. Jay nodded. "Yeah, man, yeah. To be honest, I kind of just wanted to show off what I could do." "Hold on," I said. "Is it just water you can make cold?" "No," said Jay. "It's my hand that I made cold. I can make my whole body cold if I want to." Jay offered me his hand to shake. I just looked at his hand. "Is your hand going to be cold?" I said. Jay grinned excitedly. "Yes," he said. "I promise it won't be cold enough to hurt you." I didn't want to shake his hand again because of the risk that his hand might be so cold this time that mine might break off and shatter like shards of glass. I tried to remind myself that what Jay had demonstrated wasn't remotely close to that level of coldness. I imagined what I might think of what Jay had shown me later and knew I wouldn't be satisfied believing his hand really had been cold unless I shook it with my own. There was still a chance he had pulled some trick. I grabbed Jay's hand. It was cool, but not cold like the water had been. "Okay," he said. "Ready? I'm going to get colder now." The coldness of his hand started to climb. Within a few seconds, I felt as if I were shaking hands with an ice pack. I let go, and Jay moved his hand back quickly. "That's insane," I said. I looked at Jay, trying to see how else he might have done it. He didn't have any pockets in his overalls, and the living quarters were so minimalist that there wasn't any way to hide an ice pack or something cold to trick me. I looked at Amar, who was smirking. He sat with his hands on his knees. "Can you do this too?" I said. Amar shook his head. "No," he said, "but I can do something else." He saw my questioning look and sat forward. "Okay," he said. "This is going to sound a bit weird, but look into my eyes." I jerked my head back. Why? Do you want me to tell you first, or do you want to see it for yourself?" said Amar. "You're not going to do anything weird, are you?" I said. "No," said Amar, closing his eyes and shaking his head. "It's really cool," said Jay. He tapped me on the shoulder, egging me on to move closer to Amar, which I did. "Okay, watch," said Amar. Amar had brown eyes. Nothing unusual. But over the course of a few seconds, his eyes darkened until the irises were pitch black. They stayed that way for a few seconds, then returned to their previous brown. I looked over my shoulder at Jay, who continued to delight in my perplexed reaction. "He darkened them?" I said. "Yeah," said Jay. "Have you ever seen anyone do that kind of thing before?" I shook my head. "No," I said. "Can you do any other colors?" I said to Amar. "I've tried but not yet," he said. "I can just darken them at the moment." "How long have you been able to do that with your eyes?" I said. Amar looked at the ceiling as he considered the question. All my life, I guess." "And you?" I said to Jay. "Oh," said Jay. Years ago, I remember making my drinks a little bit colder. Just a little bit. It's only in the last few months that I've been able to get it cold enough where people actually believe me. I stood up and moved to the doorway. Sorry, but I need to get going, I said. Maybe you could show me again another time? Yeah, man, said Jay. Where are you staying? B9, I said. Jay's enthusiasm soured. Oh, he said. Bad luck. Why? I said. That's where a guy called Tommy stays. Jay whispered. He's a prick. Wouldn't happen to be about my height. Mixed race? Likes to slap people for bumping into him? I said. Jay's eyes went wide. Crap, I said. Anyway, I said, raising a hand in goodbye. Wish me luck. Jay and Amar both mumbled good luck as I turned around and headed back out to the main corridor. 21. Policy. I took a right after B8, fully expecting to find myself standing before B9. I scoffed because at the end of the corridor, I had managed to find myself at a 10 instead. I looked around, feeling embarrassed and as if some kind of joke was being played on me. I was about to head back and take the other way when I saw something I didn't even know I had been looking for. I hurried forward, carefully making sure I didn't bump into any of the teenagers or Pied Piper officers passing by on my left or right. I made it across the main corridor and into a side corridor that led to a dead end. Ahead, there was a closed steel door with a keycard reader that I suspected my keycard wouldn't work for. Above my head, I could see yet another surveillance camera. There had been at least one on every corridor. What had caught my attention was a little out-of-the-way nook, like a design flaw in the construction of the corridor. I stepped into the shadowed nook where the fluorescent lights didn't reach. I lowered down until I was in a crouch position, remained squat for a few moments, then finally sat with my back against the wall. I couldn't see if anyone might be coming my way, so I turned around and sat on the other side of the nook that gave me a slight view of the corridor I had just entered from. If ever there was a time to feel bad for myself and have a little cry, this was the spot. I was probably about as alone as I was going to get in this place unless I happened to find the boys' toilets. I wanted to go and find the others, particularly Tiffany, but another part of me just said, no. Stay where you are. I rested my head against the wall and closed my eyes. There was no chance of my going to sleep, but it felt so soothing to close my eyes and do nothing. It was then that a pair of footsteps entered the side corridor above the constant cacophony of teenagers and Pied Piper officers coming and going in the main corridor. Had I noticed them earlier, I might have sprang up and made my way out. Instead, I stayed where I was. I saw a girl, blonde with a ponytail, petite with a pear-shaped figure. She was leading the way down the corridor in my direction. I moved deeper into the nook to avoid detection. There's a camera right there, said the girl. Don't worry about it, said a guy's voice. There was something about the way they were talking that made me think they were standing close together. So what did you want to ask me in private? Said the guy. I don't know, said the girl playfully. I just wanted to talk. Just talk? Said the guy also playfully. Have you been working here long? Said the girl. I'm not allowed to talk about that, said the guy. It's policy. Oh, said the girl. That's a shame. The guy sighed. I've been here a few weeks. Happy. Very happy, said the girl. Now I'm here with you. Is that so? Said the guy. You know, said the girl, you're kind of cute. Although I couldn't see the guy, the pause made me think the guy had a reaction to hearing this that had to be seen rather than heard. I'm sorry, said the girl. I don't want to get you into trouble. Yeah, said the guy. I'm not supposed to be talking with you, mice like this. It's against policy? Said the girl in a bit of a bratty tone. Yeah, sorry look, said the guy. Maybe this was a bad idea. I thought you had a serious issue you needed to bring to my attention dash. I do have a serious issue, said the girl, cutting him off. Here I am far from home. I don't know what is going on. And then I see this cute guy looking really good in a uniform and I just feel so. What's the right word? Attracted, said the guy. Safe, said the girl. Oh, right, said the guy. Well, that's what I'm here for. Okay, said the girl. I'm sorry, I guess I'd better go. I could see the girl turn to leave, and a Pied Piper officer's hand grabbed her wrist, at first firmly, then gently. "Wait," said the officer. "Maybe we can see each other again sometime?" "Maybe not," said the girl. "I don't want to get you into trouble." "Don't worry about me," said the guy. "I can pull some strings if I need to." "Okay," said the girl. "But maybe you should go, just for now?" "All right," said the guy. "What's your name again?" "Sophie," said the girl. "You? I'm sorry, I can't tell you, it's policy," said the girl, cutting him off again. "Yeah," said the guy. "I'd better go." I caught a glimpse of the back of the Pied Piper officer. He looked younger than most, maybe around 30, but a young 30. The girl, Sophie, stayed behind in the corridor. Then, after a few seconds, she hurried out of the corridor too, turning a corner out of sight. I stayed where I was for a few more minutes, thinking about the interaction I had just witnessed. The girl had to be a bit crazy to try flirting with a Pied Piper officer. Or maybe he was the crazy one for putting his job at risk. Everything about the girl's tone, however, told me what seemed pretty obvious. She was manipulating him. I had caught a glimpse of the real Sophie in her demeanor after the Pied Piper officer had walked off. She wasn't staring dreamily after him. Instead, she had watched the officer leave with a cold, if a little apprehensive, stare. She was up to something. But what? Sophie entered the main corridor and took a left out of sight. Moments later, I caught a glimpse of Tiffany moving at a jogging pace from right to left with a look of concern on her face. I shot up from where I was sitting and raced down the corridor to catch up with her. It was harder than I anticipated catching up with Tiffany. She jogged fast, and the throng of teenagers coming and going in the corridor made me all the more careful not to bump into someone. "Tiff," I called out. Up ahead, I saw her stop, look around, and then she saw me. She clutched her chest in relief and walked briskly towards me. "Are you all right?" she said, looking down at me and putting a hand on my shoulder once we reached each other. We had to move off to the side so as not to get in everyone else's way. "I'm fine," I said. "Just got a little lost." "Where did you all go?" "Mike showed us around," said Tiffany. "But he had to rush off because some teenagers were fighting." "This place is a little rough," I said. "Do you want to get something to eat?" said Tiffany. "I can take you to the cafeteria." I was feeling hungry. On the other hand, going to be 9 and taking some time for myself sounded pretty good too. But there was also the possibility that Tommy was going to be there, and crossing paths with him again so soon after the corridor slap wasn't something I was eager to do. I agreed to go with Tiffany to the cafeteria. She did a good job leading the way down one corridor after another until we finally reached the cafeteria. It reminded me a lot of a school cafeteria. Lots of tables, and a large queue was formed along one side with plenty of teenagers standing with plastic trays waiting to get their meals. Tiffany and I joined the back of the queue. We were too far from the front to pick up trays just yet. The smell of different foods mingled in the air, the most potent of which was a curry smell. Boy, could I go for a curry right now, I thought, my mouth watering a little. I just hoped there would be some left by the time we got our turn. "You won't guess what happened," I said. "What?" said Tiffany. "I got slapped by some guy. I think his name's Tommy." "What?" said Tiffany. "Why?" I bumped into him, and then when he said, "Watch where you're walking," I said, "Excuse me?" And then he got really pissed and slapped me across the face. Then he walked off. "What a jerk," said Tiffany. And I said, "Here's the kicker. He might be one of the people I'm sharing a room with in B9. "No," said Tiffany. "How do you know that?" "Well," I said, "I met these two boys." I told Tiffany all about meeting Jay and Amar and what they had shown me. Tiffany listened with rapt attention. We inched along the queue bit by bit as I explained everything. I neglected to mention, however, what I had seen happen between Sophie and the Pied Piper officer. That could wait until we were in a more private setting. "So, what do you think?" I said. "Still think it was a good idea to come here?" Tiffany winced. "So long as the money gets into my bank account when this is all over, I don't care," she said. I did the math. Let's say they're offering every teenager here $2,000 a week. If there are 5 teenagers in a room and there are 20 rooms, then that means there's at most 100 teenagers on this floor. That's 200 grand a week just to pay for us all to be here, before any food costs. Bedding, you know? Yeah, I said. It does sound like a lot. But then again, the government can just throw money at this problem, so it hardly matters. We reached the front of the queue. I was surprised to see the staff behind the counter was made up of blue overall-wearing teenagers. There was a whole range of food to choose from. Indian curry with potatoes and chicken and vegetables, and then there were large pizza slices, curly fries, and even hot dogs and burgers, and last of all spaghetti with meatballs. My heart leapt with joy at the sight of it all. I decided to go with curry with a heap of steamed rice and with a side of curly fries. There appeared to be a limit on how much food we could take at one time because we had to tap our keycards before we could take our food away. "Do you charge for this?" said Tiffany to a girl working among the rest who had held out a card reader for us to tap with our keycards. "No, it's free," said the girl. Tiffany thanked the girl, and then Tiffany and I headed over to one of the vacant tables. For a good 10 minutes, neither of us spoke. I ate every last bite of the food on my tray using the plastic utensils I had picked up whilst in the queue. Tiffany had chosen to go with a slice of pizza, curly fries, and a burger. She ate very quickly, absolutely devouring her food as if she hadn't eaten in days. When we were both done, we sat slouched and feeling content. My bad mood had lifted a little. "We should try and see if we have any special powers," said Tiffany. She mopped up the grease from around her mouth and then flicked the dirty tissue onto her tray. "I've tried before," I said. "You have?" said Tiffany. "Of course," I said. "Every boy growing up tries to see if he can move a pencil with his mind, or if he can fly or read minds. I spent my whole childhood alone pretending to have superpowers. If I had any, I would know." "Have you ever tried to change the color of your eyes?" said Tiffany. "Maybe once or twice when I was little," I said. "You ever stare into a mirror and watch your eyes do weird things?" "Oh yeah," said Tiffany sarcastically. "All the time." "But seriously," she said, "the sooner we find something special like what Jay and Amar showed you, the better chance we have of asking Abigail for more money." "You want more money?" I said. "Are you in debt or something?" "No," said Tiffany. "But I don't have any GCSEs or A-levels or anything like that. So if the Pied Pipers are looking to throw their money away, then I might as well snatch it up." "You didn't finish school?" I said. Tiffany's mood soured. "Sorry, it's none of my business," I said. "No, you're all right," said Tiffany. "I didn't finish school because—" She struggled to say what was on her mind. She looked around to make sure nobody was close enough to hear our conversation. She leaned forward a little. "I have a son," she said. I tried to see if she was joking, but it was clear she was telling the truth. "He's 4 now," she said. "I quit school because I decided I might as well spend more time with him." "What's his name?" I said. "Ashton," she said. She leaned back, rubbing her shoulder to comfort herself. "So you want to make a ton of money so you can give Ashton a better life?" I said. "Exactly," said Tiffany. "My mum's looking after him now, but she's not reliable." "You said she had depression, right?" I said. "Yeah," said Tiffany. "My uncle said he'd check in on her and Ashton, but he's often busy with work. It's a messed up situation. I want to get back to my son, but I can't pass up an opportunity like this to make some money. If I can figure out if I have a power too, then that might make me someone they want to keep here in the long term." "Mind if I ask a question you probably won't like?" I said. "Okay," said Tiffany. "Where's Ashton's dad?" Tiffany chewed her lip and squirmed in her seat. "He's in prison," she said. "He got caught dealing drugs. Won't be about for a few years at least." Tiffany could see the stoic look I was trying to keep on my face. "I know," she said. "My life is total crap. It sounds tough," I said. "But you love your son, right?" Tiffany nodded, her bottom lip trembling. "Then your life isn't crap," I said. "I was really afraid to tell you," said Tiffany. "I thought you might think I was some kind of, you know? It sounds like a lot to deal with," I said. "I've never had to deal with anything remotely as tough as raising a son." "Okay," I said, feeling a strange surge of enthusiasm building up within me. I guess we'd better find out if we have any powers then. 22. Crunch. By the way, said Tiffany, you said you were going to tell me about Blaine. What's the deal with him? Why? I said, smirking. You interested in him? Tiffany's reaction to this little joking comment told me that, in fact, she shrugged, smiling a little bashfully. Oh, I said, I mean, that's cool. Is it? Said Tiffany. I mean, I know I'm not pretty or anything dash. Hey, I said, cutting her off. Don't put yourself down like that. Tiffany rolled her eyes. You couldn't even tell if I was a girl, she said. Trust me, I know how I look. Well, it doesn't help if you have a shaved head, I said. It's very androgynous. Yeah, said Tiffany. She struggled to find the right words. I was having an episode. I used to have really nice hair. Everyone gave me compliments. But then, after I had Ashton, everyone started to look at me like I was a bit of dirt. But why cut your hair? I said. For a moment, I could see a hint of the maddening frustration Tiffany must have felt. She showed a glimpse of it in her eyes. She said, jerking a little bit in her seat as if she might be tempted to vomit. After having Ashton, I just didn't want attention from boys anymore. They all thought I would be easy because I was a single mother. The idea of being with anyone else after Ashton's father, it just made me feel sick. So I shaved my head. After that, the boys stopped giving me attention. I think most assumed I was mentally ill or something. That didn't bother me so long as they left me alone. That sounds really tough, I said. Tiffany shook her head, continued hugging herself for comfort, and sat back. I noticed her fingernails that had been raw the last time I had seen them had since healed. Not perfectly, but enough that they didn't look so freshly chewed. I considered mentioning this, but figured Tiffany was already aware of this healing factor after our recovery from using the treadmills. I took a look around. There were fewer teenagers in the cafeteria now. The day was dragging on, and it seemed the rush hour for food was over. I checked my meter. Still green. So was Tiffany's. There was hardly anyone else near our table, so I felt a bit more at ease speaking up. Bland's famous, I said. Sort of. Oh yeah, said Tiffany. Yeah, I said. His dad's Carl Penniman. Ever heard of him? I don't watch sports, said Tiffany. I don't either, I said. But his dad's really famous. He was almost the 2-time heavyweight champion of the world. I don't know all the ins and outs, but Blaine was in the news a few months ago. He put another boxer in the hospital. Why? Said Tiffany. It was a boxing match for charity, I think. I said. I read an article about it, but it was a while back, so I don't remember all the details. Anyway, Bland's known as the Miracle Kid. For sending another boxer to the hospital? Said Tiffany. I smirked. No. Before the fight, I'm talking like 2 years before, Blaine had a degenerative disease of some kind. I can't remember what. Anyway, Blaine was slowly dying. Couldn't do anything for himself anymore. Before this, he was one of the most promising boxers in the country. That's horrible, said Tiffany, putting a hand to her mouth. Yeah, I said. But he made a miraculous recovery. But then the charity fight happened and he almost killed the other guy he was fighting. Everyone thought cheating was involved because of how uneven the fight was. But, said Tiffany, that's clearly not the case because Bland's special. Like us. I nodded. Exactly. Maybe he made that full recovery because of whatever weird thing is making all of us here special. He probably didn't even mean to hurt the other guy so badly. Wow, can you imagine? Said Tiffany. No wonder he knows some good lawyers. We took our trays to the pile of dirty trays off in the corner, and then left the cafeteria. Tiffany offered to show me to the exercise area, but I declined. I just wanted to be alone. I really needed some time alone. Tiffany joined me on the way to B9. The layout of the facility was still confusing to me, but Tiffany seemed to have an easier time navigating the maze of corridors. When we reached B9, I exchanged a quick hug with Tiffany. See you later, she said with a smile, and then she left to head to her own living quarters. I took a deep breath before entering B9. Inside, I saw Blaine lying down on one of the beds. There was another boy, Asian, Chinese, or similar, who was very thin and had a face riddled with acne. "Oh, hey," he said. His voice was very deep and vaguely posh. I noticed his teeth were a little on the large side as well. "You must be Burgess?" "Hey," I said, raising a hand in hello. "Yeah." We shook hands. "I'm George," he said. "Blaine mentioned you would be coming soon." Blaine remained non-responsive. "Hey," said a very small, mouse-like voice from one of the upper bunk beds. A boy peered over. It was astonishing to see someone so young have shoulder-length brown hair around the sides, but also to be slightly balding on top. He had the same jittery energy as the little teapot mouse in Alice in Wonderland. "Hey," I said back. "Daniel," said the boy. He raised a shy hand in hello, then, after a moment, slunk back out of view. I looked around for where my bed might be. "Which bed isn't taken?" I said. "Oh, that one," said George. He gestured to the bottom of the nearest bunk beds, the one that Daniel wasn't on the upper bed of. "Top or bottom?" I said. "I think you'll be at the bottom," said George. "Tommy has the top one." I felt a pang of pain in my gut. So it really was true. The twat that slapped me for bumping into him was staying in B9 too. Well, that's just swell, I thought, just my luck. "All right," I said. I moved over to the bottom bunk, slipped my plimsolls off, and got onto the bed. I shifted around for a minute, trying to get comfortable. The bed was stiff, and the pillow provided very little in the way of comfort. I used the cheap blanket and found it gave some respite from the chill that lingered throughout most of the third floor. Everyone in B9 seemed to be on the same page when it came to chilling in silence. Just as I was about to drift off to sleep, I heard loud footsteps entering B9. "What are you doing in my bed?" said a familiar, aggressive voice. I opened my eyes to see Tommy standing at the doorway, his eyes already filled with anger. I had known boys like Tommy in school, the types that could go from a joking mood to rabid as pit bulls at the slightest annoyance. I wanted to tell him to piss off, but the thought of getting beaten half to death wasn't something I wanted to entertain. "Sorry," I mumbled tiredly. "I'll move." I got up out of bed and moved to the little metal ladder. "Nah," said Tommy. "What do you think you're doing?" I narrowed my eyes. "If that's your bed," I said, pointing to the one I just got out of. "This is the only one left." "Nah," said Tommy. "They're both mine in it. This side of the room is mine." I looked Tommy up and down. My patience was already wafer thin. Tommy looked about my size, maybe an inch taller, though I had no doubt he had seen his fair share of fights and wasn't shy about being violent. I was afraid, but not nearly as much as I might be if I were to go toe-to-toe with Blaine, for instance. "I'll take the top bunk," I said. Tommy's rage seemed to double. He bit his tongue and squared up to me. "You what?" he said. I began, my voice shaky from fear and the adrenaline newly surging through my body. "I'll take the top bunk dash." Before I could finish my sentence, Tommy threw a fist at me. It hit me hard in the face, and I felt myself stagger back, my shoulder hitting the metal ladder. George dove out of the way, and Blaine sat up on his bed. Tommy threw yet more punches at me. I put my arms up, blocking some of the blows. They were heavy and they hurt. He hit me in the ribs and then kneed me in the stomach. "Stop!" George cried out. The punches kept landing. To my surprise, I found I wasn't immediately out for the count. Instead, I found that despite being repeatedly punched, I was able to think quite clearly. "Is that the best you've got?" I thought to myself. I dropped my guard and felt Tommy's right fist strike my face again. Pain sprang down my neck like a burning hot rod. Another hit, then another. Right, left, all this over a bed? I thought. There was something really funny about that. The punches kept landing and then they stopped. In the silence that followed, I could hear heavy breathing. Tommy was panting, his fists a darker shade from the blood, my blood, that coated them. I could feel the blood on my teeth. "Is that it?" I said, and then I spat a wad of blood and saliva onto his plimsolls. Tommy was looking at me somewhat in disbelief. I threw a punch at Tommy, landing a blow on his cheek. He staggered back, almost falling over. I moved towards him, closing the distance between us. I grabbed him by the collar of his overalls and started to punch him in the face, again and again. His nose gave a crunching sound and started to leak blood. It was very satisfying to hear and feel that crunch. Some kind of giddy enthusiasm took hold of me. It didn't seem fair that I couldn't at least match Tommy blow for blow. I started to throw another punch only to feel a large hand grip my wrist, bringing the swing to a hard stop. I looked up and saw Blaine standing over me. "Cool it," he said. "You got him." It took longer than I thought it would for me to accept that the fight was over. Once Blaine let go, I turned my attention back to Tommy. He was slumped on the floor. Didn't he realize it was me who had done this to him? I couldn't fight to save my life. My punches had always been soft like the ones you throw in dreams. So why was he acting like I had beaten him with a sledgehammer? I offered Tommy my hand for him to take. This, more than anything, made Tommy look at me as if I were someone completely different from who he thought I was. He gripped my hand, and I helped him to his feet. I pointed to the top bunk. "That's my bunk," I said. "All right," said Tommy, grimacing, his voice nasally from his broken nose. "It's yours." I moved past Tommy and out of B9. I needed to wash up and get some space. 23. Toes tie. The front of my overalls was caked in dark, drying blood. Some of it mine, some of it Tommy's. Trying to rub it off in front of the toilet sink mirror using a paper hand towel proved as useless as expected. I had drawn a lot of attention on my way along the maze of white corridors to the men's toilets. Even standing inside, guys continued to and fro around me. My neck hurt something fierce, both my cheeks were swollen, and there was a cut on my upper left gum that stung in a way that reminded me of a shrieking guitar chord. I hated that it was at this time that I felt the most at ease with myself. I had beaten Tommy's nose to the point it broke, and had taken quite the beating myself. The adrenaline was wearing off and the pain remained. The world and all of its problems had shrunk to the simple act of washing up the blood that was on me. For a good 10 minutes, I had even felt in a strangely good mood, as if oddly proud of what I had done to Tommy. What was I supposed to do? Let myself get beaten half to death over a bunk bed spot? Live in terror of Tommy for weeks, if not months? "Burgess O'Bannon," said a gruff voice at the entrance to the men's toilets. 2 Pied Piper officers were standing facing me. "Come with us," said the same Pied Piper officer. I checked my meter device and saw it was still green, so that wasn't what they wanted me for. I had expected the Pied Piper officers to come get me eventually because surely fighting at the facility was prohibited. I had expected them to take longer than 10 minutes post-fight to find me, however. The speed of their response seemed oddly quick. Then again, I thought, teachers only stop the violence when the victim fights back. The Pied Piper officers led me to the level 3 elevator. One entered with me and the other stayed behind. We rode the elevator 1 floor up to level 2, got off, and went through the checkpoint just like how I had done it upon first entering level 3. Level 2 appeared to be a mixture of offices and small laboratories. It was busy on level 2. The offices were nicely furnished, and the people working them moved in a slow, methodical kind of way that told me they had the kind of authority that meant they weren't in a hurry to go about their duties. The Pied Piper officer led me along one carpeted hallway filled with offices after another. This floor also, in its own way, had a maze-like quality to it, though the dominant color was gray instead of white, and everywhere there was a mix of clear glass panes to see through, as well as the occasional hazy glass pane offices too. We reached an office that was situated at the very top left corner of level 2, all the way at the back. Even from outside, I could tell it was one of, if not the largest, offices on the floor. The Pied Piper officer with me tapped the hazy glass door with his knuckles. "Come in," said a voice. The Pied Piper officer gestured with a look for me to enter, opening the door ajar enough for me to slip through. The office I found myself in was huge, but also uniquely adorned. There was a large wooden desk in the far corner, and a huge couch of some expensive design dominated the middle of the office. And, to my surprise, there was even a little kitchenette area off to the left-hand side with a mini fridge, coffee machine, and a sandwich press. A short, gray-haired man, possibly in his mid-50s or early 60s, dressed in a tan suit that looked like it belonged to the 90s, was standing at the kitchenette. I could smell the scent of melting cheese, cooked tomato, and toast. The man kept his back to me as he finished the last touches to his cheese and tomato toast tie. "Be with you in just a moment," he said in what to me sounded like a New Yorker accent. All I could do was stand and wait for him to finish what he was doing. I spotted a nameplate on his desk, which read, Robert Hoffman. Robert took a bite of his toast tie, holding the plate the other slice was on in his other hand. "Please take a seat, Burgess," he said. He gestured to the couch. I did as he asked, sitting at the far end. Robert sat on the other end of the couch, making a large gap between us. I wanted to ask if I was in trouble, but I decided to stay quiet. Seconds ticked by as Robert finished half of his toast tie. "Okay," he said, swallowing the last bite of his mouthful and nudging his plate along the couch a little bit. He clasped his hands together and looked at me. "Hello, Burgess," he said, smiling in a professional manner. "You're wondering why I brought you here? You read my mind," I said tiredly. Robert smiled, nodding. "Yes," he said. "I'm no Wizard of Oz. Reading minds is not part of my repertoire." Robert let the comment linger for a moment, then said, "You might think the reason you're here is because of that little fight you just had with Tommy in B9. Whilst that did draw you to my attention, I see it as completely understandable that you would stand your ground and not let that bully dictate unfair sleeping arrangements." My eyes narrowed. Who the heck is this guy? I thought. "Who am I?" said Robert. "Well, you've already made the acquaintance of my daughter, Abigail. She spoke highly of you. Said you had a little something special about you that wasn't quite there with most of the other mice she spoke to. I had seen the surname Hoffman but didn't put two and two together. It seemed obvious that Abigail was his daughter now that he mentioned it. There was even a resemblance, the same slight olive tone to his skin that Abigail had, too. The goal at this facility is to find out everything we can about these abnormalities occurring all across the world. There are plenty of scientists at this facility learning everything they can about the physical chemistry of teenagers such as yourself. My focus is on what really matters, the mind. "You're a shrink," I said. "I dabble in a lot of things," said Robert. He seemed to notice the other half of his toast tie. "Where are my manners? Would you like this? I'm usually full after one slice." "Sure," I said. After a moment of wondering if Robert expected me to get up and take the plate, he said, "Well, I'm not a delivery boy. You want it? Come get it." I stood up and walked over to the plate, picked it up, and then went back to the same spot I had gotten up from. I bit into the toast tie. It was really good. "Thanks," I said, my mouth stinging from the cut on my gum rubbing against the hot, melted cheese. I didn't care. The delicious food was well worth the pain, and I suspected the cut had already healed partially anyway. "What do you want to know about me?" I said, feeling a bit more enthusiastic about talking with Robert after a few bites of the toast tie. It was a simple gesture on his part to make me warm up to him, and it didn't bother me much if it worked. "That's just it," said Robert, smiling again. "I don't know what I don't know. We can talk about anything. Your favorite sports team. Something tells me you're not much into sports. Is that right?" "Yeah," I said. "Never really got into it much." "What about your dad? Was he a sports guy?" "Yeah," I said, chewing up the last of the toast tie. "He loves football." "Which team?" "Tottenham." "Spurs," said Robert. "How about that? That's my favorite team, too." The more I looked at Robert, the more he kind of reminded me of my dad. Same height, similar build, same short hair. I'd hardly ever seen my dad in a suit, besides Mum and Dad's wedding video and his Chelam Lodge meetings. "Why don't you like sports, Burgess?" said Robert, his tone dropping a little. "A bunch of guys kicking a ball around just doesn't appeal to me," I said. "I get why people enjoy it, but it just seems like they're having all the fun and I'm just watching. It also doesn't help that most of the players are from other countries, so there's no sense of community pride watching the team either. Is that sort of thing important to you, Burgess? Community?" I shrugged. "Sure," I said. "I like the idea of it." "Just the idea?" "I mean," I said, "being a part of a community sounds great. In Stowchester, people know each other, but there's no real sense of community." "I know what you mean," said Robert. There are pockets of communities here and there, but by and large, people in society are starting to ignore each other. Trust is breaking down. Everyone afraid. This crisis is another nail in that coffin, you can be sure of that. I nodded. Robert was surprisingly easy to talk to. In a way, it was like talking with my friend. What is community to you, Burgess? I thought about Robert's question for a moment, but then felt a wave of tiredness hit me. Strangely, that tiredness, once I acknowledged it, seemed to ebb away as if shy. My thoughts cleared up a little. I reconsidered the question. People I trust who mostly believe in the same sort of thing I do. Robert hummed. He had a very nice, deep voice, commanding yet not aggressive. And what is it you believe in, Burgess? Being a good person, I said. Making the most out of life. Helping others, maybe. Right, but come on, said Robert. Those are good, but what do you believe in? Who or what do you look up to? What gives you purpose? I don't know, I said. I don't believe in God if that's what you're asking. Maybe I was skirting around that question, said Robert, shrugging. And, if you don't mind me asking, why is it you don't believe in God or a God or gods? It just doesn't make sense to me, I said. I think people make up things to believe in because they're afraid life is meaningless. Right? Said Robert. Do you think life is meaningless, Burgess? I sighed. I think we give our own lives meaning. I said. I guess. Aha! Said Robert, pointing his finger like a gun at the ceiling. Interesting. To be clear, Burgess, other than what I or anybody else may believe, what you're telling me doesn't have a right or wrong answer in this conversation because we're talking about your truth. But, in the spirit of this conversation, I would like to challenge your thinking. Answer me this, Burgess, if you give your life meaning, then does that not mean that for you to live a meaningful life, you must know yourself as well as you can? I nodded. Yeah, I said. I think the more I know about myself, the better I can decide what to do with my life. And who are you, Burgess? Said Robert, opening his arms wide and shouting out the question theatrically. I blushed shyly under the fanfare of it all. I'm just me, I said. So, said Robert, calming a little, but still giddy like a professor loving his profession. You say life only has the meaning we bring to it, and to do that, you need to know yourself better. And if I'm understanding correctly at this very moment, you're not really sure who you are? I guess, I said, nodding. I'm just 18. I don't know who I'm going to be in the future. I like that, said Robert, as if proud of me. That's wisdom right there. To be 18 again. The world is still so new, so much of life to explore. Trust me, kid, when you get to my age, you feel like you've just about seen and done it all already. Robert saying this made me think of my dad. My dad, who seemed to settle into a mundane day-to-day routine at the age of 26 and hardly changed at all beyond that identity he created for himself. Are you thinking of your father? Said Robert. I flinched. Are you sure you're not a mind reader? I said. I wouldn't be surprised given the things I've seen today. Yes, said Robert. Jay and Amar gave you a demonstration of their abilities, didn't they? Several moments of silence followed. There was the obvious implication that every moment on level 3 was available to Robert to oversee. How much did he know about me already? Had he listened to my conversation in the cafeteria with Tiffany? How would he have listened in? I looked at my lap, and the answer came to me. My meter device. So obvious, really. There came a sudden tapping at the hazy glass door. Who is it? Said Robert. Just me, Dad, said a familiar voice. Is now a good time? Sure, honeybee. Come in. Abigail stepped into the office and cocked her head at the sight of me. She smiled. Hey, Burgess, she said. Long time no see. Yeah, I said. Almost a whole day. Abigail gave a tiny giggle, then gasped. Is that blood? She said, dismayed. Just boys being boys? Said Robert. Did you need something? Actually, Dad, I'm dying for an espresso. Mind if I? She gestured to the kitchenette. Sure, said Robert. Mi casa su casa. Abigail slipped off her shoes and put them off to one side before walking briskly to the kitchenette. Still with me, Burgess? said Robert with a knowing look. I tore my eyes away from Abigail and tried to give him my full attention, but with Abigail behind him, fixing herself a coffee, it was becoming increasingly difficult to keep my attention undivided. I shifted in my seat, positioning my view of Robert in such a way that his head obscured my view of Abigail. "Sorry," I mumbled. Robert patted me on the knee. "It's okay, my boy. You've had a long day and even tougher journey. You must feel like everything right now is outside of your control." I nodded. "Yeah." I said, "Exactly." "Mind if I share a little wisdom, Burgess?" said Robert. He waited a moment and saw he had my full attention. "In this life, you have two paths to take control of your life." Robert raised a hand, showing two fingers. "The first is humility. If you set in your mind that you deserve nothing, that you are nothing in the grand scheme of things, then every day of your life you can be grateful for the little things which come your way. A cheese and tomato toast tie, good company dash. An espresso," Abigail chimed in. "Yes, dear, espressos too," said Robert. He lowered one finger, leaving just his remaining index finger raised. "The second path is power," said Robert. His eyes seemed to burn with an extra intensity as he said this. "In this life, power is everything," he said, pointing at me. "You are powerless right now, and of course you're feeling the frustration of that. But let me ask you this. When you showed that bully Tommy that you weren't no kindergarten, snot-nosed pushover, how did you feel?" "Calm, in control," I said after considering the question. "And then I felt bad about it." "Why did you feel bad, Burgess?" said Robert. It was harder to get the words out now that I also knew Abigail was listening to the conversation. I spotted her again. She had made her espresso and was leaning against the counter, sipping her coffee and watching our conversation. Again, with some effort, I put my attention back to Robert. "Because I'm not the kind of person who enjoys fights or beating people up," I said. "Very well," said Robert. "Then you're choosing the path of meekness, aren't you? Next time Tommy acts up, you'll do well to put your head on the floor just nice so he can stomp on it." My eyes narrowed. "No," I said. "I'll just not take things so far next time." "And how will you do that?" said Robert. "I'll be more careful not to get carried away, I guess," I said. Robert stood up from the couch and put his hands in his pockets. I felt as if I had let him down with my answer. "I think we're done here for today," said Robert. "Thank you for your time, Burgess." I rose from the couch. After a moment, Robert turned to me and forced a smile. He offered me his hand to shake, and I shook it. He had a firm grip. He patted me on the arm and showed me to the door. "Just one last thing," said Robert. "A thought I'd like to leave you with." Robert leaned in, speaking in a whisper. "You're going to become extremely powerful, Burgess," he said. "More powerful than you can imagine. When you come into that power, what are you going to do with it? Which path are you going to take?" "I'm not looking for an answer right now. Just really think about it." "Okay, my boy." I nodded. A whole range of different emotions was stirring in me. "Talk later," said Robert. "Later, Burgess," came Abigail's voice just before Robert closed the glass door behind me. There wasn't enough time for me to say goodbye. The Pied Piper officer took me back down to level 3, going through the same checkpoint procedure once we were on the 3rd floor. The officer didn't stay with me beyond the checkpoint. I continued on to the 3rd floor, finding the mood and commotion had died down a lot compared to how it had been when I had arrived with Tiffany, Blaine, and Michaela. I made my way back to B9. Once there, I could see the other guys were already snoozing. It still felt early, but I was tired enough not to care. I spotted Tommy lying in his bunk with his head leaning back and a bloody tissue held to his nose. He ignored me as I climbed up onto the top bunk. For about 30 minutes, I lay thinking about my conversation with Robert. The whole conversation with him had been weirdly intense. He was clearly after something. But what? Me? Did he really think I was going to become some powerful individual? What did he see in me that he wasn't seeing in Tiffany, Jay, Amar, Blaine, Tommy, or anyone else at the facility? Was I special? Or was he just making me feel like he had singled me out because he possibly saw something unique in me? My thoughts fell on Abigail, particularly how she had looked as she had kicked off her shoes and had crossed the room to the kitchenette. "In your dreams," I thought, rolling my eyes and turning over on the thin mattress. As uncomfortable as the bed was, it might as well have been a cloud because of how ready for sleep I was. And it was then something stung at my closed eyes. I eased them open. My meter was blinking orange again. Oh come on, I thought, is there really no rest for the wicked? 24. Coil. Shortly after passing through the cafeteria and moving down several corridors, I managed to successfully find my way to the exercise area. I came to a large set of open double doors and jogged inside. The double doors led through to a huge gym-like space. It was twice the size of a school gymnasium, and there was all manner of activity taking place within, despite it being early evening. 24 teenagers, either individually or in small groups, were jogging laps around the huge space. There were also smaller groups of teenagers doing rock wall climbing in the middle of the exercise area. Then there were teenagers doing rope climbing, pulling their way up long white ropes hanging from the ceiling. Beneath them were thick blue mats. I spotted a girl letting herself fall, seemingly enjoying it. There were still more activities, but I decided I would take a longer look during my laps around the area. I hesitated for a moment, spotting a dozen patrolling Pied Piper officers. These officers also had firearms. I spotted a Pied Piper officer who was looking down at a touchscreen tablet device. I jogged a little closer to him, trying not to be too conspicuous. The tablet he held showed over 36 orange dots, which I quickly deduced matched the general movement of the teenagers in the exercise area. So that's how they keep track of us, I thought. The Pied Piper officer looked my way. I picked up my pace and jogged with the wall to my right. The wall itself was a depressing concrete gray. The whole of the exercise area was well lit, but it was as if all the color had been sucked out of the place. I earned a few looks from teenagers I passed thanks to the blood that was still on my overalls. Some part of me liked the attention I was getting. It felt good to be noticed. I had hoped I would fare much better jogging laps around the huge space, knowing I was capable of doing so for hours. After all, Abigail had invited me to stay at the facility precisely because I had so much potential worth learning more about. After my previous feat of jogging in Lintern's gym, and fighting back as well as I managed to against Tommy, I must have imagined myself to be much more physically capable than was really the case. After just one lap around the area, I was breathing heavy, red-faced, sweat building under my armpits, heart thumping in my chest. I did another lap. When I reached the same starting point by the double doors, I stopped, bent over, and fought for breath. My meter was still blinking orange. As much as I wanted to stop and go sit down, I knew that if it went red, then the Pied Piper officers in the room would know, and they would, most likely, escort me off to somewhere where I would have to sit and wait to either blow up or for my meter to return to orange or green. I was about to set off again, but stopped. My conversation with Robert Hoffman earlier sprang to mind. Power, I thought, I have power. So why don't I tap into it? That was one of the things Robert was getting at, right? My breathing slowed. I caught my breath, and then let out a shaky sigh. A strange sense of clarity struck me then. From the moment I had been evacuated from my home to where I was standing, I had been on a treadmill of sorts, moving but not getting anywhere, struggling but not gaining much of anything for it. I was a mouse on a wheel. I clenched my fists so hard they started to tremble. Take control, I thought to myself. Make something happen for a change. An idea had occurred to me whilst I jogged the first 2 laps. I had tried to put it in the back of my mind because of how silly it was, but I decided it was at least worth a try. I had a theory, and it was time to put it to the test. After taking a quick look around, I moved off to my left, making room for the teenagers who hadn't stopped jogging and were passing me by. I closed my eyes and then slowly widened my stance and stood with my fists close to my hips. I probably looked goofy, like some anime-loving nerd copying what he had seen on TV, but I didn't care. This was worth at least one attempt. I sucked in a deep breath through my nose and imagined my entire body becoming stronger. Strangely, this reminded me of the many times I had done the same thing growing up when playing alone. At least twice growing up, I had made the same birthday wish. I wished to become stronger. It was a simple boy's wish. Stronger meant physically tough, bigger, cooler. Being strong meant being reliable, and reliable people made friends easily. I had wanted to make friends, so little me at the time thought that meant I needed to be strong. My wish hadn't been granted because many of the boys at school, it seemed, were stronger than I was. They had genuine friendships, too. Eventually, I managed to make a friend, but that had been during sixth form after secondary school had finished. I thought about my friend again, the very same sixth form friend, and wondered what he was doing right about now. Had he been caught and evacuated like everyone else, or had he successfully managed to avoid it all? Nothing was happening. The moment passed. I opened my eyes and let out a long sigh. I smirked, though I wasn't finding anything particularly funny. I felt a little embarrassed for trying what I had just attempted. I had wished to be stronger. My meter was still blinking orange. I needed to get moving. I would need to work myself into miserable sweatiness like last time, and would likely get that sunburn look all over again. It was then that I felt the strangest sensation I had ever felt all over my body. In one sudden rush, my body tensed up, every major and minor muscle seeming to grip and tighten. With a sudden jolt that lasted just a moment, I could feel a subtle difference in my body. It wasn't that I felt stronger all of a sudden, but I did feel as if my body were a coil that had been wound much tighter than before. I felt my right bicep with my left hand and could feel the muscle tensed beneath the blue fabric. More or less the same size, possibly a tiny bit bigger, maybe, but undoubtedly tensed up. I patted down my stomach. Same tense feeling. It resisted my fingertips and closed fisted taps in a way that my usually soft stomach didn't. Externally, I don't think I looked any different. The teenagers passing me by didn't seem to take much notice of me, especially since the novelty of the blood on the front of my overalls had likely worn off. I reached down and felt my legs. They too were tense. Coiled up, I thought that was exactly how it felt. More than anything, I wanted to get moving. I was set and ready to go. Excitedly, I started jogging again. This time, the difference was substantial. I felt as if the wind were on my back. I moved at a true jogging pace, not just barely jogging, but at a speed that was essentially try-hard. It was a show-off kind of speed. The initial move off to jogging steadily lasted a matter of seconds. I couldn't help but laugh and look around excitedly. There were a handful of teenagers in front of me jogging. I quickly caught up to them, passed them, and looked over my shoulder at their different reactions to me doing so. Some were bewildered, others likely thinking, what's he trying to prove? I faced forward. I didn't care. This felt great. I kept going, jogging just shy of a running pace. My body was working hard to keep up, but in a fluid, efficient way like a well-run machine. I didn't feel like I was close to burning out and having to stop from a stitch anytime soon. I was simply in motion, letting my body propel itself along. There was nothing in recent memory that compared to the feeling of abundance and freedom that came with running laps around the exercise area. After the fourth lap, I had stopped counting and instead had simply let my body continue propelling me forward. I was moving at the same steady pace I had started with. The exercise area was trailing towards, by, and behind me, along with the other teenagers and Pied Piper officers. At first, I expected my body to kick up a fuss about what I was putting it through. Inevitably, there would be a stitch, overheating, exhaustion. It had already been such a long day of conversations, violence, moving around. There simply had to be a limit to what my body could handle without proper rest. Or so I thought. I could push myself even further, I thought to myself. I decided against it. What I was already doing was incredible and obviously superhuman. It was more than enough. A few laps later, I checked my meter. It had turned green. Oh! I grunted, feeling kind of disappointed. My body, still tense like a coiled spring, was aching to get moving again. I could try and power down, I thought. But no, I didn't want to do that yet. I wasn't eager to return to my uncomfortable mattress and pillow. Not when the simple act of running, coasting along like a breeze, brought a satisfying, euphoria-like feeling too good to pass up. I set off again. I was sweating, but it was a steady, regulated kind of sweat that wasn't threatening to become like the sunburned state Tiffany and I had endured. Several laps later, I noticed the sound of my feet slapping the floor. Where had my plimsolls gone? I kept jogging and looked around and saw they had flung off near the exercise area entrance. How long ago had that happened? How come I didn't notice? I picked them up on my way round and held one plimsoll in each hand, imagining them to be little weights to add to the marathon I was already doing. Felt better to run barefoot anyway. I wondered how long I had been jogging. An hour, maybe? I had stopped paying attention to the people around me and still didn't care to see who was around beyond a vague glance. There were a dozen fewer teenagers than when I had first come in. At some point, jogging round and around, I just let my mind switch off. This in itself might as well have been a superhuman feat. Switching off my mind and not fretting about something was close to impossible for me. Yet I could do it in this coiled-up flow state. I didn't even feel bored. A little while later, I saw a familiar face. It was Tiffany. "Hey," I said, raising a friendly hand and passing her by. "Burgess, hold on," she said. "Come on," I said, urging her to keep up with me. Tiffany broke into a jog and matched my pace. She looked down at me with concern. "Burgess, stop running," she said. "Why?" I said. Tiffany started to lag. She wasn't coiled like me, so she had to put in the extra effort to match my ever-steady pace. "Because," said Tiffany, huffing, "you've been running for 8 hours. I chuckled. "Yeah, sure," I said. Tiffany grabbed me by the wrist and yanked me to a stop. She was pretty strong. I started jogging on the spot to keep the momentum going, tugging my wrist from her grip. "What are you doing?" I said. "Burgess," she said. "I mean it. You've been running all night. Look around you." Still jogging on the spot, I glanced around. Where was everybody? The exercise area had just a handful of teenagers and only 2 Pied Piper officers. This didn't make sense. I had just seen them. I had glanced around and saw plenty of people. Had they all left at once? Tiffany put her hands on my shoulders, bringing her weight there, forcing me to stop jogging. But I wanted to keep jogging so badly. It felt awful not to keep up the constant motion. If it weren't for the genuine look of concern and the intensity with which Tiffany was looking at me, I wouldn't have considered stopping anytime soon. "Hold on," I said. "Give me a moment." Tiffany eased her grip and let go. It felt so wrong to renew my stance. I dropped my plimsolls and then put my closed fists to my hips in a power stance. It was as if my body was screaming at me, begging me not to stop the glorious momentum that had been built up and kept in motion. "Slow down," I thought. "Relax. There's no need to be stronger right now." I thought this over and over and focused on my breathing. The tightness across my body wasn't going away. I began to worry that I might not be able to remove the coiled spring-like feeling that had taken hold of me. What if I couldn't? What if I had to perpetually stay in such a state moving forward? My body relaxed all at once, and I collapsed onto the floor. Once I had stood up too fast when getting out of bed, and the blood hadn't rushed to my head fast enough. I had fallen over, crumpling like an item of discarded clothing onto the floor. I had been lucky not to seriously injure myself when that happened. In much the same way, I felt a similar rush and lightheadedness take hold of me. My head hit the exercise area floor with a hefty thud, and my back took the brunt of the rest of the fall. It hurt, but not to a degree I was worried I had done any damage. Tiffany stooped over me, blocking the light. "Are you okay?" she said. "Yeah, But before I could finish what I intended to say, the world around me darkened, and all sound cut out. Just like that, I lost consciousness. When I came to, I was sitting with my back against the wall off to the side of the exercise area near the double-door entrance. Tiffany was squatted down beside me, holding a cup of water. I felt her hand brush through my hair gently. "Talk to me, please," she said. "What do you want me to say?" I said half-jokingly. Tiffany sighed a little with relief. "Please drink something," she said. I took the cup of water and drank it all in a few gulps. Boy, water sure tasted amazing after running for 8 hours. By the look of it, the exercise area was as close to empty as it had been just before I collapsed. My body felt heavy, but my mind was oddly euphoric and floaty, as if it would be very difficult to be in a bad mood. I spotted my plimsolls by my right leg and slipped them back on. "Was it really 8 hours?" I said. "Yes," said Tiffany. She sat down, crossing her legs, still facing me. She jabbed me in the shoulder. "You twat," she said. "I heard about your fight with Tommy this morning. Thought you'd be black and blue or something. Gave me the fright of my life." "Sorry," I said. "It's whatever," said Tiffany. She then said, "You don't look like you've been in a fight. Did you see Tommy's face?" I said. Tiffany shook her head. "No, But I heard you broke his nose. Who told you? Michaela. Blaine told her about it, and she told me over breakfast. She thought I already knew. Yeah, I said. I kind of feel bad about fighting Tommy. No, said Tiffany. By the sound of it, he was being a you-know-what, and you needed to stick up for yourself. Didn't know you had it in you. Tiffany jabbed me in the shoulder again. We both grinned. Easy on the hits, I said. You're tougher than you look. Whatever, said Tiffany. She stood up and offered me a hand to take. I didn't feel like I really needed it to get to my feet, but I took it anyway. Tiffany checked her meter reflexively. It was still green. No orange for you yet? I said. Not yet, she said. She looked me over again, which made me feel weird, like a piece of meat or something. You're not red, she said. That sunburn look, I mean. Yeah, I said, excitedly. I think I figured out a way to avoid that. You don't even look tired, she said. Are you really okay? I feel a bit dizzy, I said, and thirsty, and hungry. But yeah, other than that I could keep going. It actually felt really good. Mate, she said, beaming. We're going to make so much money out of this. Yeah, I said. Yeah, she said. Once people see what we can do, we could charge money for it. Might not be a fortune, but it'd be enough to live decently. Yeah, I said, nodding. After we leave here. Tiffany's enthusiasm soured a little. What? I said. We started walking and came to a stop at the exercise area entrance. It might be nothing, said Tiffany, looking around as if people might overhear us. But I don't think anyone has left since they got here. I spoke to some girls, and one of them has been asking to leave for 3 weeks, and she's still here. I felt my stomach tighten up with that familiar pang of anxiety. On some level, I knew we were in bigger trouble being at the facility than I wanted to admit. Maybe they're just focusing on bringing people in, I said. I think Mike said something about it taking a few days to schedule a flight out of here. A few days, Berg, said Tiffany, her eyes fixed on me intensely. Not weeks. Something is up. Just hold on, I said. Maybe if we ask Mike, he'll have a good explanation. Yeah, said Tiffany. But what if he doesn't? I didn't have an answer. I needed to explain something to her, but we needed privacy. Do you have anything to write with, by the way? I said. What? Said Tiffany. You know, to make notes. No, she said, her eyes narrowing. She watched me as I tried to think of another way to explain to her what I knew. Can I show you something quick? I said. Tiffany didn't object, but I could see she wasn't sure where this was going. Come on, I said. The corridors were starting to get busy again. I led the way to the spot I had seen Sophie talking to the Pied Piper officer. I hadn't noticed before, but my assumption had been correct. At this particular section on the 3rd floor, there wasn't a security camera, which is why they must have picked the spot to have their discussion. I thought Sophie probably doesn't know the meters have microphones in them. Regarding the meters having built-in microphones, I had put 2 and 2 together whilst in Robert's office, though I wasn't sure if he cared that I knew he was listening in on everyone's conversations, or maybe he wanted me to know and tried to make it more obvious. If so, then why would he want to make it obvious to me? The more I thought about it, the more aware I was of how I didn't really have much of a clue about what was going on. I brought Tiffany to the nook I had stopped in before. What? She whispered. I put a finger to my lips in a shoe gesture and then pointed to my meter device. Then I pointed to my ear. Tiffany understood immediately and slowly nodded. So, I said, putting on a bit of an act, I came to this spot to take a break. It's quiet here. Okay, said Tiffany. Thanks for showing me. My stomach whined all of a sudden. Want to get something to eat? I asked. Yeah, said Tiffany. As I walked with Tiffany to the cafeteria, I couldn't help but feel like we were both just pretending everything was okay. If she was telling me the truth about what the other girls had said to her, and so far I had no reason to think Tiffany was a liar, then that meant Mike, and by extension Abigail, had lied about how easy it would be for us to leave the facility. Another bout of anxiety shot up in my gut, making my legs feel like jelly. No, I thought to myself, don't panic yet. There's bound to be a perfectly reasonable explanation. I need to talk to Mike anyway, I said. Huh, said Tiffany. Mike, I said. I want to call my mom to tell her what's going on. Good idea, said Tiffany. I want to talk to my mom too. How about we go find Mike after you've had something to eat? Sounds good, I said. I took a moment to look at Tiffany. She must have felt my gaze on her because she looked back at me with a quizzical look, but she also couldn't help but smirk. I shrugged and looked away, feeling shy all of a sudden. Boy, I'm lucky she's here with me. I thought, it'd be a nightmare dealing with all this alone. 25. A change in the contract. Two things held up our goal of hunting down Mike to ask about contacting our respective mums. First, I needed to change into new overalls since the ones I was wearing were still caked at the front with dried blood and a good deal of sweat from my jogging for 8 hours. Thankfully, Tiffany had already sought out new overalls before and knew where to get them. Just like with the cafeteria, a handful of teenagers could volunteer for extra money to do the laundry for everyone else. Tiffany led the way to the laundry room. I saw a familiar face standing at the doorway of a kiosk. It was George, the Asian boy with whom I shared B9. Oh, hey, he said, smiling at us as we approached. I could tell, despite his friendly welcome, that he was someone with a good deal of social anxiety, but more subtly, he was also quite good at hiding it. It was something I could spot plain as day because I noticed many of the similar behaviors in myself. Tiffany looked at me and gestured for me to ask for what I needed. Hey, George, I said. Hey, said George, cocking his head to the side and giving an effeminate hand wave. Let me guess, he said. You need new socks? Yeah, exactly, I said with a smirk. I looked at Tiffany, and she was smirking too. You need new overalls, said George. What a shock. You look like a small men's, right? I shrugged. Sure, I said. Okay, said George, and he disappeared for a moment and retrieved a new pair of neatly folded overalls, which he took out of a packet. So, he said, you can have 2 pairs at any one time. Just tap your ID card here dash. He held out a reader, and I tapped my card, which caused a beep sound. And we're done. If you need new shoes, I can get those for you too. I'm good for now, thanks, I said. No worries, said George. Happy to help. There was a moment of silence. Sorry about the fight yesterday, by the way, I said. I didn't mean for things to get out of hand. Yeah? Said George, stretching out the word like a gossipy mum. That was horrible. Good for you for standing up to him, though. I just played possum with him, so he didn't pay me much attention. Possum? Said Tiffany. Yeah, said George. You know, like playing dead? If somebody messes with you, just pretend like you don't exist, and they'll get bored. It's a wonderful defense mechanism. Sounds pretty cowardly, I thought. But hey, if it worked for him. This is Tiffany, by the way, I said. She's my friend. Hi, said George, offering a hand for Tiffany to shake. They shook hands, a bit awkwardly, like 2 teenagers playing adult. Pleasure, said George. Are there still job openings for this sort of thing? Said Tiffany. Oh yeah, probably, said George. I wanted to get a cafeteria job because I know my way around a kitchen, but those jobs got taken up quick. There's also cleaning jobs and other things. Just ask Mike about it. You guys are new, so obviously a lot of the job positions have been taken. Thanks, said Tiffany. She looked at me. Guess we've got another reason to find Mike. It was then that a loud flute-like melody played on the speakers throughout the 3rd floor. Everyone, please come to the exercise area right away for a special announcement. It was Mike's voice. He repeated this request several times over. Well, now we know where he is, I said. I kind of wished we hadn't heard the announcement because I was starving. Food would have to wait. George joined Tiffany and me on our way to the exercise area. Inside, we could see 24 teenagers already standing in a loose group. Mike stood ahead of them on a small podium, with a microphone in one hand and a tablet device in the other. Abigail was also by his side, though not standing on the podium. Over the course of a few minutes, all the teenagers on the 3rd floor gathered to hear what Mike had to say. Michaela made her way over to Tiffany. Following at a casual pace behind Michaela was Blaine. I could see Tiffany's demeanor change around Blaine, because Tiffany seemed to become very awkward and self-conscious all of a sudden. "Hey," I said to Michaela and Blaine. Both gave little nods of acknowledgement my way, but I could tell, couldn't care less I was there. The real affinity was between Michaela and Tiffany. "Hey girl," said Michaela. "Hey," said Tiffany. They hugged. I looked around and spotted Jay and Amar standing together. "Two." "Hey," said a small voice from behind me. It was Daniel, the other boy I shared B9 with. He kept his gaze on the floor for the most part, and his arms hugged his chest. "Hey, how are you?" I said. "Okay," he said. "Have you been at the facility long?" I asked. 2 weeks, said Daniel. I didn't know what else to say to him. Thankfully, George noticed he was there. "Hey," said George. "How's the cafeteria work going?" "Gee, good," Daniel stammered, but didn't say any more than that. A boy of few words, I thought. "Thank you, everyone," said Mike. His voice loud thanks to the speakers in the exercise area picking up the sound from his microphone. Mike waited a moment for everyone's murmurs to settle down. "Alrighty," he said. "I've been told by the higher-ups to make this announcement to you all. First, there has been a change to the contracts you have all signed. Starting today, payments of $2,000 per week will not be paid every week, but will go into your accounts as a lump sum at the end of your contract. For some of you, that is 4 months. For the new arrivals, of course, that'll be 3 months." An upset wave sprang up among the teenagers. Tiffany, in particular, gasped in shock. "Now," said Mike. "It is within the terms of the contract for this change to be made." "Is that true?" said Michaela, whispering. "Yeah," said Blaine. "However," said Mike, "the money you have earned here at the facility will be sent to your accounts. For instance, those of you who have been here for 3 weeks will have 3 weeks of pay sent to your accounts today. However, moving forward, payment will be made at the end of your contracts, as I have mentioned. In addition, moving forward, if anyone here wishes to leave the facility, then you will not be paid the full lump sum. From now on, you must all stay here for the majority of the contract period to receive payment, no exceptions." This really riled up the teenagers, including myself. A flurry of swearing and angry questions filled the exercise area. It was then that I noticed the dozen or so Pied Piper officers, armed with machine guns, surrounding all of us at intervals. For this reason, the riled-up crowd didn't suddenly swarm Mike and Abigail and were instead kept at bay. I didn't know if this crowd was the type to suddenly attack Mike and Abigail over this news, but given how upset they were at hearing it, I wouldn't have been surprised. "I understand many of you are upset," said Mike. "If any of you wish to leave, then that option is still available to you." "I've been asking to leave for 2 weeks," a girl shouted from the crowd. "Which is why," said Mike, trying to speak above the murmurs and shouts. "If anyone wishes to leave right now, we have prepared a special flight out from the facility." The murmurs died out all at once. Nobody, it seemed, including myself, had been expecting this. Tiffany and I shared a look. Was this our way out already? "And," said Mike, "we are still making arrangements for you to contact your families and other relations, but this is going to take some time. Approximately 2 more weeks. This is due to issues of privacy and trying to protect the work being done here at this facility. We ask for your patience during this difficult time. We are working as fast as we can to make calls home a possibility." Again, more silence, but it had become an excited, enthusiastic kind of silence. People were being told what they wanted to hear. "Now," said Mike, "if you wish to go home on the return flight later this evening, you will forfeit any further payment from the facility, other than the amount you have already accrued. Additionally, please understand this. A flight out of here will not mean you will return home. Instead, you will be sent to one of the containment zones. Your accommodation situation, I assure you, will not be nearly as good as it is now. And you will not receive payment for helping the facility with its research, and you will not have the means to contact your loved ones like you would here. Many of you have misunderstood how incredible an opportunity it is to be here. You are not prisoners. This is an opportunity to help with research that could save many lives. So, if you still wish to leave, then please stay behind, and you can sign a form which will permit you to leave the facility. Thank you, everyone. We won't be accepting any questions at this time. Please leave the exercise area if you do not wish to take a flight out tonight." A good deal of the teenagers began to make their way out of the exercise area, including Jay, Amar, Daniel, and George. I spotted that girl, Sophie, standing facing Mike with her arms crossed. I had assumed that she was flirting with the Pied Piper officer before as a way to get out of the facility. Now was her chance. Was she going to take it? It seemed as if she were asking herself that question. "What do you want to do?" said Tiffany to me. I didn't have an answer. "I'm staying," said Mikalia, chiming in. "Ain't no way I'm losing out on all that money. Right, Blaine?" Blaine crossed his muscled arms. "I don't know," he said. "I don't like them changing the contract on us. That ain't trustworthy behavior." "It's probably because so many people are asking to leave," I said. Tiffany put her hand on my shoulder. "Do you want to leave?" she said. My mind raced 100 miles a minute. The teenagers trickling out of the exercise area were like bits of sand falling inside an hourglass. I became aware of my meter device and the fact that it could hear everything I might say. "Who's to say that the flight out of here is real?" I said. "He's right," said Blaine. "For all we know, they could just be taking anyone who leaves down to another floor, running crazy experiments on them." "Yeah," I said. "Exactly." Michaela rolled her eyes. "Are you boys serious?" she said. "This ain't some big conspiracy. Didn't you hear Mike? We can leave if we want or stay and get paid. You've been watching too many movies, Trust." I really didn't know what the right thing to do was. Stay and get paid, but risk some potentially sinister stuff occurring, or go back to a place like Lintern Village. How do you think you would feel stuck at Lintern knowing you could be making $2,000 a week? I said to the others, "I'd feel pretty stupid giving up an opportunity like this." "The thing is," I said, "they haven't given me a reason not to trust them, except the Pied Piper officers. Did you know one of them put a gun to my head in Lintern?" "No way, really?" said Michaela. "It's true," said Tiffany. "I saw it. But this whole situation is serious," said Blaine. "They have to maintain control. If they don't, then they've created an even worse situation for everyone. Don't forget, every one of us is a grenade that could go off." To help prove his point, Blaine raised his wrist to show his meter. It was showing green. "Burgess?" said Tiffany, urging me to make a decision. "I don't know," I said. "I really don't know. I think we should just leave it for now. We can always take the next flight out if we don't want to be here." "Okay," said Tiffany. "I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Otherwise, it's whatever. No use us being here if they don't intend on paying us, innit? It wasn't about the money for me. It was nice. What I cared about was getting out of the facility in one piece, preferably without having the hangman of blowing to smithereens looming over me for the rest of my life." I spotted a small group of teenagers queued up in front of Mike and Abigail. One of the girls, a chubby ginger girl with her hair tied up in a bun, looked over to us and waved. Tiffany and Michaela waved back. "That's Beth," she said. "She's wanted to leave ever since she got here. Looks like she's gonna go." Blaine smirked. I could see why. Among the group lining up to go was Tommy. His nose was a shade of purple, giving him a slight clownish look. He looked our way, then looked back as if he hadn't seen us. I felt a sudden pang of pity for him. I'm sure a large part of the reason he wanted to leave the facility was because of our fight. For a moment, I considered walking over and saying something to him, anything, to make him reconsider leaving. More teenagers left the exercise area. Michaela, Blaine, and even Tiffany began to wander out. "You coming, Berg?" said Tiffany, stopping and waiting for me. I looked back at Tommy and decided his issues weren't my problem, and then joined the others out of the exercise area. 26. Bookie. The second thing I had intended to do before going to the exercise area was to get something to eat. I was starving because for some reason, despite having run for over 8 hours off the back of a long day, a day after the hellish treadmill torment, I didn't feel nearly as hungry as I should have, nor as fatigued. The hunger was still there, however, gnawing at my attention. In a way, I wanted to eat because I just wanted the sensation of eating, of being full, and in the same way, I wanted also to enjoy a good night's sleep, or at least as much as I could get, given how uncomfortable the mattress and pillow were. Tiffany came with me to the cafeteria. Michaela joined us because she wanted to spend more time hanging out with Tiffany, and this also meant Blaine joined our group. There was a wait for food this time since the breakfast rush was over and it wasn't quite time for lunch yet. I spotted Daniel amongst the teenagers busily working to get lunch made for everyone. I had taken a seat at a table near where we would queue up. As soon as lunch was ready, I planned to make a beeline to the start of the queue. Whilst I sat pondering what I might get to eat for lunch, Tiffany, Michaela, and Blaine also took seats around the table. Tiffany to my left, Michaela to Tiffany's left, and Blaine sat across from me. Say something, I thought, because it was a good chance to get to know them better. Man, I said, almost to myself but just loud enough for the others to hear. I sort of missed daylight already. The fluorescent lights were stark and bright and not at all inviting to sit in. Whilst not grimy or drab, the cafeteria, much like the rest of the third floor, was bare bones in its design. Thanks for the reminder, OL, said Michaela, dismissively. Yeah, said Tiffany. I'm getting sick of these stupid lights. I could tell Tiffany was only complaining to help me save face a bit. Blaine was sitting back in his seat. His gaze slowly shifted to me. Yo, he said. Blaine sat forward in his seat. Although we were the same age, he had the body of a full-grown man, especially compared to me. I heard you ran for 8 hours straight last night, he said. Dat true? I nodded. Yeah. I said, I figured out a way to keep going for a long time. How? Said Blaine. I explained in detail how I had willed myself to be stronger, if only a little bit, and how it had made me feel coiled up like a spring ready to go. Blaine listened intently. The problem was, I said, I really didn't want to stop. I could have kept going. It was weird, like time was moving faster or something. I think I did something like that before, said Blaine. When I was at Lintern, I tapped into this feeling, like my whole body got tight, coiled up like you said, made the whole thing easy. Could you show me how to do it? Said Michaela. I looked at her as if she had suddenly grown a second head. I hadn't expected her to talk to me, not with how she gave Blaine and Tiffany the majority of her attention. Sure, I said. I got the sunburnt treatment last time, said Michaela. I'm like, so over that. Can't Blaine show you? I thought. But after thinking about it, it seemed as if Blaine had been tapping into the same power I had, but in an intuitive, unintentional way. So, I said, looking to Blaine, you've not intentionally coiled, have you? Nah, he said. I want to try it out. How about you show me after lunch? Okay, I said. No problem. Me too, said Michaela. I nodded and forced a friendly smile. I'll tag along, said Tiffany. She checked her meter. It was still green. I could see a momentary dread in her eyes. She really didn't want it to turn orange anytime soon. I idly ran my tongue along my upper gum. The cut was gone. Have you seen what some of the teenagers can do here? Said Michaela. She was speaking to all of us. You mean like powers and stuff? I said. Yeah, she said. You won't believe it, but I saw a girl change her hair color from blonde to ginger. Not just a little bit, but like real ginger hair. You know George? Said Blaine. In our block? He can grow his fingernails on command. It's really freaked, bruv. Does he cut them? I said. I hadn't noticed George's nails being particularly long. Blaine shrugged and sat back in his seat. I told the others about Jay and Amar and what they had shown me. Blaine nodded, as if agreeing with himself. What? Said Tiffany. She sat forward and fixed her attention on Blaine, even more than she already was. That is, we're getting superpowers, said Blaine. Not just getting stronger, but weird stuff like changing our bodies too. If this is just the start, then just imagine what's coming in the future. The facility knows about these powers, I said. They must do. But if that's the case, why aren't they making a bigger deal about it? Maybe they've known for a long time, innit? Said Tiffany. Like, maybe even before this Pied Piper's return thing. How? Said Michaela. I never saw anything on the news, like, about people with weird powers. Nothing on socials either. It's not like they're shooting lasers from their eyes, said Blaine. It's just growing nails and changing hair color. Ain't no big thing. It's big, I said. Really big, actually. It shouldn't be possible. You know what I don't get? Said Blaine. How is this dash? He held up his meter device, which showed a steady green light. Connected with George being able to grow his fingernails out? It's energy, I said. The Pied Piper scientists figured out something to detect that we have power building up inside of ourselves. That if we don't exert ourselves, we'll blow up. What if there are other ways to convert that energy? This is bookie, said Michaela, pronouncing the word as bookie. My grandma warned me about messing around with bookie stuff. It's of the devil. What if all of this has some devilish voodoo behind it? I narrowed my eyes. Maybe we should just stick to the science of it? I said. Michaela wasn't impressed with what I just said. Bruv, she said. What you're saying ain't much different to what I'm saying. Black magic voodoo does this kind of thing. It's called a… She struggled to find the right word. Glamour, I said. Yeah, said Michaela, snapping her fingers in agreement excitedly. That's it, a glamour. Dark magic that, like, bookie people use to make themselves look different to other people. I didn't believe in magic or anything like that, but I did know tabletop games, and the idea of glamours, being able to change minor details of one's appearance using magic, was something I was vaguely aware of. It's not an illusion, though, I said. Jay put his hand into a warm cup of water and made it nearly ice cold. Are you sure you didn't just think, like, that it was cold? Said Michaela. I guess I wouldn't know the difference if it were an illusion, I said. Running for 8 hours straight and feeling fine after ain't an illusion, said Blaine. And I've seen George put away his nail clippings. Maybe we should try and find our own powers in it, said Tiffany. Then we'd know for sure. Nah, said Michaela. I'm staying away from this bookie thing until I know it ain't voodoo. Does that mean you don't want me to show you how to coil? I said. Nah, she said. You can show me that, but I ain't doing glamours. My grandma'd throw her slipper at me. You get me? Oh, we all chuckled at this. She got good aim? Said Blaine, smiling. She's fierce, said Michaela. She can throw her slippers around corners like a boomerang ting. Pa! Blaine and Tiffany erupted into laughter at this. I did too, though not quite as much. A sudden flute-like ding sounded across the cafeteria. It was time to queue up for lunch. 27. World Shakers. Lunch was a cheeseburger with fries and a can of cola. Chocolate cake for dessert. The meal was pure bliss from start to finish. Food never used to taste so good. It was like I had extra taste buds. Blaine ate food, too, though Tiffany and Michaela opted out of eating. So are you going to grow your hair out? Said Michaela to Tiffany. Huh? Oh, yeah, said Tiffany. I thought shaving my hair down might be a good look, but it ain't, said Blaine, before stuffing a handful of fries into his mouth. Makes you look like a dude. Hey, said Michaela crossly. She slapped Blaine's shoulder. Watch your mouth. What? Said Blaine. Ain't that what you're going for? Looking like a bloke. Tiffany didn't know what to say. Her face squirmed from trying to look like she was amused by what Blaine was saying. Blaine's blasé attitude gave way to an eye roll. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings, he said. My bad. It's okay, said Tiffany, in a small voice. She started chewing her nails. They were red raw again. I realized it must have been a while since she had last had a smoke. Come here, girl, said Michaela, giving Tiffany a much-needed hug. Blaine shot me a look that said he thought the girls were overreacting. I just looked at my fries. I had always been a slow eater, so it took me a little while to finish stuffing my face. When I was finished, I got up and took my tray over to the rack of other dirty trays. When I turned back, I found Michaela standing within arm's reach of me. I noticed again that she was quite pretty, and as a result, I felt a familiar pang of nervousness talking to her, especially one-on-one. Hey, she said. I'm going to go with Tiff to see if we can get her some cigarettes. Poor girl's going to chew her fingers off. Oh, okay, I said. That's nice of you to do that. I know, said Michaela jokingly. I'm so nice. Have fun with Blaine. I gave her an awkward thumbs up. She turned and left and made her way over to Tiffany, who was standing, looking away from Blaine, chewing the skin around her nails like a beaver through wood. Blaine approached me, setting his dirty tray on top of mine. "Ready?" he said. "Right now," I said, patting my stomach. "We just ate. We'll walk it off," he said. "Come on." He put a heavy arm around my shoulder and guided me out of the cafeteria. It annoyed me being manhandled a bit, but at the same time, having a superhuman boxing prodigy as a buddy wasn't the worst thing in the world. Of course, we weren't buddies yet, but I was hopeful we could get there eventually. I didn't feel like I had digested my meal much by the time we made it to the exercise area. It was filled with teenagers jogging and doing all kinds of activities. Rope climbing, gymnastics, rock wall climbing, and more. More than half of the teenagers on the third floor were exercising in one way or another. It made me wonder if there were other floors filled with teenagers or if this was the only one. I looked around the exercise area to see if anyone else was showing signs of being extraordinary. The boys and girls jogging, either alone or in groups, kept a steady pace, but nothing I would consider above and beyond the norm. Then again, when I jogged in my coiled state, it probably didn't look all that impressive from an outside point of view. It was only the length of time I was able to keep it up that was the impressive part. "Let's start with a few laps to warm up," said Blaine. I followed his lead as he set off. His pace was much quicker than I was comfortable with. By the time we were halfway round, I started to flag. I needed to coil up if I wanted to match his normal pace. "Okay. Stop, stop, stop," I said, stopping and hunching over to catch my breath. "You're out of shape big time," said Blaine. "I know," I huffed. I wanted to spit on the floor, but I resisted the impulse. I moved off to the side to let the other teenagers jogging pass by. "I'm going to coil up," I said. "Go for it," said Blaine. I was incredibly excited about this. My heart was already beating faster just at the prospect of going back into the coiled state. I repeated every step of what I had done before. Power stance, closed fists to my sides, my mind going back to the kind of things I had seen heroes in my favorite animes do to build up their inner power. I thought back to my birthday wishes again. I wished to become stronger. I wished to become stronger. I wished to become stronger. I let my mind go blank. This time, I waited for the coiled-up state to hit all at once. It had taken a few moments before to kick in. Then I felt it, the tightening, the coiling. It gripped all over my body. "Ah!" I gasped. It didn't hurt, but it wasn't exactly comfortable to feel my body tighten up as it did either. I started jogging on the spot. I'd done it, I was back in the coiled state. "That's it," said Blaine, raising an eyebrow. "You don't look any different." "I feel it," I said. "Want to go round again?" Blaine nodded slowly. I set off this time, and Blaine had to match my pace. He kept steady with me for another lap, though I could tell he was surprised by how well I was doing compared to before. His reaction cycled from amused to annoyed. After another lap, he had begun to sweat and to breathe quicker. I felt like I could keep going forever. "Want me to show you how dash?" I began to say as we continued on to the next lap. "No," said Blaine harshly. "We're gonna keep going." I was taken aback by how serious he sounded all of a sudden. I decided to pick up the pace for Blaine's benefit. I wanted to give him the challenge he might have been looking for. My jogging pace reached a point where I was practically running. Not quite flat out, but close. It felt incredible to be able to keep it up for more than just a few seconds, but steadily, as if I might never need to stop. Blaine, with all the thunderous weight of an angry rhino, matched my running speed. We ran in unison, drawing looks from teenagers passing us. Humph, humph, humph. Blaine's hardened breathing stayed beside me as we kept going. We finished another lap. Sweat had broken out across Blaine's body, creating a shiny sheen that brought out the definition of his muscles caged in his overalls. After the next lap, he started to breathe much harder. I could tell, however, that he wasn't going to quit anytime soon. He could keep going at this running pace the same way I could keep going on the treadmill in Lintern's gym. The difference was that he would likely be sunburnt if he kept up what he was currently doing. By the 7th lap, Blaine was like a walking water fountain, letting droplets of sweat shower off him with every stride. I felt bad for him because, in a way, I was cheating. "All right," he said, finally coming to a stop. He huffed and stood with his hands at his hips. It took him about 10 seconds of hampered breathing to be able to speak clearly. I continued jogging on the spot. "Want me to teach you?" I started to say, but then Blaine turned and let out a shout that made me almost piss myself. I stopped jogging, my whole body trembling, urging me to start moving again. I fought down the urge as best I could and instead fixed my attention on Blaine. His outburst had drawn looks from the other teenagers in the exercise area, bringing everyone to a stop. "What?" said Blaine, noticing them too, and said for everyone to hear, "Got something to say?" The other teenagers went back to what they were doing. I decided to stop being in a coiled state. I started to re-enter the power stance, put my fists to my side, and began to imagine powering down. "What are you doing?" said Blaine, accusingly. "I thought we were done," I said. My body started to tremble fiercely with the need to start jogging again. "Nah, we ain't done," said Blaine. I started jogging on the spot. It was bad timing to do so, but like a spring, my body just couldn't stop itself from doing it anymore. "This is a joke," he said. "It's sick, bruv." He started yelling again, his attention fixed on me. It was almost comical how I kept jogging despite myself in front of him. "Yeah," I said. "It's ridiculous." Blaine sniggered. "I'm an athlete," he said. "My dad should have been the heavyweight champion of the world. He couldn't make that happen, so now it's up to me. But now, what's the point? It's all a joke. One sick joke." I planted my feet, brought my fists to the side, and forced myself to power down. My body uncoiled moments later, and I buckled down to one knee, just barely stopping myself from passing out. For a few moments, all sound in the exercise area, of the many teenagers exercising and talking, cut out, and the world sank to gray as if it were becoming a silent movie. And then the moment passed and I felt normal again. On shaky legs, I stood up and faced Blaine, looking up at him. "At least you got to be an athlete," I said. "Some of us don't get that. You think I never tried to do what you do?" "What?" said Blaine, screw-eyeing me. "I'm not saying you didn't earn what you accomplished," I said. "But most people won't ever have what it takes to be an athlete that can actually, go the distance, to win prizes or whatever." "It ain't about prizes," said Blaine. "Then what is it about?" I said. "An athlete pushes himself," said Blaine, pointing into his palm. "It's about discipline, about conquering yourself. It's about being the best." Blaine's plimsoll squeaked like a stepped-on mouse as he kicked the floor. He walked over to the nearby wall and buried his face in his arm. After a few moments, he turned round and leaned against the wall. "I'm a penman," he said. "It's what we do. We're world shakers. You take the competition away, there's nothing left. What does it matter?" I thought, who cares if you're the best? Is punishing your mind and body every day for most of your youth worth it just so you can claim some prize in front of a crowd? Then find new competition, I said. Hundreds, maybe even thousands of teenagers are gaining superhuman abilities. If that's true, then there's going to be plenty of people that are stronger, faster, and more able than you. Blaine considered this. He wiped his mouth and looked at the floor in thought. "Maybe," he said, nodding, "maybe you're right. You'd better learn how to use your power too," I said. "Because if you don't, you'll get left behind." "All right," said Blaine. He turned to face me and grinned, and said, "Show me how you do it." Less than a minute later, we were standing side by side. "Okay, so first enter into a power stance," I said, demonstrating my own at the same time. "Okay," said Blaine, getting into an identical power stance. "And this has to be done to make it work?" "I don't know," I said. "I just know this is what I've done both times." "Okay. Now close your fists and put them to your waist." Blaine did as I asked. I waited a moment for some jogging teenagers to pass us, then said, "Now you need to think of a time in your life when you wanted to become stronger. For me, I used to wish to become stronger for my birthday wishes. I thought about that before I tapped into the coiled state. I'll demonstrate." I focused, took a deep breath, and then made my wish. "I wish to become stronger. I wish to become stronger. I wish to become stronger." Blaine narrowed his eyes as if wondering if I were playing some prank on him. Then, moments later, I felt the sudden tightening all over my body again. Came on strong enough this time to make my whole body tremble. "You all right?" said Blaine, putting a hand on my shoulder. Why yeah, I said. It's kind of uncomfortable when it first starts. I started jogging on the spot to stay above the restless urge to keep moving that riddled my entire body. Now you go, I said. Blaine copied what I did. He looked much more the part of someone who had trained their body well enough to unlock a greater inner potential. I found myself smirking because of how fun this all was. After a few moments of concentration, Blaine relaxed and stood up. Nah, he said. It ain't working. Hold on, I said. Give it a second. I don't feel any dash. Blaine's words were cut off by a sudden jolt that spread across his body. I couldn't see a visible difference in his muscles, but I could tell he was experiencing the same kind of coiling as I was. His eyes widened with awe, and then he started jogging on the spot. Whoa, he said, before letting out a loud chuckle. Sick! I can feel it. I've felt this before. He set off, and I hurried to keep pace with him. This time, Blaine maintained a steady lead on me as we moved at a running pace around the exercise area. Neither of us showed any sign of tiring after the first lap or the second. How does it feel? I said, struggling to get the words out between sucking lungfuls of air in and out quickly. Like cheating, said Blaine. But it is what it is. He pushed himself harder, increasing the distance between us. At his flat-out running pace compared to mine in the coiled state, I had no hope of keeping up with him. Blaine pushed so far ahead of me that he was on the other side of the exercise area after 2 more laps. I knew that if I wanted to keep up with him, I would need to push this coiled state even harder. I was breathing heavily and sweating, and I knew sooner or later I would need to kick off my plimsolls to run even faster with more mobility. But the idea of going even deeper into the coiled state scared me. What if I broke my body doing it? What if I tightened my muscles up to a point where they tore apart? That was a common enough thing to happen in anime and cartoons. Pushing past limits. The usual phrase that got said was, using this technique will shorten my lifespan, but I have to go all out, just this once. Did I want to risk pushing my body like that? Did I want to risk having a shorter lifespan? I continued running, enjoying the way the still air in the exercise area cooled against my sweaty face and rippled against my overalls as I maintained my speed. My mind was oddly clear despite how hard and fast my body was being pushed. In a way, my thoughts were much clearer and more succinct in the coiled state compared to my usual mode of thinking. It was as if the cobwebs had been cleared out of my mind, and I was on some kind of drug. Something to help me focus and maintain a steady flow state. Your recovery is superhuman, I thought to myself. I thought back to how quickly I had recovered after the treadmill torment at Lintern's gym. How Abigail had told me my body should have died under all the stress it had been under. It occurred to me then that maybe I healed faster when asleep, because that had made a huge difference, potentially, to my recovery. The other side of things was that I had already run for 8 hours straight, though it hadn't felt like it throughout the previous night. I hadn't felt particularly exhausted or in pain, which meant my body wasn't, as far as I could tell, being damaged by the strain I was putting it under. I had been thirsty and hungry, and the idea of going to bed had been enticing, but none of it felt like something I was compelled to do. If my body felt compelled to do anything, it was to get running again as soon as possible. I decided it was worth the risk to push my body even harder into the coiled state. I wanted to see how far I could take it. Would it feel even better than it already did? A euphoric glow had taken hold of my body amid the discomfort of the coiled state that was always there. If I pushed myself even harder, would that euphoria increase as well? There was only one way to find out. Stronger, I thought. I wished to become stronger. After a delay of several seconds, I felt my body give in to the request. This time, I couldn't just feel the extra tightening all over my body. I could feel muscles across my body expanding. Thunk, thunk, thunk. I could almost hear the sound of each muscle expanding and tightening immediately after. It was as if, in a matter of seconds, my body had undergone a physical fitness transformation that would take a year of dedicated exercise to achieve. Felt absolutely incredible. I thought I had been running before. Now I was running. My speed picked up, and I ran full tilt, my legs a blur beneath me. I felt like I could catch up to a sprinting leopard and snatch it off the ground. Slap, 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 slap. My plimsolls were long gone. My bare feet slapped the floor as my coiled-up body propelled me forward. This wasn't just a breeze at my back this time. It was a full-on tornado. I felt like I was playing one of those arcade games where you ride a motorbike and have to lean left or right while steering, having to work with the momentum to stay on track. The other teenagers in the exercise area became blurs, lost to my periphery. I spotted Blaine up ahead. I had closed the distance between us and soon matched his running speed and moved beyond it. Blaine pushed himself harder to keep up with me. We kept side by side together, taking a hard left when it came up ahead as if we were Tron light cycles. Blaine was all concentration and sweat as he did his best to keep up with me. Sorry, I thought you're gonna have to do what I've done to keep up. Understandably, Blaine didn't seem eager to tap into a deeper coiled state as I had. I began to pull ahead, feeling like a cartoon character whose legs were a circular blur. The rooster outrunning the coyote. I managed to pull so far ahead of Blaine that he was on the other side of the exercise area, far off from me. Avoiding the teenagers initially had been a bit troublesome, since they were moving so slowly. The exercise area had cleared up, I realized, because the other teenagers had moved off to the side, or had stopped the activity they were doing in the center of the exercise area, in order to watch what Blaine and I were doing. Don't stop for too long, I thought. I'm sure a good deal of you are in here because your meters are orange. A familiar voice boomed from the exercise area speakers. Burgess O'Bannon and Blaine Penniman, cease running and speak with the Pied Piper officers at the exercise area entrance. It was Abigail's voice. I kept running. It wasn't that I didn't want to slow down and do as I was told. Instead, it was as if the request had been like a barely remembered dream. First vivid, but then, after a few moments, entirely forgotten. Cease running, or you will be tranquilized, said Abigail's voice. Final warning. Really? I thought, isn't that a bit extreme just because we're running? Guess I'd better slow down. The thing was, I didn't slow down. I thought about doing it. I imagined myself stopping and doing as I was told, much in the same way someone can imagine going about their morning routine before work or school, only to realize they're still in bed dreaming the whole thing. Stop running now, I thought to myself. How many times had I thought that? 10? 20? How much time has passed since I started running in the second coiled state tier? I looked around for Blaine. He had stopped running at some point and was standing alongside the Pied Piper officers by the exercise area entrance. I reached Blaine and the Pied Piper officers, the latter of whom were wielding machine guns, which, on closer inspection as I stopped and ran on the spot at a frantic pace, I could see were smaller handguns with longer muzzles, which were most likely tranquilizer guns. Stop running, said one of the Pied Piper officers. He was a middle-aged man with bleached blonde hair. He had the tranquilizer handgun pointed at me. Okay, I said breathlessly. I wanted to stop. I really did, but I couldn't. Looking around some more, I could see the exercise area had been cleared out. It was only the officers and Blaine remaining inside. Crap, I thought, he's gonna shoot me. Final warning, said the officer. Stop. Now. I can't, I said, my voice breaking from the effort to speak. I could hardly think about stopping my body from running, let alone actually doing it. The Pied Piper officer shot me in the stomach with his tranquilizer gun. It stung something fierce for a moment before a numbness spread throughout my gut, then throughout the rest of my body. This was bad news. As numb as my body was getting, the coiled-up state I was in wasn't relenting. What if I passed out whilst my body remained in this state? Would it tear itself apart? No, stop, I said, my thoughts becoming depressed and drowsy. I can stop, please. The Pied Piper officer shot me again. This sped up the already fast-acting numbness enveloping me. I knew I had mere moments to undo the coiled state before I passed out. With an insane amount of mental effort, I planted my feet down, forced a power stance, and started to scream as if every muscle in my body was tearing. Power down, I thought over and over again. My body relaxed, my muscles losing the coiled tightness all over. At some point, I must have lost consciousness. 28. Ward. I was in my old family home, standing at the top of a flight of stairs. I peeked between the wooden banisters and, somehow, was able to squeeze through the gap. The drop from the second-floor bedroom, which had formerly been an attic, down to the first floor was enough that I would surely break a bone or two on impact. I hurled myself over and entered free fall. Instead of immediately falling to the ground, I dove forward, somersaulting over and over at a glacial speed. I'm falling, I thought. Falling, falling, falling. My head hit the wall on the other side of the stairwell near the bottom step. The bump on the head I received was like headbutting a cushion. Oh, I thought, I'm dreaming. I was standing instead of falling through the air. This is my old house, I thought, spotting the old red sofa I knew so well, where I had sat and watched so many movies with my dad. I looked around some more, gliding through my childhood home, the fringe of my vision hazy as if it were degrading film stock. I woke up in a cold sweat. My body shuddered, as if coming back to life, and all at once I became aware of the medical ward I was in. It was empty, with several other beds that could be curtained off, but weren't. The room was darkly lit as if it were nighttime, having the same quiet to it that a hospital would have during the early morning hours. Was I broken? A quick spasm of my body told me that, no, I wasn't. I felt fine. Restless even. I was no longer in my overalls but a simple white medical gown. My feet were exposed to the still air that was chillier than I would have liked, but not unbearable. My hands and feet were strapped to the medical bed with very little room to move. Don't panic, I thought. It's probably just a precaution. Don't panic. I stayed still, feeling dizzy and slightly drowsy, as if the bed and the ward I was in were moving just a little bit beneath me, as if I were on a ship at sea. There was something on my right index finger hooked up to the machine that beeped steadily beside me. Still alive, I thought, that's great. I didn't try to break out of the straps, though I did test how tough they were. I doubted, even coiled up, that I would be able to rip myself out of them. They were strapped so tightly I doubted I could slip out of them either. There wasn't anything for me to press to call for a nurse, assuming one was available in this situation, and I didn't want to call out for anyone simply because I was dreading the inevitable scolding I was likely to receive. My body was making its demands known whilst I sat thinking in the dark. I needed to pee, but not too badly. I was a little thirsty, too, and most demanding of all, I really felt like going for a run. Just the thought of coiling up again plagued my mind whilst I sat in the dark enough that I considered coiling up despite being on my back and strapped down on the bed. I missed TV, music, and mindlessly browsing the internet. I needed to spend some downtime doing something trivial like that. Since the evacuation started, I hadn't had a chance to enjoy my usual media comforts and, alone in a quiet, dark room, the absence of those things was becoming pronounced. I knew I had dreamed something about my childhood home before waking up, but the details were quickly forgotten. What remained was homesickness. Sudden footsteps drew my attention to the double-door entrance to the ward. Motion-sensing lights flickered on above a middle-aged man with a bald head and a beard that was black and tinged with gray. He was dressed in a white lab coat and was of Arab ethnicity. Spotting me awake, he crossed the room without saying a word and approached my bedside. He showed little in the way of emotion as he read the little green readings coming from the machine showing my vitals. I noticed he was wearing a large, expensive-looking gold watch. "How are you feeling?" he asked in a voice that told me he wasn't particularly concerned. "Okay," I said, dizzy, a little nauseous. He didn't say anything more to me and instead left the ward before I could muster the courage to ask him about my current situation. The lights to the ward had flickered off again by the time new footsteps filled the silent space about 10 minutes later, illuminating Abigail and Mike's entrance to the ward. Abigail walked briskly, her heels clacking loudly on her approach. "Burgess," she said, the way one might scold a dog for causing a mess. She immediately started undoing the straps. "Help me with this," she said to Mike, who got to work fiddling with the strap around my right foot. "What's going on?" I said. "We had to put you out," said Abigail, "because you lost control and you were putting yourself and everyone else at risk." "I didn't know things would get out of hand like that," I said. "Oh, forget about it," said Abigail, finishing up on the last of the straps. "We just couldn't risk you combusting on us." I glanced at my meter, bringing it closer to my face. It was showing a steady green. It better, I thought, after all the energy I must have burned. Mike sat on the bed to my right. He was a tall guy, heavyset, so he took relief by taking the weight off his feet. He looked tired. Abigail moved to the end of my bed and sat down. Dr. Abdullah said your vitals are fine. You're A-okay. How are you feeling? Dizzy, I said, repeating what I said to Dr. Abdullah. And nauseous, right? Said Abigail, clearly not getting the answer she was looking for. Anything else? I thought about my urge to run. It was still there, gnawing at me. Logically, I knew it was stupid to want to do so after what I had just been through, but another part of me just kept saying, can we run yet? Can we run yet? Can we run yet? I considered how much I trusted Abigail and Mike. Did I want to let them know how badly I wanted to start running again? Would they decide it would be better to leave me drugged up and strapped down until they could trust me not to go for a run the first chance I got? Better yet, could I trust myself? You can go back to the 3rd floor tomorrow, said Abigail. You're currently on the 4th floor. It's where we handle most of the hands-on research and, if needed, where we can take care of any medical treatment that needs to happen. How long has it been? I asked. Mike checked his watch. About 6 hours, he said, since they put you out. Look, Burgess, said Abigail. From now on, you can't push yourself like that unless we give authorization for it. You're here to help us with our tests, not to do tests of your own. Okay, I said, sorry. You weren't to know, said Abigail. We should have explained better that the exercise area is to get your meter down to a safe level, not to conduct your own experiments. We have previously given the other mice the warning not to push themselves. But in the rush to accommodate the new arrivals like yourself, we didn't cover that part in the induction. Sorry about that, mate, said Mike. We'll cop to that mistake. It's fine, I said. The near silence in the ward continued, save for the humming and beeping of machines. It seemed to me then that both were less interested in speaking with me but were instead just taking a break from the grind of their jobs. If you need the toilet, there's a bathroom outside this ward and down the hall to the left, said Mike. You're on camera everywhere you go, so just go and come back. Keep it cruisy, okay? Sure, I said softly. Mike sniffed and stood to his full height. Get some sleep, he said. Tomorrow morning you'll go back to the 3rd floor. I was going to ask about getting something to eat or having something to do to pass the time, but I figured since I wasn't in trouble it was easier just to go with the flow. Abigail and Mike mumbled something to the sound of good night, and then left the ward together. My mind raced for the remainder of the night, going over everything that happened in the exercise area. I had lost control and had pushed my body too hard. Scarily, I didn't even feel like I had pushed my body remotely close to its limit of what it could achieve. The part of me that hadn't been able to keep up was my mind. I thought about anything and everything through the night, staring into the dark corners of the ward, enjoying the alone time I was able to get, yet simultaneously feeling lonely and homesick. Although I couldn't tell if it was midnight or not, I left to get up and go to the bathroom at what felt around that time. My overalls and plimsolls had been stuffed into a bag which was kept at the end of my bed. I put the plimsolls on before heading out of the ward, then down the corridor and to the left, finding the men's toilet. After going about my business, I took some time to look at myself in the mirror above the sink. I didn't look like my normal self. This somehow came as a disappointment. I was just the usual skinny, unathletic me. I slurped up a lot of water from the tap at the sink, peed a second time, then headed back to bed. The blanket was surprisingly good at keeping off the chill, and came as a nice respite once I was back in bed. I didn't sleep deeply because of all the thoughts whirling around in my head. Instead, I enjoyed lying curled up like a prawn for many hours during the night. When morning came, I was wide awake and felt refreshed despite not sleeping much at all. A Pied Piper officer came to get me. After telling me to change into my overalls, which I did whilst the officer looked away, I then followed the officer to the elevator. Like the other times, I had to pass through the checkpoint where a handful of Pied Piper officers stood with guns. Real ones. Slung and ready to use at a moment's notice. The bits and pieces I saw of the 4th floor seemed to me like the space was largely going unused, though the ward had been close to the elevator, leaving much of the level unknown to me. After taking the elevator up to the 3rd floor and going through yet another checkpoint, the Pied Piper officer gave me the all-clear to continue into the 3rd floor proper without their continued supervision. My immediate concern was to get something to eat. It didn't matter what. I had gone without dinner and, as a perpetual snacker by nature, continually putting off meals in the last few days was becoming a chore. Time to settle in and take things really easy, I thought to myself, no more pushing limits. Despite thinking this, however, my mind nagged at me to go for another run. I wanted it even more than breakfast. No, I said to myself over and over again. The need wasn't relenting. I wondered if it would ever go away. I made my way through the maze of white corridors towards the cafeteria. I had to stop twice to get my bearings, but it was getting easier to figure out which way to go. When I was close to the cafeteria, someone touched my shoulder. It was Tiffany, but there was something different about her. "Hey," she said, clearly concerned. She embraced me in a firm hug for a few moments, having to crouch a little given our height difference. Then she pulled back, keeping her hands on my shoulders. "Please tell me you're all right," she said. I continued looking at her as if deeply confused. She was chewing gum, but that wasn't what was strange about her. "I'm all right," I said. "Sorry." She jabbed my shoulder. "Twat?" she said. "I almost died of a heart attack when I saw them carrying you off." "Yeah, sorry," I mumbled again. There was something different about her, but it wasn't obvious what it was. Then finally it clicked. "Tiff?" I said. "Are you wearing makeup?" "Huh?" said Tiffany, looking almost offended by the notion she might be. "Nah," she said. "Why, do I look like I am?" Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. If I didn't know any better, her face looked more feminine in very subtle ways. "Sorry," I said. Yet again, "I think I'm just feeling out of it." "It's fine," said Tiffany. "You hungry?" "Yeah, that would be good," I said. Together, we headed off towards the cafeteria. 29. Spill. I sat and ate breakfast with Tiffany in the cafeteria. It was busy with lots of teenagers coming and going. I kept my head down, trying to avoid making eye contact with anyone. Breakfast was baked beans on buttered toast with a side portion of mushrooms. Whilst we ate, Tiffany explained how she had gone with Michaela to speak with Mike about getting cigarettes. Smoking wasn't allowed in the facility, so nicotine gum and patches would have to suffice. Tiffany made an order for lots of nicotine gum. Apparently, having it brought to the facility meant Tiffany had to pay 3 times the normal price for them, and that extra cost came out of the $2,000 a week she was getting paid. "You know," said Tiffany, "I was thinking about getting one of the cleaning jobs. I've done that before." "Not a bad idea," I said. "I'm not getting a job though." "Why not?" said Tiffany. $2,000 a week is plenty," I said. "I can't be bothered to work." "Not even just to keep me company?" said Tiffany. "Maybe," I said. I leaned back in my seat, letting the satisfying food coma take hold of me. Tiffany popped another of her nicotine gums from the packet and put it in her mouth. Whilst she did this, I continued to look at her as if trying to solve a puzzle. "What?" said Tiffany, noticing me staring. "Are you seriously not wearing makeup?" I said. "Nah, why'd you keep asking?" she said. "It's probably nothing," I said. "You just look more, I don't know, feminine?" "You what?" said Tiffany, screw-eyeing me. I threw my hands up. "I don't mean anything by it," I said. "Sorry for mentioning it." "Now I'm getting self-conscious about it," said Tiffany. "Thanks. When was the last time you looked in a mirror?" I said. "Mate, are you still talking about this?" she said, getting genuinely upset. "Fine," I said. "I'll leave it. Just don't say I didn't try to bring it up with you if you notice you look different later." Tiffany sighed and stood up from her seat. "I'm going to check my face. I'll be back," she said. She left before I could respond. In the meantime, I made myself a hot cup of tea from the hot drinks machine set against the wall on a counter. Thankfully, all cups of tea and coffee appeared to be free. Tea made and piping hot, I turned back to head to the table where Tiffany and I had sat before. It was then someone walked into me, pushing the paper cup of coffee I was holding against my chest and causing all the hot contents to spill down the front of my overalls. I had to stop myself from yelling from the pain. Thankfully, the overalls were thick enough that there wasn't going to be a severe burn. "Oh my gosh, I'm sorry," said a familiar voice. It was someone I hadn't spoken to before but recognized. It was Sophie, the blonde-haired girl with a ponytail, who had been flirting with the Pied Piper officer before. She grabbed a tissue from the nearby counter and started trying to soak up the worst of the spill on my chest. "It's fine," I said. "Don't worry about it." "Sorry," she said again. I should have looked where I was going. There were several seconds where we might have struck up a conversation, but neither she nor I seemed to want to dive into one. I wanted to ask her about her intentions with the Pied Piper officer, but that would also mean giving myself away that I knew that conversation had taken place, and there was the ever-present concern that anything I said could be picked up and listened to from my meter device. If she was up to something, the less I made it obvious by talking to her about it, the better. "Well," she said, awkwardly, "sorry." She shuffled off at a brisk pace. I watched her leave, my mind reeling, trying to process what had just happened. "Hey," said Tiffany, a little breathlessly. I hadn't noticed her approaching. "What were you two talking about?" "Oh," I said. "Nothing. I accidentally spilled my tea on myself." "That's it?" said Tiffany. "Yeah," I said. Tiffany didn't seem satisfied with the answer, but she let it go. "Look," she said, holding up her wrist. Her meter was showing orange. "Oh," I said. "Yeah," she said. "I'm heading there now." By there, she must have meant the exercise area. "You're right, by the way," she said. "There's something different about." She struggled to get the next few words out. "My face. It kind of does look like I'm wearing makeup, innit?" "Yeah," I said. "Did you do something to your face?" Tiffany shook her head. "No," she said. "I don't know what's up. Look, I need to go. Maybe we can figure out what's going on with it later." "Yeah," I said. "What are you going to do?" she said. I said, gesturing to the stain on my overalls. "Need to replace this." "Cool," said Tiffany. She smiled. "I'm glad you're okay. Try not to get into trouble while I'm gone." I gave 2 thumbs up, and then Tiffany jogged off in the direction of the exercise area. I noticed then that I didn't quite believe what Tiffany had told me about her not noticing the changes to her face. There was just something about the way she was behaving, and how she had tried avoiding the subject altogether, that made me think that she had chosen to make the changes happen, but perhaps wasn't comfortable admitting that it was intentional. In fact, there was a strange off feeling that I noticed I was getting around Tiffany, but I couldn't quite put my finger on what or why that was. It was an uncomfortable gut feeling. It doesn't matter, I thought, deciding to bury that particular line of thought. I headed off to the nearby kiosk where Tiffany and I had talked with George before. Yesterday I had gotten a fresh pair of overalls, and the fresh tea stain demanded I get a fresh pair sooner rather than later. When I arrived at the kiosk, it was empty. There were several teenagers in the corridor passing by, but none that were waiting at the kiosk. I looked around, noticing that the door behind the kiosk was open. "Hello," I called out. Maybe George or whoever was working at the kiosk today was inside. There wasn't an answer. I called again and again, and there was no answer. After looking around some more, I decided I didn't want to spend the rest of the day with the front of my overalls damp because I had experienced enough dampness from the blood and sweat before. I approached the doorway and entered. Within, the space was narrow, with shelves on my left and right, with lots of packets of freshly cleaned overalls. Further ahead, there was a closed door and the sound of a machine working. Whether it was a washing machine or dryer, I couldn't tell. "Hello," I said again, though at a slightly lower volume. Something didn't feel right. I considered turning back, but then told myself that if there was a machine running in the room ahead, then that likely meant someone was around to use it. Maybe. All I knew was I needed new overalls, and just taking a packet my size from the shelf would be my last resort. I pressed on, trying the handle of the door in front of me. It gave and opened. Inside the room, the light was off but flickered to life because motion-sensing lights caught my movement. It was then I spotted someone curled up on the floor in the corner of the room with their arms wrapped around their knees. It was George. "Hey, you okay?" I said. George began to scream and wail and sob like something from a nightmare. I froze, not knowing what to do. He continued to scream uncontrollably. His head thrashed from side to side, and he brought his hands to his face, covering it. "George, what's wrong?" I said. "PL please L leave," he cried out. "But what's wrong, mate?" I said. "Please," he begged. "Jay, just leave." He didn't look hurt, and there wasn't anything in the room that seemed like it could be a danger to him or anyone else. "Okay," I said. "Do you need me to get someone?" "No," he cried out. "Please just go." I did as he asked. I left the room, closing the door behind me. I went out to the kiosk and stood there for several minutes. I didn't know what to do. Part of me hoped that if anyone was listening to what happened from my meter device, they would take action and sort the problem out. George had said he didn't need help, so I didn't try to circumvent his request. I continued waiting by the kiosk, and during that time, several teenagers asked if I was working at the counter, and I told them I wasn't. After about 20 minutes, George came out the back and stood at the kiosk. He looked exhausted from crying, but he was already putting on a forced, friendly smile. "Oh, hey," he said. "Sorry about that. So embarrassing. Are you okay, man?" I said. "Oh yeah," said George. His eyes told a different story. They were silently pleading. "Stop asking me. We can catch up later, okay?" he said. "Sure," I said. "You're sure you don't need anything?" "Very sure," he said. "Everything's okay." He noticed the stain on my overalls. "Oh, silly me," he said. He grabbed a fresh set of overalls for me and handed them over. I went through the motions of tapping my ID card to the reader, though it felt strange to do so given what had just happened with George and how he was trying to pretend everything was okay. "There you go," he said in a forced sing-song tone. "Okay," I said. "Can we talk later tonight?" "Oh yeah, sure," said George. "Sounds good." I felt as if I were talking to a robot. I headed off towards B9, trying to figure out what the heck had just happened. 30. Unlocking. I made my way back to B9 and took the opportunity to sit and think alone on my bed. The sound of George wailing like some dying animal was stuck in my head, playing on a loop. What had caused him to become so distressed? Was it something related to our powers or something personal? I stared at the bland white wall to my left whilst trying to process everything that was happening. I turned over on the bed. My body spasmed with a sudden jolt as if begging me to get up and start running. I could go to the exercise area right now, I thought yet again, and I could coil up and run and feel truly alive and happy. "No," I said aloud. I had tried letting myself get carried away with using my powers, and I got shot twice with a tranquilizer gun as a result. I jerked my head sharply to the left in an effort to shake the negative thoughts away. It worked so far as it allowed me to stop that one particular train of thought, but the dour mood was swallowing me up the way mud grips a boot and doesn't let go. "Go for a run, and you'll clear your head up," a part of me thought. "Why are you lying around? Go and have some fun." "Piss off," I said, aloud, and turned over on the bed again. I couldn't get comfortable. I tried several more positions before sighing and sitting up, feeling heavy in my head and slightly sick. This was what movies and video games and the like were for, to get away from these kinds of thoughts. I needed an escape. Just go for a run. Just go for a run. "Fine," I said, aloud. I got up from my bed and left B9. I made it all the way to the end of the corridor before stopping at B8. "Hey, Burgess," said a familiar voice. It was Jay. I was at his and Amar's block. Just like when I had first met them, they were sitting in B8 and had caught me on my way elsewhere. "Hey," I said as if tired. "Are you busy?" said Jay. I checked my meter. It was showing steady green. "Nope," I said. "What are you guys up to?" "Talking about our powers." "Again," said Amar dryly. "Want to come in?" said Jay. "Sure," I said. Inside, I spotted 24 paper cups filled with water on the floor. Jay sat down in front of them. "Still going at it?" I said, pointing to the cups. "I've learned how to do it," said Amar. "Making the water cold." I jerked my head back in surprise. "Really?" I said. "I thought your thing was changing your eyes?" "That's just it," said Jay. "His thing is my thing is his thing. We're all sharing the same thing. So does that mean I can do it too?" I said. "Yes," said Jay. I was taken aback a little by Jay's enthusiasm. "We heard about what happened in the exercise area," said Jay. "Yeah, it's whatever," I said. How did you do it? Said Jay. I explained to Jay and Amar in minute detail every aspect of how I had come to learn how to coil and how I had shown Blaine how to do it too, and how it had led to me losing control. They both listened with rapt attention. But, I said, at the end of explaining everything, I wouldn't recommend doing it unless you have to. It's seriously addictive. All I want to do right now is go to the exercise area and enter into the coiled state. Yeah, said Jay, nodding. We figured it might be. Why? I said. It's the same with using our powers, said Amar. His eyes half-lidded as he gazed at me. Sometimes I find myself changing the color of my eyes just because I like the way it feels when I do it, he said. Guess that also explains these, I said, gesturing to all the cups of water on the floor. Yeah, said Jay, rubbing the back of his neck. Sometimes I just sit and do it because it calms me down. Cooling off, said Amar. So it seems like whenever we use our powers, we have a kind of compulsion to keep doing it, I said. The others nodded. I pointed to the cups. Mind if I give it a try? I said. Sure, said Jay. I sat down in front of the cups. I put my hand into the one nearest me and felt the lukewarm water. So how do you do it? I said. Same as how you coil, said Jay. I just want it to happen and it does. But wait, I said, taking my hand out and wiping the wetness on my knee. If that's the case, then why didn't you try using other powers before? I did, said Jay. But making my hands colder just seemed to be the only thing that worked. Can you change your eyes now? I said. I wanted some proof that what he told me was true. Sure, said Jay. He leaned forward and looked me in the eyes. I watched his eyes change from blue to brown in a matter of seconds. Just the simple change of color to his eyes had an effect on the rest of his face that made him look very different. Just like Amar changing his eye color from brown to black had made him look different too. Blue to brown, however, seemed to be a much more pronounced change on Jay's pale face. Watch this, he said, and then after a few seconds, his irises changed to a bright, almost glowing violet. Whoa, I said aloud. Yeah, said Jay. He looked a bit menacing, grinning the way he was with his eyes shining bright purple. Can you go back to normal? It's freaking me out a bit, I said. Jay's grin became a lackadaisical smile. He changed his eyes back to their original blue. Can you do that? I had begun to say to Amar, but when I turned to look at him, I flinched hard and almost sprang to my feet. His irises were bright red and shining as Jay's had been. It was like being stared at by someone demonically possessed. Not cool, I said. Cut that out, man. Like Jay, Amar undid the redness to his eyes and turned them back to his regular brown. Sorry, he said, though clearly he wasn't. I took a few moments to collect myself from the shock I had just experienced. I wanted to go for a run badly, to coil up, but that wasn't going to happen anytime soon. Instead, there had to be something else to occupy my attention, and trying to see if I could use the same powers as Jay and Amar seemed like a good substitute. I put my hand back into the cup. Become cold, I thought over and over again. Nothing happened for several seconds, and then, all at once, I felt a strange sensation in my hand. It wasn't quite tingly or fuzzy or numb. The sensation was a bit like each of those things but was also its own special, unique one. It was hard to tell if it worked because my right hand was likely as cold as the water that surrounded it. I removed my fingers from the cup. Jay and Amar were watching intently. I tried my left hand, putting the tips of my fingers into the water. Right away, I felt sudden unbearable coldness. I yanked my fingers out and shook my hand to get the cold wetness off. No way it's that easy, I said. No way. Jay put his hand in the cup and yanked it back again. He did it, he said, looking at Amar and laughing a little. Jay started clapping his hands together as if pretending to clap cymbals together. Once Jay had calmed down, I tried the same thing with several of the other cups and found I could make the water numbingly cold each time, with the same ease. Jay's excitement remained steady for the second and third attempts. Amar simply watched us both like a middle-aged dad watching his kids open Christmas presents. I attempted to change the color of my eyes next. There wasn't a mirror in B8, so I only had Jay and Amar to tell me if I was doing it properly. I sat still and looked at Jay and imagined my eyes changing to a bright emerald green. Become green, I thought over and over. That strange sensation happened again. It was kind of like the sensation one gets when turning a key in a lock, and it finally gives. Unlocking, I thought, it feels like unlocking. Jay's giddy excitement returned. He was like a dog that was happy to rip apart its favorite chew toy. I looked at Amar and could see his half-lidded eyes widen. Did it work? I said. Yeah, said both Jay and Amar in unison. Of all the uses of the power so far, changing the color of my eyes weirded me out the most. Change back, I thought to myself. The unlocking sensation returned, and Jay's giddy enthusiasm tempered down again. I sat back and folded my arms. What do you guys think the cause of all this is? I said. The golden sky, said Jay quickly. I nodded, and Amar nodded too. The golden sky was the strange gold light, like an aurora, that had appeared in the sky over every inch of the world about 18 years ago. The timing of that and us having these powers is too much of a coincidence, said Amar. What caused it? I said. Jay shrugged. Aliens? Space radiation? Magic? You can't just add space to something to make it sound plausible, I said jokingly. I had already given a lot of thought to what the origin of our powers might be. I hadn't gotten very far since there was so little information to go off. What I don't get, said Amar, is how everyone's powers are starting to come out now. What do you mean? Said Jay. Amar put a hand to his chin and chewed on his thought for a moment. Our powers are getting stronger, but what is making that happen? Are they though? I said. We could just be tapping into the power that is already there, like we're just getting better at using our powers. Maybe, said Jay. The Pied Piper operation bringing us all together is making us stronger in our powers because we're around each other, like we're boosting each other's powers. I nodded. Maybe, I said, because before I came here, I never did anything that made me think I had powers. Maybe that's why they brought us here, said Amar. To bring every powered person together to accelerate it all. Why would they want to do that, though? I said. Super soldiers, said Jay. Maybe they want to make us into superhumans so we can fight wars for them and stuff. I'm not fighting any wars, I said. Count me out. Yeah, I'm not fighting anyone either, said Amar. What about the people who have blown up? I said. We're here because they're trying to figure out a way to prevent that from happening. Jay and Amar nodded. But, I said, have either of you actually seen anyone blow up? I heard it, said Jay. When I was in Lintern Village, I heard a few people blow up in the remote zone. I heard it once, I said. Felt the building I was in shake too, but I didn't see anyone blow up. That's good at least, said Jay. I don't think I'd ever want to see that. Ah crap. What? I said. Jay held up his wrist. His meter was showing a steady orange. Amar let out an annoyed sigh. We looked to him and saw that his meter was also orange. I checked mine. Still green. Guess we'll see you later, said Jay, standing up. Unless you want to come with us? Better not, I said. Don't want to get into any more trouble. No problemo, said Jay. He and Amar left for the exercise area. I got up and headed back to B9. When I was back on my bed and staring at the same bland wall to my left like before, it occurred to me how suspicious the timing of Jay and Amar's meters going orange was. It had happened as soon as we had started to question the spontaneous combustions. 31. Renaissance. I dozed off for a little while but soon became restless again. I tried doing jumping jacks and running on the spot and even a handful of push-ups, but the enthusiasm to do any of these things without coiling simply wasn't there. Even more frustrated than when I started, I went back to my bed and sat down. George entered B9. He was humming a nothing tune to himself as he made a beeline for his own bed. He gave a deep, throaty sigh as he sat down. Hey, I mumbled, not knowing how I was going to approach talking with him about what had happened earlier. Hey, said George, not meeting my gaze as he fretted about the position of his pillow. He slipped off his plimsolls and rubbed his feet, sighing again. Not very comfortable, are they? I said. Mine had been taken off for over an hour since entering B9. Yeah, said George. I hate the color too. So tacky. Yeah, I mumbled back. not really knowing what to say. It was getting chilly, so I grabbed my thin blanket and wrapped it around me. I can put up with a lot, I said. But the worst thing about being here is the boredom. Yeah, said George. There's nothing to do. Maybe they'll let us have a TV in here, I said. Then, jokingly, I said, could sit back and watch Rough Rover all day. George came to life all of a sudden. Oh my gosh, he said. You like Rough Rover? Heck yeah, I do, I said, meaning it. I used to have a huge stuffed Rover plush growing up. Have you seen Terror at Zombie Farm? Said George. My own excitement on this topic tripled when he said this. It's my favorite Rough Rover movie, I said, after the live action that came out in the early 2000s. The late 90s to early 2000s era of Rough Rover movies is so good, said George. It was a total renaissance. Couldn't agree more, mate, I said. The one where the gang meets the aliens in the desert is pretty great, and the one with the witch in the community that LARPs as witches. They were on another level compared to the rest of the series. George and I continued back and forth like this, sharing our enthusiasm for the cartoon dog Rough Rover and his human friends going around fighting monsters and thwarting evil schemes. George knew way more than I did about the Rough Rover movies and TV shows, which made it all the more interesting for me to talk about them with him. So you like cartoons? I said. Oh yeah, said George. I want to be a cartoonist. That and a comic book artist, concept artist, etc. That's awesome, I said. I used to draw manga myself. Used to? Said George. Oh, I mean, I stopped, I said. I didn't really have the talent for it. That's a shame, said George. I just had to admit to myself that I didn't really enjoy drawing all that much. I said. Like, I just wanted the finished drawing, but I never really was fascinated by the way I was meant to move the pencil to make this or that line. I think to be really good, I would need that kind of enthusiasm. I know what you mean, said George. I feel the same way, but I work through it. There are people way more talented than me and who probably have way more fun drawing, but I just want to tell my stories and make the kind of art I like. If that means having to put in the long hours to get there, I figure it's worth it. I nodded. Wish I had that kind of work ethic, I said. Maybe if I had some talent for it, I might have tried harder with it. That sounds a bit like a cop-out, said George. To be honest, maybe, I said. When I was 14, there was a boy at school called Carlisle who was an absolute beast at drawing. He was only about 15, and he could draw like a professional mangaka. This one time, my art teacher invited a handful of us students who were interested in drawing manga to see Carlisle draw and show off what he could do on a lunch break. He drew a character from that pirate show, Moonscar, the one with the purple hair. Oh yeah, said George. The demon warrior. Yeah, I said. Anyway, Carlisle drew this amazing drawing of the demon warrior in a few minutes with a felt pen, and it looked better than anything I could ever do. He gave me the drawing to keep, actually. I held onto it for a few years. I don't know if he was just way more enthusiastic about manga and that's why he was so good, or if it was just talent or both. Probably a bit of both, said George. Are there any other shows you like? I said. Do you ever watch Tilly in movies? Said George. You mean the girl's doll? I said. Didn't they make like 50 straight-to-video CGI movies? Yes, said George, his eyes going wide as if he were on a drug. I love them. A solid hour followed of George and me talking about Tilly Ann and her movies and TV shows. Tilly Ann was one of the most bought children's dolls in the whole world, and the straight-to-video movies they released had Tilly Ann starring in reimagined fairy tales, but with the model-esque, strawberry hair-colored Tilly Ann as the heroine. What's your favorite? I asked George, less because I particularly cared, but more because it was nice letting him talk about something he was so passionate about. The Cinderella duology, said George without hesitation. In the first one, it's just a remake of the classic story, but in the second one, it goes way more into the lives of the wicked stepsisters. One of them gets redeemed. She falls in love with this blacksmith with a heart of gold. It's just so. George made a chef's kiss gesture. Neither of us spoke for about a minute, and then, without me bringing it up, George said, I'm sorry you had to see that earlier. I was having a panic attack. It's okay, I said. What happened? Nothing like happened, said George. I mean, besides all this. He gestured around B9, summing up not just our current living situation, but the entire evacuation and coming to the facility, too. The anxiety builds up, and after a while I can't ignore it anymore, said George. When I was working at the kiosk, I could feel that I was going to have a panic attack, so I went into the back and just sat down in the corner. When you came in and the lights turned on, it just flipped a switch. I had been holding it back, but I just couldn't after that. I'm sorry. No, mate, it's fine, I said. I had more questions, but I figured George could tell me about what was going on with him in his own time. You know, I said, my friend Tiffany managed to buy some nicotine gum for Mike. He put in an order for her. Maybe we could ask Mike for a TV or something similar to watch movies on. It would probably cost us a fair bit of money from what we're getting paid. But hey, if we're going to be stuck here for the next couple of weeks, then it might be worth it. Sure, said George. Did you want to go find him now? I don't see why not, I said. Want to go together? Okay, said George. He shrugged off his blanket, wedged his feet back into his plimsolls, and stood up. I did the same. All right, let's go, I said. George and Burgess and the quest to find Mike begins. George chuckled. We left B9 together and, as it turned out, it was easy to find Mike. We had made it to the end of the corridor, heading in the direction of the cafeteria, when Mike happened by. Hey, Mike, I said. He looked to be in a bit of a hurry. He stopped and looked at George and me. I noticed then that Mike had dark rings under his eyes and his face looked pale. What's up? He said. George and I were wondering if it would be possible to get a TV? I said. Mike shook his head. Nah, he said. You're not the first to ask. It's just not going to work bringing TVs down here. What about stuff to draw with? Said George. Like paper and pencils? Yeah, we can make that work, said Mike. We've set up a tablet near the cafeteria where you can put requests like this forward, so you don't have to ask me each time. Mike rubbed his face as if to try to wake himself up. Are you okay? I said. Mike looked like he was about to answer, but he instead sucked in a big breath and sighed. I had seen this kind of stress before, back when my dad lost his job and was looking for work anywhere he could get it. A moment passed and Mike mumbled, "See you later," and left. Shame about no TV, I said to George. I didn't think they would let us anyway, he said. But it didn't hurt to ask. He gestured with a thumb in the direction of the cafeteria. Want to get something to eat? He said. Sure, I said. I wasn't particularly hungry, but if I wasn't exercising or lying around in B9, there wasn't much else to do. We started heading in that direction together. I think Mike said it would be another week or so before we can call our families, I said. Yeah, said George. Is your family going to be worried about you being here? He said. That seemed like an odd question, but I tried not to show it. Yeah, I said. My mum was pretty upset the night I was evacuated. She's probably out of her mind with worry, wondering what's going on with me right now. My family really won't care much, said George. I stopped in my tracks. What do you mean? I said. George realized he must have said something too personal without considering that he might have to talk about it more. He shrugged and hugged himself. I mean, if it was my little sister that got evacuated, they would be really alarmed, he said. But not with me. I don't think they'll care that much. Why, though? I said. Shouldn't your parents be worried about you? George smiled as if hearing a bad joke. No, he said. At worst, I think they're going to be angry with the Pied Pipers for taking me away from working at the Chinese takeaway business we run. Your family owns a Chinese takeaway? I said. Yeah, said George. Very stereotypical, I know. Do you want to keep going? He said. I'm getting kind of hungry. I nodded and we kept going towards the cafeteria. Once there, we queued up and got our food. Somewhat ironically, today's lunch included egg-fried rice. I got a large helping as well as fries, some dumplings, and a can of off-brand cola. We sat and ate in silence for a while. I wondered how Tiffany was doing in the exercise area. I hadn't seen Blaine or Michaela in a while either. George scratched his wrist. To get to the rest of where his left arm itched, he pulled up his left overall sleeve. For a brief moment, I caught sight of a large scar, most likely one from being burned. I made an effort for George's sake to pretend like I hadn't seen it and sipped my can of cola. "How old is your sister?" I said. 14, said George. "At least she's out of the danger range," I said. "Yeah," said George. "Do you get along with your sister?" I said. George smirked. "You're a very nosy person, aren't you?" he said. "Yeah." I said. "Sorry, don't worry. I'll mind my own business." "It's okay," said George. He sat forward, resting his gangly elbows on the table. "I don't really get along with my sister anymore," he said. "Why's that?" I said. George squirmed in his seat a bit as if he weren't fully in control of it. "My parents spoil her a lot, and they're not really nice to me," he said. "Are your parents the reason you get these panic attacks?" I said. George considered the question, then nodded slowly. He sat back, hugging himself so tightly it was as if he were confined within an invisible straitjacket. "I didn't used to get them," he said. "But when I was hanging out with some friends, I told them a few private things about how my parents treat me. Stuff like how my parents would make me sit in a cardboard box all day at the Chinese takeaway when I was little." "Wait, what?" I said. "They would make you sit in a box all day?" "Yeah," said George. "And if I left the box, my dad would yell at me and beat me until I went back." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It sounded almost too evil to be true. The seriousness on George's face, however, and the way he told me what he was telling me left no doubt in my mind that he was telling me the truth. Or, at the very least, what he believed to be the truth. "My mum would stay out of it," he said. "But she never tried to make my dad stop." "What about your sister? Did they do the same to her?" I said. "Never," said George. "Just me. They treat her like a princess." "I can see why you like Tillian's Cinderella adaptations so much," I thought, but decided to keep that thought to myself. "But why?" I said. "Why did your dad do that sort of thing to you in particular?" George shrugged. "I think he wanted to toughen me up, make me more manly. He was raised in a rough part of Malaysia. I'm the only son, and the oldest, so I'm expected to achieve a lot and make the family look good. None of that's an excuse to treat you like that," I said. "Like at all." "I know," said George. "But I didn't even know my childhood was weird until I went to university and talked about it to my friends. I thought it was normal, but then everyone told me that it really was not normal." The panic attacks started around that time. George took a sip of his own can of cola and then said, "The reason I don't get along with my sister is that she's never tried to stick up for me. Not once. She knows she gets treated better, and she's afraid that if she sticks up for me, they'll treat her badly too." "She's a coward," I said. George raised his hands in a "what can we do about it" gesture. "Does your sister like Tillian movies?" I said. "Oh yeah," said George. "But not as much as me." I nodded. Things were making a little more sense to me about George. I glanced away and spotted the tablet on the wall off to the side, just beyond the cafeteria. A long queue of teenagers was lined up waiting for their turn to use it. "Did you want to join the queue?" I said. "Nope," said George. "I'll do it later tonight when everybody has gone to bed. There shouldn't be a queue then." "Good thinking," I said. I brought my hand to my chin and felt the prickle of facial hair there. "I'll put in an order for shaving razors," I said. "I'm in need of a trim." "Me too," said George, though he only had the faintest hairs on his upper lip. I checked my meter. It was still showing a steady green. Come on, I thought, go orange already. I smirked, realizing now that I wanted the light to change to orange. A complete reversal of how I felt about it before. It was then that I got an idea. I looked at George's meter. It was showing an identical steady green. "You know," I said, "I have a theory about this place." George nodded, giving me his full attention. "Yeah," I said. "I'm starting to think the whole blowing up thing, the spontaneous combustions, I think that was all made up." "Really?" said George. "Why?" "Well," I said. But before I could finish what I intended to say, I spotted George's meter. It had just turned orange. Gotcha, I thought. There was no way it was a coincidence. Someone somewhere was listening to our conversation and had decided it was time for one of us to go to the exercise area. "Oh, bother," said George, noticing the change in his meter. "Looks like I'm up, and right after lunch, too." "You." George stood and rubbed his stomach. "Catch you later," he said. "All right, mate." I said, "See ya." George gave me a little wave, then hurried off in the direction of the exercise area. I remained seated where I was for a good while, thinking about all the horrible implications of my latest discovery. 32. Cold. One day after another passed at the facility. Each day, I wrestled with the implications that the facility staff might be the ones deciding when our meters went orange. Did it mean the meters themselves were fake, and there wasn't any spontaneous combustion to worry about? Or were the spontaneous combustions real, but the staff used changing the meters as a convenient way to stop us teenagers, us mice, from having conversations which questioned the legitimacy of the facility and the Pied Piper's return evacuation as a whole? Or, also likely, was I so bored at the facility that I was looking for problems that weren't there and was simply making up something to worry myself about? All of this indecision left me in a state of not knowing what to do. So I took each day at a time and let the routine of exercise, eating, sleeping, and hanging out with Jay, Amar, and George occupy my attention. I could trust myself to go to the exercise area and jog normally, having enough stamina to continue jogging for several hours if needed, without the need to coil. It was slower and not nearly as fun as coiling, but that didn't matter. What was important was that my meter turned green eventually, and it did. I had seen less of Tiffany after the day I questioned her about her changing appearance. Anytime we saw each other, our conversations were brief. She would tell me where she was going, either to go exercise or rest in her room, or to hang out with Blaine, Michaela, and several others elsewhere on the 3rd floor. I had anticipated an invitation to join Tiffany in this new friendship group, but the offer never came. Any other time I bumped into Tiffany, she also had the excuse that she was too busy to hang out because she had taken up a cleaning job on the 3rd floor to make some extra money. 2 weeks to the day since Tiffany and I had arrived at the facility, I saw her early in the morning whilst I was on my way to the exercise area because my meter had turned orange. There were a handful of teenagers sitting around idly talking. Presumably, they had finished up in the exercise area and decided it was easier to wait until breakfast was ready in the cafeteria rather than go straight back to their blocks. I spotted Tiffany before she saw me. She was standing near the cafeteria counter with a mop in hand, the floor around her glistening wet. "Hey," I said, approaching her. "Hey, Berg," she said. She stopped mopping and smiled at me. She looked so different from how I had first met her. The subtle changes that I had questioned her about before were now undeniable. Her brunette hair was down to her shoulders, and her face popped with model-esque beauty. "How are things?" I asked, not really knowing what else to say. "Yeah, all right," said Tiffany. "Off to the exercise area?" I nodded. "Yeah." I said, "How's work?" Tiffany shrugged. "Boring," she said. "But at least I don't have to break into the $2,000 for the things I need." She chewed on the nicotine gum in her mouth as if to demonstrate where some of the money she earned was going. Silence built between us. "Well, I guess I'd better get going," I said. "Yeah," said Tiffany. "Don't do anything crazy, okay?" "I won't," I said. "Probably." Tiffany smiled and rolled her eyes. I continued on my way. There was an icy feeling in my gut after speaking with her. As nice as she was to talk to, there was something cold about every conversation with her now. I ran for several hours in the exercise area, working up a good sweat but otherwise losing myself to my thoughts. Several times, I yawned and was thankful that my body didn't seem to need a good night's sleep like it used to. A good night's sleep was harder to come by these days because of George. Every night since I had gotten to know him better, George had begun to have night terrors. Without fail, at some point in the night, I would be woken up by George screaming and wailing just like when I had found him having a panic attack before. It had gotten so bad that Blaine had requested to move to a different block, leaving just George, Daniel, and me in B9. Each morning, George apologized profusely about his night terrors. He felt helpless trying to stop them from happening. He had asked Mike for help with this issue, and sessions were arranged between him and Abigail for him to have someone with psychiatric training to speak with. It didn't seem like the sessions were doing any good, though George mentioned he felt better talking through things with Abigail. They had an hour session every 3 days. George had received pens, pencils, and lots of drawing paper to occupy himself with. The things he drew and put up on the interior walls of B9, however, concerned me. He liked to draw morbid things like people in the midst of screaming or crying, or with extra limbs or eyes growing at places they shouldn't be on their bodies. "It helps me put everything I'm feeling down," said George when I asked him about it. At my request, he agreed to take the pictures down and instead kept them under his bed in an ever-growing pile. When he wasn't drawing, working at the kiosk, or having his night terrors, he would hang out with Jay, Amar, and me in B8. The conspiratorial conversations about what might really be happening at the facility and the evacuation in general had devolved into talking about anything but that. It wasn't clear to me if the others were simply not interested in figuring out what was really going on, or if they had decided not to fret themselves over it. Jay and Amar were much more interested in talking about their powers. They had become obsessed with using their powers to a degree that had started to make me very uneasy. For one thing, B8 was always cold, like the inside of a fridge, because Jay continually used his power to bring down the temperature of his body. His arms and hands were so cold in particular that they had a continual layer of frost over them. It didn't look painful for Jay. On the contrary, he admired the frosted look of his hands as if they were laden with fine jewelry. Amar wasn't much better. His eyes constantly changed from one color to another, even becoming complex spirals and fractal shapes. He seemed to take delight in the shock it caused others who passed by B8. On top of his obsession with changing the look of his eyes, Amar's chubby build had thinned down a lot over the last 2 weeks, most likely due to all the exercise. Neither Jay nor Amar used their powers outside of B8, and neither attempted coiling when in the exercise area. This didn't temper my concerns because they hardly left B8 save for quick trips to the cafeteria, to the showers, or to go to the exercise area. After I had finished running for several hours in the exercise area, I stopped by B8 to find Jay and Amar just like how they had been for the last 2 weeks. Amar was sitting on his bed, and even from across the room, I could see his eyes flashing as if a rave were taking place inside his head. Jay sat cross-legged on the floor, admiring his frosted arms and hands, from which icy vapors were rising. "Guys," I said, speaking my mind before I could stop myself, "don't you think you're getting carried away with your powers? Don't think you should give it a rest for a while?" They both looked at me as if I had insulted their mothers. "Hey man," said Jay, "if you don't want to hang with us, then that's up to you. We're exploring our powers. If you don't want to join in, then bye." "Amar," I said, trying to get him on my side at least. "There's no problem," said Amar in his usual monotone. "We're just learning to control our powers." "But you're not," I said. "You're both obsessed." "Okay, bye," said Jay, looking back at his hands. "Guys, I'm serious," I said. "We don't care." Jay screamed, "Now piss off." His face was livid and bright red, spittle foaming at his lips. I just stood and looked at him in complete shock. Amar's eyes changed to a cold, glowing white, offering no help. "Fine," I said, shaking my head. "Whatever." I moved beyond B8 and decided to leave them to it. They don't mean it, I thought to myself. They're not controlling their power. Their power is controlling them. I had to do something about it. Speak to Mike or Abigail, maybe? "Burgess O'Bannon, please report to C1, said a man's voice from the speakers throughout the 3rd floor. Oh crap, I thought, what now? 33. Many eyes. C1 was a little room on the upper left side of the 3rd floor. It was also one of the few rooms on the floor to have a door. I looked through the rectangular glass in the middle of the door on my approach, and my heart leapt in my chest. Inside, I spotted Michaela sitting at a table with a phone to her ear. There was a Pied Piper officer in the room with her, listening in on the conversation. Another Pied Piper officer who was standing outside raised a hand for me to stop my approach. My name was called, I said. "Wait a moment, you're next," said the Pied Piper officer. "Can I call home?" I said. The Pied Piper officer nodded. I couldn't keep the happy grin from my face. I had been feeling increasingly homesick since arriving at the facility, even more so after receiving a cold shoulder from pretty much everyone. Michaela finished her call and handed the phone over to the Pied Piper officer. She was smiling as she left C1. "Hey, Burgess," she said when she saw me. "Hey," I said. She, like Tiffany, looked noticeably prettier. Most of the girls who were in Blaine, Michaela, and Tiffany's new friendship group seemed to be on the same page so far as improving their looks with their powers was concerned. "I just spoke with my grandma," said Michaela. "Everything okay?" I said. "Yeah, not bad," said Michaela. "It was just nice to call home, you know?" "I can't wait," I said. "See ya," said Michaela, raising a hand in goodbye as she started to head off. "Wait," I said. She stopped in her tracks and waited with a slightly amused expression. "Is there anything going on with Tiffany?" I said. "I mean, you're all starting to look different," said Michaela. She smiled and started to giggle. I half-heartedly laughed along, but then felt stupid when Michaela stopped laughing all of a sudden. I stopped too. Then she seemed to giggle in earnest, as if pleased to catch me out for forcing laughter of my own. "You know," she said, "I used to get the worst acne. Now it's all gone. And can you believe that I'm not even wearing any makeup? If I hadn't known about everyone here having powers, I wouldn't have believed her." She, like Tiffany and the other girls in their group, had faces that looked as if they were airbrushed because they no longer had 100 little things that might make them want to wear makeup in the first place, bothering their appearance. "You're up," said the Pied Piper officer standing by the door. "Okay," I said, but I kept my attention on Michaela. "You have to be careful," I said. "People here are getting obsessed with their powers." I felt the compulsion too. "Don't get carried away with it." "It's fine," said Michaela, hand-waving my concern. "We know what we're doing in it." She walked backwards, then turned with a swish and headed off elsewhere. A sudden bout of rage filled me. Everyone was being so careless and stupid. Couldn't they see where all of this was headed? Clearly, the more we used our powers, the more compelled we were to use them. The only way to avoid the compulsion, I learned, was to go cold turkey with it. The experience of being shot with tranquilizers and making a scene in front of the teenagers and Pied Piper officers before had been enough to shock me into not coiling again. Even then, it had been very difficult to avoid the temptation. Even after more than a week and a half since the incident, I still felt twinges of desire to go into the coiled-up state in the exercise area, but it was nothing compared to how strong the compulsion was before. I moved into C1, and the officer within gestured for me to sit down, so I did. "Your mother is on hold," the officer said to me. "If you're going to speak with her, you have to obey certain rules. Firstly, you cannot speak about your abnormality or the abnormalities of anyone here." I nodded. "And," said the officer, "you can't mention the names of any facility staff who work here, nor can you speak of any of the mice who are here either. And you can't speak about your meter device." "Anything else?" I said. "Don't try to hint at where you think the facility is located," said the officer. "We're doing our best to keep the facility location private from the public. Understand?" I nodded again. The officer watched me for a moment before deciding I could be trusted to use the phone. He took the call off hold and handed the smartphone over to me. "Hello," I said. "Burgess," said Mum on the other end of the phone. "Oh, I'm so happy to hear your voice. We've all been so worried about you." "I'm okay, Mum," I said. My eyes were watering with the onset of tears. "Are you okay?" said Mum. "Yeah, I struggled to find the right word to describe how I really was. I didn't know how honest I wanted to be with Mum about everything that was going on. "Doing great," I said. "Are they looking after you?" said Mum. "Yeah," I said. "5-star treatment. It's like a holiday." "Oh," said Mum happily. "And here I've been worried sick. The look on your face when that officer took you away. I thought I wouldn't ever see you again." "Everything's fine, Mum," I said. "How are you?" "Just working. Same old," said Mum. "Your sister's stressed with 6th form homework, and Gary's plodding along with his job. We're all worried about you." "Have you heard from Dad?" I said. "He's not feeling too well," said Mum. "He has a bad cough. He's seeing a doctor about it." Each word from my mum made me feel a bit more guilty for allowing myself to be evacuated. Then again, the alternative to have joined my friend and go into hiding had come and gone. I spoke with Mum for half an hour, the conversation turning to little things like the boiler playing up again in the flat in Ripperley. All the talk of mundane day-to-day life back home made me feel an even heavier homesickness. I considered saying something to Mum about what was going on at the facility to hint at there being trouble. But then again, what was she going to do with that information? Mum was smart and could be driven to get things done when she put her mind to it, but what could she do to help me in this situation? Worse, did I want to get my mum into trouble with the Pied Pipers? No, the safest option was to leave Mum be and let her think everything was going fine. I'm not sure when I'll talk to you again, I said to Mum as we finished up the call. I just want to let you know that I love you and I'm looking forward to coming home, whenever that'll be. I love you too, said Mum, and I could hear her sniffling and trying not to cry. And then, finally, she said, "See you soon." "Bye, Mum," I said, trying not to cry myself, and I hung up the call and handed over the phone to the Pied Piper officer in the room. It was then I spotted Tiffany beyond the door on my way and passed her as she made her way in. "Hey," she said under her breath, and I said a quiet "hey" back. Then we passed like ships in the night. I passed B8 on my way back to B9. It was empty but still held the lingering chill from Jay using his power. I continued to B9 and decided I could use a bit of extra sleep. My thoughts were on making a beeline for bed when I came to a sudden stop. Took me a moment to understand what it was I was looking at. George was sitting on his bed with his arms around his legs. At first, I thought he might be awake, but then I saw something which made my stomach tie up in knots. George no longer had a face. Where his face should have been, there was just smooth skin, making him look like a store mannequin. His upper body was exposed, his skin bare to see. The upper half of his fabric overalls was tattered and torn, as if something had exploded out of them. There were at least a dozen weird slits set on boil-like lumps across his arms, upper chest, and back. There were two particularly large slits slanted at an angle that, as far as I could tell, were being used like gills for George to breathe. For a moment, I wondered if I was looking at some kind of morbid statue that only resembled George in a vague way. He wasn't moving except for the faint breathing. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Something deep inside me was screaming for me to turn and run the other way. I fought the urge, though I desperately wanted to give in to it. "George," I said softly. One of the slits opened up on George's left shoulder. It was an eye around 3 times the normal size. It was half-lidded and not fixed on anything in particular, as if only half awake. Make one wrong move and you're dead. This thought came to me with razor-sharp precision. All my years of watching movies and TV shows with horrific scenarios in them told me that sudden movements and loud noises could mean my death. What I needed to do was leave and make the Pied Piper officers aware of what was happening with George. I couldn't tell what horrible thing was happening to him, but I was sure it was some twisted mix of his panic attacks and his power creating the nightmarish form before me. I attempted a very slow step backward out of B9, only for my shoe to touch down on a pencil that skittered away and tapped against the corridor wall behind me. Another eye opened on George's left arm, and the one that was already open stirred ever more awake. Adrenaline pumped throughout my body, trying to get me to spring into action. To move. I fought against it. Now was not the time to make rash decisions. If George began to move, however, I was prepared to bolt out of B9. Bit by bit, I moved as slowly as I could whilst still making some progress towards the doorway. Then, all of a sudden, there came faint whistling. Mike's whistling. It was drawing nearer along with the sound of his heavy footsteps. More eyes on George's arm, and others across the rest of his body began to stir awake. I made it beyond the B9 doorway, just in time for Mike to walk into me. "Watch where you're," Mike began. "Shoo," I said as loud as I dared. "What?" said Mike at a normal volume. I couldn't see how Mike was reacting to me acting so strange because my eyes were fixed on George and all of the eyes on his upper body that were opening up in the dark of B9. "Burgess, what's wrong, mate?" said Mike. "Please," I began to say, but it was too late. The thing that was once George began to scuttle down at a frightening speed from the bed ahead of us, moving like an insect. the arms and legs moving with the arm and leg joints bent at strange angles. Although I saw George leap in our direction, I wasn't prepared for the pain of his body striking mine. His shoulder struck mine hard enough that I feared my arm had been pummeled out of its socket. The force of the impact spun me around, and I fell to the floor with a nasty thud, my left cheek feeling the full force of the impact with the ground. I lay dazed, trying to get myself to move. The sound of Mike's muffled screaming hit my ears. I climbed to my feet and saw George perched on Mike's back. Mike thrashed helplessly as George's hands covered his mouth. "George!" I shouted. The faceless, many-eyed thing that George had become was smothering Mike more with every passing moment. I had to do something. Still dazed and not thinking things through, I ran forward and tried to pry George's thin arms free from Mike. As thin as George's arms were, they were squeezing and pressing around Mike's head with every ounce of strength they had. A few moments of trying to yank George's grip off Mike's head proved useless. I hesitated a moment before punching one of the large eyes on George's right arm near the elbow. The eye was both firm, wet, and disgustingly soft beneath my punch. The eye closed a little, but beyond this, my punch had little effect. I punched the same eye again, and although the eye became bloodshot, George made no sign of releasing his grip from Mike's face, which was turning purple. Adrenaline spiked throughout my body, my chest thumping with the rush of everything that was happening. Before I could second-guess my decision, I entered into the power stance I had used before to enter into the coiled state and let out a scream. I felt the first onset of the coiled state taking hold of me, a second, deeply guttural scream, which sounded as if it were from the very pits of hell. George was screaming from the two gill-like openings in the middle of his chest. My own scream reached its peak as the second coiled state took hold of my body. Thunk, 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 thunk. Like before, in the time it had taken me to reach the second coiled state, my body was suddenly riddled with lean muscle. The overalls I wore strained to keep in the new muscle. George shunted Mike's unconscious body aside. My time was up. George bounded on top of me, his hands going straight for my face and pressing down on my mouth to smother me. He wants me to be silent, I thought. It was obvious before, but even more obvious now. I threw a punch at George's faceless head, and the blow sent George reeling off me. I clumsily climbed to my feet, fearful that my punch may have broken the neck of my friend. The thing George had become seemed dazed from the punch. I stood over George, unsure whether I should stay back or try to keep him pinned to the ground. My coiled body urged me to get into motion, to take action, but I fought against the urge despite how difficult it was to do so. Somewhere down the corridor, someone screamed. Before I could turn to see who it was, George's faceless head jerked as if to better hear the noise. Then, in a single horrible moment, George's thin body pumped up with as much muscle as I had taken on in my second coiled state. As his body did this, that hellish scream shrieked out from George's chest again, as if it were a scream coming from the depths of a cave. George bounded at a sickening speed, boosted no doubt from the increased muscle all over his body, towards where the other scream had come from. I remained standing where I was for a moment, dazed, breathing fast. I could barely concentrate on more than the present moment, but I needed to think. If I don't follow George, I thought in a panic, then someone else could get hurt. I shot a glance at Mike and saw that he had woken up and was coughing, his face bright red, but recovering. I broke into a run, chasing after George. In just a few seconds, George had made it down the end of the corridor and down another. It was easy to follow where he was going because screams rang out from another corridor up ahead. The white corridors were a blur as I sprinted down the first, then took a hard right into the next. I passed several frightened teenagers who were backed up against the walls. I raced on, my plimsolls, the stupid things, falling away as I ran. I had to narrowly avoid a dozen more frightened teenagers on my way down the second corridor. I realized what George was doing when I entered the next corridor and spotted the familiar sight of the kiosk where George worked each day. Teenagers were running past me to get away from George, who was perched atop the kiosk like an insect. I came to a hard stop a meter away from the kiosk. The sound of heavy bootsteps drew near at the other side of the kiosk at the other end of the corridor. A handful of Pied Piper officers had emerged into view with machine guns raised. "Get down onto the ground right now," one of the officers shouted at George. George's faceless head cocked to one side as if possibly understanding the Pied Piper officer's order. "Now!" the officer shouted. George let out yet another hellish scream, the loudest yet. The Pied Piper officers opened fire. 34. "I can still do more." George's nightmarish form sprang through the doorway behind the kiosk. The kiosk, in turn, was torn to pieces by machine gun fire. I was already moving towards the doorway with my hands raised. "Stop, or we'll shoot," one of the Pied Piper officers shouted. For a brief moment, I considered stopping in my tracks, maybe to get down on my knees with my hands raised for them to handcuff me. But my concern wasn't just about myself. It was about George, too. There was a single second where the officer, if he were so inclined, could have fired his machine gun at me. The moment passed, and I walked through the doorway behind the kiosk. Inside, George was at the end of the very narrow corridor where all the overalls were kept on shelves. George was perched as if stuck against the closed door ahead. Dozens of packets of overalls were scattered on the floor between us. I continued forward, lowering my hands and making my way towards George. The eyes on his arms and back were searching angrily around. They all fixed on me as I approached. I froze. "George," I said in a whisper. "It's me. It's Burgess." The eyes remained hostile. "I'm going to open the door for you. You can go to sleep," I said. I continued inching closer with the soles of my feet touching down on the plastic wrapping of the overalls, which were threatening to trip me up. I heard the rattle of guns and bootsteps behind me. I dared a glance backward and saw the Pied Piper officers filling the doorway. The strange slits in George's chest let out an agonized wail as if warning the officers to stay away. I pressed my hands together as if in prayer and silently begged for the Pied Piper officers to stop their approach. The Pied Piper officer at the head of the squad was a middle-aged man with black hair with lots of gray in the roots. I met his cold gaze and stared down the barrel of his gun. "You've had a gun pointed at you before," I thought. "You can do this. He just needs to go into that room and go to sleep," I said in a whisper. "Stand aside," said the black and gray-haired officer in a whisper. His whispering gave me hope. He seemed to understand that yelling and coming in guns blazing wasn't the only way to handle this. "Please," I said. "I can get him in there. There's no way out. Once he's asleep, I'll—" "Last warning," said the black and gray-haired officer, still whispering. "Don't make me shoot you, lad." My guts wanted to melt out of me. I wanted to be brave, to tell the officer what was what. But I was so afraid I could hardly stop myself from trembling. "IVG got this," I stammered. It was quiet enough that I could hear the faint sound of the black and gray-haired officer placing his finger on the trigger of his machine gun. I turned my back to the black and gray-haired Pied Piper officer and walked towards George, whose hand was gripping the handle to the door and making it shudder. I reached over to George's hand and pushed down, and the door opened under George's body weight. Bang, 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 bang. I could almost hear the sound of the officer's bullets ripping into my back, shredding my body apart, and murdering me. Surely George and I had moved too much, and the trigger-happy officer was going to put an end to this situation? No gunfire, just silence. I breached the doorway and stood before George. His faceless head jerked about like a stop-motion puppet whilst his many eyes searched the room, scanning every nook and cranny. "Look," I whispered to him, pointing to the corner I had found him in before. "It's quiet over there." His head made an odd rattling sound and then moved slowly over to the corner. And it was then that the sirens in the facility began to wail, and the lights in the corridor outside began to flash in intervals of red and white. George screamed his hellish scream and lunged at me. My body was tensed up and ready for the impact of his against mine this time. His body and mine collided. I planted my right foot down, and by some miracle I touched down on the ground and not one of the overall packets, on which I surely would have slipped. George's chest lungs let out guttural cries in short bursts as if trying to fill the intervals between the wail of the sirens. He was winning our twisted sumo match, pushing me further down the corridor and towards the officers with their guns. I wanted to try to tell George to calm down, but there would be no hope of that with all the sirens wailing. If George bested me in this battle of strength, No doubt the officers would open fire on him, and, presumably, me as collateral damage. Losing here wasn't an option. With every ounce of strength I could muster, I pushed back against George. Even in my coiled-up state, I could feel myself on the losing side of our collision. The muscles in my arms, legs, and torso were screaming for a stop to the exertion demanded of them. I clenched my teeth and let my face fill with rage. Spittle foamed at my mouth. No, not yet. I thought intensely, I can still do more. In my desperation, I punched George at the slit in his lungs. The blow felt as if it hit hard, but George's strength didn't relent one bit. I staggered back another step, losing ground. Brute force wasn't working. The idea that came to me then was madness, but I had to try it. Rough Rover. I cried out, Rough Rover. George's iron grip and pressing weight relented just a tiny fraction. I had to keep pushing and shouting at the same time, and it was taking every last bit of strength I had not to buckle under the power of George's body. The best dog going from town to town. He's our favorite hero hound. It's Rough Rover, the crime-fighting hero hound. George's strength relented just enough for me to start pushing him backward, step by step. He's the dog who's going to say, I have come to save the day. Rough Rover, Rough Rover. George continued to back up, his strength relenting more with each passing lyric. The sound of the sirens wasn't helping at all, but a quick kick of the door slamming it shut behind us muffled the sirens just enough for me to continue shouting the Rough Rover song. Villains, your time is up. Over. Over. Why? Because here's Rough Rover. Rough Rover. By the time I finished the song, George all but let me ease him into a sitting position in the corner of the laundry room. Outside, the muffled sound of the sirens stopped. I sat down with George and put my arms around him in a hug, doing my best to ignore the gross sweatiness of his body and the slickness of his open eyes on his arms. I hoped with every fiber of my being that the officers had the sense not to come barging in any time soon. 1 minute passed into another, and gradually each of George's eyes across his body closed as if falling asleep. The motion-sensing lights in the laundry room flickered out, and the sirens outside stopped. And then, after about a minute of silence, I heard George whisper in a confused, croaky voice, Burgess, 35, black and gray. I was fighting my own battle to regain control of my body. George had returned to normal and had started to tremble and sweat as I held him. It's going to be all right, mate, I said to him. I wasn't sure if I really believed this, but it seemed like the right thing to say to keep him calm. My muscles were still thick and firm across my body. In one sense, it felt great, euphoric even, but they had to go. I was afraid I might not be able to return myself to normal, that the Pied Piper officers might have to tranquilize me again. My body trembled as if I were freezing cold, though sweat layered my body, smelling quite pungent in the confines of the laundry room. The overalls felt irritatingly tight all over. Instead of trying to power down all at once, I tried instead to power down bit by bit. The idea occurred to me all of a sudden, a true light bulb moment, understanding of how I might be able to return myself to normal. Bit by bit, I willed my body to lose the muscle. No more power, I thought over and over again. My body, in turn, responded by doing just that, diminishing the muscles from the coiled-up state until I was back to my normal self again. There was a building commotion beyond the laundry room door. Lots of bootsteps and Pied Piper officers barking orders at each other and the teenagers that had come to see what all the trouble was about. I couldn't hear much, and for a moment I considered trying to make my hearing better using my power, but then decided against it. George, I said. Yeah? Said George in a pitiful voice. You okay, mate? I said. No, he said. I stayed silent, staring at the sliver of light peeking out from under the door that led to the hallway. The light flickered with the coming and going of officers preparing to barge in. You had another one of your panic attacks? I said. And this happened, right? It's my fault, said George. You did this on purpose? I said. I just wanted the bad thoughts to stop, he said. He then broke into tears, sobbing in my arms. His breathing quickened, and he repeatedly sniffled. George bowed his head and tried to say something, but whatever he intended to say was lost among the gibberish brought about by his tears. The door to the laundry room was kicked in. Lights splashed inside, and 4 Pied Piper officers darted into the laundry room with machine guns raised. "Don't move!" one of them shouted. "Hands up!" George and I did as we were ordered. "Please don't hurt me," George begged. I'm sorry. "Shut up," said the officer issuing commands. George didn't say any more, but he did start to weep with renewed vigor. He was scared, and justifiably so. It was the middle-aged black and gray-haired officer who had decided not to shoot through me to get to George. He put his machine gun aside and instead retrieved a handgun holstered at his hip. He looked to the doorway behind him and quickly holstered his gun again. I heard the clacking of Abigail's heels before she entered. Her eyes were frantic with worry. Her gaze in particular was fixed on me. She put her hand to her chest and sighed with relief. "Burgess," she said, offering her hand to me. "It's okay. Come with me." "What about George?" I said. "They just have to check him," said Abigail. She shot a look at the black and gray-haired officer who had just holstered his gun. The officer kept his gaze on George, looking at him with narrowed eyes. "He's fine," I said. "George isn't that thing anymore. He's not dangerous." "We know," said Abigail. She stepped forward and ushered me to stand up. I did so slowly, keeping an eye on the black and gray-haired officer, who flashed a quick look at me and then trained his eyes again on George. The other officers in the room continued to keep their machine guns trained on George. Not tranquilizers, machine guns. "Let's go," said Abigail. She tugged on my hand. I resisted it, staying where I was. "I'm not leaving without George," I said. "It's okay, Burgess," Abigail said. "Let them do their jobs." Abigail tugged on my hand some more. I relented, letting her guide me out of the laundry room. "Crap," said Abigail. She nearly twisted an ankle after slipping on one of the fallen overall packets. She led me out to the main corridor. I took in the sight of the bullet-ridden kiosk, which seemed like some strange work of modern art now that the gunfire had ceased. There were a dozen Pied Piper officers in the corridor. Mike was standing at the opposite wall. His face was still a shade of red. He looked wide-eyed and gormless. The corridor at both ends was empty. "Where is everyone?" I said. "In the cafeteria," said Abigail, "until they're told it's safe for them to go back to their blocks." Abigail looked up at me and put her hand to my cheek. "Are you okay?" she said. I froze, not knowing what to say to this sudden concern for my well-being. Yeah, I'm fine," I said. There came a sudden yelling from the laundry room. "He's changing," the voice yelled. It belonged to a Pied Piper officer. I turned and looked beyond the kiosk to the doorway and saw several flashes of light and the sound of machine gun fire coming from the laundry room. It lasted several seconds, then stopped. "George!" I yelled and started to move towards the doorway. Abigail's hand gripped mine like a vice. "Burgess, no!" she cried. I turned back to look at her, and her eyes were wide like they had been when she had first entered the laundry room to find George and me. Everyone in the corridor became very still. The gunfire had rang out loud and clear. In the wake of the gunfire was a horrible silence that held from one moment to the next. I became aware of my own breathing and the rising and falling of my chest. My heartbeat was accelerating, beating faster and harder until the sound of my heartbeat was strangely meshed with the unbroken silence filling the corridor. I heard the crinkle of boots on plastic. The black and gray-haired Pied Piper officer who had taken out his handgun emerged at the doorway, his inscrutable face fixed on me. "What happened?" said Abigail. Her hand was still firmly holding mine. "The boy started to change," said the officer. "We took him out." It was strange because although I had heard what the black and gray-haired Pied Piper officer had said, a part of me simply couldn't understand what he had just said. George? Dead? Those two ideas refused to mesh inside my mind. "Get him out of here," said the black and gray-haired officer, gesturing to me before tucking his thumbs into his belt as if he were some cowboy. "Come on, Burgess," said Abigail. I didn't move. Couldn't. I was completely numb. None of this made sense. "Now, Miss Hoffman," said the officer. "Burgess," said Abigail, taking hold of me by the shoulders. We have to go now. Trust me, please. I stared down at her. Okay, I said to Abigail, and I dumbly walked with her to the left side of the corridor. For a few minutes, there was just the warmth of Abigail's hand holding mine, the clomping of her heels, and the white corridors of the third floor passing us by. We reached the third floor checkpoint. Two Pied Piper officers checked our IDs, scanned us both using detectors, then let us pass through to the elevator. Where are we going? I said, my words distant and quiet. To see Dad, said Abigail. The elevator doors dinged shut. 36. Corner office. The trip up to the second floor floated by like a dream. Abigail continued to pull me along, her small, sweaty hand holding mine, her heels clomping on the second floor carpeting. When Abigail and I arrived at her father's office, Robert was standing at his desk with a phone to his ear. He raised a hand for Abigail and me to stay by the doorway. He was not a threat, said Robert to whoever he was talking to on the phone. Robert was angry, his wrinkled brow set with deep lines. I know what he did, said Robert, talking respectfully despite the slight anger in his tone. I just didn't know this was the Wild West where cowboys go shootin', just 'cause some kid had a panic attack that got out of hand. No, I won't. I understand. I said I understand. Hello? Whoever was on the other end of the call must have hung up. Robert discarded his phone onto his desk as if he were skimming a rock. Dad, said Abigail. She hurried across the room and started to tidy up the mess her father had made. Robert took a moment to collect himself, holding a hand to his face. Burgess, come in, he said. Close the door behind you. I did as he asked. I want to go home, I said in a trembling voice. Robert nodded and opened his arms, gesturing for me to come to him. I did so, taking small steps. He walked the breadth of his huge office and embraced me in a hug. Felt like getting hugged by my dad. For such a short man, Robert was stocky and firm. He held me in a hug for several moments before putting a hand behind my head. I'm so sorry, Burgess, he said. What they did to George is unforgivable. Please, I said, tears running down my cheeks. I want to go home. Take me on the next flight out. Oh, Burgess, said Robert. He embraced me again, firmer the second time. I started to weep the way George had wept. It lasted for several seconds before I managed to get a grip on myself just enough to stop more tears. Finally, Robert released his grip and I eased away from him. Take a seat, Burgess, he said. I sat with him on the sofa, a leg's worth of space between us. He no longer held me, but he had an arm over my shoulders. Abigail, said Robert, giving a nod to his daughter. Abigail understood what he was asking of her right away. The desk tidied. She kicked off her heels and then crouched down beside me and started to undo the meter from my wrist. She used her long nails to open it up. She fiddled with some of its inner workings, and the lights, which told me if I was in the green, orange, or red, went out. Is that safe? I said. Would you look at that, the thing's busted, said Robert, but in a way that made me think he was saying it for whoever might be listening in on the meter to hear. Abigail dropped the meter to the floor, grabbed one of her shoes, and smashed it into pieces. Finished, Abigail scooped up the remains and held them. She moved over to the sofa and sat with her arm on the other end from us. Why am I here? I said. We're keeping you safe from those Neanderthals, said Robert. He gestured to Abigail. If she hadn't gotten to you when she did, they would have done the same to you as they did to George. Why? I said. He wasn't going to hurt them. I know, said Robert. And they knew that too. But the fact of the matter is they don't give a damn. All they needed was an excuse to play cowboy. So can I leave? I said, please. Robert took a breath. No, Burgess, he said. You don't want to leave. Before I could protest, he raised a hand. Burgess, he said. What I mean to say is you do not want to leave. He fixed his gaze on me to drive home his point. I'm going to have a very frank conversation with you, Burgess, said Robert. But first I need your word that whatever we discuss won't leave this office? Okay, I whispered. Good, said Robert. You're not getting out of here on any flight plan. he said. Nobody has. What about? Nobody, Burgess, said Robert. Then where are they? I said. The teenagers who left before? I don't know, said Robert. They may be somewhere else in the facility. Another floor, maybe. Abigail and I don't have access to all the levels. What's going on here? I said. I thought this was supposed to be a voluntary testing facility. Robert gave me a pitying look. No, he said. That's just what you were told to make sure you were compliant. But it was Abigail who invited me to come here, I said. I looked at Abigail, and she gave me an inscrutable look back. She was doing her job because, at the time, she believed the same lies they told you, said Robert. The same lies they told me. We've learned the truth about what is going on here, and we're not going to stand for it. Ain't that right, honeybee? That's right, Dad, said Abigail. What's going on here? I said. Control, Burgess, said Robert. The Pied Piper operation is about making sure as many mice are corralled into one place as possible. Every step of the evacuation has been designed to separate the powered from the regular. The meters are fake, aren't they? I said. Robert nodded. Yes, he said. And the spontaneous combustions? I said. Fake too, said Robert. A fiction concocted by the Pied Piper higher-ups to justify the entire operation. Order out of chaos. It struck me then that my friend back home had been right that night we had last spoken at the Black Bench. Who is in charge of all this? I said. Hundreds of people in high places, said Robert. The rabbit hole goes deep. I just want to go home. I said. How do I get home? There is no going home for you, Burgess, said Robert. My boy, you have to understand the predicament you're in. You're not just up against the Pied Piper operation. Every government in the world, bar a few, is lockstep in their mission to make sure mice like you don't become the next global catastrophe. The spontaneous combustion might be false, but you've started to see firsthand the kind of things you and your fellow inmates are capable of. That's right now. What about tomorrow? What about in 10 years? The powers that be in the world want to maintain the status quo, and any threat to it, especially an existential one like you, mice, is unconscionable. This means there is no going home for you anymore, Burgess. You can't waltz out of here and go have a cup of tea at home with mommy. You're on the books. They have your DNA samples. There's not a city in the world where you could hide on your own initiative. Then what can I do? I said. Help me, please. I could see Robert starting to become emotional himself. The corners of his mouth tugged down as if fishhooks were in them. I am going to help you, he said. But I need you to work with me if I'm going to get you out of here. What do I need to do? I said. Right now, you need to keep your head and look out for yourself in this place, said Robert. Abigail and I will do everything we can, but we don't have control over the Pied Piper officers. If they're given an excuse to take you out, they'll do it. What do you get out of this? I said. It was a bold question, but given the state I was in, I didn't care. I see a bright future, Burgess, said Robert. I don't fear mice like you. I see potential. I've built many powerful connections over a very long career. I can do what I can to get you out of here and keep you safe, but it isn't going to be a free ticket. Do you understand? You want to use me? I said. I want to help you, said Robert. But there ain't no such thing as a free lunch. You come with Abigail and me, and you'll have to do things to survive that you won't like. But you'll have an edge. You'll have your powers. Robert could see the hesitation on my face. Or, he said, you can be a fish in a barrel here and wait until they decide your time is up. He leaned forward. And they won't stop with you, Burgess, he said. They'll come for your family. You don't think they let you talk to your mother out of the goodness of their hearts. Do you, my boy? That was them laying the groundwork to let you know they have access to your family to make sure they can keep you in line. My heart, which already felt like it had been repeatedly stabbed, endured its largest yet, as if a sword were being driven right through it. If you want out of here with us, said Robert, I'll make sure your family is safe. I'll give you my word. Silence filled the office. It was all too much to take in. Most of all, my concern for my family burned at the forefront of my mind. No matter what, I had to keep them safe. It was because of me they were in danger. Why do I have powers in the first place? I said. Robert forced a smile. Nobody knows. Thousands of tests and observations, and they still don't know. Or if they do, the likes of Abigail and I haven't been made privy to it. Is the golden sky real? I said. As far as we know, said Robert. If there's an answer to all this, we don't have it. My head was throbbing. Every thought hurt, but I had to concentrate. When can I leave? I said. As soon as I can arrange for it, said Robert. It will take time. Weeks. Weeks, I said in dismay. I forced myself to imagine the kind of connections Robert would need to have to be able to pull something like this off. Somehow I had made a powerful friend. Why me? I said. You've got your head glued on, said Robert. I don't know for sure, but I think you're a good kid. Are you going to prove me wrong? I shook my head. No, I said. Not if I can help it. Robert broke into a smile and patted me on the shoulder. Without meaning to, he gave away how little he was concerned about George. I'm what he wants, I thought. George be damned. I decided then I didn't trust Robert. Not at all. But the question was, did I trust him enough to take the ticket he was offering out of the facility? I considered for a moment how far I might be able to get on my own. Maybe I could escape the facility. Going up the elevator didn't seem that tough an ask. I didn't know where the facility was. It could be France, England, Wales. The helicopter flight was 30 to 40-ish minutes, so we couldn't be that far, all things considered. Could I survive as a fugitive on the run, with the full force of the government tracking me down? All of a sudden, Tiffany's face flashed in my mind. Not the model-esque version she had used her power to become, but the one that had been my friend, who had promised to stick with me through thick and thin way back in Lintern Village. She might have made some distance between us, and I didn't understand why. Even so, I wanted to continue to honor our agreement. What about everybody else here? We can't help everyone, Burgess, said Abigail from behind me. But we will help as many as we can, said Robert. You can help us decide who'll be a good fit for a ticket out of here. I started to say Tiffany's name, but Robert raised a hand. Not now, my boy. First, you need to take some time alone. We need you strong up here. Robert pointed to his temple. You can't break, Burgess. You don't have that luxury. I understand, I said. I won't break. That's right, said Robert, winking at me with pride. Abigail stood up. Time to go, she said. You can stay down on the 4th floor for a few days until things have settled down. Let's go. She slipped on her heels and then gave Robert a firm hug. I had more questions to ask Robert, but the siren song of being someplace alone to gather my thoughts was too strong to protest. Remember, said Robert, not a word to anyone about this. We'll be in touch. I nodded and left with Abigail. 37. Lightbulb. I spent the next 5 days on the 4th floor. The room I stayed in had a door that could be locked. Not by me, but by Pied Piper security. It was a section of the 4th floor that was intended to hold any mice who needed to be held someplace other than the 3rd floor. My door was never locked, however. The only place I could go, as I was always under camera surveillance, was down the corridor to the bathroom. It was as if my body was in some kind of powered-down mode and my brain was working overtime to compute every last thought into something which might help me better understand my situation. If I weren't staring at one of the walls, I would instead take long, hot showers. Each day, Abigail would bring me breakfast and dinner, which went mostly uneaten. I was hungry, but I simply couldn't eat more than a few bites. Drinking water was like trying to drink a glass of sticky syrup because my throat could barely swallow. Abigail talked to me each time she stopped by, but I barely registered a word she said. She might have mentioned something about the last time she was in New York City with her younger cousin, and something about her comic book collection. I was sitting cross-legged in the dark with only a green light coming from an emergency exit sign illuminating the darkness. I was clenching my fists, and then, because I wished so badly to feel some kind of relief from the numbed misery I was in, I wished for my hands to become red hot. To my immediate alarm, the room brightened with a soft golden glow. The room, which had been chilly before, was suddenly filled with an intense heat. My hands were glowing like hot light bulbs. Purple blotches swam in front of my eyes from looking at the bright, hot light shining out from my hands. With almost childlike wonder, I brought my right hand to the floor. Sish! The area where my palm touched the floor sizzled. I moved my hand back, causing the motion sensor lights to flicker on. I could clearly see the black hand-shaped imprint left on the floor and could smell burning. I tried clenching my fists and found that when I did so, both of my hands became orbs of light, almost as if they were light bulbs shining at the end of my arms. My childish excitement of doing something so superhuman-like, something which wasn't just increasing the musculature of my body, was soured when I remembered, as if I could possibly forget, that George was not only dead, but that he had been murdered. The heat in my fists became even more intense, and then fear of losing control of the power gripped me. No, I thought, and with every ounce of my will, I begged whatever control of power I had to remove the heat from my hands. The heat subsided immediately, the room becoming dark and chilly again. I shot up from my bed, hurried out to the corridor, and made my way to the bathroom. When I reached the sink, I washed my hands. I had wondered if the cool water might have sizzled when it made contact with my skin, like putting a hot frying pan under water, but that didn't happen. The light bulb heat that had surged in both of my hands had come and gone. The following morning, Abigail arrived with a tray of breakfast, bacon, eggs, and toast, with a hot cup of tea, and told me something I didn't want to hear. "You need to go back to the 3rd floor," she said. She stood at the doorway with her arms crossed. I had been asleep when she arrived and was trying to sit myself upright whilst rubbing sleep out of my eyes. "Why?" I mumbled. "There's going to be an announcement," said Abigail. "That's the most I can say." "Am I going to like this announcement?" I said. Abigail gave me a look that told me I wouldn't. Her gaze searched the floor whilst I picked at the toast. "What's this?" she said. She squatted down by the scorched handprint on the floor. "Oh," I said. "That was me." To save time explaining, I willed my right hand to bulb with the same heat as before. I noticed there was that subtle sense of unlocking again. The room was filled with the extra light and warmth coming from my hand. Abigail looked momentarily surprised, and then unimpressed. I willed for the heat to subside, and the golden light faded away again. "Shall we?" said Abigail. "Yep," I mumbled, and got up off the bed. I took a slice of toast with me more as a sign that I was trying to eat than genuinely having an appetite. Even a few nibbles had me feeling full, but I finished stuffing the slice into my mouth, if only because there wasn't a bin for me to chuck the rest away. I followed Abigail out of the room, and we started on a short walk towards the elevator. "I'm sorry, by the way," she said, taking me by surprise. I looked down at her, but she continued to look right ahead. Her hands were mostly covered by the long sleeves of her sweater. She gripped the sleeves tightly as if to better warm herself in the chill of the 4th floor. "It's fine," I said. "I appreciate you looking after me whilst I've been down here." "How are you feeling?" she said. "Better," I lied. "That's great," she said. "You've been through so much." We reached the elevator. Unlike the 2nd and 3rd floors, the 4th didn't have a checkpoint. There were plenty of cameras everywhere on the 4th floor, so it wasn't as if we were going unnoticed. Abigail thumbed the elevator button and then hugged herself for warmth again. The elevator opened, and we stepped in. When the elevator doors opened on the 3rd floor, I caught sight of the checkpoint. Once we were through, I found the corridors were vacant of any teenagers all the way to the cafeteria. The first sign of anyone except patrolling Pied Piper officers, whom I felt an immediate, near-constant disgust every time I had to look at them, was when Abigail and I reached the corridor that led into the cafeteria, where all of the teenagers were amassing inside. Abigail parted from me and moved through the throng to the front. Inside, all the teenagers were gathered, and Mike, quickly joined by Abigail, was standing on a small podium with a microphone in hand. There were over a dozen armed Pied Piper officers dotted around the space. Whatever news we were about to be told surely was expected to ruffle feathers. I remained standing at the entrance to the exercise area, not wanting to draw attention to myself. I searched the mass of teenagers and caught sight of Tiffany and Michaela. They looked as prettied up as before. No change there. I also spotted Jay and Amar. They both looked normal with none of their powers on display. Yo, said a familiar voice to my left. Blaine was standing with his back to the wall and his arms crossed. He looked to be in a bad mood. I wondered if he was angry at me for some reason. Hey, I said. How you holding up? He said. He offered me a fist and I bumped it. Not too bad, I said. Blaine nodded. We need to talk, he said. After this. I nodded. Sure. I said. Everything okay? He shook his head. Nah, man, he said. Mike tapped his microphone and drew everyone's attention. Listen up, he said. I have been given new information regarding your status as guests at this facility. Mike cleared his throat and, after a quick look at Abigail and the Pied Piper officers surrounding him, he said, Several hours ago, a new act was passed in Parliament which, effective immediately, is now law. Oh crap, I thought, here it comes. The act passed by Parliament is called the Mice Act and, in short, you are all under arrest effective immediately. A cacophony of questions and screams and murmurs broke out in the wake of Mike's statement. Now, he said, speaking loud enough to be heard over everyone else. This means that any contract you sign to be a willing guest at this facility is forfeit, including any monetary compensation. A special arrangement has been made with the Pied Piper's return leaders to continue your stay at this facility until such a time as is deemed necessary for your relocation. The murmurs became furious questions yelled at Mike, Abigail, and the Pied Piper officers. Is this a joke? You can't be serious? You can't do this to us. And more things were yelled in the same vein. I looked at Blaine, and his eyes were wide and his face furious. This was all news to him like it was for everyone else. He fixed his attention on me, and I could see the recognition in his eyes that I wasn't looking surprised like the others. As always, said Mike, you must continue to comply with the Pied Piper officers, as well as Miss Hoffman and me. We do not want any further loss of life, and your compliance will ensure a safe and effective environment at this facility. Those of you who are currently enrolled in extra duties will need to speak to me about alternative compensation. The uproar in the exercise area was only increasing by the second. The Pied Piper officers had their machine guns raised and ready to fire if need be. This and only this seemed to be the thing keeping the teenagers at bay. Now, said Mike, given the severity of this news, we understand many of you are upset. You will now all make your way to your blocks immediately until further notice. Failure to be in your designated block in the next 15 minutes will be met with serious consequences. Mike lowered his microphone and stepped off the little podium. I moved out of the exercise area, and Blaine reached my side. I felt his heavy arm drape over my back, and he pulled me aside. Look, B, he said. Things are getting bad. I noticed, I said. It's Michaela and Tiff, he said. They're getting involved with some freaky girl. What do you mean? I said. Blaine looked over my head and then back to me. There's this girl, Holly, in it. For a while. This girl's been getting people to join in these mindfulness sessions. I nodded, trying to follow where this was going. At first it was normal, said Blaine. Just simple things like guided meditation. Imagine a forest in your head type stuff, you know? Right? I said. But then she started talking about all this booky stuff, said Blaine. She's talking about contacting spirits, crap like integrating with the powers of the universe. Okay, I said, feeling a tightness in my stomach at the idea of mixing some strange novelty mysticism with teenagers with superpowers. Bruv, said Blaine, trying to drill into me how serious he thought this new development was. It's witchy, devilish crap. Do you get me? Blaine, I said. I get how this could be a problem, but has there been a problem yet? Blaine leaned in closer. They've been doing these late-night sessions. Have you seen Tiff and Michaela up close yet? No, I said. They've got fangs, bruv, said Blaine. Michaela used to be against this bookie crap, but Holly's got in her head. Tiff's into it too. Okay, I said, understanding. This is messed up. So what? I said. You want me to talk some sense into them? Blaine shook his head. Man, you can try in it, but you ain't gonna get far. They're sucked in. Warped, bruv. Warped. And your boys are in on it too. My boys, I said. The white guy and the Indian boy, bruv. Ah, I said, Jay and Amar. Blaine nodded. Yeah, he said. If we don't get a lid on this crap soon, Holly's gonna keep pushing this foolishness. He leaned even closer, whispering into my ear. She's thinking about starting some kind of revolution to get out of here. My anxiety spiked upon hearing this. How much worse could things possibly get? Blaine leaned back and folded his arms. As big and tough as he was, I could tell this had all unsettled him a lot. No doubt because he cared about Michaela and, it seemed, possibly about Tiffany too. Burgess, said a voice. I turned and saw it was Abigail. Look, she said. If you want to go back to the 4th floor, I've arranged for that. Mike has cleared it with the officers. Do you want to go? Abigail looked from me and then to Blaine. In truth, despite what was happening with Blaine, Tiffany, and Michaela, all I wanted to do was go back to the 4th floor. Down there, I could think. Being alone on the 4th floor was bliss compared to the mounting worries above. All it took was one look at Blaine for me to know what I had to do. Like Alex Lanley and George, now Blaine needed my help. I'll stay up here, I said, feeling a strange confidence take hold of me. I'm good, thank you. Abigail studied me and then gave a nod. Stay out of trouble, okay? She said. I forced a smile. You'll be in B6 in that case, said Abigail. I'll let the officers know. With that, Abigail hurried off to handle other urgent matters. That's good, said Blaine. That's the same block as me. I nodded. Look, said Blaine, rubbing the back of his neck. I had to get out of B9 and it. George was doing my head in with his screaming. It's fine, I said. I was close to requesting a move myself. The part about me thinking about putting in a request to move wasn't true, but it seemed like a nice way to make Blaine feel better about things. Pied Piper officers appeared at the entrance to the exercise area as the last of the teenagers shuffled out. All right, said Blaine. Let's bounce. 38. Dog whistle. I started on my way towards B6 with Blaine, only to be distracted by the changing color on my meter from green to orange. I stopped in my tracks and looked at my meter in disdain. I looked to the Pied Piper officers who had kept pace a few steps behind the moving mass of teenagers, of which Blaine and I were at the back. My meter, I said, holding my wrist up for the officer to see. The officer nodded his permission. I looked to Blaine, who sighed in frustration. I'll wait until you get back, said Blaine. All right, I said. I hurried onwards towards the exercise area. When I arrived at the exercise area entrance, I thought I was the only person there. It was creepy how bland and desolate it felt without people to fill it. I wasn't alone, however, because, besides patrolling Pied Piper officers, I spotted a familiar girl with blonde hair and a ponytail jogging on the far side of the exercise area. It was Sophie, the girl whom I had seen over 2 weeks ago flirting with the Pied Piper officer, and later who caused me to spill my hot cup of tea. She had apologized profusely, but neither of us had engaged in any genuine conversation. I started jogging anti-clockwise, keeping close to the walls, moving in the same direction as Sophie. If we both kept the same pace up, neither of us would have the chance to speak to the other. It occurred to me she might prefer it to be that way, so for a while I maintained my casual jogging pace. Interestingly, I noticed my jogging to be far better than it used to be. My general fitness had seen a marked improvement compared to when I had faced the treadmill torment back at Lintern's gym. I wondered if it was an overall increase in my physical capacity, as if softly coiling without actually coiling, or if I just happened to be in better shape because of all the exercise I had undertaken. Thwop, thwop, thwop. It sent a shiver down my spine to hear the sound of my footfalls on the exercise room floor beneath me. More than once, I had nightmares about running endlessly in Lintern's gym, and each clap of my plimsolls on the ground came as a soft reminder of what I had endured. The urge to enter into the coiled state returned with all the familiarity of an old friend. No, sir, I thought, not falling for that old chestnut. Dire situations only, mate. Jogging without being in the coiled state was far more of a chore. I did, however, pace myself more easily and let myself take walking breaks because, hey, I didn't have to worry about blowing up anymore, did I? Because I took regular walking intervals, it wasn't too long before Sophie caught up with me. This was part of my plan. She reached me and slowed down. "Hey," I said, raising a hand. "Hey," she said. She stood upright and walked over to the wall. Then, oddly, she tapped the wall with her knuckles. "What are you doing?" I said. Sophie reached down to her left plimsoll and tugged at the back as if it was causing her bother. She shot me a look and, thankfully, I understood she didn't want me to pry any more into what she had just done. She set off again and I set off too, matching her pace. I wanted to get a conversation started with her, but with the meters picking up on everything we said, I had no idea how. This, in turn, meant I was matching her jogging pace but was also not saying a word. If it wasn't awkward for her, it sure as heck was awkward for me. "You know Tiff and Michaela, right?" she said. "Huh," I said, then after a moment added, "Yeah, pretty well, I guess. Why, do you?" Sophie nodded and smiled a little. "I met them for the first time the other day," she said. "Do you know Holly?" I thought I have to try and be diplomatic. "No," I said, "but I've heard of her. Do you know her?" "Yeah," said Sophie. She picked up her pace and I matched it, and then she let herself slow to a walk and I matched it too. "She does these cool mindfulness sessions," said Sophie. "She's trying to help us connect better with ourselves and others." "Do you really believe in that crap?" I said, unable to help myself. Sophie let out a genuine giggle. "Nope," she said, still smiling and using a hand to cover her mouth a little. "Sorry," she said. "I didn't think you'd be blunt like that." "Yeah, my bad," I said. "Still, that mysticism stuff just seems very odd to me." "Yeah, but it's something to do to kill the time," said Sophie. And then, Sophie's tone changed as she said, "Holly showed us this cool trick we could do with our powers." I gave Sophie a questioning look. Several more teenagers also entered the exercise area to start jogging. I had looked away for just a moment, only to find Sophie had jogged off to the wall again and was tapping it with her knuckles at intervals. We continued jogging together. "So the trick," said Sophie, ignoring any explanation of what she had just done by the wall, "is about increasing our hearing capacity. She likes to get us to do it at the start of each mindfulness session." "Want me to show you?" "Sure," I said. Sophie's face scrunched cutely in concentration, and in a few moments, her ears extended into points as if she were an elf. I erupted into laughter at the sight of her new elf ears. It was ridiculous, utterly ridiculous, but harmless enough too. "Ooh," said Sophie, wincing. "Quieter, please," she whispered. "Ah," I said in a whisper, "sorry." Sophie gave me a thumbs up, and we continued to jog along. Sophie, however, had started to jog at a slower pace with softer footfalls. "Now you try," she whispered. I concentrated and focused on increasing my hearing capacity, willing it to be greater. A few seconds after trying, I felt the unlocking sensation, and then, like surfacing after being underwater, a whole new range of sound opened up all around me. I couldn't keep the wonder from my face. I touched my ears and could feel them having grown into pointy elf ears too. "Wow," I said and regretted it. Both Sophie and I winced. Even talking a bit louder than normal was like someone yelling into a microphone. I whispered, "They're sensitive." Sophie nodded. Thwop, thwop, thwop. The sound of our jogging was on the cusp of being too loud. I could see, however, that Sophie was enduring it, and there was still some purpose to what she was doing. I lightened my footfalls to match Sophie's. "Can you hear me?" she whispered. "Yes," I whispered. I looked at her, and she said again, "Can you hear me?" But this time her mouth moved, and I knew for certain that if my ears were normal, I wouldn't have heard what she was saying at all. "Yes," I whispered again. Her words sounded a little strange, given how quietly she was talking, because I wasn't meant to be able to hear her under normal circumstances. "You can try and talk like this too. Imagine your vocal cords are like a dog whistle," she said. "I'll try," I said, and the way I spoke matched the way she spoke. We both smiled over my quick getting to grips with this new and very strange form of communication. "Now these annoying meters can't hear us," said Sophie. "It was worth enduring Holly's sessions just for this trick." "This is genius," I said, breathing huffing breaths. "She might be onto something," said Sophie. "She's very good at Sophie huffed a bit as the jogging was taking its toll. At controlling her powers. So, I said, is there a reason we're whispering? Sophie nodded and sucked in a big breath before speaking. I heard about what happened with George, she said, and what you did to try and stop it. I felt like someone had swung a sledgehammer in my gut all of a sudden. I staggered for a few paces and then stopped, clutching my stomach. I'm sorry, are you okay? Said Sophie. I shook my head in a no gesture. Took me about a minute to breathe steadily. Not too far away, I spotted two Pied Piper officers, machine guns slung on their shoulders, taking notice of Sophie and me. Think they're up to something? Said one officer. I could hear him as if he were right next to me, despite his being on the other side of the exercise area. I'll check their meters, see what they're saying, said the other officer. We're going to have to make small talk, said Sophie in her dog whistle voice. So, I said, speaking in a loudish whisper as we set off again. Who are you? Who am I? Said Sophie, talking in a loudish whisper back that was still quite loud to my elf ears. Just a girl from Larkston. I did a mock double take at her. Larkston, I said. I've heard it's dodgy round there. Sophie shrugged and picked up her jogging pace. Ears back to normal whilst we passed them, said Sophie in her dog whistle voice. Her ears went back to normal and I did the same with mine. We passed the Pied Piper officers by. If I hadn't heard them talking about us, I would have thought they weren't really paying us much attention. I waited for Sophie to bring back her elf ears before bringing mine back. 2. They weren't so pointed that I would have worried about the officers noticing right away, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Why are you tapping the walls? I said in my dog whistle voice. Pass, said Sophie in her dog whistle voice. I'll tell you, just not yet. Why? I said. Just trust me, she said. I saw you talking to that officer, I said in my dog whistle voice. The day I arrived. Sophie didn't look shocked. I know, she said in her dog whistle voice. I saw you sitting in the corner. I felt a bit caught out. Did you tell anyone? She said. No, I said. Nobody. Thanks, she said. No problem, I said. Anything? Said the Pied Piper officer by the exercise area entrance. Nothing, said the other officer. I can't believe you walked into me the other day, I said between heavy breaths in my normal voice in a bit of a panic, wanting to make a good show for the officers. Sophie could hear them too. She winced at the loudness of my voice. Yeah, she said normally. My bad. He's trying to flirt and failing pretty bad, said the officer listening in to the other. Both officers chuckled. I felt my face go bright red, and Sophie just looked away awkwardly. We jogged in silence for about half a minute after that one. So about that officer, I said in the dog whistle voice. Didn't get very far, said Sophie in the same pitch. Maybe if I pushed things more, but I wasn't going to do that. I learned something, said Sophie, slowing her jog down to a walking pace and catching her breath. About this place. Yeah, I said. It was meant to be an underground complex for the rich and powerful, said Sophie, maintaining her dog whistle voice. She came to a stop and lurched over again. Sweat dripped from her face onto the floor. The droplet hit like a little explosion to my ears. The thing is, she said, the levels we're on are just the top layer. It goes deeper. How deep? I said. There came a sudden beep from Sophie's meter. It was showing green. She sighed, which sounded like a shrieking wind to my elf ears, and then she returned her ears to normal. I did the same. To be continued, she said. I'll be at Holly's next session. We won't be able to talk about this, but just so you know, I'll be there. Okay. I nodded. Sophie set off at a jogging pace across the middle of the exercise area. I watched her jog away, wishing our conversation hadn't stopped where it did. 39. Queen of Hearts. I ran for 2 more hours before my meter went back to green. I wondered if the changing of my meter was always the work of someone pressing a button somewhere, or if it was random except for the times when the powers that be, perhaps a Pied Piper member of staff somewhere on the 2nd floor, decided too much conspiracy talk had taken place. I doubted they had enough members of staff at hand to listen to all conversations all of the time. Under constant Pied Piper officer supervision, I was escorted to the bullet-ridden kiosk and given a change of overalls. I was then escorted to the boys' showers, where I washed and changed, and discarded the old pair of overalls. When I arrived at B6, I saw that Blaine was lying on his bunk, which was set against the rear wall. He acknowledged my presence with a nod and then went back to brooding with his hands clasped together as if he were a knight laid to rest. There were 3 other boys in the room whom I had seen around but had never spoken to. None of them did more than glance in my direction when I entered. Each was sitting on their bunks. There was a vacant bunk to my right which I moved to. I looked around and waited for a moment because I was well aware of how sensitive people could be about bunk allocation. Then, since nobody objected, I sat down. A rhythmic snapping sound drew my attention to a boy about my height with short blonde hair and a squarish face. He was simultaneously snapping his fingers with his left hand, and he clapped his right hand to his left in rhythm with each snap. The same boy eased himself to the edge of his bunk and fixed his attention on me. He had mercifully stopped snapping his fingers and instead was shuffling a deck of playing cards with expert precision. "Hey," he said to me. He held out the cards. "Pick one," he said. I took a card. "Okay," said the boy. "Don't tell me what you took. Just think about it in your mind." I did as he asked. The boy closed his eyes and pretended as if he were somehow reading my mind. "Is it the Queen of Hearts?" he said. "Want me to show you now?" I said. The boy licked his lips like a lizard and nodded profusely. I showed him my card. It was the Queen of Hearts, like he said. The boy gave me a look that said, "Aren't you impressed?" "That's cool," I mumbled. "Adam," said the boy. He took back his Queen of Hearts card. "Burgess," I mumbled. Adam pointed up to the boys in their bunks. "That's Reese, and that's Christopher," said Adam. "And that's Blaine," I said. "We know each other." "Ah, cool," said Adam. He smiled and I flinched. His smile broadened, as if amused that I had just noticed that he had long canine fangs. "Are you part of Holly's group?" I said. Yeah, said Adam. "What's with the fangs?" I said. Adam smirked. "It's our way of knowing who's in," he said. "Holly is showing us how to tap into our shadow." My skin crawled at the sound of this. "Is that supposed to be a good thing?" I said. Yeah, said Adam, nodding even more profusely. He started to shuffle his deck of cards again. "Holly says we have to integrate with our shadow. If we don't, we won't be in control of the power." "What a load of crap, bruv," said Blaine. "Shut up," Adam snapped. "Shut your face." Adam turned red-faced and furious in an instant. In the blink of an eye, his face changed to become monstrously feline. His ears grew longer, his face set with deep lines, and his pupils became vertical. His lower set of teeth became pointed, too. I noticed his hands also had claws which looked very sharp. I couldn't stop myself from flinching and feeling a sudden, almost primal awareness that I was in danger. "You want to be a fool, bruv, you best not be a fool around me," said Blaine. Adam was fidgeting in fury. The other boys had moved to the edge of their top bunks and were looking down. The boy whom Adam had pointed out as Christopher was tall and gangly, with brown hair that reached down to his collarbone. He had thick-lensed glasses and a small mouth that reminded me of a chicken beak. "You integrate with your shadow to gain control," said Christopher. "Don't make us look bad." "Shut up, whatever," said Adam. Adam's sudden change reverted, and he returned to his normal self. He scooted up onto the bunk, set his deck of cards aside, and hugged his knees. The other boy, Reese, came down from his bunk and stepped to the B6 doorway. Reese was also tall and had glasses. His hair was long and sandy blonde. He peered out into the corridor like an Old West outlaw. "These powers reflect how we identify ourselves," said Reese, as if talking to himself. "The more we fail to integrate our shadow, the more likely we are to be at the mercy of our powers." "Are you sure?" I said, "because as far as I've noticed, these powers require us to choose whatever we do. I've yet to have any change thrust upon me." "I hear what you're saying," said Reese. He fixed his attention on me and said, "Even before any of us started to manifest powers, Jungian concepts like integrating with our shadow have been one of the key ways of taking control of one's life. How does growing fangs fit into that? I said. Reese smiled, showing off his own set of fangs. This time, I didn't flinch, but I did feel the numerous muscles in my face work hard to keep a stoic expression. Our inward transformation displays on the outside too, said Reese. In a way, we are merely becoming a more honest and integrated form of our shadow. If becoming your shadow means needing a litter box, count me out, said Blaine. I stifled a chuckle despite not wanting to cause any offense. You should come along to a session, said Reese. Maybe, I said. My saying maybe had given Blaine cause to sit up with a start. He stared at me as if angry. I forced myself not to look directly at Blaine. But I doubt they'll let Holly's sessions happen now we're all under arrest, I said. I wouldn't be so sure about that, said Reese. Before I could ask what he meant by this, there came a sudden voice on the third-floor speakers. The cafeteria is now open. It was Mike's voice. All members of A Block, you will go first. There will be a second announcement for when all members of B Block will take their turn eating in the cafeteria. Christopher made a vomit sound and said, separating us by gender is so gross. Pied pigs. After an hour, it was B Block's turn to eat. I left B6 with the other boys. Our meals were pathetic compared to what we had enjoyed before. There was no choice but to have sausages and bread with a side of bland mashed potatoes without butter. The only condiment to add any semblance of flavor at hand was tomato ketchup, and barely a squirt of that each. I'm vegan, said Reese in frustration. Slamming his fist on the table and breaking his plastic fork, I noticed his hands looked enlarged and his fingertips sharp and clawed. Yeah, said Christopher. Pied pigs. Before we could head back to B6, there came another speaker announcement from Mike. Anyone wishing to join Holly Bonus's mindfulness session this evening may do so in the exercise area in 30 minutes. These mindfulness sessions are allowed under special permission by Pied Piper staff. Any other unsanctioned gatherings during curfew are not permitted. Attendance at the mindfulness sessions is not mandatory. Couldn't believe my ears. How on earth were these so-called mindfulness sessions being permitted by Pied Piper staff? Did they not understand the dangers of what they were allowing to take place? Of course they do, I thought, because the Pied Piper staff were listening in to everything that was being said, including any conversation that espoused anti-Pied Piper sentiment. Allowing the likes of Adam, Christopher, and Reese to gather together and to continue to work up their conspiratorial talk was only going to end in trouble. So why did the Pied Pipers want that trouble so badly? I took notice yet again of the many cameras mounted across the cafeteria and corridors. Some part of me seemed to understand on an intuitive level what the Pied Pipers were up to. They wanted to gain as much footage of misbehaving mice teenagers as possible. That kind of footage could, if shown to the public, be very politically useful. Spontaneous combustions were one thing. Mice teenagers growing claws and fangs was a different beast entirely. Bland's heavy hand rested on my back, taking me out of my reverie. You're coming with, yeah? Said Blaine. I hesitated. I wasn't sure how I knew, but some part of my mind was ringing an alarm bell about the mindfulness session. B? Said Blaine, and for the first time I could tell that Blaine, despite his size and power, seemed to really need to have someone by his side. I need to think about it, I mumbled. I expected Blaine to get angry or to insist on my going with him to the session. Instead, he eased away from me and sat in silence. The Pied Piper officers escorted our group to B6. On the way, my thoughts went back and forth on whether or not I wanted to go through with going to the mindfulness session after all. Once I was back in B6 and sat on my bunk, I had about 10 minutes to come to a decision. The truth was, as concerned as I was about Tiffany and Michaela, I also felt a very natural urge to avoid trouble and to simply stay in the relative quiet of B6. The real question I asked myself was whether Tiffany and Michaela, and even Blaine, deserved my help in the first place. All three of them had no problem creating distance between them and me when it suited them before. It was only after Tiffany and Michaela had gotten sucked into Holly's sessions that Bland's whole attitude towards me had changed. It made sense at least that Blaine thought I might be able to talk some sense into Tiffany, who in turn might talk some sense into Michaela. But, I thought, What if it were me who was seduced into Holly's sessions and not Tiffany and Michaela? Would Blaine be so persistent about getting me out of that trap? I highly doubted it. I lay back on my bunk and stared up at the ceiling, and remembered a conversation I had with George the day before he had been murdered. I had been in the middle of drinking a cup of tea in the cafeteria when George, who was sitting across from me, asked me a blunt question, seemingly out of the blue. "Hey, Burgess," George said. "Yeah," I said. "Do you think bad people deserve what happens to them?" George said. "Why?" I asked. George nudged his barely eaten tray of food away from himself and said, "I was thinking about my mom and dad and my sister. When I go back home, I don't know what I'm going to do." "You should definitely move out if you can," I said. "But," said George, "even though He struggled to get out what he wanted to say. "Hate my family," he said finally. "Without me helping run the family business, I don't think my parents will be able to get by. My dad's got a chronic illness, and Mum's health isn't much better. If I'm not there to help, then all of that burden will be put on my sister. I don't think I can just abandon them." "Sodom," I said. "They don't deserve your help. You'd be better off getting yourself somewhere safe and leaving them to rot." George had started to tremble, and his eyes glistened with the onset of tears. "But Burgess," he whispered, "the only thing that keeps me going is the hope that my family can change for the better." I had heard what George had said, but hadn't really listened or understood. "Well, maybe you should stop holding on to that," I said, "because they don't deserve it, and you deserve better, mate." As soon as I had said this, George's trembling stopped. His head lowered a little, and his face became nearly lifeless. As I lay on my bunk in B6, I realized that conversation with George may have been my last chance to help him without me knowing it. My opinion about his family hadn't changed. They were cruel and uncaring. They didn't deserve George in their lives, not after the awful things they had done to him. But I hadn't understood what it was George had been trying to hold on to until I was faced with my own decision in B6. Maybe I thought George would still be alive if I hadn't given him that advice. Because by giving up on the hope that his family could be better, and this was the part that made my body ache with regret, because he had given up on his family changing for the better, he had also given up believing in that possibility for himself. Until that moment, as I lay there in B6, I hadn't realized I had been holding onto that same hope, not just for those around me but for myself too. And I had foolishly dashed away George's hope without thinking. As if waking from a feverish nightmare, I shot up on my bunk. My heart thumped in my chest, and all I could think about was not repeating the same horrible mistake like before. Blaine had seen me sit up with a start and was watching me with a stoic expression. "Blaine," I said, my voice trembling. He didn't answer me, but it was clear I had his full attention. "I'll go to the session with you, okay?" I said. Blaine's expression softened. "Thanks, B," he said, and, as if on cue, the Pied Piper officers arrived outside our door to escort us to the exercise area. I found myself counting cameras and making a greater effort to memorize the layout of the third floor. Blaine and I, as well as Adam, Christopher, and Reese, were being escorted by 2 Pied Piper officers to the exercise area. Blaine had his game face on. Reese, Christopher, and Adam walked a few steps ahead of us, forming their own group. There were about 20 teenagers altogether outside the exercise area waiting to be let in. I spotted Tiffany and Michaela, as well as Jay and Amar. Only 2 Pied Piper officers were standing by the entrance to the exercise area, and they seemed at ease for the most part. I had figured there would be more officers around, given there were so many of us attending Holly's session, but it didn't appear to be the case. Blaine and I joined the fringe of the teenagers waiting to get in. "Burgess," said a familiar voice. It was Sophie. "Hey," she said, and she opened her arms to offer me a hug. Somewhat robotically, I accepted the hug, surprised by the sudden show of warmth. During the hug, Sophie placed something into my hand. After she pulled back, I noticed Sophie's face looked pale. "Everything okay?" I said. She forced a smile. "No," she said. "Not really." She gave a small wave of goodbye and walked up to a Pied Piper officer. "I've changed my mind," she said. "I want to go back to my block." The Pied Piper officer Sophie said this to rolled his eyes, grabbed her by the elbow, and escorted her away. I walked away from the main throng, which was gathered outside the closed double doors, and, after checking nobody was looking over my shoulder, I glanced down at what Sophie had given me. It was a folded scrap of paper. I opened it up and saw there was very minuscule writing on it, so minuscule that I would need a magnifying glass. It took me a second to come up with a way to read what was on the page despite its tiny size. Concentrating, I tried to increase the amount of visual information my eyes could take in. The unlocking sensation followed, feeling similar to what I felt when I changed my eyes from blue to emerald green. With a sudden jolt, which made me jerk my head back a little, I was able to perceive the tiny writing on the scrap of paper. It read, "Eat this after reading. We have to find the hidden exit somewhere on the 3rd floor as soon as we can. We don't have any more time to spare. I think the exit that will take us deeper into the facility is somewhere in the exercise area." Before I read on any further, I glanced up and saw that the double doors to the exercise area were open, and the teenagers were shuffling in. I could see everyone with incredible clarity and detail that left me momentarily mesmerized. The world spun as I drew my eyes back to the next passage written on the scrap of paper. It read, "I've been checking the walls for the hidden exit everywhere I can in the facility. In one of the corridors, there was a hole in the wall. I checked it out before they covered it back up." The last line written on the scrap of paper made the hairs on my forearms and neck stand on end. No, I thought, please no. I reread everything that was written on the piece of scrap paper from start to finish as quickly as I could and then stuffed the paper into my mouth and chewed on it. I reverted the magnification of my eyes. The 2 Pied Piper officers standing outside were looking just at me because all of the teenagers had filed into the exercise area. I swallowed the remnants of the scrap paper and made my way inside. I felt as if I were outside of myself, looking in as I entered the exercise area and moved to where all the other teenagers were sitting cross-legged on the ground. An awful dread gripped me, and it was only through a great effort that I managed to breathe slow, panicked breaths. The last line written on the scrap piece of paper was practically screaming on a loop in my mind. "There are gas canisters inside the walls across the entirety of the 3rd floor. They're going to kill us all. 40. Holly." I had sat cross-legged on the floor beside Blaine among the rest of the 20 or so teenagers that had come to attend the mindfulness session. A tall, pale, and heavy-set girl with shoulder-length brunette hair was standing opposite everyone else with her hands held together. "Hello, everyone," said the girl. "Welcome. It's lovely to see so many of you here. I'm Holly, and it's a pleasure to meet you all." Holly continued with the introduction of her mindfulness session. I wasn't paying attention to a single word said because I was busy imagining how the Pied Piper officers were intending to use the gas canisters hidden within the walls throughout the facility to kill us. Did they plan on blowing the entire underground complex up in one go, burning and burying everyone alive? Or was their plan to unleash a lethal gas to kill us all in a matter of minutes, to then clear out the dead bodies? The latter seemed more likely because of how efficient it seemed. Whilst it was entirely possible they could blow up the entire facility, it also seemed like a lot of destruction to kill around 200 teenagers. I figured it was more likely they would want to kill us all with lethal gas, remove our dead bodies, and then invite a whole new wave of teenagers to the facility to repeat the process. I smirked because it seemed darkly funny to me that I had bemoaned having to breathe ventilated air at the facility at all times, not suspecting the ventilation systems would be the key vector that the Pied Piper officers would use to kill all of us. Other than escaping to the surface or going deeper down the facility, if that really were possible, there wasn't any way for us to avoid breathing in any toxic gases. All of this was, of course, based on the idea that Sophie could be trusted. For some reason, I didn't doubt what she had told me in her note one bit. "Okay, everyone," said Holly, clapping her hands together. "Before we begin, I would also like to explain what it is we're aiming to achieve with these sessions." She began to walk anti-clockwise around everyone, and we all turned our heads to follow. I could see that Holly had a strong build, like a farmer's wife, and she spoke with a faintly posh accent. She was pretty, but not to the degree Tiffany and Michaela had used their powers to remove their numerous normal blemishes and tiny facial imperfections. "The world around us isn't just the material," said Holly. Every child understands innately that there is a supernatural element to life and that there is a higher power which shapes our lives. But as each of us grows, we lose this innate understanding, replacing it with nihilism, materialism, video games, movies, parties, whatever we can to fill that void that is left inside of us. I could see that Holly wasn't just reading off a script. Every word she said, she spoke passionately, her hands pressed to her chest. My initial reading of her was that she genuinely believed the spirituality she was selling. The world, she said, wants to remove you from your power, wants to place women in domesticity and men into toxic masculine energies. The world wants us to be blind to our own divine power. Well, I say there is another way. Holly stopped a quarter of the way around, circling the group. She stood before Jay, who gazed up at her as if she were a celebrity. The journey I'm asking you all to join in with me on is not new. For thousands of years, ancient knowledge has been passed down, refined, and shared with those open to discovering it with a clear mind. Holly began to walk back to where she had started speaking. Although I could only see the backs of heads for the most part, I got a sense that most present were enraptured with what Holly was saying. A lot of them must have already heard similar things spoken by Holly before, whilst others were at least open to the idea of a mindfulness session, and thus were more likely to be drawn in by the flowery pseudo-spiritual things mentioned. How did I end up here? I thought. My mind was thinking back all the way to having the discussion with my friend about whether being evacuated was even a good idea in the first place. That's how I thought, and you've only got yourself to blame for it. Idiot. Are there any questions before we begin? Said Holly. Jay shot up his hand. Yes, said Holly, smiling. Why is toxic masculinity bad? Said Jay. That's an amazing question, said Holly. Toxic masculinity is bad because the masculine and the feminine energies are like the sun and the moon, and should be complementary and not opposing. It is a patriarchal mode of control to define someone's identity in a way that isn't on their own terms. The patriarchy says men must be tough and aggressive and shouldn't listen to a word a woman says. The patriarchy also says women should make themselves small, be seen but not heard, like children unable to think for themselves. You cannot unlock your divine power if you rigidly define your own identity by society's standards. Men should help women, support women, be allies for women. Men should stop trying to lead the world with their toxic energies because where has that led us? War, said Reese. Yes, said Holly. 95% of homicides committed by men, said Christopher. Exactly, said Holly. How about the invention of the light bulb, said a distinctly Scottish male voice. Heads whipped round to a young man, about my size, with brownish hair almost reaching his ears. He wasn't particularly big, but there was something steely and tough about the way he fixed his gaze on Holly. Holly's eyes narrowed on him. Or what about the telephone? Soap? Cars? Electricity itself, said the Scottish young man. Do you think these inventions are truly helping women? Said Holly. If you think about it, Oh, I am thinking about it, the Scottish young man said, cutting her off. I'm an ally to women and all that, but what I can't stand to hear is this browbeaten on men as if civilization as we know it wanny built on men's hard graft. You're not understanding my point, said Holly. Then what is your point? Said the Scottish young man. My point, said Holly, getting aggravated, is that these inventions are means of patriarchal control. Oh, said the Scottish young man. And I suppose you would rather go back to caveman times, You want to go have your babies in a ditch somewhere. Is that it? You're clearly performing the same toxic role many men feel they need to, said Holly. The Scottish young man stood up. So I'm toxic because I point out a simple truth like men invent things? He said. Christopher and Reese shot up and, in the blink of an eye, took on monstrous forms. Reese took on feline qualities. Cat eyes, pointed ears, sharp teeth with 2 long fangs, a nose that was half human-shaped and half-shaped like a cat's snout. His hands had claws that were pointed and long enough for me to see from several paces away. Christopher took on a different form. His eyes blackened completely, becoming shiny like 8 balls, and his nose took on a similar snout, albeit one that made his face appear longer. His ears grew bigger than Reese's, and he also took on the same kind of teeth and fangs. His arms underwent the most drastic change, extending out to a length that his hands, each with 2 fingers fused into large hooked claws, stopped at his calves. In total, these changes gave him an overall bat-like appearance. The Scottish young man threw up his hands, clearly not prepared to be faced down by 2 monstrous-looking teenagers. "Get out," said Christopher. Now, throughout all this, I had initially been delighted to hear the young man speak up on behalf of men. It was common sense that men happened to be the inventors of a lot of the world's great inventions. I hadn't expected, however, for such a rabid response from Reese and Christopher at the slightest pushback from someone not already on board with their beliefs. "Do you wanna go?" said the Scottish young man, having found his courage after the initial shock of being fiercely looked upon by the transformed pair. Reese and Christopher looked back at Holly as if for permission to set upon the young man. Holly strode clockwise this time around the circle. Everyone was on edge now, with more than half of everyone present looking venomously at the young man. I spotted Michaela and Tiffany and saw they, too, were looking at the young man with narrowed eyes and their lips curled up, fangs showing just a little. Holly came to a stop about 2 paces away from the young man. "You came here to learn how to be better," said Holly. "Didn't you?" "I came here because I thought we'd be doing something relaxing. I'm all into meditation, but I'm not seeing nae meditation happening here. Yous have lost it." This time, it was Holly's turn to undergo a sudden transformation. Within a matter of moments, her face became feline, menacing, with the same sharp teeth and fangs, pointed ears, cat eyes, and snout. Her hands grew sharp claws, too. But the transformation didn't stop there. Additionally, she seemed to grow by about 2 inches, her entire mass increasing. The muscles in her arms, torso, and legs bulked out visibly in the same way mine had when coiling. A feline growl, which reminded me of a cougar built in her throat. I also couldn't help but notice there was actual feline-like hair in a light fuzz across and around her face and over the backs of her hands. Amazingly, despite all this, the Scottish young man continued to fix his attention on her with a steely gaze. It was clear he was taking the confrontation seriously, but he wasn't shaking in his plimsolls either. "You day nae want to do this, hen," he said. "Trust me." Holly took a step towards him. "Hey!" I yelled. I stood up. "What do you think you're playing at?" I said. "Do you want the Pied Piper officers to come in here and kill us all? Don't you see the cameras?" I pointed to the cameras, which were dotted across the exercise area. There were enough to cover every inch of the space. "What do you think the rest of the world is going to do when they see you lot like this?" I said. It was maybe the strangest experience of my life to date to be stared at by a lethal, muscled young woman with heavily feline features. My mind and body were having a fight or flight response, the same way I would if I were face to face with a ferocious tiger snarling at me with hate-filled eyes. Holly's cat eyes looked from one camera to another. The growling in her throat continued to rumble. "We want the world to see us," said Holly in a slightly deeper, more monstrous voice. Blaine rose to his feet next to me. He didn't say anything, but a glance told me he was ready to throw down if need be. The situation continued to escalate. Adam sprouted up next, and so did Jay and Amar. Adam took on the same monstrous feline appearance I had seen him flash for a few moments before back in B6. Jay took on a wolfish appearance, and Amar also a feline one. Tiffany and Michaela remained sitting on the ground, their initial hostility towards the Scottish young man replaced with confusion over what to do. Neither had taken on a monstrous form yet. "You're no longer welcome," said Holly. "Get out." She looked down at everyone sitting. A half-dozen teenagers, likely the ones who had also come along to see what the mindfulness session might offer, were trembling at the sight of the monstrous teenagers looming over them. It was then that I noticed constrained breathing coming from Adam. "Ah!" He cried out. "Ah!" His form became even more monstrous. Muscles bulked out across his body, as well as a layering of blonde fur around his face, over the back of his hands, and, faintly, I could see the fur had grown across his body. His plimsolls exploded with the growth of his feet, which were arched in a feline way with sharp claws as well. "What's happening to him?" said Christopher in a panic. "He's losing control," said Holly. Her monstrous form, though scary to look at, also took on a somewhat pathetic look as her fierce gaze became one of concern for Adam. She moved towards him as he lurched forward, holding his temples. "Ah!" He screamed with what little remained of his normal voice. The next time he screamed, it became a lion's roar. "Adam, please calm down. It's okay. It's okay," Holly shouted. She put a hand on Adam's back just as his spine seemed to grow bigger, each vertebra pressing deeply against the back of his overalls. His clothes were ripping from the increasing bulge of his muscles. He grew by several more inches, and his hands and feet and every other part of him became thicker, having the same kind of weight and bulk of a lion standing on its hind legs. The Adam lion stood upright and then reared his head towards the ceiling. His overalls ripped in various places, unable to constrain the size of the beast he had become. And then the Adam lion lowered its head and fixed its gaze on me. For a mad moment, my brain failed to compute all the context of who and what I was seeing. In that moment, the knowledge that I was looking at Adam was replaced with a different kind of understanding. I was looking at the face of an adult lion, the fur dark but scuffed, the yellow eyes open wide and meeting my stare, the maw of the lion head slack, as if I had just chanced upon spotting a very real and very hungry lion whose solitude I had disturbed at my peril. The lion's grumble that sounded like a rolled barrel set my body completely on edge. Staring into that lion's face was like being told that one's fate was sealed, that the damage could not be undone, and that this creature built for violence had chosen you as its next target. And yet there was stillness in the exchanged stare, a hypnotizing quality, like staring into a deep abyss. And yet, despite neither of us moving, it seemed as if the lion's eyes were drawing steadily and inevitably closer, as if the creature and I could both hear the sweltering heat of some distant hot savanna that the creature knew as its true home. "Adam!" Holly screamed. The scream severed the hypnotic stare. The Adam lion roared and swiped at Holly, his claws drawing sharp lines of blood across her face in deep gashes. Holly screamed and jumped back with a superhuman level of agility and grace, using her powerfully muscled feline legs. Many of the teenagers, including those who hadn't changed but were in support of Holly before, desperately climbed to their feet and made mad dashes towards the exercise area exit. The Adam lion roared and was clearly completely lost to the beast he had become. His heavy body began to thunder towards the Scottish young man. The Scottish young man had already turned and run away to join the others desperately fleeing for the exercise area exit. Those who reached the exit, however, quickly found the doors were locked. They banged on the doors, screaming to be let out. The Adam lion didn't pursue the Scottish young man at a run, but moved forward with stalking predatory steps, and with his leathery clawed hands extended, as if reaching. "We need to do something, man," Blaine shouted, grabbing my shoulder hard enough to hurt. It took a few moments of dazed thinking to come to my senses. "Right," I said, just when I thought things couldn't get any worse. The group that had formed around Holly backed away, several of them also screaming in fright. Holly was also losing control. 41. Cats and mice. Holly bonus. Holly could feel the gashes across her face that stung and burned so fiercely she couldn't stop her eyes from weeping. Her blood, that was warm and sticky, coated her face and the palms of her hands like paint. Before, when she had tapped into her shadow, had courted the dark side of her psyche in order to gain power over it, and thus herself by extension, she had concentrated first and foremost on the one thing that was pure, and that had been, of course, the part of herself that hated. The first time she had done it, she had grown claws and sharp teeth, and pointed ears and yellowed vertical slit eyes. She had felt, finally, the master of her own ability to hate. It brought her such joy that she was determined to show others how. Like Adam, Reese, Christopher, Jay, Amar, Tiffany, and Michaela, they would all become the masters of their own hate, with the tools of New Age spirituality and ideological belief as the foundations to bind it all together. Holly could feel the layer of fat at her stomach tightening with solid muscle. And, like when she was a child, like how her dad had let her eat herself into morbid obesity, her clothes began to strain to contain her bulk. The overalls were tough enough, however, not to tear too much, and held tight around the girth of her expanding musculature, and her growing bones, claws, and She noticed lots of fur, too, even a tail, and she felt it then, the pain and adrenaline pumping through her mind and body, threatening to make her lose control, to become a helpless passenger in her own body, trapped behind her own eyes. Only this time, her hands would be huge and clawed and blood-stained, and she wouldn't reach for a sweet treat or for a keyboard or incense. This time, she knew, the moment she removed her blood-stained palms from her face, the beast within would finally be free. And still, as close to losing control of the power as she was, she knew she could pull it all back. Could return to just being Holly, the girl whose face reminded her dad so much of her late mother that he had distanced himself from his own daughter as a consequence. But the memory of that arrogant Scottish boy, interrupting her mindfulness session, came to mind again, along with that narrow-eyed expression of his that reminded Holly of her dad. And Holly decided just to let go, to be free, to become hate in its purest form. The final changes took hold of Holly as she became a passenger inside her own body. Although she couldn't see it herself, her form became that of a monstrous werkougar, hulking, nearly 3 feet taller than she had been before, and ready to kill. Holly removed her huge, clawed hands from her face and saw Adam, now a hulking wer-lion, taking several thumping pawed footsteps towards that arrogant Scottish boy. A cougar's growl escaped Holly's throat like the sound of a gunshot. The Scottish boy, along with the majority of the newcomer teenagers, shot to their feet and bolted for the exercise area exit. The arrogant Scottish boy reached the doors first, and it brought Holly a great deal of delight to see that the doors had, in fact, been locked shut. The primal mind and instincts of the werkougar beast Holly had took its control of her body. Now, there was nothing she could do to stop its rampage. It was a good thing her newly huge maw was salivating in preparation to rip and tear that arrogant Scottish boy and all those other useless teenagers with her sharp teeth, because the thought of seeing them all cower, to see her hate in its true form, was all she ever really wanted. It's funny, she thought, to discover a truth like that at a time like this. It was then, however, that Holly and her werkougar's mind both met the gaze of someone else in the exercise area. Someone who wasn't afraid, and was looking from the Atom Lion to her with a look even more unflinching than the arrogant Scottish boy's had been. It was that boy, Burgess O'Bannon, 42. Cats and mice too. Walter McLeod. Walter McLeod made a mad dash to the exercise area exit, only to find, much to his dismay, that the doors had been locked. The majority of the teenagers who had attended the so-called mindfulness session, even those who had been present at previous sessions, were all scrambling to get out. There were, however, no handles to the locked doors, which were heavy with tight seals. Within moments, a horde of teenagers desperate to get out of the exercise area pinned him against the doors. Walter looked up and saw the surveillance cameras dotted above the same wall as the locked exercise area doors. Seeing the cameras affirmed what Walter already knew. The Pied Piper officers were aware of what was happening, and they had no intention of helping. In fact, they more than likely had planned for this to happen back when they first gave permission for Holly's so-called mindfulness sessions to take place. And all I wanted was some quiet meditation, Walter thought to himself angrily. It was a pained effort for him to crane his neck to look back through the horde of teenagers still pressing him against the door to see what was happening further off. That's when Walter saw the backs of those 2 boys, Burgess O'Bannon and Blaine Penniman. Walter knew who Burgess O'Bannon was from the initial gossip that had gotten around about that boy Tommy making Burgess his next target. But Burgess had fought back, and Tommy, with a broken nose, had taken the first flight he could get out of the facility the following morning. And Walter had heard about how Burgess had been the one to discover how to expand his muscles and to run tirelessly for hours. Through the same gossip going around, Walter had learned of how Pied Piper officers had shot Burgess with tranquilizer darts in order to get him to stop his out-of-control running. And, though Walter highly doubted any of what happened after was attention-seeking on Burgess's part, it was also Burgess who had tried and failed to stop his friend, that Asian boy who worked at the laundry kiosk, from being put down by Pied Piper officers. Walter was actually quite surprised to see that Burgess was, in fact, rather short and innocent-faced. Even when he had stood up to try to settle the tension between everyone, Walter had thought that Burgess didn't look like the type to have the kind of confidence he held himself with. But there Burgess was again, standing ready to fight, Walter made up his mind before he realized that was what he had done. A different kind of strength animated his efforts to cleave himself away from the still screaming and shouting teenagers thronging the still-shut exercise area doors. He knew he needed to do something to help Burgess O'Bannon and Blaine Penniman, who was looming beside Burgess ready to fight too. Walter, who was quite the boxing fan, hadn't needed gossip to know who Blaine Penniman was. Walter remembered keeping up with the news about Blaine's promising boxing career that had been cut short by a terminal illness that left him trapped in his own body for over 2 years, only to make a miraculous recovery and a return to boxing. Walter had bought a ticket to see Blaine's fight, since it was being held at the stadium close to where he lived. But Jenny, Walter's cat, had come up with a strange lump on her leg, and Walter had decided to sell his ticket to help cover the vet bills instead. Jenny had been A-OK in the end, but the same couldn't be said for Blaine's opponent, who was the son of the same man who had stopped Blaine's father from becoming the heavyweight champion of the world not once, but twice. Blaine had sent his opponent to the hospital, and somewhere among the media frenzy that followed, Walter had stopped following the news updates on Blaine's legal situation, since the Pied Piper evacuation had made its way to Scotland, and that had been a far more pressing concern. What an unlikely pair, thought Walter, looking at the backs of Burgess and Blaine. Beyond them, not one but 2 hulking wercats, a monstrous werlion and an even more hulking and monstrous wercougar, were gearing up to attack Burgess and Blaine. It was then the Holly wercougar's primal cry filled the exercise area, as if to signal the start of the violence that was about to take place. Burgess and Blaine will need my help, thought Walter. But he realized his power wasn't going to be enough to be of much use on its own. Finally, Walter tore his gaze away from the fight that was about to break out in the middle of the exercise area and looked in desperation for anything he could use as a weapon. 43. Cats and Mice 3. Christopher Jones. Christopher Jones watched as the newly hulking and ferocious wercats Adam and Holly began to move towards Burgess, Blaine, and all the screaming and scrabbling teenagers trying in vain to get out of the exercise area. "The Pied Pigs locked the doors," said Reese, who was standing in his partial wercat form to the left of Christopher. Christopher was still in his partial werbat form, his arms elongated, his fingers fused into hooks, his nose pushed up into a bat-like snout. He could feel the hateful part of himself, his shadow, wanting to come to the fore, to become a raging beast just like Adam and Holly. "Is now the time?" said Reese. There was a lot of unsaid things behind Reese's question. Could this be it? Christopher wondered. He looked at the scared faces of the other teenagers loyal to Holly, who were all sitting cross-legged on the ground. None of them looked ready and willing to carry out the plan against the tyranny of the Pied Pigs. Not now. Not yet. It was precisely because of Holly's hand waving any notion of his and Reese's plan that none of the other loyal teenagers were ready to do what needed to be done. Christopher was thankful at least that he and Reese had the foresight to suggest the dozen other loyalists, most male, not attend any of the mindfulness sessions at all, so as to avoid giving the Pied Pigs an easy headcount of the teenagers at the facility that weren't going to take their tyranny lying down forever. The true discussions regarding the plan were taking place in the cafeteria during meals, in the exercise area when Pied Pig monitoring was minimal, or across the blocks at night, using their heightened hearing to enable discussion without the Pied Pigs knowing. But, Christopher reasoned, more conspiratorial talk was needed if the plan was going to be worth the inevitable sacrifices. In fact, what was about to take place in the exercise area was likely to be the key to rousing the boys who hadn't yet decided the plan was their best and only real means of making it out of the facility alive. Maybe it was now their wish for a martyr for the holdouts to rally behind was finally going to be granted. "No," said Christopher finally, to Reese's loaded question. He saw that Reese understood without either of them having to exchange another word. The plan would have to wait. 44. Cats and Mice 4. Pied Piper Officer Caleb Kidder. Pied Piper Officer Caleb Kidder watched on as the majority of the Pied Piper officers that weren't currently on duty gathered in front of the command room's multiple display monitors, on which the exercise area was shown from multiple vantage points. One monitor showed a dozen teenagers desperately trying to get the exit door open, which had been electronically locked, and would stay locked, for as long as it took for the violence within the exercise area to reach some sort of natural conclusion. The original order, which had come down from General Pied Piper Officer Atlee Freeman, was for Holly's mindfulness session to take place as scheduled, and, on the likely chance violence broke out among the mice, to have the surveillance cameras record everything as per the devout's wishes. It was Caleb's brother-in-law, Officer Brian Beatley, who had come up with the idea of placing bets for the event. Officer Cartwright had already started to take bets for all sorts of things. 200 says Penniman doesn't make it out alive, said Officer Beatley. 200 says he does, said Officer Bodejo. That's the son of the almost two-time heavyweight boxing champion. Yeah, emphasis on almost, said Officer Colgan. I'll take 200 on Penniman getting his ticket punched. 300 says Burgess O'Bannon kicks the bucket first, shouted Officer Powell. You're on, shouted Officer Hill. Officer Caleb Kidder remained at the back of the command room with his arms crossed. You're not betting? Said the mice wrangler Michael Townland. He was sitting in a chair and looked like he hadn't had a good night's sleep in weeks. Caleb didn't say anything to the question, but he could see he and Michael had an understanding that neither approved about what was taking place. Why'd you agree to this post? Said Officer Kidder. My father's an observant, said Michael. I figured it would be an easy way to earn my rank, without having to hold a gun. Wouldn't have signed up if I knew this kind of crap was going down. So why don't you quit? Said Officer Kidder. Then who's got the kids back? Said Michael. What about you? Only way I make bread is with a gun in my hand, said Officer Kidder. He patted the handgun holstered at his hip. Never thought of changing your line of work? Said Michael. Sure, but I've got to think about my family, said Officer Kidder. Said Officer Kidder, changing his tone slightly. When you're good at something, that's all anyone wants you to do. This is what I do whether I like it or not. Like you, I've seen the way you make an effort with these mice. Kids, said Michael. They're kids, right? Said Officer Kidder. Like you said, if you left, who'd be here to look out for them? Michael slowly nodded. The Pied Piper officers had finished placing their bets and had begun to shout and holler as the fighting in the exercise area got underway. 45. Cats and Mice v. Blaine Penniman. Blaine Penniman spotted Christopher and Reese sitting down among the more loyal of Holly's group. Jay and Amar, who had initially seemed amped and ready to join the fight, and had swiftly lost their nerve, reverted their partial workat transformations and sat back down. Christopher and Reese seemed to take longer to come to the same decision, but they, like Jay and Amar, also reverted their changes and sat down. That makes 2 versus 1, thought Blaine. Blaine noticed Burgess was still standing beside him. But why? Thought Blaine, what use could Burgess possibly be in a situation like this? The Atom Lion was only a few steps away from being within fighting range. But, Blaine could tell, the Atom Lion's attention wasn't fixed on him at all. Instead, its attention was aimed at the teenagers who were screaming and seemingly unable to get the exercise area doors open. Had the Pied Pipers locked the doors for some reason? Or were the teenagers in such a frenzy they were blocking each other from opening it? Blaine decided it didn't matter. The workats were going to run amok whether the teenagers escaped the exercise area or not. Could let the big cats go after them, thought Blaine. It wasn't his problem that the other teenagers were stupid enough to attend the so-called mindfulness sessions. Why should he have to go out of his way to protect them? But it was then Blaine caught a glimpse of Michaela's wide-eyed and very frightened face from beyond the hulking workats. Just seeing her afraid made his blood boil with rage. She was his girl, and Holly had messed with her head with all that bookie crap. He tried to talk some sense into Michaela, but she wouldn't listen. Now he was going to have to strip Adam and Holly of their health to demonstrate nobody messed with his people. It was going to be less than 5 seconds before the first round started. Blaine wasn't afraid of the fight or what was about to happen. The only thing that gave him reason to stop and think was that he was angry, and his father's training sprang readily to mind the way some people remember scripture. You can fight angry, but you've got to fight smart. Blaine remembered his father saying, fighting is all about preparation. If you don't prepare to win, prepare to fail. What else can I do to prepare? Blaine asked himself, and an answer came readily to mind. He needed power more than he already had. He needed his punches to hurt, and he needed a better means to guard against the workats' attacks. And he knew just what to do, because he had been testing his power in the last few days in preparation for a fight just like this. Grow, thought Blaine, willing the power inside himself to obey his commands. He had left it too late, however. The hulking Atom Lion was already gearing up to break into a sprint in the direction of the screaming teenagers at the exercise area exit. The only option he had left was to jump into the fight unprepared, or to let the Atom Lion get a head start. But Blaine knew he wasn't that guy. If the Atom Lion was going to go after the teenagers and not Michaela, then that was a trade-off he was willing to make. At least until he could get his new power to do what he needed it to do. It was then Burgess sprang into view in front of Blaine, catching the attention of the Atom Lion. "Adam, it's me, Burgess. You have to get control of yourself," Burgess shouted. "Good," thought Blaine. Burgess attempting his borderline suicidal distraction was just what Blaine needed to prepare. "Come on," thought Blaine, and he concentrated with all the focus he could muster to get the power to kick into gear. Blaine felt it then, an unlocking sensation in his mind. The power was starting to work. 46. Cats and Mice 6. I had sprung into action before my mind had really processed that was what I was doing. "Adam, it's me, Burgess. You have to get control of yourself," I shouted. I knew it was likely pointless of me to say this, that Adam was already too far gone to be drawn out of his new monstrous form anytime soon. But the point was being a distraction, even if that meant making myself his target. I wasn't ready to fight yet, however. I wasn't in the coiled state. There hadn't even been enough time for me to think of another way to fend for myself. I had chosen fight instead of flight with no additional plan of action. For a brief moment it seemed as if the enormous Atom Lion, who was at least 3 heads taller than me, was going to dismiss me entirely in favor of the screaming teenagers. But I couldn't let that happen, not when so many lives were at stake. I did a little lunge step to the side like a ballerina jump so that I was yet again directly in the Atom Lion's way. The Atom's lion face changed from wide-eyed staring to a sudden, snarling fury. "Oh crap, I thought, I'm dead." "Ara!" came a sudden shout from my left. Bland's huge mass filled my vision, and what sounded like coconuts being smacked together met my ears. The Atom Lion let out a pained grunt and staggered back despite its incredible size and bulk. Only someone like Blaine, whose arms below the elbow were covered in what appeared to be bone, could have that kind of force behind his punch. For a moment I just stared in awe at what Blaine had just done. Blaine turned back to face me. "If you're gonna fight, then fight," he shouted. An exchange of blows between the Atom Lion, who towered even over Bland's already impressive stature, began. Each one of the Atom Lion's swipes landed with the kind of force that I was sure would break a normal person's bones. But Blaine had already prepared himself for that, with his glove-like bone coverings over his hands and forearms providing protection as well as a means to give as good as he got. Where they were matched in power, perhaps with the Atom Lion having the overall edge in that department, Blaine more than made up the difference in fighting skill. Pow! 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 The next 3 punches from Blaine were swift, precise, and devastatingly heavy. The Atom Lion could do little else but take the blows head-on, its face already bleeding from where Bland's strikes had made a cut beneath the right eye. It was as I watched on that I saw the Werkougar Holly had begun to rise into view from behind the Atom Lion. She was enormous, her body rippling with bulked muscle, with small wisps of her slightly torn overalls floating away like leaves. Her eyes were fixed with pure, unbridled hate. But they weren't fixed on me. Instead, it was the Atom Lion and Blaine who had her full attention. Crap, I thought. Blaine could just about handle the Atom Lion on his own, but in no way could he deal with the Holly Cougar, who was even meaner and larger in size than the beast Atom had become, too. If I didn't do something, and fast, Blaine was going to be helpless to defend himself against them both. On instinct more than anything else, my fists began to bulb with the intense, glowing heat I had mustered down on the 4th floor. It was as if I had 2 fist-sized branding irons at the end of my arms. "Ha!" I shouted, entering into a power stance. "Become stronger. Become stronger. Become stronger," I thought over and over again. Burning hands weren't going to be enough. I needed strength and speed too. After a painfully long delay of a few seconds, the muscles across my body began to expand. Thunk! 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 My overalls tightened to accommodate the new size of my muscles. The coiled state brought about an extra impetus to start moving. My sudden shout had drawn the Holly Cougar's attention, but she seemed to have decided Blaine was the more important target. She moved slowly, but gracefully, her face trembling. Her lips pulled back to show her many razor-sharp teeth clenched with anger. I kicked off, firing forward with what felt like Olympian-level speed. The Holly Cougar's enormous arms that were the size of tree trunks began to lunge for Blaine's left side. My dead start sprint became a sudden leap. I began to soar through the air. No stopping now. If I failed, that meant the end of Blaine. I wasn't going to lose another friend. Pow! I put the full weight of my bulbed and burning fists squarely beneath the Holly Cougar's chin. Ssh. The fur on the underside of her chin sizzled from the impact, though the immensely powerful muscles in her neck resisted most of the otherwise ineffectual power behind my punch. It was the burning, and not the strength of the punch, that ignited a flight response in the towering Holly Cougar. Her darkly furred and bloody face yanked back and, all at once, her broad legs kicked off. She sailed backwards through the air and landed with the nimble grace of the cat beast she was. A wisp of smoke rose away from the underside of her chin, and her head reared to face me. My courage was sapped in an instant at the sight of her furious eyes locking onto me. Maybe because of the brightness of my bulbed hands, the exercise area lights seemed to dim, with the dark fur and shining eyes of the Holly Cougar becoming that much more frightening as a result. Her broad back loomed above her head as she stooped, her body lowering as she readied herself to pounce. And then, with speed that was far too fast for a creature of her size, she let out another ear-wrecking cougar's cry and began to race towards me. She moved so fast it was as if time was sped up. Not even a horse her size would be able to gallop so swiftly and with so much fine motor control. Up! I thought, I need to bring my hands up, and then I made a decision that was going to be the difference between life and death. Wider, I thought, I need to set my bulbed hands wider, and then I was out of time. The enormous Holly Cougar had leapt what minimal distance remained between her and me. Nobody on Earth needed to ever experience what it was like to see nothing except a colossal, shrieking human cougar monster directly in front and above them. I could see nothing else except her bulk, which blotted out the lights. What could I do against such a massive creature about to crush me like a soft drink can? Ssh. The Holly Cougar's weight fell on top of me, and I knew then that I had no strength worth anything to prevent myself from being crumpled. But my bulbed fists scorched the Holly Cougar's huge leathery palms in an instant. Another deafening cougar's cry became all I could hear for a moment, before the Holly Cougar's mass lifted from in front of me like a shadow chased away by an opened curtain. I had to force myself to ignore Blaine fighting the Atom Lion, the brawl of which was in full swing. The Holly Cougar had leapt away so that her back was to the right side exercise area wall. Her hands were smoking from where my bulbed fists had connected with her palms. And then I saw something on the Holly Cougar's blood-soaked face that made the air seize in my chest. The Holly Cougar had looked from her smoking hands, and then to me, and then to the still screaming and scrambling teenagers who hadn't made any progress at all getting the exercise area doors open. And she swiftly seemed to make up her mind as to what she wanted to do next. She began to race towards the teenagers, moving on all fours and bounding ahead. I broke into a sprint, dashing towards the screaming teenagers while keeping my sights locked onto the Holly Cougar's huge furred mass. For a horrible moment I thought I had just been tricked, that the Holly Cougar was about to double back and attack Blaine. Instead, she moved further along the same wall and raced towards the screaming teenagers. I cut across the main area expanse and came to a sliding stop directly in front of the teenagers. And not a second too soon, because the Holly Cougar moved with that same frightening speed and came to a hard stop right in front of me. The glow of my fists brought out the shine of the blood at her face, and the mad look in her eyes as she stared down at me. The screams of the teenagers reached a fever pitch, like a chorus of terrified mice realizing at the same time that they were helplessly stuck in a trap. A kind of dance got underway as Holly dashed from one side to the other in an attempt to find an opening from which she could get at the teenagers. I kept my bulbed hands raised in front of me, warding her off for as long as I could. There wasn't time to strategize or think about an alternative means of attack. Simply stopping the Holly Cougar from reaching the teenagers was taking every ounce of power and speed and oxygen in my lungs I could muster. My next move was a mistake that took the Holly Cougar a microsecond to capitalize on. She simply turned about, so that all I could see was her broad back that had ripped away most of the back of her overalls with its bulk, fur, and enlarged spine. While I fixed my attention on her back, it was her right leg that shot backwards, striking me in the gut. The wind was knocked out of me immediately, and I felt my stomach muscles open up in a bloody gash that stung to an eye-watering degree. I collapsed to the ground, just as the Holly Cougar, who was gleefully smiling and frothing at the mouth, turned around with sickening speed. With an all-too-human level precision, she sank her claws into my shoulder, seemingly enjoying how soft my flesh was to cut into. I couldn't even scream from the agony that gripped my stomach and shoulder, and from the stark fear of seeing so much of my own blood staining my overalls. The last thing I was ever going to see was the Holly Cougar's gleeful smile, followed swiftly by the opening of her huge jaws as she readied to bite. I didn't register the sudden buzzing sound on my right side until my brain caught up with its source. And by then it was already over. A sickening crunch met my ears. That Scottish boy, the one who had spoken against Holly at the start, was standing directly beside the Holly Cougar. In his grip was what appeared to be a long length of wood, like a stake, which had been ripped away from the base of the exercise area wall. The Scottish boy had stabbed the wooden stake directly into the Holly Cougar's throat, from which blood was squirting. The vibrating sound I had heard continued at a low thrum. My eyes smarted, just as I was finally able to breathe in sudden fits, enough to stop me from passing out at least. The Scottish boy's arms were vibrating, and in turn so was the huge wooden stake. The Scottish boy released his grip from the stake, and in doing so the Holly Cougar collapsed onto the ground. With the dead Holly Cougar at its center, deep red blood began to pool. And still the thrumming noise from the Scottish boy's hands continued until, finally, he willed for it to stop. I was too drowsy to feel a sense of relief. My ears popped so that I couldn't make any sense of the sounds going on around me. Further off, Blaine was standing triumphantly over the atom lion that lay on its back looking battered, bruised, and beaten to a pulp, though still breathing. Blaine didn't even have a scratch on him as far as I could see. Blaine looked to his right to where Tiffany, Michaela, and the others who were loyal to Holly had stayed. I spotted Tiffany, who was looking back at me with an expression that was somewhere between confused and concerned. And then she started to rise to her feet in a panic and began to run at a full sprint towards me. There was blood. So much blood. Could it all really have been mine? I had expected to see a small army of Pied Piper officers outside the exercise area with guns at the ready. Instead, it was Mike of all people who led the way inside with a mere 3 armed Pied Piper officers following in his wake. Mike looked even worse than the last time I had seen him. His face was gaunt, his beard and head of hair unkempt, and his general appearance made him look like he had just rolled out of bed after a night of zero sleep. I felt pressure at the wound in my shoulder, and for a horrible moment, I thought the wound was somehow opening up and getting worse, releasing yet more blood. To my surprise, it was Tiffany who had her hand on the wound. All of a sudden, it became impossible to focus my eyes on anything, and all at once, darkness enveloped not just my vision, but my mind too. 47. Transfusion. It came as a surprise to me when I woke up, as if I hadn't expected such a thing to be possible, given the amount of blood I had lost. There was a dull ache and an uncomfortable pinching sensation at my left elbow pit. A tube filled with blood was stuck in my arm with a bit of tape covering where the needle was pierced into the vein. My wounds must have been stitched because there were large white bandages stuck over them. My body was no longer coiled, and instead, my hairless, skinny fat upper body was on display. I was sitting in a chair in the cafeteria, and beside me, to my surprise, was Tiffany, who also had a tube stuck in her arm. There were bags filled with blood situated atop a metal frame between us. Tiffany noticed I was awake. Her face was still prettied up, and she had long brunette hair that went down beyond her shoulders, and had new curls that reminded me a little of Michaela's hair. "Burgess," she said. I noticed her fangs were gone. "Hey!" I croaked. My throat felt hoarse and dry, and swallowing hurt. "Here," she said. handing me a plastic cup filled with orange juice. I took a sip. Felt good to taste something so sweet. Tiffany forced a smile, pointing to the blood bags. "We're a match," she said. And then she said, "Are you okay? What do you care?" I said. I didn't want to sound so venomous, but I was somewhat out of it from the loss of blood and the post-adrenaline emotional swing that had taken hold of me. Tiffany looked hurt. "I care," she said. "I don't think you do," I said, my words sounding dry and raspy. I took another quick sip of the orange juice, then said, "You went off with Holly, grew out your fangs, pretty much acted like we hardly know each other. What are you playing at?" Tiffany looked at me, then lowered her eyes, a little lost in her own thoughts. "I don't know what I'm doing," she said. "I didn't ask for any of this, Berg." "Is that your excuse?" I said. "Back before we got here, we made a promise to look out for each other. Then you join up with Holly of all people," I said. "I just wanted a break from all this crap." "Berg," said Tiffany, matching some of my intensity. "Do you think if I didn't care about what happens to you, I would be here giving you my own blood?" "I saw you," I said. "I saw you and Michaela watching, doing nothing when Holly was about to rip my face off. I'm not going to forget that." "Oh, excuse me," said Tiffany. Holly turned into a monster. "I don't know who you think I am, Burgess. I'm not someone that knows what to do when things go bad. I freeze up. I'm terrified, Burgess. I just want to go home and be with my son." She started to sob into her palm. A part of me still felt indignant about her cowardice. Her refusal to get up and try to help me in my moment of need. If it hadn't been for that Scottish young man, then I would have been killed. Then what use would Tiffany's tears be then? Another part of me, however, understood where Tiffany was coming from. Nowhere in our agreement had she agreed to fight to the death for me. Maybe I was asking too much of someone who, as she said, wanted to return to a normal life and get back to her son. "I'm sorry," she said. "I'll try and do better next time. I'm just scared." "It's okay," I said, though I wasn't sure I really believed the words coming out of my mouth. "Tiff, you need to understand something about the situation we're in." Tiffany looked down at me, her cheeks shiny from the tears that were flowing. "We're not going to be able to go home and live normal lives," I said. "Not only are we under arrest here, but the world is going to know what people like us can do. If what happened with Holly and George is happening all over the world, then you're not going to be able to return to a normal life with Ashton. Do you understand?" Tiffany's eyes told me she did understand, but she was also soaking in the reality of what I was trying to get through to her. "From now on," I said, "everything is life and death. You can't just sit back and hope things are going to get better or return to normal. We don't have that luxury anymore." "I can't do this, Burgess," said Tiffany, sounding at the end of her tether. "Neither can I," I said. "But what's the alternative?" "No," said Tiffany, sitting upright and sniffling with a new steely resolve in her eyes. "It's not over. Things look bad, because we're in it, but with time, things can go back to normal. Or, if not back to normal, then we can at least make it so they don't have us trapped here like rats." "I'm not going to make any more promises to you, Berg," said Tiffany, wiping away tears from her eyes with her fingertips. She said, "Things aren't going to change until I make them change." As I sat listening to Tiffany, I realized that I no longer believed what she was saying as I had before. In a way, it almost sounded as if Tiffany were telling me what she thought I wanted to hear. And then, cynically, it clicked for me why Tiffany was suddenly so supportive. Finally, when Tiffany next spoke, I noticed the shift in her tone, as if she were trying to hide how eager she was. "So," said Tiffany, "you and Blaine are like this now, huh?" Tiffany crossed her fingers to help demonstrate her question. There it is, I thought. She couldn't give a toss about me. From the moment she met him, her real concern had only been Blaine. "Not really," I said tiredly. "He just wanted some." Another wave of drowsiness gripped me. "Some?" said Tiffany. She poked my rib with the tip of her finger. I winced. "Careful," I rasped feebly. "Some?" said Tiffany with forced playfulness. "Company," I said, as if it were a great effort to release the breath. "Well," said Tiffany, "you rest up, okay? Then we can all figure out what our next move is gonna be. And then, she stressed the word, together. Sure, I said. I closed my eyes, pretending to fall back to sleep as a reprieve from having to look at the oddly intense look on Tiffany's prettified face. Hey, I said, keeping my eyes closed. Yeah? Said Tiffany. What happened with Adam? I said. Oh, said Tiffany. Mike ordered the Pied Pipers to carry him away on a stretcher. Not sure where they took him, but I'm pretty sure they were heading towards the third-floor elevator. Probably to the fourth floor? I said. You're sure they didn't, you know? I don't think so, said Tiffany. Mike ordered a bunch of us to grab mops to clean up the mess. A whole bunch of us had to lift Holly's dead body onto some blue tarp. Then the Pipers took her away. I sighed. I hate this. I said. I hate this so much. I couldn't rest easy, because Sophie's note remained at the forefront of my thoughts. I considered telling Tiffany about it, but decided that I no longer trusted her with that kind of information anymore. 48. Comforts. It was early morning, and 3 days had passed since the Holly and Adam incident. After receiving the blood transfusion from Tiffany, and after Mike had removed the needle from my arm and had taken the time to lead me back to B6, I had spent the majority of my time resting. The only times I left B6 were to use the bathroom. Blaine had asked for permission to bring me food from the cafeteria in the morning and in the early evening. Breakfast had sausages, which I was certain weren't made of actual meat but some kind of vegetarian substitute, as well as hastily made mashed potatoes with a single fried egg to go with them. Dinner had been a tiny cheese pizza made of some kind of barely edible dough, with a side of hash browns, which, though oily tasting, weren't so bad. Blaine was tired of me thanking him for bringing me the food each day. Each time he would mumble, "It's nothin'," and would go lie down on his bunk. Reese and Christopher talked endlessly in B6 and sat on the same bunk. None of their conversation could be heard by Blaine or me, however, because they were using the heightened hearing and dog whistle talk trick to avoid their conversation from being picked up by the meter devices. I didn't need to heighten my own hearing to know what they were talking about. Their hatred of the Pied Piper officers and the facility was becoming nothing short of radicalized. Holly's death, rather than deter them from keeping their fangs, instead emboldened them. They were planning something and neither Blaine nor I were invited to learn what it was, though it was easy to guess. I couldn't see Reese or Christopher settling for anything short of a revolution at the facility to regain their freedom. I wanted to warn them against it, but I was in no condition to deal with the consequences of riling them up. If either of them transformed into monsters within the confines of B6, I doubted I would be able to defend myself or get away in my wounded condition. They were hell-bent on doing things their way, and I simply didn't believe anything I might say would get through to them. I had my own thoughts on escape. Sophie's revelation of an exit somewhere in the exercise area was the small piece of hope in my mind that an escape might be possible. The thing was, any escape plan from this facility was going to need to be meticulous to have the faintest hope of working. There were simply too many things that could go wrong. If we tried to escape and failed, then the odds of us being murdered by the Pied Piper officers were close to certain, or, at the very least, had to be treated as certain, because in no way did I believe they would be merciful towards us in the event we failed to escape. The dread of knowing there were gas canisters hidden in the walls of the facility made it almost impossible for me to sleep. Just knowing that at any moment we could all be murdered was enough for me to stare off into space as if my mind had short-circuited. On the third morning since the Holly and Adam incident, a Pied Piper officer approached the doorway to B6. Reese and Christopher had heard the officer coming and had returned their pointed ears to normal. Blaine was busy doing push-ups and was continuing to do them. I was sitting on my bunk staring off into space as usual. "Burgess O'Bannon," said the officer. "Yes," I said. "Come with me," said the officer. I rose from my bunk and followed the officer, knowing better than to bother asking where he was taking me. It was easier to walk since my wounds had already started to heal at a rate which I knew must be superhuman. I figured I might be completely healed of my current injuries in a week, though this was only a vague guess. The Pied Piper officer led me through the empty white corridors. All the other teenagers that weren't sent to the exercise area were still under curfew and were tucked away in their blocks like vampires hiding from sunlight. The officer led me to the small room where I had previously had a chance to speak with Mum on the phone. On approach, I spotted Abigail sitting inside at the table. The officer gestured with his head for me to enter. Twat, I thought, being sick of being ordered about by Pied Piper officers, and then I entered the small room. Abigail smiled and greeted me like we were family. She wrapped her arms around me and gave me a firm hug before easing back. It felt strange to be comforted like this by her, but also really nice and very welcome. She smelled nice too, one of those girly perfume-wise smells. We both sat down within arm's reach of each other. Didn't I say something about staying out of trouble? She said. Yeah. I said, sorry. How are your injuries? She said. Better. I said. It's unbelievable, said Abigail, shaking her head. They didn't tell us they were giving Holly special permission to hold her classes in the exercise area. Dad and I had other business to attend to. They scheduled it whilst we were away. The frustration was clear to see on Abigail's face. She rolled her eyes, shook her head, and fidgeted, tucking a lock of hair behind her left ear. Why am I here? I said. I didn't want to sound uncaring, but I was so far beyond feeling like my normal self that I simply said what was on my mind. Good news, said Abigail. I'm sure you remember your last conversation with Dad? I nodded, recalling how angry and appalled Robert Hoffman had been over George's murder, and the things he had revealed to me about the reality of things going on at the facility. In particular, how the meter devices and the whole story of teenagers spontaneously combusting were a lie. That encounter had ended with Robert hinting at a possible way out of the facility. I hadn't forgotten. Tonight, said Abigail, there's going to be a special dinner, and you're invited to attend. The words special dinner made me all the more aware of how starved I was of so many things. Not just nice-tasting food, which to me was fast food and junk food, but also the simple joy of being able to sit back on a comfortable sofa and binge-watch some TV. I missed my creature comforts dearly. Why me? I said. That will be explained at the dinner, said Abigail. It won't be here at the facility. It'll be outside. Trust me, Burgess, you'll want to go. A sudden rage filled me, taking me by surprise. For a moment, I wondered where it had come from, only for me to remember it was Abigail who had offered for me to come to the facility in the first place. She had made it sound like an incredible opportunity not to be missed. And here we were again. Burgess? She said. What's wrong? For a moment, I thought I might be able to hide how angry I felt, but it must have been clear to see on my face. Abigail, as if reading my mind, pieced together what it was that was making me angry. This isn't like last time, Burgess, she said, placing her hands with the nice manicured nails onto the table to emphasize her point. This dinner is under my father's domain of influence. There won't be any nasty surprises. I didn't believe her for an instant. What did take me by surprise, however, was her hand touching mine. I felt a strange sensation like butterflies in my chest, followed by the feeling of the ground beneath my seat not feeling quite so firm. You don't have to go, she said. But trust me, Burgess, you don't want to miss this opportunity. Her large eyes stared deeply into mine. And you don't want to stay here, she said. You really don't. Her thumb massaged my wrist for a few moments before she saw something over my shoulder and eased her hand away. I didn't look over my shoulder, but it seemed likely there was a Pied Piper officer keeping watch outside who must have started to turn around. What about after the dinner? I said. Abigail's eyes searched her lap as she considered her words carefully. Don't worry about that for now, she said. She checked her watch, then looked at me with a sense of urgency. What'll it be, Burgess? She said. You coming? I stared back at her, weighing my options. I didn't trust her, I didn't trust Robert Hoffman, and I didn't trust any of the Pied Piper officers or facility staff, including Mike. My thoughts were fixed on finding a way out of the facility, not just for me, but for everyone else, too. What I lacked was information. The more I knew about what was going on at the facility and the outside world, the more informed my decisions would be. For that reason, and perhaps because a part of me wanted to hold Abigail's hand again, I gave a slow nod. Okay, I said. I'll go. I had been given a new set of overalls to wear shortly after my blood transfusion, since Mike had ripped the upper half apart to administer the stitches and bandages. It had been 3 days since then, and I hadn't showered. After my conversation with Abigail, I asked a Pied Piper officer for permission to take a shower, which was granted. I had to be careful washing because I didn't want to mess with the bandages Mike had put in place. So instead I stood close to the falling shower water, cupping handfuls and cleaning myself that way. The Pied Piper staff must have decided hot water was too much of a luxury since the only water that came from the shower head was a constant lukewarm temperature bordering on cold. I returned to B6 and found Blaine doing one-armed push-ups beside his bunk. 122, 123, 124, 125, he said, finishing the exercise and standing up. There was the sound of a loud clap as we both took a firm grip of the other's hand. His hand engulfed mine, and I could feel the considerable difference in our weight and overall strength vastly in his favor. I felt tightness and the threat of more pain flaring up in my right shoulder and my stomach from the tension of my muscles tugging at the stitches holding my wounds shut. Blaine eased off first and sat on his bunk. "What's good?" he said. I wondered whether I wanted to tell him about my conversation with Abigail and decided I didn't have a particular reason not to mention it. "Abigail's invited me to a dinner tonight. Robert Hoffman's hosting it," I said. "Good, good," said Blaine, scratching his temple and smirking. "I got an invite for that yesterday." "Oh, I thought so he just neglected to mention that until he knew I was going to. How nice of him. Are you going?" I said. "Yeah," he said. "Tiff and Michaela are going too." I felt a stabbing pain in my gut as it tensed, tightening up the stitches there. My mind raced trying to make sense of why all four of us were being invited to the same dinner. I fell into silence, trying to figure out what it was about the four of us that made Robert Hoffman decide we were worthy. "I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing we're all chosen to go," I said. "What could be bad about it?" said Blaine. "Have you talked to Robert much?" I said. "Some," said Blaine. "Had one long session with him. Seemed like he was trying to figure me out." I nodded. "Yeah." I said. "Me too." "Do you trust him?" said Blaine. "No," I said. "Not at all." I sat down on my bunk and, after a few minutes, lay back and stared up at the ceiling. I daydreamed about turning on my light bulb hands and racing down the white corridors, dispatching one Pied Piper officer after another like some superpowered assassin. I optimistically simulated in my mind reaching the third-floor checkpoint, with dead or severely burnt and wounded Pied Piper officers in my wake. I tried the scenario with Blaine added in and found that, even at my most optimistic, I just couldn't see a way for us to get beyond the third-floor checkpoint without getting gunned down. We were growing in our powers, but we were still so far off from being able to ignore the threat bullets posed. If only I could test out my powers without risk, I thought. There were things I was tempted to try. Changing my voice and maybe my facial structure were two ideas I had. Maybe changing my hair color too. If I could change my physical appearance, then hiding from the Pied Piper officers would be much easier, in theory at least. The problem, however, was the addictive nature of the power. Bootsteps alerted us to the arrival of two Pied Piper officers. "O'Bannon, Penniman," said one of the Pied Piper officers. "Where are you going?" said Reese from his top bunk. "Shut up," said Blaine, and then we both left with the Pied Piper officers, with Reese and Christopher watching us go from their bunks. The Pied Piper officers collected several more teenagers on the way to the third-floor checkpoint. Among them were Jay and Amar. Both were quiet and only glanced in Bland's and my direction before walking ahead of us. Two more boys, whom I had seen around but didn't know anything about, also joined our growing group. The Pied Piper officers called out their surnames outside their block. "Blaney Soot," said the officer. "Time to go." A tall, skinny, young man emerged from the block first. He had a head of short curly hair and a smile that showed a pristine upper row of teeth. There was something elfish and innocent about his boyish face. The other boy was round-faced and shorter than I was. Although he was clearly around the same age as the rest of us teenagers, there was an older, tired kind of maturity about him. His demeanor reminded me of a middle-aged man unhappy with life but begrudgingly getting on with things. I could relate. We all continued onwards, the two new additions walking ahead of Blaine and me. As we continued towards the third-floor checkpoint, I wondered what it was about these two boys that Hoffman decided was worth inviting them to the special dinner. A half-dozen more additions, 3 more boys, 3 more girls, were added to the mass of our group. I recognized their faces but, like the two other boys, didn't know anything about them. The last of the teenagers joining us was already at the third-floor checkpoint. Despite how I felt about Tiffany, it came as a small relief to see she was joining Robert Hoffman's special dinner. 2. "Hey," said Tiffany, as I reached her and Michaela. Unexpectedly, she embraced me in a hug. It lasted for a moment before she moved onto her real target. "Blaine." "Hey, Blaine," said Tiffany, and she attempted to hug him too, only for Blaine to put an arm on her shoulder to keep her at bay. "Yo," said Blaine, with no particular affection in his tone. "Hey," said Michaela. I was completely ignored by Michaela in favor of Blaine. It was impossible not to notice the genuine smile on Blaine's face when he looked at Michaela. "Hey," said Blaine, smiling back at her. Blaine's smile made Michaela look bashful all of a sudden, and she looked away. I noticed she, like Tiffany, no longer had her fangs. What a relief. We were moved through the checkpoint, having our bodies scanned and searched. I had been through this checkpoint several times. I wondered what it was they were thinking we might be trying to smuggle out. "Don't we need these?" said Michaela in front of me. The Pied Piper officer who was standing at the end of the checkpoint had taken Michaela's meter device and placed it in a plastic tray to go along with the others that had been taken. The officer ignored Michaela, and then it was my turn to have my meter device taken. Good riddance, I thought as it was taken off my wrist. "All accounted for, Officer Freeman," said one of the Pied Piper officers as he approached the elevator. My stomach clenched at the sight of the officer already standing inside. It was Officer Black and Gray Hair, the leading Pied Piper officer I was sure had given the order to execute George, and if Abigail hadn't intervened, he would have executed me too. Officer Freeman lifted his chin and narrowed his eyes as our gazes met. The bastard was smirking. Once we were all inside the elevator, it began its ascent. None of us teenagers dared make a sound for fear of being in such close proximity to the Pied Piper officers who had their hands on their machine guns. It felt strange to be moving upward in the elevator, knowing the third floor was sinking away along with everyone on it. Sophie's still down there, I thought. If this special dinner was going to be my ticket out of the research facility, then would that mean I would have to leave Sophie behind to figure out escaping all on her own? Officer Freeman spoke up, knocking me out of my reverie and causing several others to flinch. "Listen up," he said. "When we exit this elevator, you will not try to do anything of your own accord. We will direct you to where you need to go. If anyone here leaves the group or in any way attempts to leave our site, we will take lethal measures. This is your only warning." The elevator was loud, not just from the grumbling of the elevator's ascent, but also all the teenagers inside wondering if they had made the right choice accepting the special dinner invitation after all. Finally, the elevator reached its endpoint. The elevator door slid aside with a ding, and I breathed in my first real breath of fresh, clean air in weeks. 49. Floodlights. Although it was nighttime, the floodlights that lit the immediate outside were glaringly bright. The Pied Piper officers ushered us forward. As one large group, all of us teenagers, us mice, were lined up against a railing and counted by one of the officers. My stomach found the metal railing that was cold and wet, and the air felt thick with vapor because it must have recently rained. Being out in the cold, wet open air after so long was vaguely reminiscent of the night I had been evacuated from my home in nothing but my pajamas. I gazed down, noticing we were in a high position compared to a maze of metal construction paths. There were dozens of busily working men and women in high-visibility clothing. The Pied Piper officers in charge of leading our group led us down the leftmost side of the mountainous basin we were in. I had to concentrate on not falling over and slipping on the wet metal path on the way down. My gaze landed on a series of large cylindrical machines lined along the right side of the basin. I counted 8 in total. They were each about as big as a small truck. There were several attachments on each cylinder, and there appeared to be round, mechanized doors to each as well, with gas pistons as the means of opening and closing them. We passed by the 8 cylindrical machines and up along the edge of a very wide metal ramp, in a natural opening in the rocky basin structure, which I imagined construction vehicles used to get in and out of the basin we were leaving. Once we were nearly out of the basin, I looked over my shoulder and saw the staff that had stopped to let us by had gone back to work. It was then that I saw one of the cylindrical machines open up, making a decent amount of noise. Before our group was made to turn down the rocky path to our left, I spotted what lay inside the cylinder. It looked like a stretcher made of dark, rusted-looking metal. I realized then what the machines were for. They were incinerators. "You all right?" said Blaine beside me. Vomit had risen in my throat, and it took a great amount of effort to keep it down. I shook my head from side to side and raised a hand for Blaine to leave me be. Thankfully, Blaine relented. The cold open air was helping to keep the nausea at bay and the vomit down. My thoughts had turned immensely dark, but it was then that we reached the most surprising part of our night walk outside of the facility. There was a huge, bridge-like stone path. I hadn't been able to see much of anything at first on account of us having walked beyond the basin and the floodlights, until I had tapped into the power to increase my night vision capabilities. The world brightened up, but kept a gray tone. For the first time since Lintern Village, I felt as if I were witnessing a place more out of a fairy tale than real life. The stone structure we walked across continued for at least the length of a football field. To the left of me, there was an enormous body of water, like a lake, which looked like silver glass in the night. To my right, there was a gulf of open air, and far below rivers and dense forestation. A very natural sense of vertigo and a need to keep a hand on top of the hard, cold stone took hold of me. And it finally clicked for me that we were on some kind of mountainous dam reservoir, which the research facility must have been built beneath. Once we cleared the dam, the Pied Piper officers led us all to a narrow stone path which led upwards like old temple steps. Nearer the top, the stone steps were replaced by shiny metal stairs instead, which were narrow and steep enough that we all had to walk in single file. Large, natural rock walls prevented any exit on either side on the way up. The Pied Piper officers at our rear followed us all the way up, making sure none of us might double back. Once at the top, our group spread out in a loose formation, with several more Pied Piper officers waiting for us with machine guns in hand. Perched close to the edge of the mountainous peak we were on, lay a large, temporary-looking, and very modern building, from which bright golden light was shining from within. We were all counted, again by a Pied Piper officer, then we were once again ushered forward. At last, we reached the building and, after going up another short metal ramp, we passed through the doorway and into the building proper. "Wow," said Jay ahead of me. The inside of the building was made to look like a lavish restaurant, with numerous round tables with chairs tucked into them. The tables were laden with cutlery, placemats, and drinking glasses. The floor was carpeted, and there were even curtains at the windows. My mind worked hard to fathom how and why such lengths had been gone to by Robert Hoffman to create this facsimile of a fine dining experience. The money, man-hours, attention to detail, none of what lay before us looked easy to put into place. Blaine, Tiffany, Michaela, and I sat together on one of the tables. The one we picked was located at the back left corner of the room. Blaine settled into his seat on my right, and Tiffany into hers on my left, and Michaela sat right of Blaine. The one remaining seat at the table was taken by the tall, skinny boy with pristine teeth. "Michael Blaney," said the boy in a Welsh accent. He smiled elfishly and offered Tiffany a hand to shake, which she did. Michael Blaney shook all of our hands with the vigor of a politician. A wave of different readings of Michael crashed into my mind, leaving me a little dazed. On the one hand, I felt as if his whole demeanor screamed psychopath, or sociopath, or something along those lines. His hand was firm and warm to the touch, and his eyes beaming with friendliness. And yet there was something about him that didn't add up. Whilst the other teenagers took their seats at the other tables, I figured out what it was about Michael that didn't make sense. Quite simply, we were, presumably, all afraid and wary of what this special dinner might entail. And we were all prisoners at the facility, separated from our families and friends. I couldn't speak for what Michael had experienced, but I had seen 2 teenagers at the facility killed in less than a month. For this reason, and many more, I had every right to be stressed and prickly and unwilling to engage in friendly handshakes and conversations. He seemed to hold none of the same apprehension. I was taken out of my reverie because I felt a twinge of something sharp inside my right plimsoll. I leaned down and dug a finger into the shoe and found the little stone that was causing the problem, flicking it out. On my way up, however, I couldn't help but notice Blaine and Michaela were holding hands beneath the table. I sat upright and pretended as if I hadn't seen what I just saw. "This is mighty fancy, isn't it?" said Michael, smiling. "It's done up so nice," said Tiffany. "But I don't see Robert." "Oh, I'm sure he'll come along shortly," said Michael. "I suppose he'll want to make an entrance." The sound of a drinking glass being dinged 3 times drew everyone's attention to the front of the room. There stood Abigail, who was dressed in her usual smart, businesswoman-esque attire. She was the one who had dinged the glass in her hand with a fork. Beside her stood a short man wearing a backwards baseball cap at odds with his otherwise traditional chef attire. He looked to be in his late 20s or early 30s. I recognized him as the head chef who had taken to overseeing the work done by the volunteer teenagers working in the kitchen at the facility. "Welcome everyone," said Abigail. "Tonight you will all be treated to a 3-course meal, cooked by our wonderful chef, Mr. Tremblay, whom some of you may already be familiar with." "Please call me Danny," said the chef, smiling. "Well, Danny," said Abigail. "Over to you." "Thank you, Abigail," said Danny, his accent the Canadian one I remembered hearing before. "We have a selection of dishes for the meals. You will all be asked your preference of chicken, beef, or fish. There's plenty of all, so please choose what you'll be most satisfied with. Enjoy your meal, everyone." "Thank you." Danny doffed his head, and after a glance at Abigail, he headed out of the room, leaving through a door that I could just make out led into the adjacent kitchen. The smells of various delicious foods wafted out of the kitchen, making the hunger gnawing inside my stomach even worse. "What would you like for your main course?" said a small voice. It was very familiar. I glanced up and saw it was Daniel, with whom I had shared B9 for a while. He was still wearing his overalls like we all were, and in his hand was a computer tablet to take down our preferences. "Daniel," I said. His eyes didn't meet mine. I noticed his hands were trembling just a little. "Daniel, are you okay?" I said. His eyes opened wide for an instant and fixed on me. He shook his head in a no gesture and then, as if to clarify the gesture, he said, "I'm here to work. Please tell me what you want." A fresh onset of adrenaline and rage filled me. Were the Pied Piper officers, and Abigail and Robert by extension, getting other teenagers to fill the role of waiters for the rest of us? Was Daniel going to have to take our orders and watch on as we ate a delicious meal, all while he went hungry? "Please, I need to do this quick," said Daniel. I could tell Daniel was a few seconds away from having a full-on panic attack. His face was reddening from the stress. "Chicken," I said, if only to ease Daniel's torment. "And drink," he said. "What are the options?" I said, feeling myself stuck in the absurdity of the back and forth I was having with Daniel. "Red wine, white wine, cola," said Daniel. "Cola," I said. "Thank you." The others made their orders, and they seemed less uneasy about Daniel being our waiter than I anticipated. Once Daniel had moved over to the next table, I leaned forward in my seat, drawing the attention of the others sitting around me. "That's messed up," I said. "What is?" said Michaela. I flinched. "Wasn't it obvious?" "Daniel," I said. I gestured to the other waiters taking orders, all of whom were teenagers who were also under arrest at the facility. "What else are they going to do?" said Blaine. "They'll probably get something to eat for doing this. It's the principle of the thing, man," I said. "It's messed up." "I'm going to agree with Burgess on that one," said Michael, taking the napkin in front of him and laying it over his lap as if he were no stranger to fine dining. "It's in bad taste." "And we're sure they're not also a part of this?" said Tiffany. "Maybe they are," I said, "but I doubt it." We didn't have to wait long to receive our meals. We were all given soup with warm, crusty bread as a starter. Daniel and the other waiters were the ones to bring out the meals and to set them down. They did so well enough that I imagined they had been given a crash course from Danny Tremblay on how to wait tables. As much as I was against what I was seeing regarding the waiting staff, I was still a hypocrite because I finished every last drop and crumb of the delicious soup and bread. My main meal was half a roasted chicken, with a hefty helping of buttery mashed potatoes and lots of greens. We all dove into the meal like pigs to a trough. We ate with only the sound of our contented sighs and chewing to fill the silence that had taken hold of the room. Halfway through the meal, Daniel arrived back at the table with a tall glass of cola, as well as the drinks for the others. Blaney chose red wine, and Tiffany, Blaine, and Michaela chose white wine. That first sip of the cola was immensely satisfying. The cool, bubbly sting of the cola hit just right. I considered pacing myself with the cola to enjoy it for longer, but that notion was quickly forgotten as I gulped it down in less than a minute. And, just when I thought I was satiated enough, the waiters took our empty plates and returned with tall glasses filled with ice cream sundaes drizzled in hot fudge sauce. For a brief instant, it occurred to me the food might be poisoned, as if for some mad reason Abigail and Robert Hoffman had decided to use the occasion to poison us all. It was less caution and more impulse that made me decide to eat the sundae regardless. Daniel took the plates and empty drink glasses from our table away for what was likely the last time, whilst all of us sat back in the midst of food comas. My mind drifted towards returning to B6 and getting a good night's sleep. The notion of going back to the third floor, back to the white walls, terrible food, the confinement, and the constant terror of being murdered at any moment sobered my thoughts. A whirring sound drew everyone's attention to the front of the room. A projection screen was being lowered near the front, where Abigail had tapped her drink glass before. "All stand," said a Pied Piper officer loudly from the back of the room. Everyone, including me, hesitated before doing as we were told. Once we were all standing, Robert Hoffman entered the room through the doorway that led to the kitchen. He looked the same as usual, wearing a baggy, tan-colored suit. He smiled as he approached Abigail, the two giving each other a quick hug. Abigail, who hadn't sat with the rest of us during the dinner, took a seat at one of the tables at the front and faced her father. For a moment, I saw Abigail look my way, her gaze lingering for a half-second on me before facing Robert again. "Hello, everyone," said Robert. "Danny's a great cook, isn't he? I would like to thank Danny for his hard work this evening." Robert started to clap, and half the room joined in clapping too. Everyone at our table refrained from clapping, except Michael Blaney, who clapped extra loudly. Danny Tremblay was standing at the kitchen doorway, bowing his head bashfully at the clapping. "Are we seriously doing this?" I thought, hating that we were all pretending to be at some society dinner and not currently under arrest. "And thank you, Abigail, for arranging everything tonight," said Robert. More clapping, with even more of the room joining in this time, including Michaela and Tiffany. It seemed to me that Abigail looked uncomfortable with the applause but took it gratefully. "Thank you, Dad," she said, with her hand pressed over her heart. Robert gestured for us all to sit back down, which we did. "All right, okay, let's not waste any more time. Let's get down to it. Right on it, let's go," said Robert, working up momentum. "I didn't bring you all here just for some fancy schmancy dinner," he said. He waited a moment, letting silence fill the room, then said, "You're here because you're special, and I don't mean special because of your powers. That is something special, no doubt. But I'm talking specifically about who you all are." Robert walked slowly over to a chair where Jay was sitting and put his arm atop the back of the chair. "Some of you I have already spoken to one-on-one. Others I haven't yet had the pleasure. But I have been keeping a close eye on every one of you during your time at the facility because I have been on the lookout. On the lookout for what, you ask? Potential. Talent. That special something. Something that you all possess." Robert brought a finger to his lips as if contemplating what he intended to say next. "The world is not ready for the tidal wave of change that is soon to crash upon it," he said. "And this tidal wave is, of course, the introduction of powered individuals across the world into society. In practically every country across the world, powered individuals are now seen as a menace. Faking teenagers exploding was something the Pied Piper's return operation had done to scare the public into giving up their children to the government," I thought indignantly. "I want you all to understand something," said Robert. "As hard as the Pied Piper's return operation has tried to find and identify powered individuals, there are tens of thousands of powered individuals that have likely evaded detection across the globe. And this is a very conservative estimate, mind you." Robert moved away from Jay's chair and returned to the front of the projection screen. He clasped his hands together. "My point is this. Let's assume that tomorrow you were all no longer under arrest at this facility and you were all to return home to your families. As things stand right now, You would not be able to live a semblance of the normal life you once knew, precisely because of the prejudice against powered individuals which has newly taken root in society. I looked at Tiffany to gauge how she was taking in this information and saw she was breathing heavily, clearly emotionally affected by what Robert was saying. Her mind was no doubt on her finding a way to be with her son again. "You are all here today because you have been compliant with the Pied Piper's return operation," said Robert. "And I know, it has not been an easy road. I do not agree with much of how things have been run at this facility, but much of what goes on here is not under my jurisdiction. What I want to broach with you all tonight is a question that can't be avoided. What will your future look like in this new world that is already here? How far into your future can you see?" Robert retrieved a small remote from his pocket and thumbed a button, turning on the projector. He then said, "This evening I'm going to present you with an offer to participate in the first program of its kind." The projector came to life, and Robert stepped outside of the light. An anagram written in bold red letters filled the screen. "Welcome everyone," said Robert, "to the Punch program. 50. Punch." I took a moment to gauge how the rest of the teenagers in the room were absorbing what Hoffman was saying. Everyone was listening with rapt attention like shareholders at a boardroom meeting. "So what is Punch?" said Hoffman, glancing at the bold red acronym projected beside him. He thumbed a remote button, and the words faded away to be replaced by a singular P. "Protect society from powered individuals who use their powers maliciously," said Robert, reading out the scrawl of text which flowed beside the large bold P. Robert pointed with his remote-holding hand once, twice, then a third time, making sure to doff his hand to everyone sitting listening to him. "This is the stuff of superheroes," said Robert. "Can you believe it? The world is going to fall into chaos if righteous superhumans don't stand up and fight the good fight. For a while, I'm sure the police and militaries of the world will keep the powered criminals in check. But if we follow the logical conclusion of how all this will work out, there will come a time when it will be up to the likes of everyone in this room to keep the peace. To protect not only your loved ones, your friends, your families, but also your country and the entire world." Robert drew his hand back and shoved his other hand casually into his pocket. "It sounds dangerous, I know," he said. "There will be casualties. It's inevitable. But the other option is to stand aside and let those who don't follow the rules, the good-for-nothings, to take over. I refuse to let that happen, which is why I am personally leading the British extension of the Punch program. So it's international, I thought. I pictured in my mind similar presentations being made elsewhere in Britain, America, and anywhere else the Pied Piper's Return Act or their equivalents was instituted." Robert thumbed his remote, and a bold letter U emerged onto the screen, followed swiftly by the next sentence. "Use the abilities of powered individuals for the greater good," said Robert, reading it aloud. His eyes scanned the room for a moment, and then he said, "In this context, the greater good means the safety and keeping of the peace from the tyranny of powered individuals who refuse to obey the law. Simply put," said Robert, "any powered individual in society must make themselves known and submit to the conditions of the Mice Act, as well as the future acts which will be put into place for the safekeeping of society in the years ahead." Robert thumbed the remote button again, and the next letter emerged, a large N. He read the next sentence, which followed aloud, "Nurture scientific study of powered individuals." He smiled, nodding as if agreeing with himself. "Your time here at this facility has not been wasted. We have already learned a lot about the nature of the power you all possess. For instance, a test was carried out at this facility which we think hints at the underlying nature of the power. Would you all like to know what it is we discovered?" Half the room, including myself, nodded, wanting to know. "Here we go," said Robert, thumping a button on the remote. The slide changed over to a picture of 6 teenagers, some familiar, such as Jay and Amar, as well as 4 others I vaguely recognized who weren't currently in the room. In the still image, the teenagers present had their hands glowing bright like light bulbs. Each teenager held a length of metal pipe that was connected to thick cabling. Robert played the clip, showing all 6 teenagers concentrating and holding the metal rods. The clip lasted several seconds before Robert paused it. It looked just like when I used my hands to bulb. A part of me felt let down that bulbing was no longer unique to me. I wondered if they had gotten the idea for the experiment after seeing me bulb up my hands. In this experiment, we asked our test subjects to create heat with their hands. The result, as you can see, is each test subject wielding an incredible amount of heat, save for some light sweating. But this isn't what is interesting about the experiment. What is interesting here is that, after several hours of renewed effort and practice, every test subject equally achieved a peak temperature of 450 degrees Fahrenheit. Robert let this information settle in for a moment. It immediately lodged into my mind what it must have meant. "Yes," said Robert, smiling, revealing his upper row of teeth as he bit into his lower lip. "This power you all share has an even distribution," he said. When this test was run again a week later, the test subject's new peak reached 455 degrees Fahrenheit. "Which means," said Robert, raising his voice a little, "with each passing day, you are all becoming stronger, growing into your powers at an even rate. This, of course, is a limited test and should not be considered conclusive. We haven't even begun to scratch the surface of understanding what this power is. Together, with your continued cooperation, we can unravel its mysteries." Before I could really take the time to digest this new information, Robert pressed on. He thumbed the remote in his hand, and the next bold letter emerged, going back to the slowly building acronym. The letter which emerged onto the screen was, of course, C. "Create a positive public opinion of powered individuals," said Robert, reading out the sentence scrawl. "Being powered doesn't make you evil. Nor does it make you good," said Robert. He then waved his hand as if smelling something foul. Although the notion of good and evil is archaic, in the public sphere, what matters is making sure society trusts powered individuals that serve their best interests. It will be up to all of you to change public opinion on powered individuals by setting a good example. Next. Finally, Robert clicked for the last letter to emerge, finishing the acronym. H. "Handle threats foreign and domestic in global unity," said Robert. He pocketed the remote and then folded his arms. "It is not just powered individuals that will need to be kept in check. With your abilities, you will have the responsibility of policing all ne'er-do-wells, powered or not. This will be an exercise in global unity for the betterment of mankind. Those who resist change can't be allowed to hold back progress towards a better world." I felt a headache coming on something fierce. I closed my eyes and pinched the bridge of my nose for a moment in an attempt to alleviate the ache at the front of my mind. "Now," said Robert, "that's the acronym explained. Another thing I would like to mention is that this isn't all about violence. There is more at work here than making you superhuman police. That's small-time thinking." Robert extended his arms wide. "As you continue to prove your dedication towards the Punch program, we will use our considerable influence in the corporate and political spheres to place you in positions of influence. Some of you may have a knack for politics. That's if you want to bring about significant political progress. Others may want to push forward in the world of business or entertainment. As you work with us, we will work tirelessly to help you reach your ultimate potential. Quid pro quo." Robert put his hands into his pockets and surveyed the carpet for a moment before looking up. "This won't be the dynamic you have experienced at this facility. For a time, we will need to heavily supervise your participation in the program, but only to facilitate your independence and growth as individuals. In time, we want you to lead the way, because you are our future." And with that, Robert took the remote out of his pocket and turned off the projector. "That's it," he said. "That's the pitch. I'll take any questions you have now. Please raise a hand if you have a question, and Abigail will give you the go-ahead." For a moment, nobody raised a hand. Then, to my surprise, Tiffany raised hers. "Yes," said Abigail, permitting Tiffany to speak. "If we take part in this, will we be able to see our families? Will we be able to support them?" she said. Robert rolled his eyes. "Of course," he said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world, as if the promises made to us about $2,000 a week weren't reneged on. "At first you'll be given an ample salary, and over time the amount of money you'll earn through this program will cease to matter, because you'll have something even greater: leverage. You'll be able to call the shots and decide the terms of your involvement with the program. From the outset, we will establish a safe location for regular family visits. as well as financial compensation to make sure you'll have peace of mind that your loved ones have everything they need to thrive. None of you should settle for anything less, given the potential you all hold. The notion that I could be with my family again, there for them, financially providing for them, struck me deeply. I could see Tiffany nodding slowly, seemingly satisfied with having her question answered. Michael Blaney raised his hand and was given the go-ahead by Abigail. "Thank you," said Michael. "Will there be training?" "Yes," said Robert. "You will receive the best military training in the world. Given the best equipment, combined with your growing powers, you will all become forces to be reckoned with. And this includes training in the political sphere if that is what you wish to navigate and have an aptitude for. It may seem far off now, but the world will need new political leaders. We already have political personnel in place throughout the world in high positions of power, the very highest. This means you'll be learning from the very best in every facet of your journey." "That is excellent, thank you," said Michael. Robert gazed around the room for the next hand. Mine was raised. "Yes," said Abigail. "Go ahead, Burgess." "So," I said, my heart thumping madly in my chest, "do you really think we're going to buy this crap?" I expected to find Robert angry at what I just said, but instead he looked delighted. All the other teenagers in the room were looking at me. I stood from my seat. "Oh, Burgess," said Robert, digging into his blazer pocket. "Is there some part of this you disagree with?" I considered the question. As I did, I caught a glimpse of Tiffany, Blaine, and Michaela looking up at me with shocked expressions. None of them had expected this from me. In fact, I was surprised myself. "All of it?" I said, clenching my fists. "What happens if we refuse?" I said. Robert retrieved a small blue book from his blazer pocket, which he rubbed with his thumb. "Well," he said, "if you refuse, then you'll be sent back to the facility for an indefinite stay. This offer is only valid whilst you're standing inside this building." "I refuse," I said. "You can take me back to the facility. I'm not interested." Again, rather than seeming angry or even annoyed at my refusal, Robert maintained his enthusiastic smile. "If that's what you want, Burgess, then so be it," he said. He gestured with a hand to the door. "There's the door," he said. "That is, if you really have the guts to turn your back on the opportunity of a lifetime, on the great man you'll become." I looked over my shoulder at the closed door. Rain fell thick and heavy, drumming against the door and the roof of the building. "Burgess?" said a voice close to me. It was Tiffany. My heart sank, because I knew just by the way she was looking at me, the decision she had already made. "I'm not staying," I said. "Are you coming with me?" A tear ran down her cheek as she shook her head from side to side. I looked at Blaine. His upper lip was pulled back as if he were starting to snarl. "Don't be stupid, bruv," he said. "Sit down." I locked eyes with Michaela beyond Blaine and, after a moment, she simply squirmed in her seat and looked away. I became very aware of my eyes moving in their sockets, searching the room for anyone who might decide to leave with me. I spotted Jay and Amar, but they simply looked on with little to no emotion evident on their faces. "Robert," said Abigail. She had stood up and approached her father's side. "Yes, dear?" said Robert, his amused look replaced with concern. "Can we talk with Burgess in private for a moment?" she said. Robert looked over to me. "Would you spare a moment, Burgess?" he said. There wasn't anything else for me to discuss with them, but the look on Abigail's face made me decide to give them what they wanted. "Come on, Burgess," said Abigail. She hugged her waist and walked through the doorway, which led to the kitchen. Robert put his hands into his pockets, turned, and followed after Abigail. With a final look at Tiffany, Michaela, and Blaine, I walked around the table and across the room, passing through the same doorway. Abigail was within arm's reach of me the moment I stepped into the kitchen. Robert stood behind her, leaning against the countertop, still holding his little blue book. "Burgess, what the heck are you thinking?" said Abigail, stooping forward like some upset big sister. "I can't go along with this anymore," I said. "Burgess, you know what will happen if you go back to the facility," said Abigail. "This is your only chance to get out before they kill all of the mice left down there. And you're okay with that?" I said. Of course not, said Abigail. But we can't save everyone. We're giving you a lifeline, Burgess. If you don't take it, then there's no second chances. It'll be over for you. Abigail was trembling a little as she spoke. It seemed strange to me that she cared so much about my decision to leave. Was it all an act, I wondered, or was it genuine? I could never tell with her. Think about your family, she said. You'll never see your mother again. She'll never see you again. At least with us, you'll be able to keep her in your life. Don't throw your life away, Burgess. I don't trust you, I said, shaking my head. You just keep making empty promises. I know, said Abigail. I'm sorry. Things keep changing, and we're trying to stay ahead of things. If you only knew how many strings we've had to pull to make this program happen. Burgess. Look, my dad wants everyone who is sitting out there to be a part of this program. But he wants you the most. He can see there's something special about you. Isn't that right, Dad? That's right, said Robert. He walked slowly towards me. He passed Abigail and then placed a hand on my shoulder. You don't trust us, he said, speaking in a low, fatherly tone. And that's good. You should never trust anybody in this life. But I'm asking you to please reconsider, Burgess. From the bottom of my heart, I know you'll do great things. I know you're trying to find your way in the world, son. I looked into Robert's eyes and felt the sincerity of his words. It was so strange to think that someone believed in me so fully, especially when I never believed in myself. I stepped backwards out of Robert's reach. For a single moment, I saw rage fill Robert's face, which made him look much older, and then he started to laugh merrily. Abigail didn't seem to share his joy. Very well, my boy, said Robert. Dad dash, said Abigail. No, dear, said Robert, raising a hand. That's enough. We'll respect Burgess's decision. Robert looked beyond me. You can take him back, Freeman, he said. I looked over my shoulder to see two Pied Piper officers, one of them being Officer Freeman, who looked at me with a cold gaze. For a brief second, I almost chickened out. I almost went back on everything I had said, ready to beg Robert to let me be a part of the punch program. But I just couldn't bring myself to do it. I knew right from wrong. My parents had taught me that much. I stopped at the doorway and looked over my shoulder at Abigail and Robert, both of whom hadn't taken their eyes off me. You think you can just throw people's lives away? I said. My boy, said Robert. There are winners and losers in all walks of life. I promise you, when push comes to shove, you'll see how easy it is to prioritize yourself over others. And then, as if everything we were talking about were just a casual conversation, Robert smiled and leaned on the nearby countertop. You think you're being morally righteous, said Robert. I used to think like you. But you'll see that people are only as merciful as it benefits them. Robert's face twisted with rage, and he began to shout, So don't grandstand in front of me. Boy, people only matter as far as they are useful, so if you're no use to me, then you don't matter. Robert spat on the kitchen floor as if to say good riddance to the very idea of me. Take him, said Robert with his back to me. Without saying a word, Officer Freeman took hold of my shoulder and led me out through a different door than the one I had entered from. Another officer followed beside me, ready for me to cause trouble should I try to make a break for it. Just before I headed back out into the night with the Pied Piper officers flanking me, I heard Robert's voice. He no longer sounded angry. Instead, his words seemed tinged with joy to the point of giddy abandon. He will reject the call, Robert shouted. He will reject the call. I didn't have a clue what that meant, or if he was even referring to me. Outside, the rain fell thick and heavy, and the night was incredibly dark, with strong gusts of icy wind. Officer Freeman led me on through the dark towards the long, narrow steps we had taken to reach where we were. It was easy acting brave in front of Robert and Abigail and all the teenagers in the room that were going to go along with the program, but outside, in the cold, black night, I had never been more afraid. 51. Revolution. On the way back to the facility, trudging down the slick, wet steps with tall rock walls on either side, and with the rain falling thick and heavy in the blackness, I found myself hoping Blaine, Michaela, and Tiffany would race to find me, if not to join me, then at the very least begging me to go back with them to be a part of Robert Hoffman's punch program. None of them did. I was soaked through by the time the Pied Piper officers led me back to the facility's entrance. Every other minute, the Pied Piper officers shoved me to make me pick up my pace. My stomach lurched upon entering the elevator, which, hours before, I had hoped I would never have to see again. The descent downward towards the third floor was painfully real. It was cold, made worse because every inch of me was dripping wet. I shivered, facing the floor. We reached the third floor. After going through the checkpoint, where a meter device was put back onto my wrist, I was marched back to B6. Christopher and Reese were sitting atop their bunks, bleary-eyed, having woken up a little to see who might be approaching their block. Neither Reese nor Christopher spoke as Officer Freeman gave me one last shove into B6, then promptly left with his fellow officers. Too numb to care about how drenched I was, I moved over to my bunk and lay down. Despite the wounds at my shoulder and gut stinging and aching, I managed to sink into a kind of sleepy mode of thought, though true sleep proved impossible given the thoughts circling endlessly inside my head. The following morning, I eased myself up to a sitting position, aware of the clingy, damp fabric of the overalls I was wearing. Achoo! I sneezed, wiping my nose, which felt runny. Great, I thought, I've caught a cold. Burgess? Said a voice. It was Reese. Yeah, I said, tiredly. Reese, who was already off his bunk, squatted down beside mine, looking concerned. We asked you last night about Blaine, but you seemed tired. Maybe you didn't hear us? He said. I vaguely remembered Reese having asked something, but I had been too deep in my own thoughts and on the verge of sleep to respond. Well, said Reese, where is he? What happened? You know Robert Hoffman? I said. Reese nodded. I spotted Christopher beyond Reese, sitting with his arms wrapped around one knee. I told Reese and Christopher a casual gist of what had happened at the special dinner. I didn't particularly care what either of them thought, but I felt the need to tell someone else about it. So you're the only one who decided not to be a part of it? Said Reese. I nodded. Reese offered me his hand to shake and said, Good job sticking it to them. Ignoring Reese's offered hand, I got up from my bunk and walked to the doorway. You know, said Reese, his words sour from my refusal to shake his hand, maybe you should have joined the punch program. Oh yeah, I said, looking out to the empty white corridor. You're just sitting around waiting for the officers at this facility to make their move, said Reese. If you're not going to do something about being stuck here, then you might as well have taken up Robert's offer. I guess I got sick of compromising, I said. It's how I ended up here in the first place. You might not agree with what we believe in, said Reese, before I cut him off. What was that again? I said. Our powers are a privilege, said Reese. A privilege which will give us the means to change the world, to make progress towards an inclusive future for everyone. Huh, I said. I wonder why Robert didn't choose you two for his program? You'd fit right in. I can tell you why, said Christopher, speaking up from behind Reese. We don't have to listen to some old bastard telling us how the world should be. We're the next generation, so we'll decide what future we want to make for ourselves. I shook my head a little and grinned mirthlessly and said, How do you find the energy to care? It's called having empathy, said Christopher. You should try it sometime. Yeah, I said, dismissively. Maybe I should. I recognized Mike's voice on the speakerphones dotted throughout the third floor. B-block mice. Make your way to the cafeteria for breakfast. This announcement was repeated 3 times. Reese climbed to his feet and stood beside Christopher. They embraced each other in a hug and then, growing longer claws on their newly enlarged hands, they carved onto the wall with their nails. With the sentence written, the pair looked at each other the way professional athletes look at their teammates before a big game. My stomach lurched at the sight of what they had written on the wall. They started to leave the block, but I stood in their way, wincing a little from the pain of throwing my hands up. What are you going to do? I said. Keep your mouth shut, said Reese, his eyes feline and yellow. Are you going to say something? Said Christopher. His teeth were fanged, and his face was taking on an increasingly bat-like quality by the second. I won't say anything, I said in a shaky whisper. You better not, said Christopher. Don't get in our way. Both boys' monstrous qualities diminished back to normal a mere moment before a Pied Piper officer came patrolling past the block. The officer stopped to stare at us. "Is there a problem here?" said the officer. For a moment, I considered telling the officer what Reese and Christopher were planning to do. I didn't have a full picture of what they intended, only that it was going to happen very soon. "We're fine," I said. "Just heading to breakfast." "Get moving," said the officer. The officer stood waiting for us to leave our block and followed behind us on the way towards the cafeteria. For a horrible moment, I thought he might spot what Reese and Christopher had written on the wall, which read, "Christopher and Reese were here. Long live the Shadow Revolution." The B-block corridor was already filled with a dozen sleepy-eyed boys shuffling towards the cafeteria. Some of the boys, whom I recognized as being participants in Holly's mindfulness sessions, weren't so sleepy-eyed. Instead, they watched every move Christopher and Reese took like wolves watching their pack leaders. Christopher and Reese were walking a step ahead of me, just out of arm's reach of the Pied Piper officer who had made sure we left B6 on schedule. We reached the end of the B-block corridor and entered the next. A dozen more boys were walking ahead of us, some of whom took glances over their shoulders. The barely disguised looks of anticipation on their faces made it seem painfully obvious they, too, were intending to be a part of Christopher and Reese's Shadow Revolution. The Pied Piper officer leading Christopher, Reese, and me along the corridor came to a sudden stop. He held a finger to the security earpiece at his left ear. "Repeat that," said the officer. After a moment, the officer, before casual in his demeanor, turned quickly to face Christopher, Reese, and me. The officer aimed his machine gun at us and flicked off the safety. We all froze, including the boys ahead of us and behind. There were about 20 boys in the corridor, and just 4 Pied Piper officers who raised their guns upon receiving the same information as the first officer. "You boys want to explain why your heart rates are going through the roof?" said the Pied Piper officer ahead of me. There was maybe a moment or two where Christopher and Reese might have called off their Shadow Revolution. After those 2 moments were up, Christopher and Reese began to transform into their bestial selves. The Pied Piper officers opened fire. I caught a glimpse of the Pied Piper officers' faces, pinched tight as they stood firm against the kicks of their machine guns. I was directly in the firing range of these bullets for a quarter of a second before Reese, already in motion, filled up my field of vision. He was already transformed into his workat form, halfway between his normal human form and the full bestial form Holly and Adam had taken on. I couldn't see the bullets ripping into his chest, but I could see his body shaking violently and strings of blood painting the floor and white corridor wall in lines of red. The bullets cut his feral shriek short in an instant, and he fell lifelessly to the floor. Christopher had lunged at the nearest Pied Piper officer at the same time Reese had. The officer was helpless against Christopher's might, finding himself pinned against the wall and his machine gun wrenched from his grip. For a fraction of a moment, I thought Christopher was going to sink his sharp teeth into the officer's neck. Instead, he yanked the officer closer and then, standing behind him, brought a clawed hand to the officer's throat. More feral shrieks and gunfire fell silent up and down the corridor. Ahead, I saw 2 more boys, transformed into beastly workats, dead on the floor. The other transformed workat boys ahead and behind us, who had set upon the Pied Piper officers nearest them, also had their claws at their particular officer's throat, and had taken possession of their officers' guns. In less than a minute, the commotion all around had come to a stop. Although I hadn't done anything myself, I stood panting, eyes wide, at what I had seen and what I was continuing to see. All 4 Pied Piper officers in the corridor were standing at the mercy of the teenage workat boys who had begun their shadow revolution. "Who's got the gun now, you prick?" yelled one of the teenage boys up ahead before driving the back of the gun into the officer's mouth. "Don't forget their handguns," said Christopher. I hadn't noticed the 2 boys standing close behind me. One of them raced to the officer held captive by Christopher and took the handgun holstered at his thigh. Christopher's eyes lowered to look at Reese, who, still in his half-workat form, was dead. Reese had died with his feline eyes open. "Have you lost your minds?" said the officer at Christopher's mercy. Christopher dug his claws deeper into the officer's throat, causing blood to leak in red lines. "Speak up again, and I'll rip your throat out," said Christopher, the feral tone to his voice making his threat all the more menacing. The officer, heeding the warning, stayed quiet. Alarms began to blare out across the third floor, and the lights within the corridor turned red. "What now?" shouted one of the boys. He, like the 15 or so boys that had taken part in the revolution, was also in a monstrous, half-feline form. Christopher hesitated his answer, then said, "We stick to the plan. Let's go." Christopher kept his grip on the Pied Piper officer's throat, forcing him to walk backwards. The other transformed boys kept pace, keeping their guns raised and a frantic lookout for any more Pied Piper officers. The boys who had been caught completely off guard by what had just happened stood wide-eyed and afraid in the halls. Some started to follow after the transformed workat boys down the corridor in the direction of the cafeteria, while the rest remained at the doorways to their blocks. I continued along the corridor with Christopher and the rest moving that way. Christopher reached the end of the corridor and met with the other transformed boys who also had newly acquired guns and Pied Piper officers at their mercy. Seeing this was like looking at some upside-down version of reality where animal people hunted humans for sport, and each frightened officer was their prize. It was all the more surreal by the way they were all bathed in red light, like a vision of some hellish reality. "Keep moving!" shouted Christopher over the sound of the wailing sirens. Christopher, followed by the transformed boys, had begun to move off towards the cafeteria, but stopped when he saw I wasn't following. His shiny black eyes, tinged with red, followed me as I moved to the left of the corridor towards A block, instead of right towards the cafeteria, where all the Shadow Revolution workat boys were headed with their Pied Piper officer captives and the additional stragglers. I raised my hands, painfully thanks to my wounds, in an effort to make it clear I had no intention of getting in the way of his revolution. "Good luck," said Christopher, his voice tinged with a bat-like screech. He turned away and continued along with the other workat boys towards the cafeteria. As soon as Christopher's back was turned, I broke into a sprint. I needed to get to A block. Fast. If my guess was right, we had mere minutes, if that, before the entirety of the third floor was filled with the poisonous gas from the canisters inside the walls. I could only hope Sophie hadn't lied about a way out of the facility. 52. Flutes. The sound of feral growls and gunfire sprang up over and over again. The sirens continued to wail, and lights bathed the corridors in red. I ran as fast as I could without going into the coiled state. The wounds on my stomach and right shoulder delivered sharp, stabbing pains after each one of my footfalls landed. I bounded to the end of the corridor and turned sharply into A block, coming to a hard stop. 3 bodies of workat girls lay dead on the ground, riddled with bullet holes. Deeper into the corridor, I saw there were also 2 dead Pied Piper officers, their bodies mangled and torn apart where they lay strewn several paces away from the dead workat girls. The blood, which was all over the floor, the bullet-ridden walls, and the dead bodies, glistened like red-tinged oil. There was an acrid, smoky smell, which I feared for a moment might be the oncoming of the deadly gas contained within the walls, before I realized it was the aftermath of all the machine gun firing. Up ahead, for workat girls had a single Pied Piper officer at their mercy. From the way they were holding the female officer, I thought I was about to witness them tearing the officer's arms from their sockets. Instead, one of the workat girls took the officer's machine gun, and another girl took the handgun. I had come to know many of the faces of the teenagers at the facility, though not many of their names. Even if I did know their names, I doubted I would have been able to tell them apart in their workat states. What I could make out was their silhouettes. Their long hair, their feline ears, their claws, and most notably, their bright yellow eyes within the red-veiled world, which fixed on me as soon as I came to a stop. I wasn't sure if I could hear an unpleasant feline hissing coming from the workat girls, but it seemed they still had enough presence of mind not to see me as an enemy. Something gripped my elbow and yanked hard. I gave a cry of fright and turned to see a familiar face. It was the Scottish young man who had provoked Holly's wrath during her mindfulness session. The young man was panting, wide-eyed, and sweating. "What's going on?" he shouted, over the sound of the siren. "They're staging a breakout," I shouted back. Hearing this, the young man put his hands to his head and rear-kicked the wall. "They're gonna kill us," he shouted, They're gonna kill us. I assumed he meant the Pied Piper officers only, but wasn't sure. I grabbed his shoulder. What's your name? I shouted. For a moment, he just looked at me with wide, hopeless eyes. Walter, he said. Walter, I shouted. Do you know a girl named Sophie? Nah, he said, shaking his head. I've got to find her, I shouted. She might know a way out of here. Okay, Walter shouted. I gestured behind me, spotting the 4 workat girls marching the Pied Piper officer at their mercy our way. I'll check for her here, I said. If she's not here, then we'll try outside the exercise area, all right? Walter nodded. I turned about and stayed close to the left side wall. Walter did the same. The workat girls looked even more menacing up close. One of them was bleeding from a bullet wound on her right shoulder. It was almost comical the way Walter and I held our hands up to show we didn't mean them any harm. After the workat girls passed us by, we continued down A block. What I saw made my stomach tie up in knots. There weren't just dead bodies of workat girls in A block. The Pied Piper officers had started to murder the other girls in A block, too. There were at least 2 dead bodies per block on either side. Girls who had lives, families, friends, futures, but no longer. By the time we reached the end of the corridor, I was sure none of the dead bodies belonged to Sophie. Before I could hope to stop it, burning vomit shot up in my throat. I lurched over and spat it out, fighting desperately to breathe. My eyes bulged, and I felt trapped in the damp overalls and plimsolls I was wearing, wanting nothing more than to strip out of the clothes and be free. The siren continued to blare, and the red lights added to the dizzying nightmarishness of everything happening around me. I felt Walter's hand on my back. Come on, Burgess, he shouted. We can't stay here. I spat the last of the vomit from my mouth and wiped my lips clean with my forearm. I moved along the corridor in the direction of the cafeteria, which we would need to cut through to get to the exercise area. We needed to go there in particular because that was where Sophie had said she thought the hidden exit out of the 3rd floor was located. After passing down a short corridor, we moved into the next corridor and saw a large throng of teenagers at the far end, where the cafeteria was. The 4 workat girls and the Pied Piper officer at their mercy moved through the throng, which parted for them. Maybe there's another way, shouted Walter. We don't want to get involved with this. She might be here, I shouted. We could go the long way, but we don't have time to waste. Come with me, I shouted. The fear I felt because of everything that was happening around us soaked into every one of my words. I, shouted Walter. He patted my left shoulder, and then together we hurried towards the cafeteria. When we reached the cafeteria entrance, it seemed like nearly all the teenagers at the facility, those who hadn't been murdered at least, were gathered inside. The tables had been pushed together and had become a stage of sorts for Christopher and all of the other shadow revolutionaries, all of whom were in their half-workat states, with Christopher as the one worbat exception, and half their number in possession of a gun, standing proudly together. The 4 workat girls were standing on the makeshift stage and were forcing a Pied Piper officer to her knees, to join the dozen other Pied Piper officers already grouped on their knees too. The teenagers not standing atop the tables watched on from all around the cafeteria, most frightened but also in awe of the spectacle before them. Worbat Christopher was standing triumphantly in the middle of them all. All at once, the sirens stopped and the red lights died out, bathing the entirety of the cafeteria and the adjoining corridors in pitch darkness. It was so dark that not even the yellow eyes of the workats were visible. I was about to use my power to bulb up, but after a few seconds, the normal fluorescent lights returned. The hard part is over, yelled Christopher. The workats all around him threw up fists and gave cries of triumph. Now we have these hostages. We'll negotiate our terms, Christopher yelled, gesturing to the captured Pied Piper officers. I noticed one of the officers was missing an ear, and another had an eye that was bloody and swollen shut. The rest were in similar bloody states. Another wave of triumphant cries from the workats filled the cafeteria. The speakerphones dotted throughout the 3rd floor suddenly crackled, and then a familiar voice boomed from them. There won't be any negotiations, said a cold voice belonging to Officer Freeman. Christopher brought his clawed hands to the Pied Piper officer who was kneeling in front of him, the one he had disarmed in front of me, and had gunned down Reese. Christopher dug his sharp claws into the officer's face and then yanked hard, shredding the officer's head apart, revealing bone and sinew beneath. The dead officer slumped forward in a pulpy mess of blood. Screams from the terrified teenagers, like screeching mice, filled the cafeteria. I could smell the sweat and blood in the air, and the heat of so many bodies crammed tightly into one space. I watched on, in dumb shock at what I was witnessing. "We're going to negotiate how you're going to let us out of here, or we'll kill every one of your officers," Christopher yelled, his 8-ball black eyes aimed at the ceiling as if speaking to a higher power. A long pause followed. Christopher's shiny black eyes searched the ceiling in expectation of Officer Freeman's answer. When Officer Freeman's voice returned, it came with a tinge of mirth in it. "The officers knew the risks when they signed up," he said. The revolutionary workat's sense of triumph gave way to a growing unease. Their yellow eyes searched among each other for an answer for what to do next, and in hope that all they had done to get to this point wasn't for nothing. The solemn faces of the captured Pied Piper officers told me everything I needed to know. They knew there wouldn't be any help coming for them. They knew they were as good as dead, if not by the hands of the workats, but at the retribution Officer Freeman had in store for everyone trapped on the 3rd floor. Officer Freeman's voice returned with yet more glee. "If I wanted to, I could press a button right now which would fill every inch of the 3rd floor with a toxic gas that'll burn the skin off your bones," he said. Silence lingered in the wake of this confirming of what Sophie had already revealed to me, but was news to all of the workats and mice at the facility, and Werbat Christopher in particular. "My finger is on the button as we speak," said Officer Freeman, sadistically. "All I need to do is give a little push." The cafeteria erupted with screams begging Officer Freeman not to push the button. It was then that I saw the workats standing atop the table start to convulse, just like how Adam and Holly had convulsed, holding their heads, struggling to keep their minds from giving way to the beast trying to get out. The whines and grumbles of around 20 workats were starting to build. The oppressive nightmare, the bleak hopelessness of their situation, was driving them all to lose control. "Oh no," I muttered, feeling my legs turn to jelly. "Burgess," said a familiar voice to my left. It was Sophie. She was sweating profusely and had just taken hold of my left elbow. My heart leapt with joy at the one person who promised a semblance of hope in this hell. "We need to go," she said. "You know where it is?" I said, as if not really believing her. "I think so," she said. "But we need to go now." The nightmarish, ear-piercing shrieks of the transforming workat beasts began to fill the cafeteria like an orchestra of broken violins. "To the brothers and sisters we are losing today," said Officer Freeman, "Chellam will honor your memory." I was about to run off with Sophie and Walter, but I had the presence of mind to remember all the other teenagers around me. Those who were still alive, who still might be able to return home to their families. "Follow us," I shouted to any of the teenagers standing around that might be able to hear above the growing shrieks of the workats. Some of the teenagers started to draw closer towards Sophie, Walter, and me. It was then I spotted Christopher, the only one of the revolutionaries not to have lost control yet, pitifully shouting to get his would-be shadow revolutionaries to hold onto their sanity. It was obvious, however, they were all too far gone to pay his desperate words any attention. It was then, to finish off the sick enjoyment Officer Freeman must have had from our peril, classical flute music began to play from the 3rd floor speakers. 53. Carnage. The only advantage we had in this situation was that the massacre taking place was ahead of us, and not behind. The visual stimuli of around 20 hulking workats shrieking and roaring and descending upon each other had all the chaotic violence of a thunderstorm. The workats had lost their minds the same way Holly and Adam had. This also meant all of the would-be revolutionaries were that much bigger, broader, furred, and ferocious. Each newly transformed workat beast was either fighting with another of their kind, mauling, tumbling, biting, and clawing in their madness, or they were in the midst of attacking the unchanged teenage mice who hadn't intended any part of the Shadow Revolution. I found myself rooted in place, staring in numbed awe as one of the girls turned workat beast, looking to be some kind of hulking tiger workat, bounded down from the table stage and onto the back of one of the fleeing mice. The tiger cat beast pulled apart the back muscle, sinew, and spine of the helpless teenager pinned down under their hulking legs, the way a child rips apart the wrapping of a birthday present. This was just one moment of sheer horror amid all of the carnage flourishing in the cafeteria. Can't save them, I thought, not without being slaughtered ourselves. Got to escape. Got to get away. The exercise area, Sophie shouted above the sound of the carnage and the classical flute music playing from the speakers. It was then the Christopher Werbat, a tall, hulking, winged Werbat monster to the same monstrous degree Adam and Holly had become when they lost control, emerged at the end of the corridor at the cafeteria entrance. The speed with which the Christopher Werbat thundered down the corridor in pursuit of us was sickening. The Christopher Werbat's large, shiny black eyes and snarling mouth filled with long, sharp fangs made me pine for the days I was staring down the barrel of a Pied Piper officer's gun. With the seconds I had left, I entered into a power stance and let out a scream. The unlocking sensation felt good for a half instant as my body began to bulk up with muscle, at first enough to enter into the first coiled state, and then into the second. Although I managed this as quickly as I could, the Christopher Werbat was nearly upon the three of us. The Christopher Werbat was close enough that I had no doubt he had seen me, and was completely and utterly intent on making me his next target. The pain in my shoulder and stomach climbed as my muscles bulked up considerably. The stinging was also met with the wet sensation of leaking blood. Bulb up, I thought, willing my arms from my hands to my elbows to build with intense heat. Right away, the hot, golden glow sprang like a glorious beacon from both my arms. The Christopher Werbat would be on me in the next instant. It was now or never. I knew bulbing wouldn't be enough to stop the Christopher Werbat. Because of this, there was more to what I wanted to try with this power. I had toyed with the idea ever since I saw Walter using his power to make his arms vibrate, something which he had combined with a piece of wood he had ripped from the exercise area wall to use as a vibrating stake. Doing this had worked well enough for Walter to drive it clean through the Holly Cougar's muscled throat. I didn't know what kind of inner will I needed to engage with to make the same vibration kick into gear in my arms, or even if it would mix well with being in a coiled-up state in tandem with my arms bulbed up. I merely imagined what I needed on top of everything else and hoped for the best, focusing on the subtle unlocking sensation I had come to know whenever tapping into the power. I wasn't quite prepared for the intensity with which my bulbed arms started to vibrate. My arms became golden blurs, shaking so much I had to concentrate on merely keeping my arms stretched out in front of me, like an extreme version of holding onto a fire hose blasting water at full power. The Christopher Werbat was on me then. Some of his underlying intelligence was at work because he made a sickeningly fluid dive to the side in an effort to avoid my impending attack. But as fast and as smart as he was, there was no way something as big as the Christopher Werbat could hope to avoid my bulbed and vibrating arms. For a single horrible moment, my bulbed-up, vibrating arms refused to move. But then, after a half-second delay, my intensely hot, vibrating arms moved like a whip towards the Christopher Werbat. The impact of my combined fists against the monster skull was immense. It wasn't just a momentary burning, the way it had happened when the Holly Cougar's grip had collided with my bulbed hands. This time, thanks to the additional vibration, my arms were carving like a red-hot drill into the fur, flesh, sinew, and bone. The delayed movement made it seem as if there was considerable weight behind the impact of my joint fists slamming sideways into the Christopher Werbat. The Christopher Werbat shrieked in pain, and the smell of burnt flesh, fur, and coppery blood filled the air. The Christopher Werbat staggered and slammed hard into the left side white wall. He wasn't just hit, ready to spring up like the Holly Cougar had done back in the exercise area. The impact of my fists burning and vibrating had done far more than I intended. Somewhat to my horror, I saw that a good chunk of the Christopher Werbat's head was burned away, revealing brain, skull bone, and charred flesh. I snapped out of hyper-focusing on the immediate carnage in front of me and looked up to see that the white corridors leading to the cafeteria were awash with blood. All the teenage mice that had been inside the cafeteria were dead. The majority of the Wercat Shadow revolutionaries, lions, cougars, tigers, panthers, and more big cat breeds, were in the midst of unraveling themselves from the dripping blood, guts, and other human remains. Then, all at once, the eyes of all the Wercat Shadow revolutionaries locked onto Sophie, Walter, and me. "That's me gone," Walter shouted. I turned around. Sophie, who had been looking beyond me, turned and made a break for it too. I removed the bulbing and vibrating from my arms, since it was impossible to move my legs with both in effect. I raced after them, doing my best to ignore the open wounds at my gut and shoulder from the popped stitches, and the ever-spreading warm blood dampening the insides of my overalls. Understandably, Sophie and Walter ran fast enough to make me worry they would leave me behind if I were to trip and fall. The flute music abruptly stopped, leaving just the hampered breathing and footfalls from the three of us hurrying along the corridor. I wasn't sure if the workats were giving chase. I didn't dare to look back for fear of seeing one in the midst of descending upon me with ferocious fury in their eyes. Walter barreled along, sticking close to Sophie. I caught him looking over his shoulder, first at me, then beyond. His eyes widened in a way that made my heart sink. The sound of the workats was getting louder, their thumping footfalls and scratching clawed hands landing in rapidly rhythmic repetition on the corridor floor. And they were gaining on us much faster than we could run. We turned the corridor, taking a hard right. We lost precious seconds due to our plimsolls struggling to keep traction on the smooth floor. Like a train soon to emerge from a tunnel, the sound of the workats was building to a horrifying cacophony. Up ahead, a familiar face wandered into view, moving with an aimless gait. It was Daniel, whom I had last seen serving drinks and taking orders at Robert Hoffman's special dinner. Whilst we ran full tilt towards him, he remained standing where he was with much of his face obscured by his long head of mosh pit metalhead hair. As we drew closer to Daniel, his outline appeared to be burning, with wisps of smoke rising from the overalls that were floating off him like burning embers. Sophie and Walter ran straight past him. My plimsolls squeaked as I came to a barreling stop in front of Daniel. Up close, it was easier to see nearly all of his body from the neck down was bulbing with intense golden heat. "Daniel!" I shouted. "We have to go now. Come with us." Daniel's eyes were as wide as they could go and full of fear. "No, no, no, I can't!" he shrieked in a mad frenzy. The clouder of workats was right behind us. "No more time." "I'm sorry," I yelled, and I ran full tilt after Sophie and Walter. They were much further ahead of me and had taken a right turn into another corridor. This was, in its own way, extremely horrifying for the sheer fact that I knew if I lost track of them in the third floor's maze of corridors, I would be dead before I could find them again. The workats' fierce growls and shrieks, the scraping of their sharp claws, and the hulking masses of their huge furred bodies colliding and reorienting within the cramped corridor confines had reached the spot where I had stood with Daniel. I dared to look back as I ran and saw Daniel's entire body glowing bright gold, like an exploding bomb frozen in time. His terrified scream sounded otherworldly. The workats piled upon him, reminding me of my days trying and failing to play rugby, with all of the much larger, better rugby players very much enjoying trying to flatten me into a pancake during practice. I ran using every ounce of the coiled state I could muster, my enlarged muscles propelling me along the corridor at a pace and speed that continued to amaze me despite my terror. My plimsolls sprang away from my feet as I made a hard right at the end of the corridor. The white walls were an unraveling blur, made dizzying thanks to the fluorescent lights whipping by in a haze above my head. Finally, I reached the end of the corridor, making one last right turn, and found myself nearing the exercise area entrance. There was no sign of Sophie or Walter besides the exercise area's double doors being open. I passed beyond the double doors and came at last to the exercise area proper. Sophie and Walter were standing together on the far side by the left-hand wall. The relief at seeing they hadn't escaped without me was indescribable. "Where's the exit?" I said breathlessly when I reached them. I looked over my shoulder, expecting to see the workats charging inside in the next instant. Sophie and Walter were red-faced and breathing heavily. "It's here, I think," said Sophie, between hard, panicked breaths. She gestured to the wall ahead of us. All I could see was the strip of drab wall, the same as the rest of the huge exercise area. "We need to break through," she said. "It's not concrete, so we should be able to." "But how?" said Walter. "Remember how Blaine created bones over his arms?" I said. "Aye," said Walter. "If we all do that, then vibrate, we might get through," I said. The sound of the workats was close enough that we could hear them from within the exercise area. "I don't know what you're talking about," Sophie shouted. "Watch," I shouted. Although I had no idea if I even could create the hard bone over my own arms, there wasn't any time for second-guessing. Solid bone, I thought, demanding the power to work. Solid bone. Solid bone. After an excruciating delay, I felt the uncanny feeling of hard bone emerging over my forearms and hands, bursting away what little remaining shreds of overall sleeve fabric that had survived my previous bulbing and vibrating combo. "Okay, I get it," said Sophie. Both Sophie and Walter matched what I had done with the power, creating solid bone-like gloves over their hands and forearms. "Thanks, Blaine," I thought. "Now against day wall," Walter shouted, urging us on. Our solid bone-covered hands each clacked like coconuts against the exercise area wall. "On 3. Vibrate," Sophie shouted. As she did, the sound of building chaos started beyond the exercise area doors. I spotted the shadows of the nearing workats as well as a bright, glowing gold light which must have belonged to Daniel. "Okay, forget that, just go," Sophie shouted instead. Our solid bone-covered limbs each began to vibrate like powerful drills. The noise was immense and like a dinner bell for the workats. In just under a minute of our combined drilling efforts, we carved a hole in the wall. Each of us was covered in bits of wall plaster and similar debris. We all stopped vibrating our arms, and in the silence that followed, a different and deeply unsettling noise filled the air. It was the sound of hissing gas. Far off, at the exercise area entrance, the corridor was filling up with a pale yellow gas. Sophie screamed and began to sob from the sheer fear that gripped not just her, but all 3 of us. A dozen workats emerged at the exercise area entrance, but not as we had seen them before. The flesh was melting off their bodies, and they were thrashing and clawing and choking for relief that would never come. Sophie was the first to get through the hole we had made in the wall. Walter looked to me, as if to judge if it was going to be him or me to go next. After seeing in those precious nanoseconds that I was willing to wait, Walter went through the hole next, practically diving through. Only one of the workats which had entered the exercise area was still standing where the rest had collapsed into melting gore. This workat was charging towards us. Walter cleared the hole and I dove into it. Just as I began to fear that it would take me far too long to scramble through, Sophie and Walter's hands, no longer fixed with solid bone, gripped my overalls at the collar and yanked me through. And not a moment too soon, because the hulking workat of a tiger species dove her head and shoulders into the hole right after me. Screams erupted from Sophie, Walter, and me. The war-tiger girl that had attempted to climb through, however, had ceased to move a moment later. But she had, in her attempt to fit through the hole we had made, also blocked it. Then silence and darkness and a sensation of being in a place of trapped air. Understanding the need for light, I bulbed my left hand, bringing golden light to the confined space. I heard Sophie gasp. The dead face of the war-tiger girl was right in front of us. The gas had eaten away much of the flesh of the left side of her face. Perhaps without meaning to, though she would never know it, the girl who had become the war-tiger had inadvertently saved our lives. In the silence that followed, all Sophie, Walter, and I could manage was trembling in the dark in shock from everything we had just experienced. Due to the sheer panic that gripped me then, seconds felt like minutes, and minutes like seconds. Although none of us were any less afraid, our rapid breathing eased enough for us to think about whatever had to come next if we were to continue with our escape. The 3 of us turned our frazzled minds to a nearby metal railing. Before the 3 of us was a narrow concrete staircase that led down into darker depths. There was also another identical staircase promising a way up. "Which way?" said Walter. "Down," said Sophie. "But do we know if there's even a way out down there?" said Walter. "How did you know this was all even here?" "I'll explain once we're away from here and away from that gas," said Sophie. "If we go down, there's a good chance we'll go into the really deep level that's beneath this facility. We might be able to find a way out down there. This place is built close to a reservoir, so there's likely some kind of waterways leading out. We can't risk going down there and getting trapped," said Walter. "We can't go up," I said in a trembling, adrenaline-shot voice. Officer Freeman and the Pied Piper officers are on the upper floors. If we go up, even if we get to the surface, we'll still be who knows where, and they'll be right behind us. It's Whittier Gorge, said Sophie. We're in England. Please, said Sophie, sniffling from the tears she had cried before. Our best hope is going down. Walter grunted and kicked some of the debris with his foot, which clacked its way down the dark stairs before us. Okay, said Walter. Let's get going then. And with that, the three of us, after taking a moment to steel our courage, eased down into the darkness. 54. A sudden click. With my gold-glowing arm raised above my head, we had just enough light to see where we were going down the concrete steps. Walter cursed under his breath, which caused Sophie to give a cry of fright and me to almost jump out of my skin. What? Said Sophie, as if dreading whatever Walter might say next. I moved my arm above Sophie and Walter more to see them better. Sophie's face was slick with sweat, and her hair clung to her forehead. All things considered, she seemed to be handling the situation well. Walter was sweating too, breathing heavily, and looking down at the meter device on his wrist. Our meter devices. We can't keep 'em on, said Walter. I bet you're there listening in on what we're saying. Without hesitating, Sophie took off her meter device and placed it in the palm of my bulbed left hand. This took me by surprise for a moment before I felt the meter device sizzle and burn up in my grip. The heat coming from my hand wasn't going to be enough to do the job, since I was focusing more on light than heat. I amped up the heat some more and squeezed the meter device, burning it up until I was sure it was unusable. I let the pieces drop to the floor, feeling some of the debris land atop my bare feet. Could you? I said, holding my right arm out to Sophie. Yeah, she said, and she took my meter device off for me. Sophie put my meter device into my palm, and I burned it and let the charred remains fall to the stairs. Walter held his meter device closer to my bulbed left hand. He had managed to pry the meter device open, showing its inner workings. The meter was showing a steady red, as if the Pied Pipers had set it to red as one last way to mock us all before releasing the gas. The red light blinked out, and Walter closed the back of the device. It's off, said Walter. I wanna hold on to this, keep some proof of what's gone on here. Are you sure it's off? I whispered. If it's not, they'll be able to hear everything we say. It's off, said Walter. Don't worry yourself, I know my electronics. Walter closed the meter device and put it back on his wrist. Can we get moving, please? Said Sophie. She hugged herself in the dark. It was getting colder now that we were away from the mayhem on the third floor. Together, with Sophie leading the way, and me in the middle, we headed down yet more steps. We're doing it, I thought, we're really doing it, we might just make it out of here somehow. It was a thin, desperate hope to cling to. For all we knew, the stairs would lead to a dead end, and we would be trapped, no better than fish in a barrel for the Pied Piper officers to come find us. And the gas, I thought. Even several flights of stairs down from the third floor, I didn't feel safe from it, because I highly doubted the Tiger Girl's body was going to make the hole airtight. After several more flights of stairs, we came across a set of double doors. It was clear enough where it led because it was labeled on the door itself. Level 4. We all looked at each other. I know what's beyond there, I said. It's just a medical ward and some holding cells. Could there be anything useful? Said Walter. Like what? I said. First aid, said Sophie, gesturing to the blood on my overalls. It can wait, I said. I'll try and use my power to heal when we're away from here. Said Walter. I'm all fair health and safety, but we ain't got time to waste. Wait, I said after thinking it over. What if there are mice stuck in the holding cells? Or strapped down on the beds? We can't leave them trapped here. But there could be Piper officers in there, said Walter. I know, I said. A part of me wanted to offer Sophie and Walter to continue their escape without me whilst I checked the fourth floor, but I was simply too afraid of being left behind to speak up. Okay, all right, let's just check it and be gone, said Walter. He moved to the fourth floor door. Wait, said Sophie. We might not have to go in there to check, she said. Sophie pointed to her ears, which became elf-like. What do you mean? Said Walter. Sophie shushed him. She's cranked her hearing, I whispered to Walter. "Oh, I," said Walter softly. First Sophie, then Walter, and I heightened our hearing to listen to what lay on the fourth floor. There was a lot of interfering noise. The sound of plumbing and machinery boops and beeps, but not a single human breath or any other sign of life. I strained my hearing to the point I could hear our heartbeats like huge drums, on top of some less flattering sounds like stomach squelches. Finally, we each reduced our hearing back to normal levels. "Nothing," said Walter. "Yeah, nothing," I said. "Well, at least we know," said Sophie. "We could still go on and get you some first aid, Burgess?" "No, it's fine, really," I said. "We need to keep going." Sophie stopped to think for a moment before nodding in agreement. Together, we headed down the next flight of stairs. None of us needed heightened hearing to pick up the sounds of chaos coming from beyond the fifth-floor double doors. Instead, the three of us slowly approached the fifth-floor double doors and listened. "How were we to know they would riot?" shouted a familiar voice. It was Mike. "That's not important," shouted a second man whose voice was also vaguely familiar. "You need to help me put the specimen back." "Me?" Mike shouted. "I'm not touching that thing. Why is this thing even out of its tank in the first place?" "It was scheduled for Robert's new project," shouted the second man beyond the door. Listen. You're not understanding. We're dead if we don't get these mice back into their tanks right now. Now shut up and help me." The realization that there were mice beyond the door, that needed our help, dawned on Sophie, Walter, and me. I pushed down the handle and the three of us rushed inside. Mike, who was red-faced and looking at his wits' end, was standing across from whom I recognized as Dr. Abdullah. Both men were standing within a huge laboratory bathed in soft blue light coming from huge cylindrical tanks lined along the right-hand wall. "Kids?" said Mike. Took me a moment to realize he was talking to the three of us. "Forget them," Dr. Abdullah shouted. Mike had an utterly gormless look on his face. He looked down at what lay between him and Dr. Abdullah. On an operating table lay a huge, skinless creature about the size of a grizzly bear. Despite the exposed tendons, the majority of the thing on the operating table was in the shape of someone I recognized. It was Adam in his Adam lion form, only without any skin. But that wasn't all. There was a second mass that looked crudely joined to the Adam lion corpse. If I hadn't already been through so much in so short an amount of time, I would have vomited at what I saw. Instead, as if I were a passenger in my own body, I saw that it was George, from the waist up, that was fused to the Adam lion corpse body. Half of George's head was faceless, like he had been when he had turned into that many-eyed creature. The faceless half of his head looked to have been blown apart and then stitched back into a demented shape. The other side of his face was distinctly and unmistakably George's, looking bloodless and pale as if he were a corpse soon to be laid to rest. The rest of his scrawny body was covered in the same orb-like eyes, which were all closed. Dr. Abdullah continued to pay Sophie, Walter, and me no mind. He slung a long leather strap to the Adam-George amalgamation's skinless, Werlion left arm and frantically started on preparing the next strap. Above the operating table lay a hoist system, without which there was zero chance of lifting such a massive corpse. Mike's attention, however, was fully on the three of us, and me in particular. "I didn't want any of this," said Mike. "They didn't tell me what I was getting into." "Shut up and help me," Dr. Abdullah shouted. "Can he be helped?" I said, in a detached tone. The question went unanswered. Instead, Mike just looked as if he were contemplating every single one of his life choices that had led to the present moment. It was a feeling I knew all too well. I doubted my best friend back home would believe just how right he had been to avoid the evacuation. I had to come to a decision. Was it worth staying and trying to help what twisted form remained of Adam and George? Or was making Sophie, Walter, and my own escape from the facility the priority? "Burgess," said Sophie, beside me. "Please, let's go." Let's," said Walter in agreement. It was then that Mike, his teeth gritted, and with a mad look in his eyes, lunged to a nearby table and snatched something up. A sudden click followed as he pulled back the hammer of the handgun he was now holding. The three of us froze. We might have had access to all sorts of emerging superpowers, but none yet that would let us tank a bullet to the head. "I didn't want this," said Mike. "I'm sorry." "Please, Mike," I began to say, but it was then that Mike brought the gun to his temple. "Wait!" I shouted. Sophie screamed just as the gun fired, and Mike collapsed to the ground with a deathly thud. Dr. Abdullah broke into a mad flurry of curses. And then, after becoming stock still, he looked to the three of us. "Help me," he said. "The anesthetics." What Dr. Abdullah was going to say beyond this, I would never know, because there came a sudden, wet, crunching sound. The Adam George Amalgamation's hulking left arm had driven deep into Dr. Abdullah's stomach to the point that the huge, blood-coated claws reached the other side. Dr. Abdullah shrieked in agony as life returned to the Adam George Amalgamation that rose from the operating table with uncanny grace despite its size. A nightmarish lion's grumble rose out of the Adam George Amalgamation's throat. And I could see the many eyes on the smaller George body were all open and, to my horror, were trained on Sophie, Walter, and me. While still holding the impaled and dying Dr. Abdullah off the ground, the Adam George Amalgamation's lion head turned slowly to the three of us. Its face was set with primal rage, its lidless eyes staring, and its skinless upper lip pulling back in a snarl. I only became aware that Sophie and Walter had already fled the fifth-floor laboratory a moment later. What notion I had of staying in the laboratory on the thin hope I might be able to find a way to help Adam or George gave out, along with all of my courage. I turned and raced as fast as my legs would carry me out of the fifth floor the way we had entered. 55. Silence and darkness. I bulbed my left hand to give light to our frantic escape from the fifth floor. I didn't care about the rough concrete steps pounding against my bare feet or the ever-increasing cold that clung to me. I just needed to create as much distance between me and the Adam George Amalgamation as possible, to say nothing of the still looming threat of the Pied Pipers and the lethal gas. I could feel Sophie and Walter close to me, both moving with the same urgency. We came at last to the sixth and seemingly final floor. Several paces ahead of us lay a stone-arched passageway. The golden light from my bulbed left hand brought out the dark bronze tinge to the stone structure. "Is this it?" I said. Sophie took several steps forward. She moved to the right side wall and ran her hand across it, then followed the wall around as much as she could. "It looks like it's the only way," she said. "Where does it go?" said Walter. There was a strained desperation in his voice. "I was told there was an underground complex," Sophie whispered. "Who told you that?" said Walter. "An officer," said Sophie. "I was trying to talk an officer into getting me out of here, but he was just wasting my time. But he told me some things before he was reassigned." Sophie stopped to catch her breath, then said, "He said that this facility was built on top of a huge underground complex. He said." Sophie trailed off. She was so panicked that she was struggling to catch her breath. "There was a complex deep below. Said he wasn't even meant to know about it." "I don't get it," said Walter. "Why build something so far underground? To keep whatever's down there hidden?" I said. There came a sudden roar echoing down from the darkness above. Silence crashed into the space left by the sound a moment later, ringing loudly in my ears. "Look," I said. "It's either up or down at this point anyway." "Down," said Walter. "I ain't going up again." Sophie sucked in a breath and took a few moments to steel her courage. "Okay," she said, more to herself than to us. Since we agreed, I moved to the narrow passage ahead, keeping my bulbed arm raised. Seeing as I was the one lighting the way, I took it upon myself to be the first to enter the passage. The other two followed close behind. Immediately upon entering the passage, it started to curve to the left, but it also started a very gradual slope downward. The trapped air was tinged with a layer of moisture that clung to the passage walls. The sound of lots of dripping joined the sound of our cautious footsteps. "So there might be people down here?" whispered Walter, clearly not liking the sound of that. "I don't think so," whispered Sophie. It sounded more like the project was abandoned. "Why?" I asked. "I don't know," whispered Sophie. "That's everything I know." "So have you two been planning this escape for a while now?" whispered Walter. "Sort of," I whispered. "Sophie's the one to thank for knowing how to get off the third floor." Thank you, Sophie, whispered Walter. Sophie smiled sheepishly. No problem, she whispered. I just wish more of us could have made it out. Whispered Walter. I came to a stop. What's wrong? Whispered Sophie. I felt her hand on my back. It's my chest, I whispered. Injuries from before. I had avoided giving time to the wounds up until this point. I used my free hand to feel at my gut. The stitches had definitely popped, and there was a warm dampness from each of the gashes that had been gouged into my flesh from the holly cougar's claws. I winced as I felt around each wound, and it was then that I made a small discovery. There was a hard, scabby crust over each claw wound. Someone else bulb for a sec, I whispered. Bulb? Said Water. Hand light, I said. Walter raised his hand and, after a few moments of concentration, his hand bulbed just like mine. Whoa, said Walter in amazement. I removed the bulbing from my hand and used the light from Walter to inspect my shoulder wound. It wouldn't have been easy to check on my shoulder wound were it not that the sleeves of my overalls had already been torn and burnt to pieces. I slipped a hand under and felt at the wound at my shoulder, and I could feel where it was also heavily scabbed, perhaps with way more scabbing than would otherwise be normal for so big an injury. It's not bleeding, at least, I whispered. Can I look? Whispered Sophie. Sure, I mumbled. Sophie inspected the same wounds on my stomach and shoulder. It was impossible to ignore the intimacy of the moment. Though how much of that was just in my imagination, I couldn't tell. Sophie eased back. You're right, she whispered. The bleeding stopped, but you still need to heal the rest. Not now, I whispered. We need to keep going. Whispered Walter. What I had noticed was a different kind of mental fatigue. It was something that happened whenever I used the power. Like a migraine, but also as if my willpower were being sapped. Maintaining the bulbing, in particular in hindsight, had felt like a significant drain on my mental fortitude. All right, I said. We'd better keep going. Sophie and Walter nodded in agreement, and the three of us carried on down the narrow passage. We continued along the downward-sloping tunnel-like passage at a walking pace. We could have moved faster, but none of us knew what lay ahead. Things had gotten very quiet in the passage with just the sound of our breathing and our footsteps filling the claustrophobic space, as well as the still constant dripping. It felt great being able to move without the wounds hindering me with every step I took. In a way, it felt as if I had thick plasters over the wounds that provided far less discomfort than the open wounds themselves. I didn't like walking without anything on my feet. The floor was cold, hard, and wet. None of us spoke on the way through the passage. I was tempted several times to try to break the silence, but I reasoned there was also safety in being very quiet. Another reason for our combined silence was that we were waiting for the penny to drop when it came to where the passage ahead lay. It was as if we were trying to prepare ourselves to find a dead end, which would mean our only option would be to turn back. Please don't be a dead end, I thought over and over again, please. At last, the passage leveled out and came to an open end. We exited the passage and entered a large room with a low ceiling. I ventured ahead of Sophie and Walter, aiming my newly bulbed left hand forward a little. The darkness gave way to the light, revealing a very large elevator. One big enough to contain maybe 30 or 40 people. Sophie hurried by me and brought her hands to the metal gate, which prevented us from entering the elevator. For a moment, I thought I might have to break the gate open, but Sophie gave it a hard yank and pulled the gate aside. The rusted shriek of the metal stabbed at my ears. How long has it been since someone was down here? I wondered. Sophie cautiously stepped onto the elevator, perhaps fearing it might give way to the slightest bit of weight put on it. The floor held steady. No, 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 Sophie whined in a way that made my heart sink. What's wrong? I said. There's no power, said Sophie. We can't take this down. But we have to, said Walter. There's got to be a way to turn it on. Hold on, I said. Maybe we don't want to take this down even if we can get it working. The other two looked at me, waiting for an explanation. Took me a moment to find the right words. If we get into the elevator, I said, and we get stuck, then we'll be trapped. For all we know, the Pied Piper officers have control of the elevator. They might even be waiting for us to get in so they can trap us in it. They'd have it powered on if they wanted to do that, said Walter. I don't think they were counting on us making it down here. You're probably right, I said. I just think we should try and find another way. Walter nodded and then raised his bulbed arm and began to search the rest of the chamber. He gave a sudden gasp. Sophie and I flinched. Come here, said Walter, waving us over. Sophie and I hurried to his side. Look, he said, holding his bulbed fist near the wall that was on the same side of the room as the elevator. There was what looked like a hole in the wall starting from the ground. A black metal ladder was peeking out of the hole. Now we're talking, said Walter. He squatted down and brought his fist closer to the hole. The three of us stood close together to peer down the hole in unison. The light from mine and Walter's bulbed hands revealed some of its depths. How far down do you think it goes? Said Sophie. All the way to wherever it goes, said Walter. I bet ya this is an alternative to the elevator should the power go out. I ventured a look over my shoulder at the passage we had come from. The veil of darkness there promised all the horrors which could come after us. The lethal gas, the Pied Piper officers, and especially the Adam George amalgamation. Things had gotten very quiet, which I couldn't decide was a good thing or not. I say we try it, I said. Said Walter. No, wait, said Sophie. Hold on, there might be some other way. We don't have time, Walter said. Let's get to it. Just wait, said Sophie, on the verge of shouting. She hurried around the room, running her hand along the walls as she went. The more she searched, the more she muttered to herself. Sophie, said Walter. Please, said Sophie, her voice quivering. Just give me a moment. She sounded like she was nearing the end of her rope. She stood hugging herself, staring down at the chamber floor. Walter looked at me, and I kept as stoic a face as I could manage. There's no other way, I thought, and she knows that too. I moved closer to Sophie and placed my free hand on her shoulder. Her hand reached up and pressed warmly, softly, and gently down on mine. Sophie closed her eyes and took a slow breath in, followed by a slow breath out. Finally, she opened her eyes. There was no enthusiasm in them, just cold, hard pragmatism. Okay, she said. She gently patted my hand, and I eased it away. All three of us neared the hole with the ladder. Ah, crap, I said. What's wrong? Said Walter. We won't have any light going down, I said. Don't want to burn the ladder. We can feel our way down, said Walter. We'll take it slow. I didn't like the sound of that and would have grumbled a good deal more about how dangerous it was to go barefoot down a ladder to who knows where, but we simply didn't have time to spare. Okay, whatever, I said. Let's do it. I unbulbed my hand and moved to the hole. I didn't like the sensation of clinging to the ladder on the way down, feeling the cold metal rungs against the soft soles of my bare feet. Down we go, said Walter. Down we go, I said back, forcing cheerfulness I didn't feel. Walter, said Sophie. I, said Walter. Can I go next? Said Sophie. After a moment's hesitation, Walter said, Sure. Go on, hen. Thanks, said Sophie gratefully, and she started down the ladder after me. It was nothing short of nightmarish once Walter's bulbed hand went out, bringing us all into complete darkness. I couldn't see my hands in front of my face, nor anything else, except a persistent, encompassing dark. The three of us descended, moving ever more into the darkness below. It looked like a tight climb down before entering the shaft, but within it felt horribly claustrophobic. Worse was the feeling of knowing that, should I slip, there was a potentially vast, unknown plummet below. What did I do to deserve this? I muttered under my breath. Don't you remember? Said Walter, his voice echoing in the confined space. You're partly responsible for 80% of all homicides. Don't forget. I chuckled, perhaps harder than I otherwise would have. He what? Said Sophie, slightly astonished. Sophie's confusion made both Walter and me break into laughter. As we continued down, Walter explained how the evils of men had come up during Holly's mindfulness session. LOL. Sophie's voice echoed in the darkness. LMAO, even. We continued downward, one wet, unseen rung replacing another. Just as I thought there couldn't possibly be any more ladder to go, it just kept on going. Sophie's breathing was becoming rapid, as if she were on the verge of a major panic attack. Yet, despite this, she continued to steadily descend the ladder in the space between Walter and me. The rungs were never-ending. The trapped air took on an added moistness, and soon we were all shivering from the cold. "So, guys," I said, breaking the silence. The others kept moving above me but didn't respond. "Guys," I said. "Yeah," said Sophie meekly. "What's up?" said Walter. "What's the first thing you want to do when we're out of here and back to normal civilization?" I said. The question hung in the air for a moment, with just the sound of our hands and feet causing the ladder rungs to ring in the total darkness. "Oh," said Walter. "I'm going to give my cat a good ol' snuggle." "You have a cat?" said Sophie. "I," said Walter. "Little Jenny. She's a funny one." The way Walter said this made it very easy for me to imagine him saying sweet, cute nothings to his cat. "Your cat is called Jenny?" I said with mirth in my voice. "I," said Walter. "I didn't name her. My ma named her. But Jenny likes me the best." "Oh yeah," I said. "Why's that?" "We have a bond," said Walter. "I don't even like cats, but she's a funny one." "Are you making this up?" I said. Walter just chuckled. Every time I thought there couldn't possibly be more ladder to climb down, there was still way more to go. The air down in the confined shaft the three of us were in was getting colder, and the rungs of the ladder so cold they numbed my hands. I was tempted to heighten my hearing to see if I could hear how close we might be to the bottom of the ladder, but the consistent metallic thumps from the three of us descending the ladder put me off the idea, since I knew I would hear each thump like an explosion. Another part of me simply refused to heighten my hearing for fear that I would perceive a huge body of water below. Something so deep and cold that we wouldn't be able to continue down. Compared to the potential of learning that was the case, I decided to have blind faith that there was a way to freedom somewhere below instead. I lost my concentration for a moment and missed the ladder rung in front of me. My entire body froze up, terrified of entering into freefall. My left hand, which was gripping the higher metal rung, carried the full unexpected weight of my body. The scabbed wounds ached from the tension put on them. With complete and total desperation, I groped blindly for the metal rung in front of me. It seemed like a miracle when my hand finally found the rung. With both hands gripping the rung for dear life, I huffed like a frightened baboon. "Burgess!" cried Sophie. Hearing the fear and desperation in her voice made things even worse. For several desperate moments, all I could do was remain still, telling myself that I had purchase on the ladder and I wasn't falling. The darkness was dizzying. My mind reeled from nearly falling to my death. Gravity seemed to shift all around me. For a mad few seconds, I wasn't sure if I was holding onto the ladder to prevent myself from falling down, or was lying atop it trying not to float away. It was an insane line of thinking, but human beings weren't meant to spend so long in complete darkness under so much stress. The numbness in my aching hands wasn't helping matters either. Most of all, I was afraid of simply letting go. Because of that, as absurd as it sounded, it would at least mean my death and thus an end to the abject terror which gripped me. More than anything, I just wanted the constant dread to stop. "Burgess, please," Sophie begged. More for her sake than my own, I choked out the words, "I'm fine." Talking helped dispel the worst of the terror, but not by much. "I just missed a rung. I've got it. I've got it." I pressed my cheek against the ladder, as if to demonstrate to myself how much I appreciated not having fallen to my death. "Are you good to keep going?" said Walter, sounding as if he were at the bottom of a well. "Yes," I said. "Just give me a sec. They could be right above us." Walter said. "Shut up and give me a minute," I yelled. My voice ricocheted up the shaft, sounding loud even in my own ears. My nerves were raw. My arms, in particular, were trembling from a mixture of the continual tension of needing to hold onto the ladder and the sharp cold. "I'm sorry," said Walter, "but we can't wait." I nodded, feeling my face grimace, the corners of my mouth tugging down as if they were being yanked by fish hooks. I renewed my climb down the ladder. Sophie and Walter immediately did the same. A childish part of me was angry at Walter for urging me on, but another part of me knew that he was right. We had to keep going. The sound of running water through pipes built up until it was a consistent churn all around us in the shaft. Then, much to my dismay, I felt the rush of freezing cold water pouring over my bare feet. I gasped, as if fighting for my final breath. "What?" Both Sophie and Walter yelled in panic. "Watch out!" I yelled to the others. "There's freezing water coming from an opening somewhere." Walter let out a frustrated yell, which was joined by a long whine from Sophie. There was nothing for it. I continued down, and in doing so, it was like lowering myself into an ice bath, something I had only ever seen my former fellow rugby players do, but never myself. It was nearly impossible to catch my breath. The more the water washed over me, the less sure I was of my numbed hands having a firm grip on the ladder. Sophie and Walter asked me several questions, but I could never properly hear them thanks to the water washing over my ears and my own huffing breaths. In that moment, I wasn't sure if it had taken me a matter of seconds or a matter of minutes, perhaps even tens of minutes, to pass beyond the opening where the freezing cold water was pouring out in great abundance. At some point, the water, though showering over me, didn't fall so thickly and instead fell like rain. Sophie and Walter, each in their own turn, suffered the same punishing cold water rushing over them. At some point, we all cleared the water. Its absence, strangely, made me feel warm where I had shivered before. Maybe it was the heat returning to my body or some post-called mood-improving endorphins. There were more openings on the way down, though not quite as big, which, combined, created a kind of constant shower above us. "I love this rain," I sang, having gone a little mad in the dark. "I can't get enough of this rain." "Have ye lost ye mind?" said Walter, but I could hear the amusement in his voice. "La la la la. I love the rain. Rain, rain, rain," I sang. "Silly bastard," said Walter before chuckling a little. "Bring on the rain." Sophie sang all of a sudden, "Bring it on, bring it on, bring it on." "I'm climbing down the ladder," sang Walter, making up his own nonsensical song. "Climbing down the ladder, climbing, climbing, down the ladder." His song, admittedly, was a bit catchier than mine. After a few more repetitions from Walter singing his impromptu ladder song, Sophie and I joined in, leaving all three of us madly singing together in the darkness and the heavy rainwater droplets patting relentlessly down on our heads. "We're climbing down the ladder, climbing down the ladder, climbing, 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 down the ladder." We sang the stupid lines over and over, using the rhythm and fun of singing to fight the constant oppressive and all-encompassing dread and darkness all around us. We kept on singing for a good while before our enthusiasm for it finally died. And then, at last, I felt my foot submerge a little into a thin layer of water, like stepping into a small stream, before touching solid ground. "I think we're at the bottom," I called up. I very carefully searched around with my foot to make sure I hadn't just found some kind of precipice rather than the actual bottom. I felt and heard the splashes around my feet as I let go of the ladder. I groped around in the darkness and found there to be a large opening ahead of me that had to be a passageway. I concentrated on bulbing my left hand and felt the glorious warmth which came with the sudden heat and golden brightness. The shaft filled with light, turning the falling water to golden rain. "Yes!" Sophie cried out, sounding beyond relieved to have finally reached the bottom of the ladder. I moved beyond the opening ahead, which was another stone archway. Sophie and Walter took a few moments to reach the bottom of the shaft. They stepped beyond the passageway, Sophie on my left, Walter emerging at my right. Walter didn't waste any time, bulbing his hand to give himself extra heat too. Sophie remained between us both, sighing from the relief the heat brought. The light from Walter's and my bulbed hands drew attention to what lay in front of us. We all gasped at what we saw. We were high up still, on a stretch of metal grating with a railing in front of us. To our left was a closed railing, leaving us with the only option to go right. Further along the right side of the platform we were on were metal steps that were built against the wall, not too different from a construction site set of metal stairs. The light from our bulbed hands illuminated the metal steps to our right, a short distance before darkness enveloped the rest. But it was the promise of what lay beyond that had made us all gasp. Far below, as if waiting in the darkness just for us, was an entire town. 56. Phantom lights. A myriad of smells of things left to rot and decay in the cold wetness filled the stagnant air. More water, falling in thick droplets, leaked from somewhere high above. "What the heck happened down here?" said Walter. "Well, I think they should call a plumber," I mumbled. The three of us tepidly shuffled down the right side walkway. Our footfalls landed with heavy clangs. As soon as I felt a slight tiredness creeping over my back and shoulders, just by being aware of it, and naturally wishing for it to go away, the tiredness relented. I didn't know for sure, but I imagined Sophie and Walter and I were handling the stress of everything we were going through better than we might otherwise because our bodies weren't begging for us to stop and rest. I was, however, feeling significantly mentally fatigued. Sophie let out a sudden scream, followed quickly by Walter giving a sharp yell of fright. At the same time, my bare left foot stepped on something furred and wriggling. I gasped, aiming my bulbed left hand down to the metal walkway, shining a light on a half-dozen fat rats. My skin crawled at the sight of them fleeing the light. "Sod off," Sophie whined before punting a rat and sending it sailing off the walkway and into the dark below. Walter and I shared a look as if to say, "Did you just see that?" The three of us pressed, penetrating the darkness with the light from our bulbed hands, exposing more of the walkway before us. Sophie had also taken a moment to bulb her hands. The additional warmth radiating from her was welcome, as was the additional light that made me feel a little bit less afraid of the dark. We picked up our pace a little, if only to avoid the rats biting our feet. Sophie and I had lost our plimsolls whilst using our powers above. I doubted Walter's plimsolls were doing him much good, given how sodden they were from the water that had drenched us on our way down the ladder. The walkway came to a stop at the edge of the town, to the right of where we had first seen the town from high above. Large patches of the pathway ahead of us, as well as where we were standing at the end of the walkway, were ankle-deep with icy cold water. We looked about. I had hoped to see a signpost or some obvious way to go. Many of the buildings closest to us were as big as two-story houses. From what we had seen from high up, the buildings got bigger and more elaborate in design the closer one got to the middle of town. We could just make out a road-like pathway between the two closest buildings ahead. The alternative would be to follow the road we were on, left or right, which seemed to wrap around the fringe of the town. "I say we go ahead and to the right," said Walter. "See what's in the middle of town, then carry on till we find a way out." Neither Sophie nor I objected. Walter, having taken charge, led the way. We stepped and splashed in the dark, moving along the pathway ahead. The pathway led into an open space that looked like the public garden entrance to a condominium complex. In the middle of the garden walkway lay what appeared to be a monument made of metal that had severely rusted. The monument depicted what looked like a man with a large domed head. At first glance, the figure reminded me of a robot, because its lidless eyes in particular looked like a pair of yellow crystals. Where the head met the shoulders was sloped, leaving the figure with no neck. Above the figure lay a sign made of metal, and on the sign was a symbol I had seen numerous times in my life. The symbol was of a large letter C. On the left side of the letter were 3 lines, the outermost line being the smallest, with the middle line being slightly larger than the one to the left, and the last line being the tallest of the 3. This staggered series of 3 lines was mirrored opposite the other side of the letter C, creating a vague pyramid shape. "What is it?" said Walter. "It's Chellam," I said. "It's a brotherhood. My dad belongs to one of the lodges." Walter fixed his attention on me. "Your da's got something to do with this?" he said. "No," I said, finding the idea that my dad would have the slightest clue about any of this absurd. "There's Chellam lodges all over the country," I said. "All over the world, actually." "But what is it?" said Walter. I thought back to my childhood and the things I knew from back then. "At my dad's level," I said, "the entry level, it's just an excuse for men to get away from their wives. They have meals and do a bunch of—" I struggled to find the right word. "Rituals, I guess." "What do you mean rituals?" said Walter. "It's Boy Scouts for adults," I said. My dad asked me once if I wanted to join up, but it seemed really lame, so I didn't. But what's it doing down here? Said Walter, gesturing to the monument and the symbol. I don't know, I said. Maybe they funded it. I've heard a little about Chellam, said Sophie. She moved her bulbed hand closer to her face, which, perhaps without her meaning to, gave the same impression as if she were about to tell a spooky campfire story. They're mentioned a lot when it comes to conspiracy theories, she said. You know, people disappearing, human trafficking and serial killers, that sort of thing. And how'd you know that? Said Walter. Sophie looked a little bashful all of a sudden. I read a lot of true crime novels, she said. And, podcasts and stuff. That hardly makes you an expert, does it? Said Walter. I didn't say it did, Sophie snapped back. I found myself staring at the yellow eyes of the metal man looming before us. Thanks to the light from our bulbed hands, I could see myself reflected in the metal man's shimmering eyes. Can we keep moving? I said to the others, having felt a chill run through me, separate from the ever-present cold all around us. Sure, said Walter. He patted my back gently, urging me on. It seemed like an unspoken agreement between the three of us not to go into any of the buildings. Seeing the closed doors and the hazy windows ruined by water decay and long neglect seemed to promise nothing but trouble. We might have to go into one of them, I thought, but not yet if I can help it. You know, said Sophie, breaking the silence as we neared the middle of town. Yeah, I said in a near whisper. This might not be the best time to mention this, she said. But about 170,000 people go missing in England every year. Why on earth do you feel the need to tell us that? I said. Well, she said, I know it sounds morbid, but these people that go missing, they have to go somewhere. That's enough of the, thank you, said Walter, trying to keep his nerve. Okay, sorry, said Sophie. The timing of that little nugget of information played on my mind as we continued on through the dark, not least because it seemed to ring very true to where we were. We knew what the Pied Piper officers were capable of all too well. I hadn't truly considered what forces had brought the Pied Piper's return operation into fruition in the first place. Sure, Parliament had brought the Pied Piper's Return Act into law, as well as the Mice Act, but that had seemed like a response to the spontaneous combustion crisis. A crisis that I had learned all too late was a complete fabrication. The likes of Robert Hoffman had surely been planning the Pied Piper's return operation for a long time. But I thought Robert Hoffman is just one man. That didn't explain an entire town existing beneath the Whittier Gorge Research Facility, nor the sheer number of men and women involved in the Pied Piper's return operation. There had to be something that predated all of it with a goal to bring it all to fruition. We entered a narrow alleyway and more rats skittered by us, some moving the way we had just come from, others scurrying off ahead. None of us liked being closed in within the alleyway, so, without saying a word, we all picked up our pace to get to the other end as quickly as we could. The alleyway opened up to a large open space, which had to be the middle of the town. The buildings, though tall and modern in their design, loomed oppressively over us as we passed them by. It wasn't like the silence back when we were climbing down the impossibly long ladder in total darkness. This silence, in some strange, almost imperceptible way, seemed to give a sense that it was angry. Not for the first time, I felt suddenly very far away from home. Perhaps I felt that distance all the more because the way home was still little more than a vague hope, and far from a certainty. We reached what seemed the true middle of the town, and it was then that I saw a structure ahead of us that didn't immediately make sense. It was too thin to be a building, but too tall and imposing to be some abstract piece of modern art. We moved towards it, since it seemed to be the very centerpiece the town was built around. Not only that, but the water at our ankles seemed to be flowing towards the structure, too. When we were finally close enough to the structure to make out what it was, I immediately wished I hadn't seen it at all, because the sight of it made my stomach tie up in knots. If there was one thing I had gained since the evacuation, it was a greater understanding, not to be confused with an appreciation, of the evil things in the world. Evil, I had discovered, had its own unmistakable aura that, when you saw it, was impossible not to feel a chilling, nihilistic dread grip something deep inside of yourself. The three of us looked over the evil thing ahead of us again and again, as if to make sure we weren't seeing things. I brought the light of my bulbed hand low, checking around the base of the structure. In the ground were large drains that were taking in the steady stream of water passing by our feet. But the drains aren't meant for the water, I thought morbidly. I looked towards the structure again, my eyes resting on the section of sharp metal which reflected the three of us back. It was a guillotine. The three of us just stared at it in dumb disbelief. The significance of such a thing down in the depths of the facility, at the heart of this strange, seemingly abandoned underground town, was beyond anything we were prepared to comprehend. And yet, just to be sure my eyes weren't playing tricks on me, I reached out and touched the guillotine's unyielding polished steel. It held all of the cold that gripped every inch of the underground complex. I checked my fingers, not for cold, but in fear that I might somehow be stained by the evil aura imperceptibly radiating from the thing. Suddenly, dim lights bloomed across the town. Each light was a soft, deep green. At best, it was easier to make out the edges of the buildings at a distance, but little more than that. No sound accompanied the turning on of the lights, but the three of us gasped and looked about frantically for any sign that we were no longer alone. I looked from Walter to Sophie, and then peered across the town, my eyes resting on the green-soaked buildings which haunted the dark like phantoms. "They must be coming down," I whispered to the others. "Why else would they turn the lights on?" Walter whispered. "There's nothing for it. We've got to get out of here." "Maybe there's an exit somewhere on the far side?" whispered Sophie, echoing something Walter had mentioned before. Said Walter. "Okay," I said, nodding profusely, my hands trembling and teeth chattering despite the warmth from our bulbed hands. Our bulbed hands. "Take the lights off," I whispered urgently. "They'll give us away." I unbulbed my left hand first, and the other two quickly followed suit. The darkness which engulfed us in the absence of the light came as a relief rather than something unwanted. A quick turn from how we had felt about the ever-pressing darkness less than a minute ago. "Enhance your eyes and ears," I whispered. Sophie and Walter mumbled agreeingly. I concentrated on willing my eyes to see better in the dark. It took a few moments to find the right unlocking sensation somewhere inside my head, and then the underground complex brightened considerably. It was as if I were looking at the town with night vision goggles. The green of the lights became that much more phantom-like. Again, by heightening my vision, an acute mental strain squeezed my mind. I could see all the way to the far side of town, up to the walkway we had entered from. Incredible, I thought, still in awe at what I could do with my powers. I could tell we had barely scratched the surface of what we were capable of. And still it seemed I had to continually remind myself that using my powers was a possibility, that I was becoming something more than the average person in what I could do. I focused on my hearing next, enhancing my hearing to a much better degree, though not to the powerful levels I had done before. The usual sudden influx of sounds from all around, as if my hearing had been muffled all along, gave a new life even to the dark confines of the dormant town. The dripping water, the skittering rats, the stagnant breath of the air, the buzzing hum from the green lights, Walter and Sophie's stressed breathing. There came a sudden series of clanging noises far off in the distance, barely audible even with my enhanced hearing. I chanced to look at Sophie and Walter, and saw they could hear the clanging noises too. Then all at once we heard a distant splash and a loud crash. I reared my head around to the source of the sound just in time to see a hulking mass emerge from the top of the walkway where the three of us had climbed down from the ladder. It was the Adam-George amalgamation. The three of us could hear the amalgamation's heavy bestial breathing and the sound of its claws scraping against the metal walkway. It lumbered like a gorilla along the walkway, peering into the darkness and listening. I brought a hand to my mouth to hamper my breathing. The amalgamation moved beneath the railing, bending the railing some from beneath with its broad skinless back as it then fell with intention to the town floor below. The sound of it hitting the ground swept through the town, and then silence. Need to do something, I thought, can't let it find us. In my desperation, I searched the middle of the town we were in and saw a building off to my right. It was the only one of the buildings that had a short flight of steps at the entrance, and that sufficed as a reason, however small, for me to decide to head towards it rather than any of the other buildings. I was grateful to be barefoot for a change because it meant moving that tiny bit quieter in the dark. I tiptoed, hurrying forward. Sophie and Walter, after hesitating for a moment, followed me. I gripped the door handle. What if it's locked? I thought, but the handle sank down and the door unlatched. I opened the door gently, and the three of us moved quietly and quickly inside before I closed it again behind us. Even with my enhanced vision, it was still very dark inside the building we were in. We found ourselves in a foyer, with a countertop several paces away. Moving mostly on instinct rather than logic, I led the way across the foyer and down a corridor, which took us to a back room. I peered into the room from the doorway. The room was huge and looked to be a place for ceremonies. The floor was checkered like a chessboard, and signs and symbols of Chellam could be seen on hanging flags, table coverings, and over banisters. In the middle of the room, atop one of the tables, were 3 human skulls. Leave, I thought, but I couldn't bring myself to move away from the doorway until I was sure what it was that made each human skull distinct from the other. The first and nearest of the 3 skulls had a gold crown atop its head, as well as a dagger resting inside the socket of the right eye. The middlemost skull had what appeared to be some kind of religious hat on it, shaped like a white fish with gold linings. This, too, had a dagger placed in the right eye socket. The last and furthest skull had a simple piece of mirror attached to the forehead, and like the other 2, it also had a dagger placed in the right eye socket. "Let's try upstairs," Walter whispered as he tugged my elbow. I was about to move from the doorway, but stopped to take a look at the back of the room. There, I saw a different kind of skull set upon a black cushion. It looked to be one belonging to an animal, one with horns. Above the skull was a row of swords hung against the wall. The more I saw, the more questions I had about what all of it meant. But there wasn't any time, and Walter's tugging at my elbow became more insistent. I stifled a sigh and followed Walter and Sophie back to the foyer. "We should get to the roof," Sophie whispered, her face, like Walter's, looking gray in the dark. I considered this option. We needed to find a way out of the underground complex, and quickly. The longer we took, the more likely it was that the amalgamation or the Pied Piper officers would find us. Seeing the town from a higher vantage point would make finding the way out easier, I thought. The alternative would be to go out the back door and roam around the town in pursuit of an exit. In the end, I chose not to object and to follow Sophie's lead. Together, the 3 of us crept up the stairs. Upon reaching the first floor, we found what appeared to be a large open dining space, with a long dining table and lots of chairs. On the walls were portraits, presumably of Chellam members. I thought I recognized many of the faces from TV, because the portraits had a very royal quality to them. There then came a sudden mechanical grinding sound followed by a persistent distant whirring. More light filled the town from one source and direction, which we could see a tiny portion of from a nearby window. The 3 of us crept towards the nearby window and peered out over the bottom of the window as if we were 3 children playing hide and seek. The bright light was coming from high above, near the walkway and the ladder shaft that the 3 of us had emerged from. Before I could decipher all the visual information in my mind, Walter beat me to it. "It's the elevator," whispered Walter. "I bet you're the Pipers are coming down on it." Was there really no end to how bad things could get? The 3 of us watched as the elevator we couldn't use before sank into view from high above. Bright golden lights pierced the dark from the base of the elevator. In addition to the light from the elevator, more lights poured into the darkness from the torches attached to the Pied Piper officers' machine guns. I counted each light. 7, I whispered. "There's 7 officers. Do ye think they're coming for us?" whispered Walter. "Yes," Sophie whispered. "And for Adam and George too." Rather than continue our search for a way to get to the roof, the 3 of us watched the distant elevator continue its descent before the buildings across the middle of town obscured us from seeing anything else. "Look here," whispered Walter, getting our attention. He moved from the window, remaining squat in front of me. Sophie was squatting too, holding onto the frame of the window to support herself. "What?" I whispered. "How are we gonna do this?" whispered Walter. "If things get ugly?" "You mean fighting them?" whispered Sophie. "I," whispered Walter. "We'd lose," I whispered. "We can't take them head on." "Maybe," whispered Walter, "but we could pick 'em off, one by one." I thought about it. I don't want to be a killer, I whispered. You're already a killer, whispered Walter. You killed the man-bat upstairs, didn't you? I didn't mean to, I whispered through gritted teeth. I'm not blaming you, whispered Walter. It was him or you. Right now, it's them or us. I'm telling you it ain't gonna be me. I'm not saying we should fight them, but we might have to. Unless the two of you wanna get gunned down. Sophie hugged herself in the darkness, looking at the carpeted floor as if to say she wouldn't or couldn't weigh in on this discussion. I wasn't ready for this kind of conversation. I didn't want to be a killer. I didn't want to die either. I needed time, space, and freedom from this situation. Walter's hands settled on my shoulders. Was it gonna be, Burgess? Whispered Walter. Are you with me on this or not? There wasn't time to think things through to the nth degree. Sooner or later, if we failed to find a way out of the underground complex, we would come into contact with the Pied Piper officers. They were killers. Because of them, the majority of us mice at the facility were dead. The only difference was that Christopher and Reese's failed shadow revolution had forced the Pied Piper officers to execute the remainder of their plan, releasing the lethal gas earlier than intended. Burgess? Whispered Walter. Are ye with me? I looked at Walter's gray face in the dark and saw his intent gaze fixed on me. He was afraid, but he knew at least that he was prepared to fight for his life. Does he mean it? I wondered. Does he really think he can take a life? He already has, I remembered. He put that stake through Holly's throat. He's not all talk. My mind raced through everything that had happened since I was evacuated from my home. I had been up late watching Rough Rover. Just me and the ever-inviting company of the television, and everybody's favorite hero hound. A part of me yearned to return to that safe isolation again. They're not going to stop, I whispered, speaking more to myself than to the others. That's right, Walter whispered. Not unless we stop them. My palms hurt from the tension of my fingernails squeezing into them. We have to fight back, I whispered, as if relaying back what someone besides me had said. Yes, yes, said Walter. And we have to come up with a plan fast. My mind searched for a plan, and it fell into my lap, fully formed with frightening ease. Scowling, I lifted my gaze and fixed my attention not just on Sophie and Walter crouched in front of me, but on the plan yet to unfold. Then, softly, I said, I know what to do. 57. Punchline. Pied Piper General Atlee Freeman sat in a tall-backed office chair in the first-floor command room. In front of him were a half-dozen computer monitors, one of which was showing recorded footage from the exercise area. I know this one, said Freeman, pointing to the last of the three mice that had escaped through the hole that they had made using their powers. Burgess O'Bannon, said Freeman. Who are the other two? Sophie Willis and Walter McLeod, said Pied Piper Officer Brian Beatley. Freeman dug a hand into his pocket and retrieved a packet of tissues. He pinched one out and handed it to Officer Beatley. Clean up that sweat. Beatley, you stink. Yes, sir, sorry, sir, said Beatley. Beatley promptly took the tissue and used it as instructed. Officer Freeman, this is Officer Kidder. Over. Came a voice from Freeman's walkie-talkie. Freeman sniffed, then slowly picked up the walkie-talkie. Status, over, said Freeman. Michael Townland and Yasser Abdullah are dead, sir, over, said Kidder. And the specimen? Over, said Freeman. Gone, sir, over, said Kidder. Clarify, over, said Freeman. The specimen's escaped, sir. We suspect it's headed deeper underground. Over, said Kidder. Freeman chuckled and then, as if to himself, he said, Robert won't be happy about that. Freeman thumbed the walkie-talkie again. Any sign of the three mice? Over. No, sir. We've checked the stairwells. The only route they could have taken is down to the elevator, sir. Over, said Kidder. Freeman sighed. Beatley, he said. Yes, sir, said Beatley. Take Cartwright and Colgan with you to the 4th floor and meet up with Officer Kidder, said Freeman. Find the missing mice. Dead or alive, sir? Said Beatley. Bring me Burgess O'Bannon alive if you can. The other two aren't a concern. If they put up a fight, kill them all. Don't take any chances, said Freeman. And the specimen, sir? Said Beatley. Kill it with prejudice, said Freeman. Hoffman can't keep all his pets. Freeman waited until Beatley had left the command room before shifting his attention to the half-dozen remaining Pied Piper officers inside. All were fresh-faced and not the types Freeman believed capable enough for mice hunting. "Officer Guyler," said Freeman. Officer Guyler stood to attention, trying to look as if he wasn't just as sweaty as Officer Beatley had been. "Bring the head of engineers in here immediately," said Freeman. "Yes, sir," said Guyler. Officer Guyler hurried off and returned with the man Freeman wanted in under a minute because all of the construction personnel had been gathered nearby and put under lockdown for their protection. "Ralston," said Freeman cheerily when he heard Ralston's huffing breath inside the command room. "What in the flaming hell is going on?" said Ralston. "A serious issue caused by your incompetence," said Freeman. He turned to see Ralston, the high-vis-wearing head of engineers. Ralston was the most red-faced out of all the men and the only man who dared show Freeman any degree of hostility. "What issue?" said Ralston. "That stairwell access your team was assigned to cover up was broken through by 3 mice," said Freeman. "I remember specifically telling you to make that wall secure." "You're not pinning this on me, Freeman," said Ralston. "I'm an observant too, so don't think you're outranking me on this." Freeman swiveled in his chair to better face Ralston. "When I'm asked through what means the mice escaped, I will tell the devouts that it was your lack of care in securing that wall which allowed their escape," said Freeman. "How dare you threaten me?" said Ralston. "Relax," said Freeman. "Those who have died were expendable anyway. If I wished to pin the matter on you, I wouldn't have brought you in here. If anything, our schedule to eliminate the mice with the gas has been pushed from next week to today. This means that we are ahead of schedule. That is not something that the devouts will have an issue with." Freeman smiled and said, "The reason I had you supply those incinerators in the first place was because there'll be more mice to replace those no longer of any use." Ralston swallowed the thick wad of saliva that had built in his throat. Any talk of the devouts had that effect on him. "So why am I here?" said Ralston. "To make sure the buck stops with you and me," said Freeman. "We will also need to destroy New Chellam via the structural issue previously discussed. Or did you fail to adhere to those instructions?" 2. "You told me you would let me fix the structural issue," said Ralston through his teeth. "That town is my life's work. I told you I would allow you to fix your mistake on the understanding that there would be adequate time for you to do so," said Freeman. "Perhaps if you hadn't done such a poor job with the initial construction of New Chellam, and if you hadn't done such shoddy work securing the stairwells, it wouldn't fall on you now to be the one who pulls the plug." "I can't," said Ralston, gripping his hard hat with such intensity his hands turned pale. "I won't. Since we're both observants, I can't force you," said Freeman. "But I will explain to the devouts your unwillingness to comply." "You are a bastard," said Ralston. "A good-for-nothing rotten bastard. Is that your refusal, then?" said Freeman. "How soon do you need it done?" said Ralston bitterly. "That depends," said Freeman. "How long will it take for the entire town to be submerged and destroyed?" Ralston ran the calculations through his mind. Once, he had believed those calculations to be perfect. But ever since his planning failures in the town's construction, brought about by the fault in the dam auxiliaries, Ralston no longer held his calculations with the same confidence. "From the moment the plug is pulled, it'll take less than 20 minutes, said Ralston. "Then see to it right away," said Freeman. It was then that Guyler, who had been listening intently throughout the entire conversation between Freeman and Ralston, could no longer hold his tongue. "Sir," said Guyler. "What is it?" said Freeman. "What about Beatley and Kidder and all the others you've sent down there, sir?" said Guyler. Freeman swiveled in his chair and faced the nominal officer. "What about them?" said Freeman. "So long as they carry out their duties as instructed, there shouldn't be a problem." It was then that Freeman turned his gaze to Ralston. "Are you still here, Ralston? I think you had better get a move on. Guyler, please escort Ralston and make sure he carries out his duties in a timely manner." "Yes, sir," said Guyler. And with that, Freeman watched Guyler and Ralston hurry out of the command room. A short while later, Freeman's walkie-talkie crackled. "Bringing eyes to you now, sir, over," said Kidder. Freeman watched as the monitors in front of him showed the individual body cameras of the 7 Pied Piper officers under Kidder's charge. 7 different angles showed the chamber where the huge elevator lay. Kidder team, engage mission audio profile. Patrol, over, said Freeman. One after the other, the audio feeds from the Pied Piper officers' Comtac headgear patched in. Focus on Kidders, said Freeman to the nominal assistant officer running mission comms at his side. The live feed from Kidder's helmet, as well as his audio feed, took up the largest of the monitors. Beatley's sweaty face stepped in front of Kidder's feed. Freeman, sir, said Beatley, requesting permission to leave an officer behind to guard the elevator. Freeman considered the request, then pressed his thumb on the microphone in front of him to speak. Who? Said Freeman. I think Officer Kidder would be best for this task, sir, said Beatley. Before Freeman could respond, it was Kidder who gripped Beatley by his tactical vest. What are you talking about, man? Said Kidder. A tussle ensued, requiring the other officers to pry Beatley and Kidder apart. Permission to deny Beatley's request, sir, said Kidder harshly. Freeman fought a smirk and glanced at the wide-eyed nominal assistant officer sitting beside him. They're brother-in-laws, said Freeman, as if stating a very funny punchline to a joke. Freeman thumbed the microphone button again. Denial request accepted. We're activating the elevator function now. No more delays, men. I want you back on that elevator in the next 20 minutes. You do not have the luxury of taking your time. Understood, sir, said Kidder. Elevator function activated, sir, said the assistant officer beside Freeman. Freeman sat forward, thumbed the microphone again, and said, Green light. Remember, men, you are Chellam brothers. You do not fear, nor flee, might nor malice. You are Pied Piper officers. Get to it. The monitor in front of Freeman crackled as all 7 officers shouted a united, Yes, SIR. Are those mesh radios? Freeman said in a hushed voice to the assistant beside him. Yes, sir, said the assistant officer. Remarkably clear, said Freeman, more to himself than anyone else. The mission proper got underway. Kidder and his men entered the elevator, and from the control room, the elevator was activated and sent on its trajectory downward. Sir, permission to activate new Chellam emergency lights, said the assistant officer. Granted, said Freeman. Soon, the monitor feeds showed 7 angles of New Chellam from above. The town was bathed in green from the emergency lights. It was an exercise in patience for Freeman not to reprimand the half-dozen Pied Piper officer rookies behind him, who were gawking at what they saw on the monitors. Finally, the elevator reached the ground level of New Chellam. Cartwright, Bodejo, take a defensive posture here, said Kidder. Cartwright and Bodejo moved to both ends of the elevator and aimed their guns into the darkness. Freeman sat forward in his seat, hoping to spot either the 3 mice or the specimen somewhere among the dark pixelation. Colgan, status, said Kidder. Colgan's feed showed he was holding a tracking tablet, the same as the one used to track mice meter devices throughout the facility. It had been set to pulse rhythmically like an artificial heartbeat. Tracking 1 meter device, sir, said Colgan. Town square, right ahead. Go time, whispered Kidder. The feeds showed the 7 Pied Piper officers moving beyond the monument of the Protector. Then onwards, moving along a narrow alleyway before emerging onto the fringe of the New Chellam town square. Freeman kept an eye on the timer. Already close to 20 minutes had passed. The command room had fallen quiet, so that only the increasingly excited pulsing from Colgan's tracking tablet and the splashing bootsteps of Kidder and his men filled the silence. 20 meters, said Colgan in a hushed voice. The men continued forward. 15 meters. The tracking tablet's pulse quickened even more. 10 meters. The feed showed the New Chellam guillotine looming in all its oppressive glory, the base of which marked the perfect hiding spot for one of the mice to hide behind. No more counting from Colgan. Instead, Kidder and the 4 Pied Piper officers, moving forward with him, kept their gun lights trained on the guillotine. We know you're there, said Kidder in a cold voice. Come out with your hands up. More rapid pulsing from the tracking tablet. Powell, said Kidder. Officer Powell's feed showed him moving ahead of the formation towards the guillotine. The feed showed Powell aiming his machine gun over the guillotine blade to the other side. But all that could be seen in the pixelated darkness was a single red LED light. Powell snatched the meter device from the other side of the guillotine. "Just the meter, sir," said Powell. Suddenly, all 5 of the camera feeds showing the town square were suddenly lit by golden light so intense it was as if 3 nuclear bombs had just been ignited. The cries of Officer Kidder and his men became shrill from the monitor speakers. With the exception of Officer Cartwright and Bodego's feeds, all the bodycam feeds of the officers who had been in the new Chelom town square cut out. All that remained for Officer Atlee Freeman to know the condition of his men was the sound coming from their ComTac headgear. And then, as if to add insult to injury, the sound of gunfire rattled from the monitor speakers. Very soon after, a different, nightmarish shrieking noise was so intense that Freeman and the officers inside the control room were forced to cover their ears. Freeman could hear the sound of Kidder and his men groaning and moaning in pain. "You," said Freeman to his assistant, "play that back." The monitors each rewound to several seconds previous. "There," said Freeman, pointing to the dark pixelated figure on Kidder's feed. "Advance frame by frame," said Freeman. The assistant did as requested. Frame by frame, the pixelated figure emerging from the dark took a familiar shape. Freeman recognized him immediately. "Keep going," said Freeman. Frame by frame, showing fractions of a second, Kidder's feed showed that boy, Burgess O'Bannon, steadily becoming enveloped with a great golden light, the energy of which appeared to be shining out from the surface of his skin. His mouth was open, too, and it was then Freeman understood the mice had used some form of power-enhanced screaming to further disorientate his Pied Piper officers. There suddenly came a plasticky squelching from Kidder's ComTac headgear. "Hello?" came a voice. It was a young-sounding male. "O'Bannon," said Freeman in a low tone. No immediate answer came. Freeman strained his hearing and thought he could make out some faint murmuring. "You'll want to come get your men," said Burgess O'Bannon from the monitor speakers. "And just so you know, that was for George, you bastard." Clattering from Kidder's headgear followed. Freeman's unblinking gaze slowly narrowed. "Freeman? Over," crackled Ralston's voice from Freeman's walkie-talkie. Freeman fought down a smirk, sniffed again, and slowly picked up his walkie-talkie. He thumbed the walkie-talkie button. "Is it ready?" "Over," said Freeman. "On your order, over," said Ralston. "Good," said Freeman. "Pull the plug." "Over." 58. Echoes. For a short while, Officer Beatley was aware only of the excruciating pain in his newly blind eyes. He could hear the moans, groans, and frightened whimpers from his Pied Piper brothers in his ComTac headgear. Beatley was sure that he would have totally lost his ability to hear as well, because those 3 mice that had sprang out of the darkness had also let out the most ear-wrecking, power-enhanced screams he had ever heard in his life. But the ComTac headgear's safety measures, meant to protect one's hearing when firing weaponry, had hard-canceled out the deafening sound. This had meant, however, that for the duration of the enemy's screaming, Beatley and the 4 other officers were not just blind, but totally deaf too. When some form of lucidity returned to Beatley, he realized his hands were empty. He brought his trembling fingers to where his machine gun strap should have been, and didn't find it. He tried for the handgun he knew should have been holstered at his belt, as well as the knife he had stashed on the inside of his boot, and found they had also been snatched away. It was then that Beatley heard the faint sound of voices nearby. His ComTac headgear, however, made it difficult to hear anything other than his Pied Piper comrades' continued pained rasps. Since he could do little else, Beatley yanked his headgear off. Cold air met his exposed ears, and he noticed the back of his head was wet from a steady flowing current of water beneath him. "Bastards," came a Scottish-accented boy's voice in the dark, which had to belong to Walter McLeod. "What's wrong?" said a second boy's voice, who was certainly Burgess O'Bannon. "Look," said Walter. "Wrap it up in something," said a girl's voice that had to be Sophie Willis. A tearing sound followed, along with pained gasps from Walter. A sudden hard thud followed, and Officer Powell let out an extra loud cry of pain. "You're next," Walter shouted. "Stop, stop, stop," said Burgess. "Kicking them in the nuts isn't going to get us out of here." said Walter after he had taken a moment to calm down. This is good, thought Beatley. The mice weren't continuing with their attack. Kidder had been smart to station Cartwright and Bodejo at the elevator. When the mice were gone, with a little bit of luck, Cartwright and Bodejo could get him, the rest of the men, and, most importantly, his brother-in-law. But it was then that the sound of distant gunfire rattled out from somewhere in the distance. Beatley was sure he could hear Cartwright screaming in terror. Then came a roar so loud and ferocious that it sounded as if King Kong himself were somewhere in New Chellam. The gunfire and screaming abruptly stopped. And, as if to prove to all who could listen who had been the victor, a second enormous roar filled the huge New Chellam town expanse. This was when Beatley truly began to panic. "Please, someone tell me there's a way out," said Walter. "I think I saw a manhole cover over there," said Sophie. Sophie's footsteps splashed in the dark as she hurried off, and it was then that Beatley struck his hand out and grabbed onto the ankle of one of the boys who was standing within his reach. "Is that Burgess?" said Beatley in a panic. Beatley held onto Burgess's ankle with all the strength he could muster, even as the boy tried to yank his foot away. "Please!" Beatley cried. "Wait! Get off me!" Burgess shouted. Beatley felt the heel of the boy's wet foot connect with his jaw, which caused sharp, hot pain to spike, and the fresh taste of blood on his tongue. Despite the pain, Beatley held on to the boy's ankle with the kind of vice-like grip one would expect of a corpse riddled with rigor mortis. Which was fitting because as far as Beatley was concerned, he was already dead. But it wasn't his life that mattered. "Caleb Kidder!" Beatley shouted. "Help him!" Burgess's foot was still trying to tug away, but with less urgency. "Who's that?" said Burgess. "Don't talk with them," said Walter. "Bleached hair," Beatley shouted. "He's got bleached hair. Do you see him?" "What are you doing, Beatley?" said Kidder. He sounded dazed. Perhaps he had hit his head hard when he had collapsed to the ground during the mice ambush. "I see him," said Burgess. "Help him," Beatley begged. "Forget about the rest of us. Just help him. Guys!" Sophie's voice echoed from the dark. "I think I've found a way out." Beatley's heart sank. Burgess tried to yank his foot away again, and this time he did so successfully. A panic unlike anything Beatley had ever known gripped him then. "Check his pocket!" Beatley screamed at the top of his lungs, as if he had fully lost his mind. "Check his pocket!" "Burgess, let's go," said Walter. The sound of a light tussle and splashing followed. As far as Beatley could tell, the boy Walter was trying to urge Burgess away. "Wait," said Burgess. "Have ye lost your mind?" said Walter. "We need to get going now. Guys, come on." Sophie's voice echoed, desperately. "Please," Beatley screamed, no longer caring about the indignity of begging one of the mice for help. Beatley yelled again, "Just check his pocket," and the sound of more splashing and hurried footsteps followed. Beatley stared with his useless eyes into the veil of darkness, as if expecting to catch a glimpse of both boys fleeing to safety and freedom in the dark. It had gotten very quiet all of a sudden, save for the constant sound of water flowing, the whimpers of the other 4 Pied Piper officers, and the distant splashes of the mice that had run off. "Have they gone?" Beatley wondered. "What's in his pocket?" said Burgess, as if re-emerging in the dark. "A photograph," said Beatley as fast as he could. "His name is Caleb Kidder. He has a 6-year-old daughter. Her name is Alicia. He also has a wife. Her name is Pamela. They're waiting for him to come home. Please, check his pocket if you don't believe me." A heavy metallic scraping echoed in the dark and was followed swiftly by a hefty metallic clang. "Come on, Burgess. We've got to go now." Sophie's voice echoed from afar. Beatley's eyes remained open, seeing nothing, as he gritted his teeth and strained his hearing. "Get off!" shouted Kidder all of a sudden. "Let him look!" Beatley shouted. Beatley strained his hearing with every ounce of concentration he could muster. There came a sudden splashing sound. "There's no photograph," said Burgess. "His back pockets, then," Beatley yelled. Beatley thought he could hear Burgess turning Kidder onto his side, but he couldn't be sure. Kidder, perhaps lucid enough not to try to prevent Burgess from checking his pockets, had gone very quiet. Torturous seconds passed, and then there came the ever-so-faint sound of a piece of paper being unfurled. "You found it?" said Beatley. "I've got it," said Burgess. "So you understand?" Beatley shouted. It was getting harder to catch his breath, both from the intense panic and fear that gripped him, but also from the cold water flowing beneath him that had soaked him to the bone. When Burgess didn't respond right away, Beatley shouted, "I'm not asking for you to help the rest of us. Just help him." "You don't deserve our help," said Burgess. "I know," Beatley shouted. "But I'm begging you, please. Kidder ain't like the rest of us. He's a good man. Just let him go home to his family." The sound of nearing splashes alerted Beatley to one of the other mice approaching. "Burgess, please," said Sophie. "We've found a way out. We think the sewage lines lead out of the facility. We just have to go now." Beatley thought he could hear the faint slip of the photograph being exchanged from one pair of hands to another. "What is this?" said Sophie. "His family," said Burgess. "Forget him. What about us?" Sophie shouted. "Yeah," said Burgess, his tone changing. "You're right. I'm sorry. Let's get out of here." "Thank you," said Sophie, and Beatley was sure that he could hear Sophie hugging Burgess tightly for a moment before easing away. "Come on," she said, sounding almost like a mother trying to lead an unruly child out the front door. "It's time to go." Burgess and Sophie splashed in the darkness until they were distant echoes. Beatley wanted to shout, but the cold had gripped him to the point he was starting to hyperventilate. "Come on, Beatley, say something," he thought, becoming furious with himself. The indignation Beatley felt in that moment erupted out of his throat in one last primal shout. "It's my fault he's here," Beatley screamed. "He can change for the better." But it was too late. Nobody was coming to save Caleb. Alicia would have to grow up without her father. And then, as if it were a final death knell, a sudden enormous sound like an earthquake erupted from high above. The sound was swiftly followed by a great rushing of water, as if an entire waterfall had suddenly erupted into being from high above the town. Huge slabs of rock and stone, and yet more water began to fall. "I'm sorry," said Beatley to his brother-in-law. "I tried." "It's okay," said Kidder, whose voice he could barely hear above all the noise in the blackness. Beatley considered reaching out a hand to comfort his brother-in-law for the short amount of time they still had left to live. It was then, finally, that another huge slab of rock fell from high above. Pied Piper Officer Caleb Kidder had heard the sudden heavy crack of the falling rock striking the ground. "Brian?" said Caleb. "Brian, you there?" Caleb groped his hand in the darkness in an effort to find any sign of his brother-in-law. At last, he found his brother-in-law's hand. But Caleb could tell right away, despite the punishing cold water numbing his hands, that Pied Piper Officer Brian Beatley, his best friend since the day they had met in prison, brother to his wife, and uncle to his daughter Alicia, was already dead. And soon he and his fellow officers would be dead too. "Guys, you there?" Kidder rasped. "Wish I wasn't," said Powell weakly. "We're going to die down here," said Colgan pitifully. He was breathing so hard from the cold that it was as if he were already on the verge of death. "Can't say we didn't have it coming," said Hill through chattering teeth. "Yeah," said Kidder, as he talked through the fierce cold sapping the heat from his body. "You can say that again." Enough time had passed that even the feeble hope that one of the mice might have taken pity on them had come and gone, and so Caleb Kidder began to wonder if he would know when he was finally dead. His eyes already hurt. His body was hurting something fierce from all the cold, too. Would he go like his brother-in-law just did? Or would he have to learn what it was like to drown to death? Regardless, he tried very hard to make sure that whatever his dying thoughts were, they were of his daughter, Alicia, 59. "Conga." I splashed down within the foul-smelling sewer tunnel, which was large enough that Sophie, Walter, and I could stand at a crouch. Walter had already taken the initiative to bulb his left hand to light the sewage tunnel walls, which were slick and grimy, and smelled so bad it was a constant effort not to keel over and retch. Sophie's hand found mine again and held on tight. Together, with Walter leading the way, the only directions we could go were either backwards or forward. Since backwards would have meant going deeper into town, forwards seemed the better option of the two. We quickly neared a crossroads in the tunnel, with an option to go either left or right. Before Sophie, Walter, or I could make up our minds as to which way to go, there came a sudden scream from above that rang out within the sewage tunnel walls. "It's my fault he's here." The desperate scream had gone either unnoticed or unheeded by Sophie and Walter, who both decided to take the right turn instead of the left. Then that same persistent Pied Piper officer's scream was followed swiftly by another. "He can change for the better." For a brief instant, I was no longer moving through the grim sewage tunnel with Sophie holding my hand. Instead, I was sitting across from George in the third-floor cafeteria. I could see George starting to tremble, and his eyes glistening with the onset of tears. "But Burgess," George whispered, "the only thing that keeps me going is the hope that my family can change for the better." And then I was back in the sewage tunnel with Sophie trying to pull me along. It was then that a sound like an earthquake came from somewhere above the town. "The place is falling apart," Walter shouted. "Come on, Burgess. We have to go now," Sophie pleaded. My heart thumped in my chest so hard I feared I wouldn't be able to catch my breath. My legs kept working, however, and I let Sophie continue guiding me through the sewage system. The three of us took a sharp right and then a left. All the while, a much greater cascade of water was flooding into the sewage system from the town's surface. Worse, great heaps of rock and stone were crashing down from high above. Despite the immediate demands of keeping up with Walter and Sophie, my mind was struggling to remain focused on the present moment, because I had started to think of Alex Landley of all people. The memory of Alex Landley, helpless as he sat on the treadmill after hours of trying to stop his meter device from blinking red, flashed in my mind. Back then, I had told myself that, should someone need my help, even if I didn't like them, I wasn't going to stand idly by and do nothing. But isn't that what I'm doing right now? I thought. No, I thought, because the evil Pied Piper officers don't deserve my help one way or another. Neither did Alex Landley, I thought then, and yet I still regretted not doing anything to help him. But there wasn't anything I could have done. I thought, he didn't even want my help. But there is something you could do for those Pied Piper officers right now. And that Pied Piper officer screamed, "No," begged, "for your help." I shook my head to banish the insane thoughts competing for my attention. Walter made a sharp left up ahead, and Sophie and I followed after him. And not once, as we continued along, did Sophie dare to let her hand slip from mine. Walter suddenly stopped ahead of us and seemed frenzied in his attempt to prevent Sophie and me from progressing any further. We peered around him and saw the sewage tunnel ahead of us sloping steeply downwards to the point it was like a freefall drop. "This is it," Walter shouted. "If we take this, it'll mean we make it out or we're dead. Can we risk it?" Sophie shouted. Walter turned to face Sophie and me and smiled. "Stay here," he said. "If I don't shout up in a minute, then don't follow." Sophie and I lunged to stop Walter from diving down into the tunnel, but we were too late. "I'm coming, Jenny," Walter cried out. Walter and the bulbed light of his left hand vanished. Sophie's free hand bulbed in the near pitch darkness that had followed in the wake of Walter diving down the tunnel. We stood, listening in hope for Walter's voice to return. Instead, the sound of the rapidly crumbling town above seemed to grow louder, as did the steadily growing rush of water. It was then a voice that was so loud it could only have been power-enhanced rocketed up from the tunnel slide ahead of us. "It leads out. Get a move on." Sophie and I gasped with relief, and her hand, which seemed like the only warm thing in the whole wide world, excitedly squeezed mine. And it was then, knowing the way out lay ahead and below, that a different memory flooded my mind and tore me away from the present moment. I was standing at the kitchen doorway adjacent to Robert Hoffman's special dinner. "You think you can just throw people's lives away?" I remembered myself saying to Robert. "My boy," said Robert, "there are winners and losers in all walks of life. I promise you, when push comes to shove, you'll see how easy it is to prioritize yourself over others." And then Robert had said, "You think you're being morally righteous. I used to think like you. But you'll see that people are only as merciful as it benefits them." And then I remembered Robert's face twisting with ugly rage as he shouted, "So don't grandstand in front of me, boy. People only matter as far as they are useful. So if you're no use to me, then you don't matter. The memory passed, and I was yet again aware of the present moment. We'll jump together, said Sophie. Her hand raised mine as she braced herself to jump. Perhaps she had felt how I hadn't made an effort to ready myself to jump too, because she looked at me in confusion. Burgess, she said. I'm sorry, I said. I'll see you when I get out. What do you mean? Sophie had begun to say, but then I pushed her, and her warm hand slipped from mine, and she entered freefall down the steep sewage tunnel slope despite her best efforts to grope for some form of purchase. Get back to the Pied Piper officers, bring them to the manhole and guide them to the tunnel exit. This had become my mantra that I repeated inside my head over and over again. It was the only thing stopping me from losing what little courage I had mustered in the ridiculous hope I had conjured up that all my efforts weren't going to come to nothing. I used the power to bulb my left hand to find my way back along the sewage tunnels. I took a wrong turn twice before finding my way back to the manhole we had entered from. Water was pouring down from the phantom green darkness into the sewage tunnels with frightening abundance, and the sound of huge slabs of rock and stone falling from above was not only happening with greater frequency, but in greater size too. I unbulbed my left hand and focused my intent on entering the coiled state. My mind, which was already borderline delirious as if I hadn't slept or had any food or drink for days, felt that much more sapped of willpower. Once I was in the coiled state, I willed the power to make my body expand with the muscle I desperately needed. Thunk, thunk, thunk. The results of a year spent tirelessly working out in the gym that I hadn't actually earned bulked across my body. The cost, however, was feeling that much more sapped of the little willpower that remained to me, on top of a fresh stinging sensation at my shoulder and stomach where my heavily scabbed wounds had opened up again. I reached the manhole opening and hoisted myself up and out. It became a little bit harder to orient myself because of how much new debris and flowing water had changed the underground town's landscape. I raced ahead, splashing across shin-deep water until, finally, I arrived at where the blind and debilitated Pied Piper officers lay. And I winced, because the Pied Piper officer whose final words had given me the impetus to turn back was dead. A huge slab of rock looked to have crushed his body from the waist up in an instant. I forced my attention to the Pied Piper officers who were still alive, and who had huddled themselves together atop a nearby raised planting bed of stone where the town's artificial bushes lay, in an effort not to be swept away from the ever-rising water. Due to the constant sound of the town rapidly falling apart, none of the 4 remaining officers had heard my approach. In an effort not to waste what precious time remained, I grabbed hold of Pied Piper officer Caleb Kidder by his tactical vest and hoisted him to his feet. I found I had just enough strength to manage this, and not an ounce more. Kidder let out a yelp of surprise. "Kidder!" I shouted into his face as I held him to a standing position. He was about a head taller than me, so I found myself looking up at him. "Yes," Kidder shouted. "My name's Burgess O'Bannon, and I'm going to get you and your men out of here, understand?" I shouted. Kidder's blind eyes widened with very understandable incredulousness. I said, "Do you understand?" I yelled. "Yes, yes." "Thank you." "Yes," Kidder shouted. "Good," I yelled. "Now help me get your men in a line. I know the way out. You're going to have to lead each other and follow me out." "Okay," said Kidder, and his training must have kicked in because he was ready and willing to follow my orders without complaint. The 3 other Pied Piper officers had heard my exchange with Kidder and had already helped each other climb to their feet. All were staring blindly at nothing and holding on to the officer in front and behind them for dear life. "You heard Burgess, men?" yelled Kidder. "Yes, sir," yelled the remaining Pied Piper officers. "Hold on tight to your fellow officer. Burgess is going to get us out of here. Let's move." "Yes, sir," the men shouted. With my right hand gripped tightly to Kidder's tactical vest to guide him and his men along, who held each other like feeble grannies formed into a conga line, I bulbed my left hand to light my way. I could see the whirlpool pouring into the manhole further ahead. Just got to get them down there, and then we'll find our way out, I thought. But it was then that there came a sudden great cracking sound from high above. I looked up and witnessed a great shower of enormous slabs of rock falling to the ground. The green phantom lights across the town blinked out and, Just like that, our way out of the rapidly destructing town was gone. 60. Scream. For several nightmarish seconds, I was completely enveloped in darkness until I remembered to bulb my left fist. Before I could consider any other possibility of escape from the rapidly destructing town, Kidder yelled, "What's happening?" The three Pied Piper officers formed in a line behind Kidder were all blindly listening for an answer. 2. "The way out's gone," I shouted. "What do you mean it's gone?" shouted Kidder. "It's Freeman," shouted the officer holding tightly onto the back of Kidder's tactical vest. "He must have given the order to destroy the town." A new, utterly desperate thought of escape, however feeble, sprang to mind. Without hesitating, I snatched a headset from the neck of the third Pied Piper officer in the single-file line. "Hello! Hello!" I yelled. "What are you doing?" Kidder yelled. "Trying to talk to Freeman," I yelled back. But before I could ask if I was using the headset correctly, a voice spoke on the other end. "O'Bannon," said Freeman's calm voice, "I've got your men." I yelled, "If I bring them to the elevator, will you take them?" It was then that my ears pricked at the sound of a huge cracking noise from high above. "Move!" I yelled. I pulled Kidder along, and in turn Kidder followed blindly after me. Just as the last officer in the makeshift conga line moved away from the spot the five of us had been standing at before, the biggest rock debris yet, being the size of a small car, crashed down. In turn, a great rush of water, as if it were suddenly raining within the underground town, showered down on us. "What's your game?" said Freeman's voice on the headset. I had my palm pressed so hard against the left earphone in an effort to make sure I could hear Freeman's voice. I thought the hard plastic might break from the pressure. "I'm getting your officers to safety," I yelled. "I see," said Freeman. "And I suppose you'll want to get onto the elevator too?" "Yes," I yelled. "And Miss Willis and Mr. McLeod?" Freeman's voice crackled in the headset. "Gone," I yelled. Then, having a moment of clarity, I added, "They're dead because of you." "Is Officer Kidder there?" said Freeman slowly. "Yes," I yelled. "Put him on," said Freeman. I did as Freeman asked, yanking the headset from my head and putting it with trembling hands onto Kidder's. "Yes, sir." Kidder yelled for the headset to pick up once he had it on. "Myself, Colgan, Hill, and shush it, sir." At this time, the icy cold water had risen from my ankles to just below my knees. "No, sir," Kidder yelled. "Dead, sir." "Yes, sir." I listened intently, both to Kidder's continued exchange with Freeman and to the sounds of destruction all around us. I remembered the Adam-George amalgamation again, and how it was somewhere in the darkness after having already killed Dr. Abdullah above, as well as two Pied Piper officers below. My eyes scanned the darkness for any sign of the amalgamation, and I looked over my shoulder to check, just in case, and felt a small sense of relief to not find the monster lurking in the dark. Kidder's hand squeezed my shoulder. "Burgess!" Kidder yelled. "Yeah!" I yelled back. Thick cold water droplets, which had been streaming down from my soaked head of hair and face, flung from my mouth. "Lead the way!" Kidder yelled. "We're clear to go up if you can get us there. You included." In that moment, I didn't care that going up on the elevator platform also meant going to where Officer Freeman and his men were going to be waiting to take me into custody or kill me, because anything was better than dying down in the cold, wet darkness of the town. I looked ahead and spotted the alleyway opening where Sophie, Walter, and I had first emerged into the town square. "Let's go," I yelled, urging the officers to follow after me, which they did. Kidder and his men splashed in my wake, each doing their best not to fall behind. Despite this, each man tripped and fell more than once, but was swiftly picked up by those still on their feet. When we were halfway along the alleyway, Kidder, who had lowered his headset to around his neck, spoke up, saying, "Why are you helping us?" I considered ignoring the question, but I was so sapped of courage and fearing for my life that even a brief exchange with a murderous Pied Piper officer came as a small comfort. "You ever watch superhero cartoons?" I said in a huff. "Like Rough Rover?" "Nah," said Kidder. "Why?" "Forget it," I said. Finally, we cleared the alleyway, and then I saw a figure looming in the dark, with large, shining, yellow eyes fixed in our direction. My heart stopped, and I brought myself and the other men to a halt. After a split second, I realized I was looking at the Chelam statue Sophie, Walter and I had seen before. The one depicting a shiny-skinned, dome-headed figure like some kind of metal golem. My hesitation lasted only a moment before I pressed on, yanking Kidder and the 3 other Pied Piper officers beyond the Chelam statue. The falling debris had long since broken away the metal footpath which hugged the wall, which also would have led back up to the opening with the ladder Sophie, Walter, and I had spent so much time climbing down before. The torn-away platform lay in a twisted heap on the ground and was already close to being fully submerged by the ever-increasing floodwater. The dirty, debris-filled water was up to my waist by the time the 5 of us reached the corner of the last building before the final turning we needed to make. We waded through the water until at last the light from my bulbed left fist illuminated some of the elevator platform far ahead. I could see it was nearly fully submerged in the floodwater. It has to still work, I told myself, it has to. I pulled on Kidder's shoulder, easing him across the waist-high water until his left hand groped the nearby stone wall. "Follow the wall this way, and you'll reach the platform," I said. Kidder started wading through the water, keeping his hand against the left side wall so as not to lose his way. I kept a hand on his tactical vest just to be sure not to lose him. We pressed on, wading through the water towards the elevator platform. It was then I caught sight of a face gliding towards me in the darkness. The face was deathly pale, bloody, and upside down. It had belonged to a female Pied Piper officer, who had been torn apart and whose body was floating atop the water in my direction. I wanted to scream and retch, but perhaps it was because the stark cold of the water was already causing me to fight to catch my breath. I did neither. The officer's corpse floated by and, as it did, I feared the bloodied open mouth might suddenly begin to scream. But this fear, unlike all the horrors around me, was just in my imagination. Worse was the understanding that the officer's body would soon be buried and unreachable among everything else in the underground town. And me along with it if I didn't make every second count. I was the first to reach the elevator platform. I found the cold and wet metal railing and quickly gave up trying to find the waist-high gate opening. "I'll help you over," I said, grabbing hold of Kidder. He understood, and with the new strength in my muscled body in tandem with Kidder's own efforts, I helped hoist him over the railing onto the platform. The officer who had been holding onto Kidder began to cry out in fear when he realized he no longer had a grip on Kidder's tactical vest. "It's okay. I'm getting you onto the platform now," I shouted. The remaining officers seemed to understand. It was as I began to help the second officer, with my torso pressed against the submerged elevator railing, that I chanced to look to my right. I immediately wished I hadn't, because there, further off in the darkness, were a pair of shiny cat-like eyes. I raised my bulbed fist higher, and the hulking frame of the Adam-George amalgamation became slightly more visible in the dark. Then all at once the amalgamation began to move toward us, its broad frame seeming to steadily glide through the water. "Get on! Get on! Move!" I shouted. With my free arm, I yanked the third blind officer over the metal railing. "Tell Freeman to bring the elevator up now," I shouted. Kidder used his free hand to press his headset against his ear. "Sir, bring us up," Kidder yelled. The amalgamation was gliding still closer, its shining eyes unblinking, and its huge mass steadily growing in size as more of the golden light from my bulbed fist shone across its skinless mass. "Help! I'm stuck!" yelled the fourth and only Pied Piper officer not yet on the interior elevator platform. He grunted and heaved with all his strength, but remained locked at the edge of the platform on the outside of the railing. "Colgan, that you?" yelled one of the officers. "Yes, help me over. I'm stuck," yelled Colgan. "Where are you stuck?" yelled the other officer. "Something's got my boot," yelled Colgan. "Please, please, help me." At the same time, Kidder continued to yell the same plea for Freeman to activate the elevator platform. The amalgamation was almost upon us, moving out of the water like some great skinless grizzly bear. And it was then that the elevator platform shuddered, and the cold steel began to hum. I found myself frozen with indecision because I didn't know whether to try and help get Colgan's boot unstuck, or to prioritize my own safety by getting onto the elevator platform, or to make an attempt to fend off the amalgamation. I threw myself into motion and hoped an idea of what to do would spring to mind. The first thing I found myself doing was bulbing my right fist to match my already bulbed left one. The more heat and brightness I willed to pour out from my fists, the more my mind felt as if it were being stabbed repeatedly with a knife. The amalgamation lowered its huge head towards the twin golden lights, and I could see the frenzied hate on its war-lion face, which was soaked in blood around its jaws and sharp teeth. It was the face of a wild creature that only knew killing intent, and not an ounce of mercy. I wanted to scream, but I was so afraid the air wouldn't leave my lungs. And it was then that the elevator platform began to rise. Colgan's screams became unintelligible, and at the peak of desperation. The other officers were trying to help him over but were helpless to do much more than hold him firmly against the outside railing. Now, I thought with all the crazed intensity one could muster. I willed both my fists to vibrate, and in turn, I felt as if my feet were locked to the ground to the degree that I was certain I wouldn't be able to move them an inch until I ceased using the vibrating aspect of the power. The amalgamation's jaws opened wide and ready to bite down on my head, and at the same time, I felt my right fist connect with its huge exposed collarbone and the meat of its neck. I felt the collarbone crack and the flesh sizzle beneath the vibration and intense heat, and the incredible weight of the amalgamation pushed me off my feet. The amalgamation's roar met my ears for a fraction of a second before it was muffled by the freezing cold water I fell into. I sucked in a quick breath and, though unable to see anything within the water, I extended my still goldly shining and vibrating left hand towards Colgan's leg. Right away, I felt my left fist connect with something, and in turn, whatever that thing was felt as if it were crumpling under the force of the heat and vibration. All too quickly, both bulbing lights were gone because the cold of the water had swiftly snuffed them out, but the vibrational aspect of the power in my fists remained. For what felt like an eternity, I thrashed about in the water, and only after having the lucid thought of removing the vibration from my hands did I have enough use of my body to try rising back up to the water's surface. As I tried this, however, I found that, even though the floodwater had been just waist-high before, kicking off from the ground wasn't possible on the first try. Instead, I kicked water without finding any purchase. Had the water risen so much that I wasn't going to be able to find my way back up to the surface before drowning? I thrashed about and wished I had taken more than a momentary half-breath before I had fallen under the water. Just as I felt as if my lungs were about to give out from lack of air, my feet found the ground again, and I kicked with all the strength I could muster. I broke the water's surface, and then brilliant, life-giving air filled my mouth as I gasped it in. Everything was pitch black on the surface because my bulbed hands had snuffed out. I could hear the elevator platform rising, and the 4 Pied Piper officers yelling, "Burgess! Burgess!" I stood in the water, which reached my chest, and then I willed my left fist to bulb. When the light returned, I could finally see that the elevator platform was almost too high up for me to have any hope of reaching it. But the officers were all reaching down with their hands in the thin hope that I might reach out and take hold. I had less than a second to act. I needed to jump and reach for dear life. And that's what I did. I jumped and reached up in the same motion, using all the strength available in my newly muscled body to propel me upwards. My unbulbed right hand found one of the officers' hands, and in turn, they held onto me with a vice-like grip. The platform continued to rise, and as it did, the remaining officers yelled to each other that I was holding on and was still able to be saved. More of their hands found my wrist and forearm, and they made every desperate effort to try to hoist me up. I was rising, the water sinking away beneath me along with the rest of the destructing underground town. My next thought was to unbulb my left fist to help me gain even more purchase, but before I could I felt something immensely sharp sink into my upper right shoulder. It was undoubtedly the amalgamation's huge jaws and teeth biting into my shoulder flesh. The weight of the amalgamation, which must have jumped in its effort to sink its teeth into me, tore away a chunk of flesh from my shoulder. The combined pulling weight from the amalgamation, in the moment it had sunk its teeth into my shoulder, as well as the pain itself and the sudden loss of strength in my right arm, caused me to release my grip from the officers. All of their hands, as well as my own, were soaking wet, and that made all the difference because there were no sleeves left to my shredded overalls for the officers to maintain a steady grip. I entered free fall and splashed down into the water again. and the 4 blind Pied Piper officers who had tried to help me onto the elevator platform continued on their way up. I kicked and thrashed in the water, having just the strength in my legs and left arm to help me return to the water's surface. I breached the water and gasped again for air. The water already felt even higher than it was moments ago. The last I heard from the Pied Piper officers who were quickly ascending to safety above was of Officer Caleb Kidder pleading into his headset for Freeman to send the elevator platform back down. The next thing I knew, there was a great splashing sound directly ahead of me. It was only as I felt my whole body submerge yet again into the dirty floodwater that I realized that a colossal mass of stone must have crashed down from the underground town ceiling into the water. I hadn't had the time to hold my breath. I thrashed about as the debris-filled water rushed up my nose and into my mouth. The pain in my shoulder and the disorienting cold and darkness all around me quickly made it impossible to know which way was up. It was then that my left hand brushed something solid. Exactly what it was, I couldn't tell because the cold of the water had numbed my sense of touch. I groped for the thing, whatever it was, and pulled with all the strength I could muster with my left arm. Doing so took me through the water, and then I returned to the trapped air of the underground town. It was pitch black without my bulbed hand to guide the way, and for a while all I had the strength to do was hold on to whatever thing I had grabbed hold of. Little by little, as the constant splashes and drumming of the destructing town continued to build to what sounded like its final crescendo all around me, I breathed in hard gasps of air in the hopes of regaining some of my strength. It was over, however. I knew that much. My last chance to get out of the town had been that elevator platform. Finding whatever floating debris I was clinging to and moving across the water in pitch darkness was just a small reprieve from inevitable drowning. That, or at any moment, one of those great heaps of falling rock and stone was going to put a sudden end to my life. But, as I waited to die, I realized one thing. Though afraid, I didn't regret my decision to go back and help the Pied Piper officers. Better to die this way than to live my whole life knowing I'm the type of person to abandon someone begging for my help. I thought, at least I know I'm better than that. Maybe the wet and the cold and the darkness, not to mention the incredible pain at my mutilated right shoulder, were making me delirious. Because I started to sing to myself, if only to raise my spirits one last time. In total darkness, I sang, "The best dog going from town to town. He's our favorite hero hound. It's Rough Rover, the crime-fighting hero hound." I remembered being home, comfy on the sofa, watching Rough Rover. Felt like a lifetime ago. He's the dog who's going to say, "I have come to save the day." Rough Rover. Rough Rover. The more I sang, the better I felt. But there was no stopping my voice from cracking with fear and the despair which had me fully in its clutches. "Villains, your time is up. Over. Over. Why? Because here's Rough Rover." Rough Rover. In my delirium, the splashes of the huge stones falling sounded like an applauding crowd. Okay, I thought, if this is it, then so be it. For a while longer, perhaps a matter of seconds or minutes, I continued to float across the water. I couldn't tell if I was simply bobbing from side to side or being carried across the town. I sang the verses of the song over and over again to myself. Each time I started over, the words became more feeble, until I was saying them so quietly I was sure no sound was leaving my mouth, though my lips continued to attempt each lyric. I had just one last wish before I died, and it was within my power to do it, just about. With the last of the strength that remained to me, I hoisted my body further onto whatever it was I was floating atop. My guess was that it was a chair that had been washed out of one of the buildings. I raised my left arm one last time and bulbed it. The light was feeble and dim like a light bulb near the end of its use. And what a twisted last wish it was, because the last thing I was going to see was the Adam-George amalgamation several meters away. Its huge mass was floating in the water, and its head turned to fixate on me as soon as it saw the bulbed light. The bulbed light at my fist gave out as I exhaled my breath, and then returned again as soon as I took in my next. My willpower was entirely spent, with only my inhalations adding fuel to the bulbed light. The grumbling of the amalgamation grew closer. The bulbed light went out again as I let out my breath, and then, after I sucked in what was likely to be my last true lungful of air, the light returned. And there it was, the amalgamation, its blood-coated face frothing at the mouth, lips snarling, huge teeth on show, its eyes filled with hate. My held breath gave out, and with it, a return to pitch darkness came. Please God, I thought, please help me. And oh! Came a sudden eldritch scream that pierced my eardrums. I recognized that scream right away. It was the same as the one which had belonged to George when he had lost control of that many-eyed monster version of himself. I sucked in another breath, and the light returned to my fist. This time, I saw the hate in the amalgamation's eyes had changed to something like bewilderment. It wasn't looking at me, but instead the faceless and malformed head floating atop the water beside it. Several of the eyes from the many-eyed George's body were open, with half fixed on the amalgamation, and the other half fixed on me. A rush of air and spluttering water escaped the back of the many-eyed George creature in a way that reminded me of a dolphin or whale's blowhole. Friend, the many-eyed monster's back openings shrieked, as if it were George shouting from the depths of a deep cave. All of the menace and hate which had been in the amalgamation's Werlion face was replaced with wary understanding. George, I sputtered, the bulbed light going out as I spoke, and returning again once I sucked in another deep breath. No response came except for a frightened whine from the amalgamation. It continued to loom over me, but I realized it was also shielding me from the falling debris. The amalgamation coughed and wheezed like a dying horse. And it was then that there came a great cracking noise. It was so loud I was sure at first that it had come from high above, perhaps the final death knell before we were all buried once and for all in the underground town. But then the water beneath us gave way, and the next thing I knew, all three of us were being pulled down by what felt like a huge vortex. I sucked in one last breath just as we went under, and the amalgamation's arms suddenly took hold of me in an unbreakable grip. Without meaning to, the amalgamation squeezed the air out of me. Down we went, into the darkness, pulled and pushed by an immensely strong current. Only once, as we were pushed along, did I notice the sound of trapped air. 61. Left behind. Pain was the first real thing I was able to anchor my consciousness to, because I felt it acutely in my throat, eyes, right shoulder, and across my back in 3 distinct slashes. The more aware of myself I became, the more pain and exhaustion gripped every inch of my body. My eyes were fixed shut and felt swollen and useless. The last thing I remembered was of being sucked down into the water with the amalgamation, Adam and George holding me tight and squeezing the air out of my lungs. But that hadn't been the end. Couldn't have been because I was still alive. Like trying to find the will to get out of bed on a school morning, I found myself imagining getting up many times, only to snap out of the daydream to find I hadn't moved at all. Then, finally, my eyes opened. For a minute or so, all I could see was a vague blur of blues, greens, browns, and grays. My eyes smarted and ached, and I was able to see where I was. It didn't immediately make sense, but as strength returned to my body bit by bit, I was able to understand that I was outside and lying on my chest. There was what looked like a riverbank, with a great rush of water pouring out from a large sewage tunnel higher up. "Get up, Burgess," said a voice. Hearing that voice was like an electric shock to my system. My muscles spasmed, and all at once I climbed to my feet. I felt heavy, and my right arm in particular refused to move. I looked around in search of my friend because it was his voice I had heard. Turning my neck sharply caused the pain in my upper right back to burn as if I were shocked by a lightning bolt as I searched the dense forestation ahead and behind me. I looked around for long enough for me to understand that my friend's voice had just been my pain and exhaustion-induced imagination. The water rushing out of the sewage tunnel, which I guessed to be about 20 feet up, was still pushing out a great jet stream of water. The lake of water beneath the tunnel was filled with all sorts of furniture and debris from the underground town, on which cloudless morning rays shone like diamonds. I searched the water for any sign of the amalgamation, or for Sophie or Walter. There wasn't any sign of them, not even footprints on the muddy bank. When I was sure there was no sign of anyone around me, I decided I had lingered long enough. I needed to get moving and to create as much distance between me and the Whittier Gorge facility as possible. I fixed my attention on the forestation ahead of me and decided it was as good a direction as any. I staggered up the muddy bank and crossed over into the dense forestation. Moving among the trees with cool mud beneath the soles of my feet, and my upper body exposed to crisp morning air, I had a lot to think about, and a lot of ground to cover if I was ever going to find a way home. I kept moving and didn't stop for a very long time.